Upon awakening from a deep slumber, she found herself transformed into the protagonist, Cui Fuiying, of a narrative rife with enforced affection. Within the text, no fewer than 6 men harbored affections for her. After much contemplation, Cui Fuiying set her sights on the unattainable paragon among them. Xie Zhao, the second son of the Xie family, was a man of profound knowledge and self-restraint, universally acknowledged as a paragon of virtue. However, one fateful day, he experienced a dream. In this dream, a stunning beauty possessed of ethereal grace captivated all who beheld her. Xie Zhao's friends and family alike were utterly enraptured, even resorting to violence against one another in their fervent desire to draw near to this enchanting maiden. Truly, she was a harbinger of misfortune. Upon awakening, Xie Zhao felt a sense of relief, believing it to be merely a dream. Little did he know, the following day, he would encounter the very maiden from his dreams. Chapter 1. Xie Zhao's Dream. The gauzy curtain swayed, revealing 2 entwined figures within. Suddenly, a delicate hand, seemingly fragile, extended from behind the curtain, its crimson-tipped nails accentuating its alabaster delicacy. "Where are you off to, dear sister?" came a deep, gravelly voice, as another hand, unmistakably masculine, reached out to grasp the delicate one, tightening ever so slightly. Xie Zhao's pupils constricted. This was the voice of his third brother, Xie Zhao. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he stood at the edge of the bed, witnessing this intimate scene unfold with startling clarity. Desiring to leave, he found his feet rooted to the ground, immobile. Faced with such a tantalizing tableau, he maintained an inscrutable expression, yet felt an overwhelming sense of oddity. A breeze from outside parted the curtain slightly, revealing a narrow slit through which he finally beheld the individuals within. It was Xie Zhao and an unfamiliar woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a diaphanous red gown, her skin smooth and radiant, leaving an indelible impression on all who gazed upon her. She lay upon Xie Zhao's chest, her long lashes glistening with unshed tears, exuding a poignant charm. "Third brother, I cannot deceive you. I was taken by the eldest brother and confined." Her voice trailed off, barely audible. The two appeared oblivious to Xie Zhao's presence, lost in their own world of affection. "What do you wish for, dear sister?" Xie Zhao inquired tenderly. "The eldest brother will not spare me. I do not wish for you brothers to be estranged," the woman said, biting her lip as she raised her tear-filled eyes. "Please, let me leave this place." "How could I bear to let you go?" Xie Zhao replied, cradling her hand against his heart. "Even if it means sacrificing our brotherly bond, I shall never relinquish you." Hearing this, Xie Zhao furrowed his brow. Yet, the woman continued to appear conflicted. "Do you have something to say, dear sister?" After several moments of hesitation, she finally broke into tears, choking on her words. "Please, third brother, do not press me further. I feel utterly ashamed." Xie Zhao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Did you harbor feelings for the eldest brother?" The woman fell silent, her head bowed in shame. Xie Zhao was intrigued to see how Xie Zhao would respond. "Very well," Xie Zhao sighed after a long internal struggle. "As long as you are happy, I can accept your feelings for the eldest brother." This revelation about his third brother's magnanimity surprised Xie Zhao. He was willing to share his beloved. Without warning, the scene shifted again, forcing Xie Zhao to witness a similar encounter, but this time with 3 individuals. "Do you truly have feelings for him? Very well. I only hope this is the last." It was evident that this would not be the final encounter. Xie Zhao lost count of how many men appeared, only recalling that the throng continued to swell, comprised of those he recognized. These men, all of noble lineage and striking appearance, willingly bowed to the allure of this unfamiliar woman, prepared to share their affection. From astonishment to numbness, Xie Zhao observed the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, he felt a dizzying swirl, and when he opened his eyes, he realized it had all been a dream. He closed his eyes again, bewildered by the absurdity of his nocturnal visions. Although his third brother was indeed more carefree than the eldest, he was hardly the type to lose composure over a woman. He dismissed it as nothing more than a ludicrous nightmare. "Young master, are you ready to rise?" came the voice of the attendant, Qing Shan, upon hearing his movement. "Come in," Xie Zhao replied, as a line of servants entered, bearing his washing implements. Xie Zhao was attended to in silence and swiftness, and once he had completed his morning ritual, the servants retreated in an orderly manner. As he extended his arms, Qing Shan promptly approached to assist him into his outer garments. With his eyes closed, his mind involuntarily revisited the dream from the previous night. As Xie Xingyan was currently away pursuing studies, he inquired, "What has Xie Zhao been up to lately?" Qing Shan, without halting his task, replied expressionlessly, "Third young master has been spending time with friends, either engaging in horseback riding and archery contests, or indulging in revelries. When not out, he remains solitary in the courtyard, with no unusual occurrences." Xie Zhao adjusted his sleeves, then asked, "Has there been any visitor from the third house?" After a moment of thought, Qing Shan shook his head. None. It seemed he had been overly concerned. However, shortly after noon, Qing Shan returned with news. Xie Zhao had entered the courtyard of the third house, cradling a strange woman in his arms. Intuition told Xie Zhao that this woman was none other than the one from his dream. Chapter 2. Transgressing into a restricted narrative. "Sir, this is highly inappropriate." When Xia called after the two figures ahead, her voice laced with urgency. "Please, set my lady down." Cui Fuiying felt overwhelmed. The original narrative had stated that she and Xie Zhao had collided in a bustling marketplace. She had deliberately taken to the quieter, less traveled paths to avoid him, yet here she was, unable to escape his grasp. "Please, just let me go. I have only injured my arm. My legs are unharmed," she insisted, struggling against the iron grip that held her. "It was my fault for colliding with you. I cannot bear to leave you in distress," Xie Zhao declared, his deep gaze filled with a fervent longing as he looked at her. It was hard to believe that they had only met once, and already he appeared utterly captivated. Cui Fuiying noticed two maidservants in the distance casting furtive glances at them, whispering amongst themselves, which heightened her embarrassment. "I assure you I am fine," she maintained. "I must first pay my respects to my aunt." When Xia eagerly agreed. Having traveled thousands of miles from Jiangdu to Nanyang, she presented herself as a visitor, but in truth, she was coerced by the plot. Indeed, she was not Cui Fuiying but rather a recent university graduate named Xinwan. She had traversed into this world, a narrative not of noble merit, but a tale of enforced romance. Realizing her transformation into Cui Fuiying, she had exhausted every means to escape, including feigning illness, fleeing, and even contemplating disfigurement. Initially believing she could defy fate, she soon discovered that the plot would not allow it. The most severe instance had nearly cost her life when a bolt of lightning struck perilously close, compelling her to abandon thoughts of escape and embark on the journey to Nanyang. She had hoped to evade her first encounter with Xie Zhao, but the narrative had its own machinations. Cui Fuiying sighed deeply within, casting a glance at Xie Zhao, only to find their eyes locked, sending shivers down her spine. "If I were to be embraced by him to meet the third madam, Qin Shiwang, I could only imagine the trouble that would ensue." "Third young master, please put me down," she said, her expression darkening. "If you hold me like this, others may see and gossip." Xie Zhao responded with a playful grin. "Sister, why do you worry? You are injured, and it is only natural for me to carry you in." No one in the Xie family would dare to speak out. Anger flitted across her face, and she was about to argue, when suddenly, an unsettling feeling crept up her spine. Cui Fuiying paused, glancing back. Not far away, beneath the shade of a tree, stood a man, his expression calm and silent as he observed them. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on his face, one of which fell directly into his eyes. Though the sun was warm, it could not mask the chilling coldness that emanated from his gaze. A sudden shiver ran through her. Even more startled was Xie Zhao, who held her. Second brother, what brings you here?" he stammered, the softness of her presence now feeling like a burning ember. Cui Fuiying struggled for some time, but Xie Zhao did not release her. At a mere glance from the newcomer, he complied, letting her go as if he were a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat. His hasty action nearly caused Cui Fuiying to stumble. "Second brother?" Upon hearing this address, Cui Fuiying's mind flickered, finally realizing who the visitor was. Xie Zhao. In the original tale, he was a character of great renown. Xie Zhao, having achieved fame at a young age, was both exceptionally talented and handsome, a paragon among noble families, sought after by countless daughters of esteemed households. In theory, such a figure ought to belong to the female protagonist, yet in Ying in the Water, Xie Zhao never developed feelings for her. While reading, Cui Fuiying had often been frustrated by the author's descriptions of Xie Zhao as untainted and noble, only to have him remain impervious to the protagonist's advances. To see such a lofty figure brought down to earth, To witness him consumed by love and mired in despair was her enduring pleasure. Yet this author simply would not write it. Now, seeing Xie Zhao in person, he was indeed as depicted in the book, strikingly handsome and possessed of an extraordinary presence, but perhaps it was merely her imagination, but Xie Zhao's gaze upon her was profound, tinged with an unsettling quality. As he approached, his eyes settled on Xie Zhao, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Have you completed the assignments assigned by the teacher yesterday?" A bead of sweat formed on Xie Zhao's brow. He feared no one in the Xie family, except for this gentle yet imposing second brother, who made him feel unnerved. Not yet." Xie Zhao remained silent, merely fixing his gaze upon him, rendering Xie Zhao unable to meet his eyes. Among the esteemed Xie brothers, Xie Zhao's talents were well known, and the eldest, Xie Xingyan, was equally gifted, while Xie Zhao was a true disgrace to the family. Cui Fuiying couldn't help but glance again at Xie Zhao, surprised by his reaction. And who might this young lady be? Xie Zhao suddenly turned his attention to her, his gaze weighing heavily upon her, somewhat stern. "I do not believe we have met before." "I have indeed met second young master." Cui Fuiying collected her thoughts, ensuring her demeanor was impeccable. "My mother is the sister of the third madam, and I have come to visit family." Xie Zhao seemed to scrutinize her. Though he did not raise his gaze, she felt it as if it were a tangible force sweeping over her. It was no wonder Xie Zhao reacted as he did. This second young master was well known and reputed for his virtues, yet he appeared to possess a demeanor that contradicted the tales. "What is the young lady's name?" "Cui Fuiying." She stated her name, but he remained silent for a moment, making her curious enough to almost look up, until finally, she heard Xie Zhao speak coldly, "Then I shall refer to you as cousin." Though the statement seemed innocuous, Xie Zhao's tone carried an inexplicable oddity that was unsettling. "What are you still doing here?" He suddenly turned to Xie Zhao, reprimanding him. "Should you not go and complete your assignments?" "But..." Xie Zhao hesitated, glancing at Cui Fuiying. "I was supposed to take Sister Fuiying to my mother's quarters. If my cousin does not mind, I would be happy to escort you." Xie Zhao offered her a gentle smile. "I, too, have not seen my aunt in quite some time." "Second young master, you are too kind." Grateful for the chance to avoid Xie Zhao, Cui Fuiying had no reason to decline. "Then I shall trouble you, second young master." Chapter 3. The person of Xie Zhao Qinqiwan resided in a courtyard known as Lanqing Garden. The Xie family estate was exceedingly vast, and she had followed Xie Zhao for quite a while, her legs growing weary without reaching their destination. "Is your cousin visiting from Jiangdu?" Xie Zhao suddenly inquired. Cui Fuiying was taken aback by his willingness to engage her in conversation and took a moment before responding. "Indeed." "How does Nanyang compare to Jiangdu?" Xie Zhao probed further. "Nanyang is the capital, naturally superior in every aspect to Jiangdu," Cui Fuiying replied cautiously. "Why did you, who were born in Jiangdu, suddenly decide to come to Nanyang?" Xie Zhao continued to question. His curiosity was unexpected, and Cui Fuiying harbored doubts, assuming he was merely attempting to alleviate her embarrassment by initiating small talk. "My brother is unaware of the circumstances. My mother has passed away, and my father has remarried. Life in Jiangdu has become difficult, compelling me to seek refuge with my aunt." She lowered her gaze slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. "In that case, it seems I have spoken thoughtlessly," Xie Zhao said gently. "Your circumstances are none of my concern." Seemingly casually, Xie Zhao remarked, "I just saw my third brother holding you. Was there some incident?" "Please excuse me, it was merely an accident today, when Samling accidentally knocked me over while riding. In a moment of panic, he picked me up. It was I who was rude," Cui Fuiying explained, her face flushing with embarrassment. Xie Zhao's gaze fell upon her arm, where an obvious bruise was visible, suggesting she had sustained an injury. He noted that her legs appeared unscathed, leading him to wonder why Xie Zhao had felt the need to carry her inside. Feeling ashamed for causing such a scene upon her first visit, Cui Fuiying sighed, her expressive eyes darting up at him. There was no trace of shame upon her face. When their eyes met, she seemed startled, and her eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Xie Zhao's eyes narrowed as he observed her suddenly change her demeanor, overwhelmed by embarrassment, quickly averting her gaze. He assessed her coolly, yet spoke with an undertone of reassurance. "There is no need for you to feel this way. This incident appears to be an accident, and what matters is that you are unharmed. The servants of the Xie household are always considerate. No rumors will circulate." Chui Fuiying found his choice of the word accident to be rather intriguing. Could it be that Xie Zhao suspected her involvement in this mishap? Recalling their earlier eye contact, she realized his gaze was not that of a cousin towards a cousin, but rather one of condescension. He must have perceived her as merely feigning innocence while harboring disdain in his heart. No wonder he had deliberately sent Xie Zhao away. Perhaps he feared she might be attempting to ensnare him. However, his actions inadvertently aided her. Finally, Lanxin Garden was within sight. Upon seeing Xie Zhao, the servants bowed respectfully, and once he was announced, they graciously ushered him inside. Before they reached the main hall, a vibrant female voice rang out, laced with mirth. "What brings you here today? Erlang? It is quite rare to see you." Her spirits lifted. Chui Fuiying looked up. Chen Qiwan possessed an exceptional demeanor, exuding the grace of someone accustomed to a life of privilege, and hints of her youthful beauty still lingered. Perhaps due to her kinship with Chui Fuiying's mother, there were noticeable similarities in their features. Chen Qiwan had initially approached upon hearing of Xie Zhao's visit, curious about the unfamiliar young woman accompanying him. However, upon locking eyes with Chui Fuiying, she was momentarily taken aback. "You look remarkably like your mother, Yunyang," she said, staring at Chui Fuiying in astonishment. Chui Fuiying nodded, her tone imbued with a blend of warmth and vulnerability as she took a step closer and called out, "Aunt." Chen Qiwan rushed forward to grasp her hand, then noticed the alarming injury on her arm, bloodied and grotesque. "What happened?" she exclaimed in shock. Xie Zhao's gaze also fell upon her arm. Chapter 4. The betrothal. "It is merely a minor scrape," Chui Fuiying replied with a smile. "Nothing serious. A bandage will suffice." This response caught Xie Zhao off guard. Chen Qiwan promptly summoned the house physician and invited both of them into the front hall. The physician arrived swiftly. Although the injury appeared severe, it was merely superficial. After applying ointment and bandaging the wound, it was determined that there was no significant harm done. Chen Qiwan expressed her gratitude to the physician and sent him on his way. Though he had originally intended to leave, Xie Zhao lingered for reasons unbeknownst to him. As he remained, Chen Qiwan felt it inappropriate to urge him to depart, leading the three of them to engage in polite conversation in the hall. "Erlang seldom visits the third branch. You should come by more often so that my unambitious son can learn some of your composure and knowledge, thus alleviating my daily frustrations," Chen Qiwan remarked. Xie Zhao nodded in agreement. When members of influential families engage in pleasantries, the exchange can feel interminable.
Chui Fuiying, seated nearby,
found herself tuning out their conversation while idly surveying the room's decor. The Xie family, a lineage of prominence, had a hall that was unpretentious yet exuded elegance. Just as she withdrew her gaze from a painting behind Chen Qiwan, she heard Xie Zhao's voice, clear as jade's striking stone. "What captivates you so, cousin? You seem lost in thought." Startled, Chui Fuiying instinctively looked toward Xie Zhao. His demeanor, typically aloof in the original text, was unexpectedly warm today, engaging her frequently in dialogue. Yet he maintained a smile, his gaze subtly focused on her as though he were simply making small talk. "I was merely admiring the painting behind Aunt," she replied cautiously. "It is exceptionally well executed, and I was momentarily entranced." Although her response seemed innocuous, she sensed a shift in Xie Zhao's expression, an unspoken intensity emanating from his gaze. Feeling a chill under his scrutiny, she noted that he quickly reverted to his previous demeanor, smiling and saying, "I see." Chui Fuiying was left uncertain whether the intensity of his gaze had been real or merely a figment of her imagination. "You truly have an eye for art," Chen Qiwan, unaware of any underlying tension, interjected with a smile. "If you appreciate the painting so much, why not share your thoughts on what makes it exceptional?" Her attention redirected. Chui Fuiying realized she had been flippantly dismissive and had no knowledge of the painting's merits, having never studied ancient art appreciation in university. With a forced smile, she stammered, "The brushwork is light and spirited, seemingly effortless. The perspective creates a sense of vastness, and the composition is indeed remarkable. To hang a piece in the Xie household, it must be of high quality." Thus, her praise was unlikely to be misguided. Chen Qiwan, however, seemed to find her response amusing, laughing heartily. "Cousin, why do you find such delight in her words?" Chui Fuiying wondered, puzzled by her aunt's reaction. "Your observations are quite insightful," Chen Qiwan replied, waving her hand dismissively. "Erlang, what do you think?" "It is but a humble work. I am honored that my aunt does not disdain it enough to hang in the hall," Xie Zhao said. regarding the bewildered Cui Fueying with a gentle expression. "You flatter me," she managed to say, feigning composure. "I merely spoke the truth, devoid of flattery." Xie Zhao appeared indifferent to her response and suddenly recalled something. "I heard that at tonight's banquet, grandmother intends to arrange a betrothal for my third brother?" Chapter 5. Cousin. Until later upon hearing this, Qin Shiwan involuntarily smiled, covering her mouth as she laughed. "You are quite well informed. Do you know which young lady it is?" "It is from the Wang family, a maiden you have met before," Xie Zhao remarked, complimenting Qin Shiwan while observing Cui Fueying's reaction. Cui Fueying seemed somewhat lost in thought. The first significant plot development after the heroine arrives at the Xie residence is fast approaching. On her very first day in the estate, she coincidentally attends a grand evening banquet, during which the matriarch of the Xie family intends to arrange a marriage for the third young master, Xie Sanling. Initially, he has no objections, but having caught a fleeting glimpse of the heroine, he finds himself deeply enamored and cannot possibly accept a betrothal to another. Xie Zhiwei creates quite a commotion at the engagement banquet, vehemently refusing the marriage proposal, which causes the matriarch to faint from anger. As a consequence, he receives 30 lashes and spends the entire night kneeling in the ancestral hall. He merely states that he has a beloved, yet stubbornly refuses to reveal her identity. Qin Shiwang, both furious and anxious, implores the heroine to bring provisions to the ancestral hall to care for Xie Zhiwei, unaware that this aligns perfectly with his desires. In the dim light of the hall, he holds the heroine's hand, expressing his feelings, which moves her to tears. As their emotions swell, they cannot resist sharing a passionate kiss, while outside, the storm rages. Should the ancestors of the Xie family be aware of this, they would undoubtedly rise in agitation from their graves. Cui Fueying, contemplating this, turns pale, resolutely refusing to accept the idea of kissing Xie Zhiwei in the ancestral hall. Upon hearing Xie Zhao's words, Qin Shiwang is overjoyed, thoroughly pleased with Wang Yingshu as a daughter-in-law. The Wang and Xie families are well matched, and most importantly, Wang Yingshu has grown up alongside Xie Zhiwei, exhibiting a steady disposition that Qin Shiwang has witnessed since childhood. Coincidentally, Cui Fueying arrives today, marking a double celebration. "Fueying, your third cousin is celebrating today. You must attend and pay respects to the elders of the Xie family," Qin Shiwang cheerfully states. Hearing this, Cui Fueying's complexion turns pale. She is about to concoct an excuse to refuse when a familiar pain grips her chest. The sense of being unable to defy the unfolding crucial plot fills her with frustration, yet she feels powerless. Cui Fueying dares not reject her aunt's words. Lowering her head, she speaks softly. "Cousin, your face appears quite pale. It must be the fatigue of travel. Considering your injury, I believe it best for you to rest." Xie Zhao suddenly interjects. "Though today's banquet is significant, there will be other opportunities in the future. There is no need to rush." Qin Shiwang is momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Cui Fueying, who indeed looks as pale as a sheet, on the verge of collapse. "I was too hasty," she quickly replies. "It seems my son is quite observant. Fueying, you should rest well today. Attending the next evening banquet will not be too late." Upon hearing this, Cui Fueying's expression drastically changes. The mere thought of missing the banquet causes her heart to ache. She cannot fathom what dreadful occurrences may await her if she does. "No, Aunt," she exclaims urgently. "I am perfectly fine. I do not wish to miss such a joyous occasion as the engagement of Sanling. Please allow me to attend." Qin Shiwang hesitates. "I am merely concerned about your fatigue. If I take a short nap this afternoon, I should be fine," Cui Fueying insists. "You must not overexert yourself," warns Qin Shiwang. Cui Fueying understands the gravity of the situation and persists. Ultimately, Qin Shiwang cannot refuse her and agrees. Cui Fueying breathes a sigh of relief, only to suddenly feel an undeniable gaze upon her from the side. She looks up to meet Xie Zhao's dark eyes. He appears lost in thought, his expression inscrutable. When he notices her gaze, he does not avert his eyes but instead offers her a smile devoid of warmth. "Is the second master free tonight?" Upon hearing Qin Shiwang's question, Xie Zhao finally shifts his attention. "I cannot miss my brother's joyous occasion," he nods slightly. Qin Shiwang, having asked out of politeness, is surprised by his decisive agreement. Xie Zhao's demeanor is typically aloof, and he seldom attends gatherings. Yet his unique status in the Xie family means no one pressures him to do so. Today, he has graciously honored her request, which she finds quite pleasing. "I have matters to attend to in my courtyard, and shall not trouble you further," Aunt. Xie Zhao rises to depart, and Cui Fuiying hastily stands to bid him farewell. He, however, smiles gently at her, his tone unexpectedly warm. Cousin, I shall see you later. Chapter 6. Rain falls. The courtyard prepared for her by Chen Qiwang is named Jianjia Pavilion, a serene haven adorned with blooming flora in the front garden. Passing through the corridor, one encounters a delicate rockery beside a flowing stream, where vibrant koi swim gracefully. Remarkably, Chen Qiwang has even arranged a swing amidst the flowers for her amusement, perfectly complementing the pear blossoms behind her, showcasing her thoughtful care. Several maidservants await her arrival in Jianjia Pavilion, and upon seeing her, they respectfully bow and greet. We greet the mistress. Please rise, Cui Fuiying replies gently. Aunt has entrusted you to care for me, and I trust you completely. I will be relying on you all in the future, and I assure you, I shall not neglect your efforts. The servants of the Xie family are exceptionally well-mannered. Throughout her first day in the estate, she has witnessed no boisterous behavior, only diligent adherence to their duties, reflecting the Xie family's strict decorum. It is curious how such an upbringing could produce a character like Xie Zhao, who is so lacking in propriety. She dismisses the servants and retreats with Xia to her inner chambers. Why does the mistress seem so unhappy? Xia asks, closing the door in surprise. We have endured hardships and now find ourselves in a position of privilege. Cui Fuiying massages her temples. You must be cautious and not act recklessly in the future. The Xie family is prestigious, and we must proceed with utmost care. Rest assured, my mind is clear, and I will not hinder the mistress, Xia assures her, skillfully kneading her shoulders. Having accompanied Cui Fuiying from Jiangdu, Xia is unwaveringly loyal to her, always considering her best interests. Yet, little does she realize that her mistress has already been replaced by someone else. Cui Fuiying feels a headache coming on as she contemplates how to navigate the evening's gathering. Later, Chen Qiwang sends numerous garments for her. The maid delivering them appears calm and composed, stating, the third lady is concerned for the mistress and fears there may not be enough time to prepare attire, so she has sent these over. If the mistress finds them unsatisfactory, please voice your concerns, and I shall have someone bring more. These are quite splendid. I appreciate Aunt's thoughtfulness, Cui Fuiying replies, glancing at the procession of servants behind the maid, bringing not only garments, but also a plethora of jewelry. Chen Qiwang likely fears that her appearance at the banquet might be too modest, thus taking the initiative to ensure everything is prepared for her. Such heartfelt consideration, however, poses a threat to her son's engagement. Xie Zhao's punishment of kneeling earlier in the day must ultimately be repaid. She sighs and instructs the servants to accept the gifts. Why does the mistress constantly sigh? Xia picks up a garment, stroking it gently. Such fine clothing, I have never seen anything like it. The mistress receives so many wonderful things yet remains discontent. I merely worry about embarrassing myself tonight and causing aunt shame, Cui Fuiying admits, her spirits dampened. Having lost her parents at a young age and grown up in an orphanage, she has experienced much hardship. Despite the many difficulties she faces now, one thing warms her heart. Chen Qiwang treats her as if she were her own daughter, allowing her to experience the sweetness of familial affection, which she is reluctant to relinquish. Should Chen Qiwang discover that her son's betrothal has been thwarted because of her, this rare warmth would be lost. Such beauty will surely captivate everyone. They will overlook everything else, Xia states, lifting a jade hairpin. I shall style your hair into a divine serpent bun, complemented by this exquisite skirt, ensuring you outshine everyone. Cui Fuiying glances at the dazzling array of jewelry, her enthusiasm waning. She points to a plain white skirt. Tonight's spotlight is not on me. Besides, as a guest in someone else's home, I must remain understated. No gold or silver adornments, nor brilliant colors. Simplicity will suffice. She recalls how the original heroine meticulously prepared for this banquet, her beauty eclipsing all others present, inciting jealousy from the intended bride of the Wang family, who subsequently plotted against her. Caution is indeed the wisest approach. When Xia pouted, expressing a hint of concern, my dear wife, you are being overly cautious. Despite her words, she proceeded to put away the brightly colored garments. As the evening banquet approached, the clear skies unexpectedly turned gloomy, and rain began to fall without warning. Cui Fuiying stood at the door, tilting her head back as raindrops dripped rhythmically from the eaves, splattering onto the ground. As time passed, the rain intensified. Why is it raining now? My lady, do not linger at the entrance. You might catch a chill, when Xia hurriedly ran from the corridor, ushering her inside. Glancing at the rain outside with concern, she remarked, "It appears this rain will not cease any time soon." "It matters not," Cui Fuiying mused, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed outside. "The hour is late. We must make our departure." Chen Qiwan had sent someone to guide her. While Wen Xia held an umbrella for her, she carefully avoided the puddles, yet still managed to soil the hem of her dress. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, she maintained a composed demeanor. The Shijia estate was indeed vast, and by the time she reached the main hall, her legs felt weary. Despite the rain, the enthusiasm of the guests remained undeterred, and many had already gathered in the main hall, engaging in lively conversation. Noticing her arrival from afar, Chen Qiwan immediately waved her hand. Cui Fuiying walked over gracefully, bowing respectfully to the assembled guests. "Who is this lady?" "She is as delicate as a flower," a matron remarked. "She is my sister's daughter, named Cui Fuiying," Chen Qiwan replied, pulling her closer with a smile. "Please keep an eye out for her. Should any suitable young suitors arise, do remember our Fuiying." "Fuiying, have you not yet greeted the ladies?" "I have met the ladies," Cui Fuiying replied as she exchanged pleasantries. The guests praised Chen Qiwan for her remarkable daughter, predicting she would surely find an excellent match. Just as she began to feel bored, an uproar erupted nearby. The second young master has arrived. Chapter 7. The engagement banquet. Cui Fuiying instinctively glanced towards the entrance. Xie Zhao stood at the threshold, holding an oiled paper umbrella, seemingly searching for someone. Their eyes met, and upon finding his target, he strode towards her. Though his steps were unhurried, his tall stature allowed him to quickly reach their group. Cui Fuiying had to concede that even his gait possessed an elegance that was captivating, exuding a charm that set him apart from others. As he approached the eaves, he closed his umbrella, which was promptly taken by a servant. Without pausing, he continued directly toward her. Wherever Xie Zhao went, he became the center of attention, and Cui Fuiying felt several gazes directed at her. Though she was aware that Xie Zhao bore no particular interest in her, doubts crept into her mind. Remembering his words from that morning, she wondered if he truly was approaching her for a reason. However, she quickly realized her mistake. "Congratulations, madam, on your son's engagement to the Wang family daughter. They are indeed a match made in heaven." Xie Zhao greeted Chen Qiwan with calmness, extending his hands in congratulations. His demeanor was placid, and his words matched this tranquility. Nevertheless, Chen Qiwan was in high spirits that evening. Well aware of Xie Zhao's usual reticence, his warm congratulations would have felt out of place. "Thank you, second young master. This morning, you sent word that you would not attend, yet here you are," Chen Qiwan replied with a smile. "Samlang will surely be delighted to hear this." Indeed, there were conflicting engagements, but since it is Samlang's betrothal, I could not miss it, Xie Zhao said, effortlessly lifting Chen Qiwan's spirits. "Second young master has arrived?" A voice, somewhat aged, called from behind. "You rascal, I thought no one could summon you." Cui Fuiying turned to see an elderly woman supported by a venerable man, her warm expression and splendid attire revealing her to be the matriarch of the Xie family. Xie Zhao's grandmother. Xie Zhao stepped forward to assist the elderly lady. "Grandmother, you jest. On such an important day, I naturally had to come. I did not know you had such a temperament. Today you seem to have changed," the old lady teased, giving him a mock glare. Cui Fuiying watched the elderly woman, feeling a mix of sympathy and guilt for her impending distress. She reassured herself. This was all the doing of Xie Zhiwei and had nothing to do with her. She was merely a tool of the unfolding narrative. The old lady beckoned the guests to take their seats. Chen Qiwan led Cui Fuiying to the ladies' section and then began conversing with a nearby woman. "That must be the Wang family daughter, the one to be betrothed to Samlang. I hear she is the legitimate daughter of the Wang family's matriarch, named Wang Yingshu," when Xia whispered beside her. Cui Fuiying looked up to see Wang Yingshu, exquisitely dressed, clearly having put considerable thought into her appearance, her eyes sparkling with joy. Although the Wang family was also a prominent family, they paled in comparison to the Xie family, and given the exceptional young men of the Xie household, it was no wonder she was overjoyed at the prospect of such a union. "Where is Samlang?" she inquired softly, noticing the absence of Xie Zhiwei, the evening's main attraction. When Xia glanced around and hesitated, perhaps he is delayed somewhere? Just as she finished speaking, Xie Zhiwei finally made his entrance, holding an umbrella and appearing rushed. His gaze swept across the hall and quickly locked onto hers. "Oh no! Chui Fueying's heart raced, and she quickly lowered her head, silently praying he would not approach her. Xie Zhao strode to the front of the hall, handing his umbrella to a servant before making his way towards her. Coincidentally, Wang Yingshu stood just behind her, mistakenly believing he was approaching her. Although the engagement between the Wang and Xie families had not been formally announced, everyone was aware of it, and whispers began to circulate among the guests. Chen Qiwan, with a smile, gently pulled the blushing Wang Yingshu towards her, directing her gaze towards Xie Zhao. Chapter 8. Cousin, I just remembered if Xie Zhao were to make a scene with her in front of everyone, she would find it impossible to explain herself.
Cui Faiing stood frozen,
Watching as he drew closer, when suddenly a shadow fell over her. Someone stepped in front of Xie Zhao. She blinked, catching sight of a figure clad in pale blue robes, somewhat familiar. Following the figure's legs upward, she met a pair of ice-cold eyes. A shiver ran down her spine. Cousin, I just remembered that I forgot to mention something to you. Xie Zhao stood before her, his previously cold gaze now seemingly a figment of her imagination, replaced by a gentle expression. With Xie Zhao interjecting, Xie Zhao was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, his flushed mind gradually clearing. What is it, cousin? Chui Fueying hastily rose, relieved. I have heard of a scholar in Jiangdu, known as Tingsong Jushi, who is highly esteemed for his knowledge. I wonder if he is truly as remarkable as they say? Xie Zhao inquired casually. He had specifically crossed over just to ask this question? Chui Fueying sensed the peculiarity, but could not fathom the reason. Nonetheless, Xie Zhao's intervention had indeed relieved her of her pressing dilemma. After pondering, she replied softly, I have heard some mention of him, but I rarely ventured out during my time in Jiangdu, so I am not well acquainted. Ah, I see. Xie Zhao smiled slightly. No matter, I was merely making an inquiry. After speaking, he finally noticed Xie Zhao standing not far from them. Third brother, Xie Zhao addressed him calmly. What are you doing standing there? The Wang family daughter is nearby. You ought to greet her. Xie Zhao seemed to awaken from a dream. He glanced at Chui Fueying, softly acknowledging with a yes, and indeed, he directly bypassed her to approach Wang Yingshu instead. Chui Fueying stood there in a daze, hesitantly glancing at Xie Zhao. This afternoon, she had noticed that Xie Zhao seemed particularly attentive to Xie Zhao's words. The voices of Xie Zhao and Chen Qiwan reached her ears, and Xie Zhao obediently greeted them, engaging in a brief conversation with Madame Wang. Although her demeanor appeared somewhat distracted, it was a considerable surprise to Chui Fueying. After exchanging pleasantries, Xie Zhao returned to the male guest area with Xie Zhao. She slowly took her seat, contemplating the figure of Xie Zhao as he departed. As the banquet commenced, the maidservants entered in succession, presenting dishes. Her mind wandered. She had little appetite and merely sipped from her wine glass. The sweet osmanthus wine was gentle on the palate, devoid of any harshness, and she unconsciously drank several cups until Xie Zhao reminded her in a hushed tone to set down her glass. As the feast progressed, the main event of the evening was finally announced. The old matriarch, seated at the head, raised her glass to the guests and spoke leisurely, expressing gratitude for their presence and sharing a joyous occasion within the Xie family. Wang Yingshu shyly lowered her head. Naturally, everyone feigned ignorance, eagerly inquiring about the nature of the joyful news. Sanling, come forward, the old matriarch said with a smile. Xie Zhao hesitated, causing a stir among the guests.
Cui Faiing,
separated by a screen, could only vaguely discern shadows moving in the male guest area. Eventually, Xie Zhao stood and approached the old matriarch. With a smile, she declared, My grandson has reached the age for engagement. It is time to arrange a marriage for him. I have discussed this with his parents, and the Wang family daughter is a suitable match. She took Xie Zhao's hand, adding, You two have grown up together, and our families have long-standing ties. Today is an auspicious day. Why not finalize the marriage? Xie Zhao's back stiffened, and he remained silent. Yingshu, come here, the old matriarch called with a smile. Wang Yingshu blushed as she stood and slowly approached the matriarch. Just as the old lady was about to unite their hands, Xie Zhao suddenly shouted, Wait. Chui Fueying's heart leaped to her throat. You mustn't act foolishly, Xie Zhao. He withdrew his hand from the matriarch's grasp and knelt on the ground, declaring, I have something to say. Chapter 9. I already have someone in my heart. Wang Yingshu's smile faltered. Intuitively, she sensed that what Xie Zhao was about to say was not what she wished to hear. Sanling, if you have something to say, why not wait until later? She leaned down and whispered urgently in his ear, "With so many people here, why must you speak now?" Xie Zhao met her gaze, his eyes conveying a mix of regret and conflict. He slightly turned his head towards the direction of the female guests. From such a distance, no one could discern whom he was looking at, but Cui Fuiying, feeling stiff, lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze. A bitter taste rose in Xie Zhao's throat. Of all days, today was the worst. Had he encountered Fuiying earlier, there would have been time to navigate the situation, sparing Wang Yingshu from embarrassment. Yet, since his heart was already claimed, he could not allow his elders to dictate this marriage. Sister Yingshu, I am truly sorry. Whatever penance you require of me in the future, I shall accept, he spoke softly, his determination evident. Wang Yingshu's face drained of color. The murmurs of confusion among the guests intensified as they observed the trio on stage. Thank you, grandmother, for your concern, Xie Zhao said, raising his head. Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao suddenly interjected, interrupting him. He stood tall and instantly drew everyone's attention. The old matriarch, having overheard the whispered exchange between Xie Zhao and Wang Yingshu, was at a loss for how to intervene, but upon hearing Xie Zhao speak, she looked at him expectantly. Grandmother, I have something to say. Xie Zhao offered with a bow. What do you wish to say, Erlang? The old matriarch inquired anxiously. Though my younger brother has reached the age for engagement, today feels a tad hasty. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate to select a favorable date and formally propose, which would convey greater seriousness, Xie Zhao stated, casting a cold glance at the bewildered Xie Zhao. I believe Sanling was about to suggest the same, was he not? The old matriarch wiped the cold sweat from her brow, acknowledging her hasty decision. Xie Zhao knelt in silence, lost in thought. Sanling, what do you think? Xie Zhao asked calmly. Xie Zhao paused, lowered his head, and pressed his forehead to the ground, softly acknowledging, that is indeed my sentiment. Just as it seemed Xie Zhao's outburst would cause chaos, Xie Zhao's few words managed to quell the situation. Though perceptive individuals recognized the underlying tension, at least the dignity of both families was preserved. The guests gradually dispersed, leaving Xie Zhao still kneeling, head bowed in silence. Chen Qiwan hurried over, glancing around anxiously. What has happened? Why has the engagement suddenly been postponed? The old matriarch snorted coldly, furiously waving her sleeve. Your son nearly tarnished the Xie family's reputation today. Were it not for Erlang, I would have been utterly infuriated. Chen Qiwan was taken aback, looking down at Xie Zhao in confusion. What on earth is going on? Grandmother. Mother, forgive me. I already have someone in my heart, and I shall marry no one else, Xie Zhao declared firmly, raising his head. Chen Qiwan felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting. What do you mean you have someone in your heart? She pointed accusingly at Xie Zhao, exasperated. You agreed to marry the Wang family daughter. How can you go back on your word now? Yet Xie Zhao remained obstinate, insisting he had already pledged his heart to another, resolutely refusing to marry Miss Wang. By the end, the old matriarch was fuming, gasping for breath, and had to be supported into a seat. In my view, Sanlang is merely confused in the moment, Xie Zhao finally spoke up after a lengthy silence. Perhaps it would be wise to allow him some time to reflect. He might change his mind. Miss Wang is devoted to you. What dissatisfaction do you harbor that you would humiliate her so publicly? The old matriarch pressed her hand to her chest, growing increasingly agitated. Tonight, you will kneel in the ancestral hall. Without my permission, you are not to rise. Xie Zhao heard these words and offered no defense, bowing deeply before heading toward the ancestral hall. Without even opening an umbrella, he braved the rain, demonstrating his resolve. Chen Qiwan watched his retreating figure and then glanced back at the old matriarch, opening her mouth to plead for leniency, but Xie Zhao stopped her. Grandmother is currently upset, and perhaps it would be wise for Sanling to learn a lesson from this. He has been too headstrong today. After all, he was the matriarch's beloved grandson, and she naturally felt compassion for him. Xie Zhao observed the tears welling in Chen Qiwan's eyes and then glanced at Xie Zhao's distant figure, his gaze deep and contemplative. And do not worry. Sanlang is merely confused. I will ensure he does not remain so. He recalled the scene when Cui Fuiying had left. The young woman stood beneath the eaves, a maidservant holding an umbrella for her as she stepped into the rain, only to suddenly turn and look back at them. Her eyes devoid of the curiosity or scrutiny one might expect, instead reflecting an indescribable sense of relief. Noticing Xie Zhao's gaze upon her, Cui Fuiying momentarily paused, offering him a gentle nod before turning away, disappearing into the curtain of rain. What was she relieved about? Relieved that this engagement had ultimately failed? Chapter 10. It is indeed today that the Cui family daughter arrived at the mansion at this moment. Cui Fueying felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Perhaps it was due to Xie Zhao's influence, but the engagement that should have been outright rejected by Xie Zhao in the original narrative had not been dismissed. Instead, the engagement date had merely been postponed. She sat by the window, a piece of paper spread before her, upon which the name Xie Zhao was inscribed. The plot had shifted, and the variable in this change was none other than Xie Zhao. It was he who had timely intervened, preventing Xie Zhao from outright rejecting the marriage, allowing for a delay instead. Cui Fueying stared at the name on the paper, lost in thought. In the original text, Xie Zhao is the sole man who remains unaffected by the allure of the female protagonist. It is not that he possesses any extraordinary qualities. Rather, he seems capable of altering the narrative that she has long desired to change, but has found impossible. This thought ignites a fervor within her. Madam. When Xia gently knocks on the door, Cui Fueying regains her composure, crumples the Xian paper on the table, and tosses it into the nearby brazier.
Come in.
She then calls out. When Xia pushes the door open, carefully closes it behind her, and approaches Cui Fueying. Her tone tinged with surprise. I heard that Samlang offended the old lady and was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. Have you heard if Samlang received a beating? Cui Fueying immediately inquires with concern. When Xia shakes her head, indicating she has not heard such news. It seems that way. Although Xie Zhao has indeed angered the old lady this time, the severity is considerably less. He was only punished to kneel in the ancestral hall and was not beaten. The plot has genuinely changed. Feeling somewhat restless, she cannot help but rise and pace around the room, her mind consumed with thoughts of Xie Zhao. Is the alteration in the narrative truly a result of Xie Zhao's influence? Madam, what are you doing? When Xia gazes at her actions in confusion. Are you worried about Samlang? It is certainly not because of him. At this moment, Cui Fueying's heart feels somewhat chaotic. When Xia, please step outside for a moment. I will call for you if needed. When Xia, bewildered, agrees and is about to leave when two knocks suddenly resonate from the door. Who is it?
Cui Fueying promptly asks.
Madam, the third madam has sent me to invite you for a discussion, whispers the maid outside. Cui Fueying is slightly taken aback. Indeed. The narrative has undergone subtle changes. However, such minor alterations cannot fundamentally shift her trajectory. She is still being pushed along. I understand. Her expression darkens. I will change into another dress and join you shortly. Cui Fueying politely declines when Xia's offer to accompany her and follows the maid to Lanqing courtyard alone. Night has fallen, clouds and rain obscure the moon, leaving no trace of moonlight. She holds an umbrella as large raindrops continuously fall upon its surface, cascading down the sides and forming a curtain of rain beside her. The Xie residence, delightful in daylight, takes on a somewhat eerie quality at night, and the maid ahead carries a lantern to guide her, remaining silent, which only heightens her unease. In this atmosphere of silence, they finally arrive at Lanqing courtyard. The maid leads her to the entrance and bows, saying, Madam, you may enter alone. Cui Fueying graciously thanks her, puts away her umbrella, and steps inside. Fueying, you have finally arrived. Chen Qiwan, with reddened eyes, rushes forward as soon as she sees her, exclaiming, there has been an incident. Aunt, do not panic. Cui Fueying calmly places her hand on Chen Qiwan's, pretending not to know what has happened that has caused such urgency.
As you can see,
tonight was supposed to be your third cousin's engagement banquet, yet for reasons unknown, he suddenly seems to have lost interest in the match, inciting the old lady's fury and resulting in his confinement to the ancestral hall. Is that so? Cui Fueying's eyes widen in astonishment. How is he faring now? Chen Qiwan's brow furrows with worry. He has been spoiled by me since childhood. Being the youngest among the brothers, he has never faced such punishment. With tonight's heavy rain, I fear he may catch a chill and fall ill. Cui Fueying listens quietly, gradually offering reassurance. I understand your concerns, Aunt, but your cousin is young and healthy. We can summon the physician later for proper care. Yet Chen Qiwan remains unconsoled. I know his temperament well. He has been coddled to the point of arrogance and may not relent. If the old lady remains angry and refuses to release him, she wipes away tears from the corners of her eyes and grips Cui Fueying's hand. I have called you here tonight to ask for your assistance. Cui Fueying's brow slightly furrows. already aware of what is being requested, yet she feigns ignorance and inquires, "What assistance does Aunt require?" He has not eaten a grain of rice all night and surely cannot endure this. Please take some food, avoid being seen, and check on him. Cui Fuiying attempts to resist, saying, "I have only just met my cousin today. Would it not be inappropriate for me to visit him? Perhaps it would be better for Aunt to send one of the maids, as that would seem more suitable. Your cousin is stubborn and proud. If a maid were to visit him, he would likely refuse to accept anything and might even throw the food away." Qin Shiwan is genuinely distressed for Xie Zhao's sake. But you are different. You are his cousin, and he will certainly take your feelings into account. Moreover, it seemed today that he holds a particular fondness for you as his cousin. Your presence might have a more effective impact. Qin Shiwan, as Xie Zhao's mother, understands her son well. However, she has miscalculated one thing. Xie Zhao's feelings for Cui Fuiying are not those of mere cousins, but of romantic affection. Having reached this point in the discussion, to refuse further would be to show a lack of understanding. Cui Fuiying can only nod in agreement. Xie Zhao carefully examines the painting before him, dipping his brush in ink and delicately adding a few strokes. He dots the eyes of the woman in the painting, and suddenly, she appears to come alive, as if gazing back at him through the paper. He pauses, scrutinizing the paper once more, but finds himself displeased. Although he has captured her beauty, he has failed to convey her spirit. Cui Fuiying. He whispers the name, recalling the vivid imagery from his dreams, a cold smile forming on his lips. The dream had been so absurd that he initially found it difficult to believe, attributing it to mere coincidence. However, upon first meeting Cui Fuiying, her ability to nonchalantly praise his artwork revealed her not to be a simple-minded person. Furthermore, Xie Zhao's subsequent actions left him with no choice but to believe. The absurdity of the dream seemed to be inching closer to reality. 2 knocks sounded from the door. Xie Zhao looked up. "Come in." Qing Shan swiftly approached the desk, bowing to report, "My lord, Cui Ningzi is currently heading towards the ancestral hall."
Oh.
Xie Zhao picked up a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands, leisurely raising his gaze to Qing Shan. "Are you certain? There can be no mistake." Xie Zhao tossed aside the handkerchief, stepped out from behind the desk, and instructed the servants beside him, "Dispose of the painting on my desk." Outside, the rain pattered noisily, and a gust of night wind slipped through the window's crack, lifting a corner of the paper on the desk. One of the servants approached, and, upon a cursory glance at the painting, couldn't help but pause slightly. It was indeed the new daughter-in-law of the Cui family who had just entered the residence today. Chapter 11. Cousin. The wind is strong and the rain is heavy. Why are you here? Xie Zhao had been punished by the old lady to the ancestral hall, with strict orders against visitors. The guiding servant approached the vicinity of the ancestral hall and turned to Cui Fuiying, saying, "Madam, you may go in. I will wait here." Cui Fuiying understood the principle of avoiding prying eyes, and she wished for no one to witness tonight's events. Regardless of the reasons, it is better for her relationship with Xie Zhao to remain within the bounds of cousins. She accepted the lantern from the servant, holding a food box in her arm, and, umbrella in hand, proceeded towards the ancestral hall. The rain intensified around her, showing no sign of abating. Having consumed a fair amount of osmanthus wine during the banquet, she had initially felt fine, but now, with the cold wind blowing for so long, her head began to feel heavy. Cui Fuiying furrowed her brow, increasingly agitated at the thought of what might transpire once inside the ancestral hall. If one day she could return, she would certainly leave a negative review for this novel. Even if it is a constrained story, it should adhere to logic. She hurried along the corridor, but as she rounded a corner, her steps suddenly halted. Cui Fuiying stood at the corner, gazing at the figure that had unexpectedly appeared before her, exclaiming in surprise, "Second cousin? What was Xie Zhao doing here?" He appeared to have been standing there for an unknown duration, his attire ethereal, his demeanor refined, his brows and eyes imbued with a sense of detachment. She was observing him, and Xie Zhao was equally scrutinizing her. The young woman, clad in a white dress, her gauzy skirt billowing in the night wind, had a complexion as pale as paper, yet her lips were a vivid red, resembling a spectral being arriving with the rain amidst the thick darkness. Historically, such creatures are known to be perilous. Cui Fuiying may not be a danger, but she certainly possesses the power to entice others. Xie Zhao offered a subtle smile, yet her gaze was frigid. Her voice, harmonizing with the sound of the falling rain outside, was deliberate and clear. "Cousin, with the wind howling and the rain pouring, what brings you here?" Cui Fueying inhaled deeply, the damp air invigorating her previously muddled mind. There was no need for deceit. It would only invite trouble. It was better to speak the truth. I come at my aunt's behest to deliver some food to third cousin. She displayed the food box on her wrist to Xie Zhao, only to find herself fortuitously encountering second cousin. The smile on Xie Zhao's lips remained as she approached her step by step. In the rainy night, Cui Fueying suddenly caught a faint fragrance, elusive yet present. Unable to resist, she inhaled gently, puzzled at the source of the scent amidst the torrential downpour. As Xie Zhao drew closer, the aroma mingled with the humid air, becoming more pronounced. It originated from the incense Xie Zhao wore. She wondered what it was that smelled so crisp and pleasant, perfectly matching his demeanor. She cast her eyes downward, pondering aimlessly. Suddenly, a pair of black boots appeared before her. Cui Fueying looked up and met Xie Zhao's dark eyes. Her breath caught in her throat at the proximity. "Cousin?" she tentatively called. Xie Zhao merely gazed down at her, his expression inscrutable. Yet she sensed his discontent without understanding its cause. She took a step back and he advanced. Increasingly perplexed, she could not help but meet his gaze, her face reflecting her confusion. "Cousin," Xie Zhao finally spoke.
Cui Fueying listened attentively.
"Do you know that the engagement between third brother and the Wang family was settled after much deliberation by our elders?" His tone was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of warning. What appeared to be a simple engagement was, in fact, a binding of two prominent families. This union was inevitable. I will not allow anyone to disrupt it. Cui Fueying was momentarily taken aback. She was not foolish. She understood that Xie Zhao was cautioning her against any reckless attempts to sabotage the marriage. In hindsight, his sudden intervention at the banquet, which had effectively blocked Xie Zhiwei's view of her, seemed more than coincidental. But how could Xie Zhao know of Zhiwei's intentions toward her? Thoughts swirled in her mind, but her expression remained composed. Regardless, Xie Zhao's objective aligned with hers. If Zhiwei's engagement were to succeed, she would surely be more pleased than Xie Zhao. The woman before him was not as he had anticipated. Her demeanor showed no signs of panic, at least not as far as he could discern. Xie Zhao's expression darkened. He had expected that his blunt warning would elicit some reaction from Cui Fueying, yet she remained remarkably calm. Clearly, she was not an ordinary individual, capable of captivating the attention of those favored by fortune. He absently rubbed his thumb, contemplating that if Cui Fueying insisted on thwarting the engagement, he would have to resort to more forceful measures. "What do you mean by that, cousin?" the young woman suddenly inquired, her voice soft and unhurried, brushing past his ear. Xie Zhao focused on her. Cui Fueying smiled, tilting her face upward. "I merely came at my aunt's request to deliver some food to third cousin. How does that involve the Wang family's engagement?" The night breeze, tender and lingering, unexpectedly carried a whiff of osmanthus, mingled with a subtle hint of wine. It was not the season for osmanthus blossoms. Xie Zhao, who typically despised such overpowering fragrances, had ensured that osmanthus was not planted in the Xie residence. He regarded the young woman before him intently and finally said, "Given the heavy rain tonight, and since you have partaken of wine, it would be wise for you to return home and rest early." His tone shifted, a hint of gravity seeping into his voice. "Otherwise, if you were to inadvertently injure yourself, it would surely cause Aunt San distress." Cui Fueying paused for a moment before quickly processing his words, a cold smile forming in her heart. "Well played, Xie Zhao, presenting a facade of virtue while being utterly duplicitous. I am not well acquainted with third cousin. Since second cousin is here, I shall leave the food box to you for delivery." She blinked and smiled, extending the food box towards Xie Zhao. He remained silent, lost in thought, and she held her arm aloft until it grew weary, yet he showed no sign of taking it. Just as she was about to lower her arm, Xie Zhao finally accepted the food box from her hands. "This is for the best," he replied, his voice as melodious as pearls falling onto a plate. "Cousin is astute. She surely understands what is appropriate and what is not. This matter tonight, you and I both know. If you comprehend my meaning, you may reside peacefully at the Xie Manor from now on." Cui Fueying pressed her lips into a smile, lowering her head. "I do not grasp what you speak of,
Cousin."
I merely seek a place to stay, harboring no other intentions." Xie Zhao replied coolly, "That is excellent." With that, he finally turned to leave, food box in hand. Cui Fueying took a long moment before lifting her gaze in the direction he had departed. There was no longer anyone in sight, only the night breeze rustling through the air, which still seemed to carry the faint, crisp scent of Xie Zhao's incense. Though it was late spring, the night rain had a slight chill. She looked down at her empty hands, a contemplative expression crossing her face. According to the narrative, she should have been in the ancestral hall, listening to Xie Zhao confess his feelings at this moment. Her deliberate act of handing the food box to Xie Zhao was not merely to demonstrate her lack of ulterior motives, but also to see if altering this moment in the story would incur any consequences. After pondering, Cui Fuiying picked up an umbrella and lantern, turning to leave. Even as she walked away from the vicinity of the ancestral hall, she felt no discomfort. The events of the evening had indeed changed. Cui Fuiying was momentarily dazed. Could Xie Zhao truly alter the course of the narrative? Did this imply that she could leverage Xie Zhao to thwart the impending romantic entanglements and completely extricate herself from the original heroine's trajectory? Upon returning to the waiting servants outside, they noticed she no longer held the food box and displayed expressions of curiosity. I encountered second cousin on the way. Cui Fuiying smiled, and he offered to deliver the food to third cousin. Let us return. In Chapter 12, they returned to Lanqing Courtyard, where Qin Shiwan awaited her news anxiously. As soon as she saw Cui Fuiying, she rushed to her side, asking, "How is he?"
Is he well? Useless, Cui Fuiying replied.
I did not see third cousin. She lowered her head and recounted her encounter with Xie Zhao to Qin Shiwan, omitting the details of their conversation, simply stating that Xie Zhao had asked for the food box to personally deliver it to Xie Zhiwei. Second brother? Qin Shiwan exclaimed in surprise. He has never shown such concern for our branch before. Why is he acting so strangely lately? First, he visited you, then attended the banquet despite saying he could not, and now he goes to the ancestral hall to see Xie Zhiwei. How could I have known he was such a warm-hearted person? Second cousin is, after all, the elder brother of third cousin. It is only natural for him to care about third cousin, Cui Fuiying remarked, observing Qin Shiwan's expression. She tentatively added, second cousin is not only striking in appearance, but also gracious in manner. He truly embodies the qualities of a noble family. Qin Shiwan, however, displayed a peculiar expression. Very well. Since second brother has gone, you should return and rest. You have worked hard tonight. Cui Fuiying had initially intended to glean more information about Xie Zhao from Qin Shiwan, but realizing there was no rush, she accepted Qin Shiwan's words with a bow and exited. Once Cui Fuiying left, Qin Shiwan's anxious demeanor surfaced. Outsiders may be oblivious to Xie Zhao, but the Xie family understood him well. This second son of the Xie family, while appearing virtuous and composed, had never cared for the affairs of others. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary talent, early on designated as the next head of the family. The education he received revolved around the importance of family, and apart from the prestige of the Xie clan, he seemed indifferent to everything else. Although Xie Zhiwei's actions today were somewhat reckless, he ultimately did not cause any real trouble. Even if Xie Zhao intended to warn Xie Zhiwei, he should not have been so hasty. Braving the rain late into the night, it was truly an odd occurrence. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. This night would surely not pass peacefully.
Come in.
Qin Shiwan called out. A maid entered, head bowed. Madam, is there something you wish to instruct? Hurry and follow me to the ancestral hall, she urged, momentarily disregarding whether the old matriarch would be angered. If she did not see Xie Zhiwei tonight, she would surely find it difficult to sleep. Xie Zhiwei had lived a life of luxury, pampered and cherished. Qin Shiwan was a doting mother, raising him like a precious gem, never denying him anything. The next head of the Xie family had already been decided. Unlike Xie Zhao, who had endless books to read and assignments to complete, he spent his days in boyish frivolity, indulging in idle pursuits, content to be a prodigal heir. As long as he did not tarnish the family's reputation, he could expect a life of ease and comfort. Despite his waywardness, he was generally astute, aware of what was permissible and what was not. Kneeling in the ancestral hall was an unprecedented experience for him. As the rain continued unabated outside, he knelt on the mat, gazing at the ancestral tablets before him, his thoughts inevitably drifting to Cui Fuiying. Although Cui Fuiying was not the most beautiful woman he had encountered, for some inexplicable reason, upon seeing her, he felt his heart flutter, completely captivated, leaving no room for others. He and Wang Yangzi had been childhood companions, and his mother had chosen a steady wife for him, hoping she could temper his troubling nature after marriage. He was content with this arrangement. As a scion of a prominent family, he understood the necessity of contributing to the family's prosperity after enjoying years of privilege. Although he and Wang Yingshu did not share deep affections, Their shared upbringing and the familial ties made their union a natural alliance. Yet, fate had led him to encounter Cui Fuiying. Having recognized his true love in a single glance, how could he endure the prospect of a marriage based on mere transactional benefit? As the storm raged outside, his resolve only grew stronger. Suddenly, the wooden door of the ancestral hall creaked open, a gust of cold wind mixed with rain sweeping in, extinguishing several candles nearby. Xie Zhao instinctively shivered and turned to see who had entered. Upon recognizing the figure, his eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Second brother?" Xie Zhao stood at the entrance, his robe billowing in the cold wind, his gaze heavy and his expression inscrutable. Xie Zhao felt a pang of guilt. Xie Zhao was acknowledged as the next head of the family, and his status in the Xie household was markedly different from his own. From a young age, he understood the weight of responsibility he bore, adhering to his duties with solemnity, rarely smiling, and practicing self-discipline. While Xie Zhao could compose eloquent essays, Xie Zhao was content to ride his pony and concern himself only with its racing performance. The more accomplished and flawless Xie Zhao appeared, the more he felt like a useless layabout. Xie Zhao remembered an incident from his childhood when he accidentally let his kite fall into Xie Zhao's listening bamboo courtyard. When he went to retrieve it, the servants there were as serious as their master, devoid of any warmth or cheer, resembling lifeless puppets. After being announced, he was led inside, where he found Xie Zhao with his back turned, absorbed in something. At that time, Xie Zhao did not hold the same reverence for him and, in a childlike manner, called out, "Second brother, my kite has fallen into your yard. I'm here to collect it." Xie Zhao, though only 2 years his senior, possessed a demeanor vastly different from his own. He turned, holding the very kite Xie Zhao had lost. Elated, Xie Zhao reached out, but Xie Zhao slightly raised his hand, smiling as he asked, "Is this yours?" Although Xie Zhao was still a child, he sensed something peculiar in Xie Zhao's demeanor. He suddenly recalled his mother's constant reminders that Xie Zhao was the next head of the family and that he should not act recklessly in his presence. Realizing his earlier boldness, he timidly nodded and whispered, "It's mine. Second brother, could you please return it to me?" Yet, Xie Zhao did not look at him, instead examining the kite thoughtfully. "How did your kite end up in my courtyard?" he mused. Little Xie Zhao felt tears welling up, pouting as he said, "I'm sorry. Second brother, it wasn't intentional." Finally, Xie Zhao turned to him, his gaze surprisingly gentle as he affectionately ruffled his hair, though his words were harsh. "This kite was damaged when it landed in the tree. You should return home. A broken kite is of no use. I can have the servants repair it." Xie Zhao looked at Xie Zhao but could not muster the words to protest, obediently departing the listening bamboo courtyard. From that moment on, he developed a profound fear of his seemingly gentle second brother. In front of Xie Zhao, the unruly Xie Zhao was like a plucked quail, exceedingly docile. Fortunately, Xie Zhao typically shunned crowds, and given the vastness of the Xie estate, their encounters were rare. Chapter 13. Perhaps we should make a bet. Xie Zhao snapped back to reality, gazing at the person before him, and cautiously inquired, "What brings you here, second brother?" Xie Zhao stepped into the room, closing the ancestral hall door behind him before turning back to face him. His voice was calm, his expression inscrutable. "I came to check on my younger brother." That indescribable feeling surged within him. Despite having grown up, he still felt like the helpless child he had been in front of Xie Zhao. "Thank you for your concern, second brother," Xie Zhao murmured, lowering his gaze to a crack in the floor tiles. "Today I acted impulsively." Xie Zhao suddenly sighed deeply. Xie Zhao's words faltered. "You have indeed given me much to worry about, third brother." Xie Zhao set down the food box he had been carrying at Xie Zhao's feet and spoke slowly. Xie Zhao was taken aback, instinctively looking up at Xie Zhao. However, Xie Zhao walked to the side, took an incense stick, carefully lit it from the candle flame, and approached the ancestral tablets to offer the incense. His demeanor was composed and elegant, without a hint of flaw. The fragrance of sandalwood gradually filled the room. Despite having been there for some time, Xie Zhao had not thought to pay his respects with incense. His face flushed red as he lowered his head, saying, "I am aware of my wrongdoings and sincerely repent here." "Oh?" Xie Zhao asked, his tone neutral. "So, have you decided when you will marry the Wang family daughter?" Xie Zhao stiffened, falling silent for a moment before pressing his forehead to the ground. "I ask for your understanding, second brother. My heart belongs to another, and I do not wish to marry the Wang family daughter." Yet, Xie Zhao remained silent. With his forehead resting against the cold tiles, Xie Zhao's confidence waned. And just as he was about to lift his head, he heard Xie Zhao ask, "The one you speak of, is it Cui Fuiying?" Xie Zhao's head snapped up, meeting Xie Zhao's dark gaze, his heart sinking as he blurted out, "How did you know, second brother?" Xie Zhao scoffed, looking down at him. "Xie Zhao, do you truly believe others are as foolish as you, unable to discern your blatant intentions?" Xie Zhao, known for his gentlemanly demeanor, had never displayed such sharpness before. Xie Zhao's face paled, rendered speechless. "You have only known her for a day. What charm does she possess that would compel you to defy your elders and ruin your engagement with the Wang family?" Xie Zhao was genuinely curious about what a Lord Cui Fuiying held that could so thoroughly enchant Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao, lost in thought, quietly mused, "A person like my second brother could never comprehend the essence of love. The moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she was destined to be mine in this lifetime. To me, others are but colorless, scentless flowers, amidst a garden brimming with blossoms. My gaze is fixated solely on this one." Xie Zhao gazed at the kneeling Xie Zhaoyu for a long while. Rarely does anything trouble him, yet since that peculiar dream, he has been engulfed in perplexity. Love is indeed a terrifying force, rendering one utterly irrational, disregarding all. Not to mention, Xie Zhaoyu had only known her for a mere day. How could such a brief encounter transform him into a fool? The union between the Xie and Wang families, while advantageous for the Xies, is not insurmountable. Should they wish to dissolve the engagement, it would not pose a challenge. If Xie Zhaoyu were to truly find a beloved, he might well be permitted to marry her, but he had dreamt of the future, understanding that Cui Fuiying would not confine her affections to him alone. Such a woman, capable of igniting discord among the Xie brothers and disturbing the family peace, would not be allowed to be with Xie Zhaoyu, regardless of the dream's veracity. Even the slightest possibility of it coming to pass must be prevented. This engagement has no room for negotiation. The daughter of the Wang family must be wed, whether Xie Zhaoyu desires it or not. Xie Zhao's voice was cold as he stated, "In a few days, you shall personally visit the Wang family to apologize and seek their forgiveness, and then we shall discuss a wedding date." "Second brother." Xie Zhaoyu looked up at him, eyes filled with sorrow. "Do you truly intend to force me into this? Xie Zhaoyu, you have enjoyed 20 years of comfort. Perhaps you have forgotten who bestowed such a life upon you." Xie Zhao remained unmoved, bending down to meet his gaze, speaking calmly. "If you persist in this manner, I shall have to remind you who truly governs the Xie family. Should you lose your status as the third young master of the Xie family, who would treat you with anything but disdain?" Xie Zhaoyu clenched his fists, defiantly staring at him. "Fuiying is not that kind of person." Xie Zhao found his demeanor somewhat amusing. "You are so infatuated with her. Have you ever considered whether Cui Fuiying harbors feelings for you?" Xie Zhaoyu was momentarily taken aback by the question, yet, with an inexplicable confidence, he raised his chin and declared, "Fuiying certainly has feelings for me." "Very well." Xie Zhao glanced at the food box at his feet. "Let us make a wager and see if Cui Fuiying truly holds any affection for you." Xie Zhaoyu was momentarily stunned. "How shall we wager?" Xie Zhao smiled faintly. After a night of heavy rain, the sky finally showed signs of clearing. Chen Chuan, supporting the elderly matron, hurriedly navigated the muddy path toward the ancestral hall, her heart racing with anxiety. "Madam, please take care." The elderly matron voiced her concerns. Ignoring her, she quickened her pace, finally exhaling in relief when the ancestral hall came into view. In the depths of the night, the flickering candlelight within provided a strange sense of comfort. "Quickly, let's see the third young master." She grasped the matron's hand, her impatience evident. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, Chen Qiwan pushed open the heavy doors and called softly, "Third young master, mother has come to see you. Are you well?" Yet, no response came from within. Startled, she exchanged a glance with the matron, and together they entered the hall. The air was thick with the scent of burning candles, mingled with a faint hint of sandalwood, and a stick of incense was nearly burnt to ash, its residue falling to the ground. The absence of Xie Zhaoyu, who should have been kneeling before the altar, was conspicuous, save for a familiar food box beside a mat, indicating he had been there. "Where is everyone?" Chen Qiwan asked, her voice trembling. The matron, equally flustered, responded hesitantly. Could it be that the third young master felt weary and left alone? Xie Zhaoyu indeed seemed like the sort to act in such a manner. "Hurry and find him." Chen Qiwan inhaled deeply, knowing that if the matriarch learned of this, she would surely be furious. Send someone to search, quietly, so as not to alarm the matriarch. Yes, the matron complied, hurriedly departing. Chen Qiwan approached the mat and lifted the food box, glancing inside to find the exquisite pastries untouched. She surveyed the empty hall, her heart heavy with unease. Turning around, a rain-soaked leaf drifted down from a tree, swaying gently in the night breeze, unsure of where it would land. Xie Zhao, where could he be? Chapter 14. Will you leave the Xie mansion with me? Cui Fuiying had been staring at a leaf on the tree outside for quite some time, having withstood the night rain without falling. What are you doing by the window? My lady? Asked Xia, who hurried into the room and placed her toiletries on the table before drawing her away from the window. You have always been frail. Be cautious of the chill. I see the rain has ceased. My head feels a bit dizzy. I merely wanted some fresh air, Cui Fuiying replied, sitting down and resting her head in her hand. How could you feel dizzy? Could it be that you've caught a chill? Xia exclaimed, alarmed, and reached to feel her forehead, muttering, what was the third lady thinking, sending you out in such heavy rain? Surely, she must have meant for you to catch a cold. My aunt has pressing matters to discuss with me. Cui Fuiying waved her hand dismissively. I merely drank some wine last night, and the wind has made me a bit lightheaded. Then you should hurry and wash up, Xia said, relieved. I will prepare some soup to help you recover. Drink it before sleeping, and you will feel better. However, Cui Fuiying felt no fatigue. Her mind was cluttered with questions, and she longed to find answers. She hastily completed her washing, urged Xia out, and sat down at the table, taking out a pen to write down the names of Xie Zhao and Xie Zhao. Tonight marked the first peak of the original story, where she and one of the male leads, Xie Zhao, were meant to communicate secretly in the ancestral hall, revealing their mutual feelings. The following day, Xie Zhao would seek Chen Qiwan's assistance in resolving the engagement with the Wang family. Although Chen Qiwan might deem his actions reckless, as their biological mother, she would eventually feel sympathy for him after he had been punished, ultimately seeking a way to annul the engagement. Yet tonight, everything had changed. Firstly, Xie Zhao had not declared his intention to dissolve the engagement, and secondly, she had been unable to enter the ancestral hall. What would transpire next was entirely unknown to her. Cui Fuiying lowered her gaze to the name Xie Zhao on the paper, and his words from earlier echoed in her mind. He seemed to have knowledge of Xie Zhao's affections and had deliberately awaited her arrival outside the hall, cautioning her not to pursue Xie Zhao. She was undeniably thrilled by this revelation. Taking her pen, Cui Fuiying circled Xie Zhao's name. The trajectory of the story began to diverge the moment Xie Zhao appeared, suggesting it was no mere coincidence. He truly had the power to alter the narrative. The descriptions of Xie Zhao in the book were sparse, primarily focusing on his striking appearance and refined demeanor. Throughout her encounters with him, she had found him far from the gentle persona portrayed by society, yet she knew little else about him. She drew a question mark beside his name. What made him so special that he could shift the course of the story? It seemed she would need to invest more effort in understanding Xie Zhao. With this thought, Cui Fuiying began to feel drowsy. She set down her pen, stood, and stretched, intending to rest, when she suddenly heard two sharp knocks at the window.
Cui Fuiying frowned,
glancing in surprise toward the direction of the sound. Hadn't she been told to be cautious during this sensitive time and avoid appearing before anyone? She approached the window, pushed it open, and, with a hint of displeasure, said, I. Cui Fuiying's voice faltered, the remaining words swallowed back harshly. Her eyes widened, nearly choking on her breath. Sanling. Why was Xie Zhao here? Was the plot's pull truly so terrifying that Xie Zhao, unable to pour out his heart in the ancestral hall, had directly followed her to her residence? Her complexion paled instantly, fear dancing in her gaze as she looked at Xie Zhao, struggling to muster a stiff smile. Wasn't Sanling supposed to be at the ancestral hall? Why was he here? She steadied herself and urged, if Aunt and the old lady were to discover you sneaking out, they would undoubtedly be furious. You should return quickly, lest anyone finds out. Most importantly, they must not let anyone know that he had come to her courtyard. Otherwise, even if she had 8 mouths, she could not explain herself. Xie Zhao gazed at the young lady before him with a sorrowful expression. Cui Fuiying, oblivious to his thoughts, merely felt that his gaze was peculiar. She took a couple of steps back, gathered her clothing, and hurriedly found an outer garment to drape over herself. Why was Sanling here? Xie Zhao remained silent, causing her to grow anxious. "Cousin, I knew you cared for me." Xie Zhao looked at her with tender eyes, his voice slightly hoarse.
Qualifying, indeed.
One capable of compelling love from the male lead in such a narrative is truly extraordinary. This self-advocacy skill is unparalleled. "What is the matter, Sanling?" she sighed. "If others were to see you here in the middle of the night, it would be difficult for us to explain, and it would certainly trouble Aunt." Although there was no strict separation of genders at this time, the family still placed great emphasis on such matters. Clandestine meetings were not considered respectable. "I have come for one thing." Xie Zhao stood outside the window, watching her. "Cousin, would you be willing to leave the Xie residence with me? To a place far away, unbound and free?" Cui Fuiying. Xie Zhao's tone was resolute. So much so that it gave her the illusion that they were a pair of lovers being forced apart, now compelled to elope. She was momentarily struck dumb with shock. Clearly, the plot had taken a turn into territory she could not comprehend. "Are you asking me to elope with you?" she finally managed to say, her voice laden with incredulity. She had prepared herself mentally to voice such absurdity. "Are you worried we won't be able to live in the future?" Xie Zhao noticed her unusual expression and quickly added, "You needn't worry, my second brother has promised me a sum of money that will suffice for our lives ahead." "Second brother?" Cui Fuiying was utterly perplexed. What did this have to do with Xie Zhao? Just moments ago, he had cautioned her against jeopardizing Xie Zhao's engagement with the Wang family, and now he had agreed to their elopement? The man's thoughts were as inscrutable as deep-sea needles, leaving her utterly confounded. "Second brother, please tell cousin whether you promise to help us escape the Xie residence, if she agrees to leave with me." Chapter 15. Only cousin Fuiying, I cannot abandon. Is Xie Zhao also here? Following Xie Zhao's gaze, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Xie Zhao nodded at her, his demeanor calm and apologetic. "Cousin, I apologize for intruding so late." Cui Fuiying, a theatrical scene involving two men. "Second cousin, what is this?" She hesitated, suspecting that he was deliberately toying with her. "Second brother, please tell cousin that you just assured me that as long as she is willing to leave the Xie residence with me, you would resolve all our concerns." Xie Zhao implored. Cui Fuiying looked toward Xie Zhao. His warning echoed in her mind. What play was this? "It is indeed true," Xie Zhao confirmed, standing beside Xie Zhao, half of his face obscured by shadow. "Cousin, my third brother is certain that you and he share mutual affection and insists on eloping with you. I have indeed promised him that if you are willing to leave with him, I will clear any obstacles." What did Xie Zhao mean by this? Cui Fuiying was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning her gaze toward him. Xie Zhao's expression remained impassive, making it difficult to discern his true feelings, leaving her bewildered. Leave the Xie residence with Xie Zhao? She pondered this thought. If she could indeed escape, it might allow her to evade the ensuing plotlines and perhaps serve as a means to extricate herself from her predicament. Yet, she wondered if such an act would bring down divine retribution. "Cousin, have you thought this through?" Xie Zhao suddenly asked coldly. She jolted, first meeting Xie Zhao's hopeful gaze, followed swiftly by Xie Zhao's somewhat frosty eyes. She realized instantly, Xie Zhao was not genuinely wishing to assist her and Xie Zhao's departure. He was likely performing for his own amusement. Cui Fuiying turned to the eager Xie Zhao and said earnestly, "Third cousin, I cannot agree to your request." Xie Zhao lowered his gaze, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, laced with mockery. Xie Zhao's smile faltered, and he leaned into the room, questioning her in confusion. "Why not? Cousin Fuiying, do you have some unspoken concern? You can tell me." "There is no unspoken concern," Cui Fuiying interrupted, her voice clear and resonant, each word landing distinctly in Xie Zhao's ears. "I do not understand why Sanlang is so convinced that I must be inclined toward you. We have only known each other for a day. You do not know me, and I do not know you. That is not how it is." Xie Zhao's expression shifted, as if he could not comprehend her words, merely repeating, "We are in love. We are in love." Cui Fuiying observed him, an icy sensation creeping up from her feet, rapidly enveloping her entire being. Xie Zhao appeared to be under some sort of enchantment. Was the power of the plot truly so formidable, compelling him to believe they were in love? "You say we are in love, but let me ask you this," she said, her demeanor frosty. "Do you know what I like to eat, what my favorite color is, or what I fear the most?" Xie Zhao paused, perplexed, and asked, "What does that have to do with anything? Lovers should know each other's preferences and aversions. Is it not laughable that you are unaware?" Yet Xie Zhao remained obstinate, You can tell me, and I will remember. Then, do you know what the Wang family's lady enjoys eating? Lotus cake, he replied instinctively. Quickly realizing his slip, his expression turning a shade of embarrassment. I grew up with her, so naturally, I know. If I had grown up with you, I would surely know your likes and dislikes as well. Cui Fuiying shook her head, letting out a sigh. Sanling, you already have someone worthy of your affection. Why do you not cherish her? I do not like her. Xie Zhao gazed at her intently. From the moment I first saw you, I knew we were destined to be together. Xie Zhao furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Cui Fuiying. Could it be that she truly possessed some enchanting quality, able to ensnare hearts at first sight? Yet Cui Fuiying knew that Xie Zhao did not genuinely care for her. This affection was but a mirage, beautiful yet intangible. She looked at him, shaking her head in resignation. This man was beyond saving. And what of Aunt?
She asked.
Aunt has raised you with great care. Are you truly willing to abandon her for me? Xie Zhao was taken aback, momentarily hesitating. Cui Fuiying, seeing his change of expression, believed she had swayed him. A flicker of hope shining in her eyes. Aunt has only you as her son. If you leave, what will become of her? She had underestimated the depth of Xie Zhao's infatuation. Mother is still in her prime. She can have another child. I know I owe her, but I cannot forsake you. Xie Zhao's resolve was unwavering. As long as you are willing, we can leave tonight. Cui Fuiying pleaded earnestly for a long while, but he remained stubbornly set in his decision. She finally grew somewhat annoyed. Sanling Jun, I have made myself quite clear. I have no feelings for you. So please take your leave. Let us pretend tonight's conversation never occurred, and I kindly ask you to cease your entanglement with me. Xie Zhao wished to speak further, but a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. He halted abruptly, jolted back to reality. Third brother, since cousin has expressed herself so plainly, it would be wise not to press her. Xie Zhao's voice carried a hint of impatience, reminding him of their previous wager. Xie Zhao turned stiffly to look at Xie Zhao. A wager? Cui Fuiying tilted her head towards them. Are you two wagering over me? How very underhanded of you two rascals. Cousin, Xie Zhao found himself momentarily speechless, both inside and outside the window. Individuals were pressuring him, and he felt a throbbing headache, almost succumbing to unconsciousness. Why was it like this? It shouldn't be this way. Why did he stubbornly believe that his cousin must harbor feelings for him, that they were destined to be together? No matter the cost, he would be with her. Xie Zhao's mind descended into chaos. Sanling Jun, are you alright? Cui Fuiying asked anxiously. If something were to happen in her courtyard, how would she explain it to her aunt? Beside her, Xie Zhao's expression darkened even further. Cui Fuiying's voice reached Xie Zhao's ears. He looked up, catching a glimpse of her anxious demeanor, and couldn't help but smile. See, his cousin still cared for him. How could she not like him? I'm fine, he replied in a drifting tone. Cousin, it matters not that you do not like me now. I believe you will eventually come to love me. Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao's voice was laced with anger. Have you forgotten what you said to me? Xie Zhao, as if awakening from a dream, murmured, I cannot give up on Fuiying. His head hung low, his voice filled with anguish. In this world, I could forsake everything. But never my cousin Fuiying. Chapter 16. Infatuation. He has lost his mind, Cui Fuiying thought. Absurd. Xie Zhao scoffed coldly. Go back to the ancestral hall and kneel there, reflecting on your foolishness. At his words, Xie Zhao stiffened, slowly raising his eyes to Cui Fuiying. She was taken aback by the desperate determination in his gaze. Instinctively retreating a step. Dejected, Xie Zhao left, while Xie Zhao lingered outside her window. The pale hue of Cui Fuiying's face was further drained by the night breeze, as if she might faint at any moment. Both were clearly stunned by Xie Zhao's earlier reaction, sharing a moment of silence. Cousin, what did you think of my earlier performance? Cui Fuiying broke the silence. I clearly rejected Sanling Jun, yet he continues to trouble me. After a moment of silence, Xie Zhao inquired, does Xie Zhao's infatuation not stir even the slightest emotion within you? He had underestimated the extent of Xie Zhao's infatuation. He had disregarded his own status, insisting on pursuing something that would tarnish the family name. However, Xie Zhao's affection for Cui Fuiying had been foretold in his dreams. Yet her reaction was starkly different from what he had envisioned. In his dreams, a mutual affection blossomed between them, but now, Cui Fuiying was resolutely rejecting him. Was it because he had warned her, or was she merely playing a game of desire? I truly do not understand why Sanling Jun is so relentlessly fixated on me. Cui Fuiying murmured, her tone tinged with grievance. As a fragile woman in these tumultuous times, I seek only a place of refuge. Her words were sincere. My aunt kindly took me in. How could I be so ungrateful as to provoke her only son? I hold no feelings for Sanling Jun, so I implore you, second cousin, to persuade him to relinquish these unwarranted affections. Xie Zhao's gaze was heavy, his eyes dark as ink, fixed upon her. Under his scrutiny, Cui Fuiying felt increasingly vulnerable, prompting her to issue a dismissal. It is late, and the dew is heavy. Second cousin, your presence here is rather inconvenient. Please take your leave. She needed time to sort through her chaotic thoughts. As she reached for the window to close it, Xie Zhao unexpectedly halted her motion. She regarded his long fingers, took a deep breath, and asked, "Do you still have something to say, cousin?" I hope cousin will remain true to her word. If you are determined to distance yourself from Xie Zhiwei, then let that resolve be unwavering, Xie Zhao said softly. She paused. If I do so, will you then resolve this unwarranted affection on my behalf? Xie Zhao cast her a glance, stating matter-of-factly, Xie Zhiwei is a member of the Xie family. I cannot allow him to continue in his folly. She understood. Do not worry, cousin. I shall remember my words, and will not provoke Sanling Jun. She met Xie Zhao's gaze, speaking each word deliberately. Madam, are you asleep? When Xia's voice suddenly called from outside. I have prepared a hangover soup for you. Drink it before you sleep, and you will feel better in the morning. Cui Fuiying started, instinctively turning to the doorway, and called back, I am coming. When she turned back, Xie Zhao had already vanished. The window rattled in the wind, tapping against the frame with a clatter. When Xia approached the window to shut it tightly, puzzled. Why did this window suddenly open? I felt a bit stifled, so I opened it for some fresh air. Cui Fuiying replied, sipping from the hangover soup slowly. Her mind was in disarray, oscillating between Xie Zhiwei's terrifying gaze as he departed and Xie Zhao's cold promise to resolve the matter. Xie Zhao claimed he would handle Xie Zhiwei, which meant he was confident he could do so. If he could manage Xie Zhiwei, could it also mean he could deal with others? Madam, what are you so lost in thought about? When Xia gently reminded her, the hangover soup is getting cold. Cui Fuiying snapped back to reality, abruptly tilting her head back to finish the soup in one go, slamming the bowl down on the table. When Xia jumped, Madam? It's nothing, Cui Fuiying smiled. I just suddenly realized something. When Xia looked at her, puzzled. The second master is renowned across the land. Surely, his affairs are not a secret in Nanyang. You must find a way to inquire about him tomorrow. Cui Fuiying lay in bed, tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity. The moment she closed her eyes, the plot lines that the censors would not allow her to write swirled in her mind. The heroine, caught between these male leads, was treated as a mere prize to be fought over. Each professed their love for her, yet none truly respected her. The final happily ever after was less about the heroine finding joy with them and more about her relinquishing her identity, accepting a fate of possession. Reaching a distorted equilibrium in this relationship. She absolutely refused to live such a life. Lacking power and status, she faced an inexorable narrative. Even if she could evade Xie Zhiwei with Xie Zhao's help, what of the others? Xie Xingyan had yet to make his entrance, and the rest were individuals capable of crushing her with a mere hand. She sought to escape the fate of becoming a plaything, relying solely on the influence of others. The best candidate was undoubtedly Xie Zhao. The power of the gentry surpassed even that of royalty, and the Xie family stood at the forefront, with Xie Zhao as the unequivocal choice for the next family head. He possessed sufficient power and ability to ensure her safety in these chaotic times, shielding her from the covetous eyes of others. More importantly, Xie Zhao had already demonstrated the capacity to alter the course of the narrative before her. She could not conceive of a more fitting second option. But why would Xie Zhao assist her? Though their interactions had been few, she discerned his nature. He appeared to be a gentleman of refinement, yet his demeanor was cold, and aside from matters concerning the Xie family, he was not inclined to meddle in others' affairs. To enlist someone's assistance, one must offer either affection or benefit. She could not fathom what interests might sway Xie Zhao, nor could she provide any. Thus, there remained but one option, affection. Cui Fuiying reflected on her encounters with Xie Zhao, inevitably revealing a bitter smile. The notion of stirring his emotions seemed utterly fanciful, yet she found herself with no alternative. To avoid a future of desolation, she felt compelled to make an earnest attempt. Chapter 17. A boundless shamelessness. The following morning, Cui Fuiying visited Lanqing courtyard. Upon her arrival, Chen Qiwan was coincidentally having breakfast. Surprised by her early presence, Chen invited her to join. Aunt's complexion appeared rather poor. Had she not rested well last night? Cui Fuiying sat beside Chen, observing her countenance, and cautiously inquired if it was due to the matter concerning her third cousin. She phrased it delicately, yet the truth was that Chen Qiwan's expression was downright dreadful. Last night, the servants of Lanqing courtyard searched for quite some time, only for Xie Zhao to return to the ancestral hall in a daze. Chen Qiwan, anxious and agitated, pressed him repeatedly about his whereabouts, but he remained silent, refusing to disclose anything, merely kneeling before her in a plea. He had his heart set on another, and did not wish to marry the Wang family daughter, requesting his mother to acquiesce to his desires. Chen Qiwan, incensed and sleepless through the night, naturally bore a grim demeanor. She sighed heavily, lamenting the misfortunes of their household and her own indulgence towards him. If his father were to discover this rebelliousness, he would surely break his legs. Cui Fuiying raised an eyebrow. It couldn't be so severe. Her third cousin might merely be momentarily confused, and time could remedy the situation. You are unaware. Chen Qiwan replied, her face clouded with worry. He pleaded with me last night for quite some time, asserting his dislike for the Wang family daughter, and insisting on breaking off the engagement to marry someone else. Cui Fuiying's heart raced. Had her third cousin declared whom he intended to marry? If I knew, I wouldn't be in such distress, Chen Qiwan remarked, gazing at the untouched breakfast before her. Devoid of appetite, she slammed down her chopsticks, gritting her teeth. He must be utterly shameless, a master of deception. My son is so naive, easily led astray by her. Cui Fuiying struggled to swallow her congee. At least Xie Zhao had retained some semblance of reason by not revealing her identity. Otherwise, she would have been expelled from the Xie household today. Do not fret, aunt, she softly reassured her. Your son is dutiful and would not wish to cause you hardship. He grew up alongside the Wang family daughter, and that bond is irreplaceable. She spoke these words with a hint of uncertainty. Chen Qiwan paused, her eyes suddenly brightening. You're right, he is merely confused for the moment. I shall invite the Wang daughter over. Perhaps seeing her will rekindle his affections. With that, she abandoned her meal, patted Cui Fuiying's hand, urging her to finish before departing, and hurried to draft an invitation. Cui Fuiying set down her chopsticks, her appetite evaporated, and she returned to the Jianjia pavilion. She wondered how the inquiries to Wen Xia had fared. Hurriedly, she entered the pavilion and grasped the handmaid at the door, eagerly asking, Has Wen Xia returned? The maid curtsied and replied nonchalantly, Yes, my lady. Sister Wen Xia is already in her room awaiting you. Elated, Cui Fuiying lifted her skirts and dashed toward the room. The maid watched her with a slightly furrowed brow before quickly averting her gaze. Wen Xia, Cui Fuiying called, sprinting to her chamber. Why are you in such a rush, my lady? Wen Xia exclaimed, hurriedly offering her a cup of water. Drink a bit before speaking. Cui Fuiying downed the tea in one gulp, steadied herself against the table, and, short of breath, eagerly asked, What did you find out? Wen Xia smiled confidently, patting her chest. Rest assured, my lady. The matter you entrusted to me has been handled flawlessly. Cui Fuiying exhaled in relief, patting Wen Xia's shoulder. You never cease to amaze me. Wen Xia, accustomed to her lady's odd expressions, nonchalantly retrieved a piece of paper from her bosom and handed it over. Please take a look. All the information regarding the second young master is on here. Cui Fuiying received the thin sheet seriously and slowly unfolded it. It contained details from his birth date to his preferences in food and living arrangements, remarkably thorough. How could there be so much? She exclaimed, waving the paper in surprise. Where did you gather such information? Forgive me, my lady. I was worried about where to inquire this morning, but upon leaving the Xie residence, I casually asked around the neighborhood, and it seemed everyone was well acquainted with the second young master's affairs. When Xia reflected, his reputation in Nanyang is indeed unparalleled. Xie Zhao, aged 22, courtesy named Huizhang, preferred simple attire, enjoyed fish, and had a fondness for orchids. Cui Fuiying read through the list, finding herself both amused and exasperated. Perhaps aside from his age and courtesy name, nothing here is accurate. Given Xie Zhao's status, how could such personal preferences be common knowledge? She tossed the paper into the nearby brazier, watching it gradually disappear. You've worked hard. You may leave now, she directed towards Wen Xia. Wen Xia nodded and withdrew. Although she had formulated a plan to entice Xie Zhao, she remained uncertain where to begin. After contemplating at her writing desk for a considerable time, she heard someone outside announce, "My lady, the third madam wishes to invite the Wang family daughter to their residence tomorrow. Concerned she might find it dull. She would like your company." Cui Fuiying hesitated. The thought of Wang Yingshu meeting Xie Zhao seemed to complicate matters further. With her presence, Xie Zhao might misinterpret the situation, thus hindering any amiable conversation with Wang Yingshu. Just as she was about to decline, a thought struck her. Since Xie Zhao had explicitly offered to resolve her issues with Xie Zhao, and Qin Shiwan intended to invite the Wang daughter, why not use this as an opportunity to consult with Xie Zhao about the matter? It would be both legitimate and could alleviate her own concerns. Understood, she replied. Please convey to Aunt that I shall certainly attend. Chapter 18. Her heart belongs to the young master. Xie Zhao was engrossed in painting. Art was a rare passion of his, and the families of the elite took pride in possessing a painting by the second young master. Often willing to pay handsomely for his work, yet he seldom painted. Though he loved creating art, he was exceptionally discerning about his subjects. If he lacked interest, even a royal visitor would struggle to persuade him to put brush to paper. This current piece was a second in recent days, featuring a woman once more. He did not favor painting beautiful women, as many believed he was solely adept in landscapes. Each person has their strengths. His landscapes were undoubtedly top tier, while his figures fell slightly short, which was only reasonable. Xie Zhao did not avoid painting beautiful women simply out of disinterest. The ink brush danced lightly on the paper, and though the woman had yet to be given eyes, it was evident that the artist's skill was exquisite, rendering her lifelike. The brush lingered above the paper for an extended moment as he hesitated to add the final stroke. The eyes are the essence of a portrait, seemingly a mere dab, yet they embody the painting's soul. If done poorly, the entire work would be ruined. After a protracted pause, the door to the study was knocked upon twice. Xie Zhao looked up, somewhat displeased, and said softly, "Enter." Qingshan stepped inside, bowing his head and reporting, "My lord, forgive me. It was not my intention to interrupt your painting. However, you instructed that any news regarding Lady Cui should be relayed to you immediately." Upon hearing this, Xie Zhao slowly lifted his eyelids to glance at him, setting his brush aside and taking up a nearby silk handkerchief to wipe his hands. "What has she done?" he inquired nonchalantly. "The maid under Lady Cui, named Wen Xia, left the residence today. According to those who followed her, she was inquiring about your news," Qingshan explained, lowering his gaze. "My news?" Xie Zhao paused, seemingly intrigued, and pressed on. "What did she inquire about?" "Just some trivial matters." Qingshan recounted Wen Xia's questions verbatim, without omission, before adding, "Aside from these, there was nothing else." Upon hearing Qingshan's words regarding my birth date, preferences, and aversions, Xie Zhao slightly lowered his gaze and repeated them with a hint of sarcasm. He had long warned Cui Fuiying that as long as she remained cautious and refrained from provoking others within the Xie household, he would ensure her safety. However, she had been so adamant in her assertions before him and Xie Zhao the previous night that he had nearly been deceived himself. Little did he suspect that she would so swiftly abandon Xie Zhao, harboring ulterior motives that had evidently turned towards him. He picked up a painting from the table and inquired softly, "What do you think compels her to act thus?" Qingshan hastily bent forward. "My lord surely possesses the answer within his heart. I dare not speak foolishly." "I command you to speak," Xie Zhao replied coldly. "Perhaps it is because Lady Cui harbors affections for you, my lord, that she seeks to discern your likes and dislikes," Qingshan timidly suggested. "Affections for me?" Xie Zhao silently repeated the phrase, finding it rather amusing. "Do you truly believe she is enamored with me?" he remarked with a hint of derision. "There are countless who admire you in this world." Qingshan, in his naivety, could conceive no other explanation. He knelt upon the ground, not daring to raise his gaze. Cui Fuiying could never have foreseen that Xie Zhao would have such a dream before her arrival at the manor. The existence of that dream transformed her every action from the innocent behavior of a budding girl into that of a scheming woman, full of ulterior motives. Xie Zhao scoffed. "The world is rife with ignorance. They see only the surface and fail to recognize the filthy maggots that infest beneath the facade." To others, Xie Zhao's life appeared resplendent. Yet for him, it was a monotonous existence, devoid of interest. Ever since being designated as the next head of the family, his life had revolved around the Xie clan, dedicated entirely to ensuring its longevity and prosperity. This was his sole purpose for living. Thus, he had to suppress himself from a tender age. striving to become someone worthy of pride for his father, mother, and the family at large. While Xie Zhao roamed freely, indulging in trivial pursuits, Xie Zhao considered such frivolities beneath him. Each servant in the listening bamboo courtyard had been personally chosen by his father, steady, reserved, and fiercely loyal. Yet their loyalty was directed not towards him, but to his father. His elder brother gifted him a woven cricket, which he secretly hid beneath his pillow, daring to gaze upon it only before sleep. One day, however, he reached beneath the pillow only to find it empty. The next day, all the servants in his courtyard received 20 lashes. His father stood beside him, compelling him to witness the punishment. The cries of anguish echoed, his face turned pale. Yet he was not permitted to close his eyes. "Ah Zhao, look, these individuals suffer because of you," his father crouched beside him, whispering. "You are the next head of the Xie family. You must shoulder the responsibility. Only the useless indulge in pleasure. You are not like Xie Zhao. He is worthless. Do you wish to be worthless as well?" He did not wish to be, nor could he. Following that incident, Xie Zhao finally cast aside the last remnants of his childhood, becoming the perfect child in his father's eyes, an impeccable emblem of the Xie family. Occasionally, he would gaze up at the high-flying kite held aloft by Xie Zhao, pondering, this kite may appear to soar high, yet it remains forever tethered in the hands of another, unable to escape the grasp of its string holder. As he momentarily lost himself in thought, the kite tumbled down, landing directly at his feet. He picked it up, scrutinizing the intricate designs for an extended period. Outside, the clamor of Xie Zhao reached his ears.
Moments later,
a servant ushered him in. Xie Zhao, observing the kite in his hands, mused with irony. What use is it to struggle against constraints when it is all in vain? So long as the string remains in another's grasp, it shall forever be a mere plaything. He listened as Xie Zhao timidly requested the return of his kite. With a firm grip, Xie Zhao tore a slit in the paper surface of the kite. This kite has been damaged after falling into a tree. It is of no use now. You should return, third brother. A broken kite serves no purpose, he found himself saying. After Xie Zhao departed, Xie Zhao discarded the kite onto the ground, staring at it for a while before stepping upon it. He would never be a kite bound by another's control. If he were to be anything, he would be the one holding the strings. As he continued to ponder, he suddenly heard someone outside cautiously announce, "My lord, Lady Cui has come to pay her respects." He lifted his gaze slightly, his expression cold. Qing Shan, meeting his gaze, instinctively bowed his head, cautiously inquiring, "Shall I send her away, my lord? Has she stated her purpose for visiting?" Xie Zhao coldly replied. The servant outside respectfully responded, "It seems she wishes to discuss matters concerning the third young master. Lady Cui requests to speak with you, imploring you to meet her." After a prolonged silence, Qing Shan could no longer resist the urge to glance up. Xie Zhao, with one hand pressed against his forehead, closed his eyes, lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke, "Please, let Lady Cui enter." Chapter 19. What sort of woman does the second cousin favor? Cui Fuiying stood outside the listening bamboo courtyard until her legs grew weary, eagerly waiting for someone to invite her in. "Lady Cui, after a long wait." "My lord requests your presence." A servant opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Taking a deep breath, she thought to herself that as long as she could see Xie Zhao, her wait would not be in vain. "Thank you," she smiled gracefully, lifting her skirts as she entered the courtyard. Xie Zhao's residence was more than twice the size of her own humble abode, the Reed Pavilion. She had believed her own residence, with its charming bridge and flowing water and exquisite rockeries, was quite splendid, but compared to Xie Zhao's estate, it seemed almost meager. After all, he was to be the future head of the family. It was only natural for him to reside in luxury. Following the servant, she admired the surroundings. Comforting herself, after navigating through a water corridor, she finally arrived at the inner courtyard where Xie Zhao resided. The servant led her into a room and respectfully stated, "Lady Cui, please wait a moment. My lord is occupied with some matters and will be with you shortly." "No need for concern. I came uninvited, so I shall wait for my cousin," Cui Fuiying replied with a smile. The servant bowed his head and exited. With nothing to occupy her, she surveyed the room's furnishings, which were elegant and meticulously arranged, displaying opulence without ostentation, quite befitting Xie Zhao's character. "If my cousin has taken a liking to anything, she is welcome to take it." Xie Zhao's voice suddenly resonated behind her. Cui Fuiying was startled. How could he move so silently? Regaining her composure, she performed a courtesy. Fui Ying has intruded without an invitation. I apologize for disturbing you, cousin. Xie Zhao glanced at her attire and smiled. Today, my cousin is dressed. Fui Ying felt her heart race.
Indeed.
Quite elegantly and gracefully, complimenting you well, Xie Zhao praised. She finally exhaled, feigning delight at the compliment. You flatter me, cousin. What brings you here today? Xie Zhao smiled, inviting her to take a seat as a servant promptly presented 2 cups of tea. My cousin may not be aware, Fui Ying began, meeting his gaze. My aunt informed me this morning that she intends to invite Lady Wang to the manor to meet the 3rd young master and requested my company. I am concerned. What troubles you, cousin? Xie Zhao interjected. I worry that the 3rd young master may still harbor feelings for me. What if I were to inadvertently say something inappropriate in front of Lady Wang? She sighed softly. If my presence causes Lady Wang any displeasure, I would feel utterly culpable. After speaking, she felt a rush of warmth to her face, instinctively lowering her gaze and raising a hand to cover her reddened cheeks. However, to Xie Zhao, this demeanor appeared as one of melancholy, as if she were on the verge of tears, evoking his sympathy. How does my cousin believe one should proceed? Xie Zhao asked with a smile that held a hint of mischief. Finally, the crux of the matter was broached. It would be inappropriate to refuse my aunt's goodwill, and I genuinely fear ruining the meeting between the 3rd young master and Lady Wang. I humbly ask that you remain present, cousin, with you by my side. I believe the 3rd young master would refrain from speaking out of turn, though she had intentionally fabricated a reason to seek more interaction with Xie Zhao. Her words were undeniably reasonable, leaving Xie Zhao with no grounds for refusal. Their objectives were now aligned. Lowering her gaze, Xie Zhao pondered if this was indeed her cousin's purpose for visiting today. Fui Ying was taken aback momentarily, finding herself at a loss for understanding Xie Zhao's inquiry. Yet, was there anything amiss? She blinked, and if there were any missteps in her speech, she would appreciate her cousin's guidance. There was nothing inappropriate. Xie Zhao gently rubbed her fingertips, acknowledging that her cousin was also considering the interests of the Xie family, for which she felt a sense of gratitude. This matter arose because of her, and naturally, she wished for a prompt resolution. Fui Ying smiled demurely, asking, So, has my cousin agreed? Yes. Xie Zhao responded with a nod. I will certainly be present tomorrow. Hearing this, Fui Ying finally exhaled in relief. After conversing for a while, her throat felt parched, and she took a sip from the tea beside her. The tea, of superior quality, was fragrant and lacked the bitterness typical of ordinary leaves, instead offering a sweet aftertaste. Fui Ying raised an eyebrow. She was intolerant of bitterness and thus did not favor tea, but this particular brew was surprisingly to her liking. Prompting her to take another sip. Do you find this tea agreeable? Xie Zhao inquired with a smile, observing her actions. The fragrance is subtle, and the aftertaste is delightful. Fui Ying generously praised, affirming that everything in her cousin's courtyard was indeed the finest. Xie Zhao lifted her teacup with a smile, asking, Are you aware of the type of tea this is? Lacking expertise in tea, Fui Ying could only distinguish between black and green tea and felt it was unreasonable to expect her to name it. She shook her head and, somewhat embarrassed, admitted, I am not well versed in the art of tea, so I cannot name it. This tea is called fine tea, a specialty from the south, Xie Zhao replied, taking a sip and placing her cup aside. Since you enjoy it, do take some home. Before she could decline, a servant had already presented a wrapped portion of tea before her. Fui Ying found it difficult to refuse, accepting the gift and rising to express her gratitude. Thank you, cousin. You are too courteous. It's merely tea, Xie Zhao replied calmly. Having achieved her purpose, and fearing to linger too long and annoy Xie Zhao, she stated directly, Since the matter has been resolved, I shall not impose further. Safe travels, cousin, Xie Zhao responded. As she reached the door, she suddenly halted, turned around with a broad smile, and said, Cousin, we shall meet tomorrow. Her voice was bright, and her smile sweet, with her almond-shaped eyes curving slightly, bringing joy to those who beheld her. The protagonist of a romance narrative, naturally, possessed remarkable beauty. Since this was an advantage, it ought to be utilized to its fullest. However, Xie Zhao remained indifferent to such beauty, merely nodding with a tranquil voice. Good. This overly cool response caused Fui Ying to momentarily lose her smile, revealing that Xie Zhao did not favor her type. Once outside, a maid guided her after she exited, and Fui Ying, her curiosity piqued, quickly stepped forward to ask, May I inquire how long you have been in my cousin's residence? The maid glanced at her and lowered her head, replying to the young lady. I have been in the lord's household for 5 years. Do you know what kind of woman the second cousin favors? She inquired, feigning shyness. I am merely curious and hope you won't mention this to the second cousin. This demeanor portrayed her as a naive girl experiencing the stirrings of first love, easily disarming others' defenses. Forgive me, young lady, but I do not know, the maid replied, avoiding the topic. The lord's affairs are not something we servants can comment upon. So please do not trouble me. Cui Fuiying was slightly taken aback, forcing a smile. It seems I misspoke. Chapter 20. Wang Yingshu. Cui Fuiying exited Xie Zhao's courtyard but did not rush back to Jianjia Pavilion. Instead, she headed to Qin Shiwang's Lanqing courtyard. Coincidentally, Qin Shiwang was writing an invitation to Wang Yingshu for tomorrow, with crumpled papers scattered across her desk. Upon seeing Cui Fuiying, Qin Shiwang quickly beckoned her over. Are you writing invitations, aunt? She asked, feigning ignorance as she sat down. Indeed, Qin Shiwang replied, her face filled with worry. I am troubled over how to begin. The Wang family is quite prominent, and with Samling's thoughtlessness yesterday, I fear Madame Wang may be furious and refuse to come. Cui Fuiying was taken aback. If Wang Yingshu did not attend, her agreement with Xie Zhao would be in vain. She looked at the troubled Qin Shiwang and slowly suggested, even if Madame Wang is angry, it will likely be temporary. If someone could persuade her, she might soften and agree to attend. Qin Shiwang remained distressed, sighing. I am at a loss for suitable candidates. The Wang family is surely upset and would not be willing to mediate. As for those in the Xie family, the first and second branches have little contact with us, and I only have San Jiwei as a connection. If there were a young lady, it would be much easier. If you trust me, and I could try, Cui Fuiying ventured cautiously. I am of similar age to Madame Wang, and I believe I could persuade her. Qin Shiwang looked at her in surprise, realizing that Cui Fuiying was indeed a suitable choice. That would be splendid, she said, excitedly taking Cui Fuiying's hand. Fuiying, I truly do not know how to thank you. Your family is my family. I regard Samling as my own brother, so I must do my part. Please prepare a visiting card for me. I shall go at once, Cui Fuiying replied with a smile. Qin Shiwang gazed at her for a moment, her eyes slightly glistening with emotion, as she held Cui Fuiying's hand and rubbed it tenderly. You are but a young lady and should not be involved in such matters. But Samling's marriage has long weighed heavily on my mind. Sighing, she instructed a servant to fetch her visiting card to give to Cui Fuiying. I will have the coachman take you to the Wang residence. I entrust you with the matter of Samling's marriage. This visit to the Wang family would also allow her to gauge Wang Yingshu's intentions. If she still wished to marry Xie Zhao, she could facilitate that. If not, she could seek other avenues to secure her future. With time pressing, she could not call for Xia, so Qin Shiwang sent one of her own maids to accompany her. The coachman from the Xie residence drove steadily, and as Cui Fuiying clutched the visiting card, she felt somewhat anxious. In the original story, Wang Yingshu had caused numerous obstacles for the original heroine. Although Cui Fuiying had not provoked her, she was aware of Wang Yingshu's difficult nature. Apart from occasionally displaying a girlish demeanor towards Xie Zhao, Wang Yingshu was, in fact, a woman of strong opinions and clear affections. After a while, the carriage finally came to a stop. Miss, we have arrived at the Wang residence. Understood, she replied, taking a deep breath, lifting the carriage curtain, and handing the visiting card to the maid outside to deliver. The maid took the card to the doorman and soon returned with news. Miss, please disembark. Gaining entry was already half the victory. She alighted from the carriage and followed the Wang family servants to a room. As she entered, she found Wang Yingshu reading. Upon hearing the noise, she set her book aside and looked up, frowning slightly upon seeing the visitor.
Who are you?
She inquired, glancing back at the visiting card. Please do not take offense, Madame Wang, Cui Fuiying said, bowing slightly. My aunt sent me with this visiting card to deliver a message. She produced the invitation from her bosom. Wang Yingshu glanced at the maid beside her, who approached Cui Fuiying to take the invitation and then handed it to Wang Yingshu. After examining it, Wang Yingshu expressed surprise. Samling wishes to see me? I would not conceal anything from you, Madame Wang, Cui Fuiying replied truthfully. This invitation was penned by the third lady, who wishes to invite you to the residence to discuss matters with Samling. I knew it. Why would he suddenly want to see me? Wang Yingshu chuckled, scrutinizing her more closely. I feel as though I've seen you before. Weren't you seated in front of me at the banquet yesterday? Cui Fuiying's smile faltered slightly. She hadn't anticipated that Wang Yingshu possessed such keen insight. Remembering her with just a fleeting glance. "It is I," Cui Fuiying said, lowering her head and smiling softly. "My name is Cui Fuiying. What is your relation to Sanling?" Wang Yingshu inquired, scrutinizing her. Suddenly, Cui Fuiying recalled an incident. When Xie Zhao had knelt before the matriarch, he had cast a glance towards the ladies' seating area. At the time, she had dismissed it, but now it seemed increasingly peculiar. "I refer to Sanling as cousin," Cui Fuiying replied with composure. "Though I only arrived at the Xie residence yesterday and am not well acquainted with him." "Only just arrived?" Wang Yingshu felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared that Xie Zhao's affections did not lie with Cui Fuiying. However, contemplating this brought a frown to her face. How could Xie Zhao openly express his desire to reject the marriage proposal before the matriarch, thereby tarnishing the Wang family's reputation? Was he truly intent on dissolving this engagement? Cui Fuiying sighed. "Madame Wang, if Sanling is truly determined to annul this engagement, what are your thoughts on the matter?" Chapter 21. Uncertain of his true countenance, Wang Yingshu's expression shifted subtly, a myriad of emotions flickering in her eyes. Although she and Xie Zhao had never exchanged tender words, both understood that they were destined to wed. She had long regarded Xie Zhao as her own, always presenting herself as his fiancée in public. And he had never denied it. Despite her anger, she had never entertained the notion of relinquishing her position as Xie San's wife to another. For the offspring of noble families, genuine affection seemed inconsequential. Love, for them, was merely an embellishment, desirable but not essential. The matriarch of the Xie family held her in high esteem, already considering her a granddaughter-in-law. Wang Yingshu was confident that Xie Zhao would not be able to reject this union, no matter the circumstances. Wang Yingshu scrutinized Cui Fuiying. "What do you mean by that?" "To be candid, Madame Wang, Sanling has been causing quite a stir in the residence, insisting on breaking off the engagement with the Wang family. My aunt is extremely worried, which is why she wishes for you to meet with Sanling. Perhaps, recalling your long-standing friendship, he may reconsider." Upon hearing this, Wang Yingshu's countenance darkened. Was he truly so resolute? Did he view this engagement as a mere jest? "I must ask you, Cui Fuiying, do you wish to abandon this engagement?" The position of Xie San's wife bore Wang Yingshu's name, and this engagement was not something that Xie Zhao could simply dismiss. Wang Yingshu gritted her teeth. Since Wang Yingshu had made up her mind, she could indeed lend her assistance. "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for Sanling to leave the residence for a leisurely outing under my name. You may prepare a boat on the lake early. Once aboard and away from shore, he will have no choice but to stay, and you can express your true feelings to him." Cui Fuiying spoke slowly. "I do not know you well. Why would you help me?" Wang Yingshu regarded her with suspicion. "I have my own motives." Cui Fuiying lowered her gaze, feigning a bashful demeanor. "Motives? What motives?" Wang Yingshu pressed. Cui Fuiying smiled faintly, then lifted her head with a shy facade. "On our outing tomorrow, besides Sanling, I have also invited another." Wang Yingshu observed her expression and understood, yet questioned, "Who is this person that holds your heart?" If this was merely a pretext, it was somewhat justifiable. Indeed, Cui Fuiying's cheeks flushed slightly. "It is Erling." Wang Yingshu paused, looking at Cui Fuiying in silence. Another unfortunate woman deceived by Xie Zhao's handsome visage. Sometimes, Wang Yingshu could not comprehend why Xie Zhao, with his aloof demeanor and cold heart, was deemed superior to Xie Zhao, who was at least a person with emotions. She wished to caution Cui Fuiying, yet recognized that matters of the heart were best learned through personal experience. Only by colliding with the wall of reality would one realize that a figure like Xie Zhao was not someone everyone could withstand. She picked up the invitation Cui Fuiying had returned earlier, her expression impassive. "Please convey to the third wife that I have acquiesced." Cui Fuiying let out a sigh of relief. Having resolved one matter, she felt considerably lighter on her way home. The carriage rolled steadily along when it suddenly jolted violently, causing Cui Fuiying to inadvertently collide with the carriage wall, letting out a pained gasp. "Are you all right, my lady?" The coachman outside asked anxiously. "What happened?" she inquired, clutching her head. "A careless beggar ran into us. Please remain calm inside the carriage. There is no need for you to intervene." "A beggar?" Cui Fuiying blinked in surprise, recalling a character from the original text named Huizhen, the prince of an enemy nation. Huizhen had disguised himself as a beggar to infiltrate Nanyang, coincidentally colliding with the female protagonist who had generously given him alms. This act had ignited his infatuation with her, leading him to devise several plans to abduct her back to his country. Sitting in the carriage, she felt uncertain. In the original narrative, He Zhao's introduction was far from this early. It could not possibly be him, merely a coincidence. Though she reassured herself, her mind wandered until she heard the coachman scolding. Where did this beggar come from? You bumped into the Xie family's carriage and still dare to extort money? If you value your life, get lost. He was adamant. The carriage had been at a considerable distance from the beggar, who had clearly collided with them. It was the beggar who had changed direction to evade, causing the carriage to strike the nearby wall. Yet the beggar was unperturbed. I don't care if you are from the Xie family or the Li family. If you hit me, you owe me compensation. Cui Fuiying listened from within the carriage for a moment. He Zhao was a prince, even in disguise as a beggar. He was unlikely to behave as a common rogue. What is happening? She asked through the curtain. My lady, this rogue is clearly trying to extort money. I did not collide with him at all. The coachman was exasperated. The Xie family's employment was known for its generous pay, and he did not wish to lose his job over this incident. Such a person, blessed with good health, yet seeking to live off others, is nothing but a swindler. Cui Fuiying, wishing to avoid trouble, decided not to engage further. Let it go. It is best not to stir up unnecessary conflict. Just give him some silver and be done with it. Understood. With the lady's consent, the coachman produced a piece of silver and tossed it before the beggar, exclaiming, Get lost. The beggar picked up the silver, but remained obstinate.
Such a paltry sum. Who would be satisfied with this?
How shameless. Cui Fuiying's voice drifted through the curtain to reach the beggar's ears. When out in the world, it's wise to know when to back down. Since you are uninjured, and we have offered silver, if you continue to cause a scene, do you not fear I shall have you taken to the authorities? Silence ensued outside for a while. Just as she grew curious, she suddenly heard the beggar's languid voice. In that case, you may leave. Suppressing her irritation, she ordered, Let us go. The coachman steered the horses back on course, cracking the whip and urging them forward. Yet the beggar remained rooted, staring intently at the departing carriage. My lord, a nondescript man approached, easily forgotten in appearance. Our people have already noted the emblem on the carriage. He continued with praise, You are indeed clever, my lord. Using this method, without expending troops, we can ascertain the emblems of those noble families. Noble families always displayed emblems on their carriages to signify identity, and in coming to Nanyang, he was short-staffed and had resorted to this expedient method. Having spent 2 days bumping into others on the bustling streets of Nanyang, he had gathered nearly all the emblems. He Zhao responded with a disinterested tossing the piece of silver high before catching it again. His thoughts lingered on the young woman from the carriage. Though their faces had yet to meet, he felt an undeniable premonition that the other was undoubtedly a rare beauty.
What could her true visage be like?
Chapter 22. Do you also harbor feelings for Sister Fuiying? As soon as Cui Fuiying returned to the Xie residence, she hurried to see Chen Qiwan. So, did Shu agree? Chen Qiwan inquired eagerly upon seeing her. Do not worry, Annie. Cui Fuiying reassured her with a smile, grasping her hand. With my involvement, it will surely be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Chen Qiwan let out a long sigh of relief, her hand trembling with excitement. Ah, Ing, you truly are my lucky star. Cui Fuiying felt a twinge of guilt at Chen Qiwan's enthusiastic gaze. If it were not for her, Chen Qiwan would not have to worry so. Suppressing her feelings of remorse, she continued. Furthermore, Lady Wang mentioned that the timing is perfect for a spring outing with Cousin San. Spring outing? Chen Qiwan paused, hesitating. If we were at home, I could easily persuade San Lang, but if we venture outside, he may not be willing. Has Annie forgotten about me?
Cui Fuiying chuckled.
Tomorrow, I shall invite San Lang out in my name, and he surely will not decline my invitation. Yes, I have been foolish, Chen Qiwan said, patting her head. I will go find him right away to discuss this. Cui Fuiying grabbed her. Somewhat worried that Xie Zhao might overhear Chen Qiwan inadvertently revealing her plans. It would be more reassuring if she spoke directly. Auntie, please sit easy. It's a trivial matter. I shall speak with Cousin San myself. Chen Qiwan considered for a moment. Over the past few days, every time she encountered Xie Zhao, he had been insistent on having her help him withdraw from his engagement. It was truly a vexation. So, it would be better for Cui Fuiying to go. Feeling a mix of apprehension, Cui Fuiying set off alone to find Xie Zhao. Upon reaching the entrance of his residence, she expected someone to guide her in after the servants announced her presence. To her surprise, Xie Zhao himself came running out.
Fuing.
He called from a distance, quickly approaching her with an unmistakable look of joy.
You've come to see me.
Feeling a bit awkward, she nodded. San Lang. I do indeed have matters to discuss with you. There's no need for such formality. You may call me Ergo, as you do our cousin. Xie Zhao said, his gaze dimming slightly. Yet, the thought of Cui Fuing visiting him alone filled him with delight. You must be concerned for me, which is why you came. San Lang, I truly have something to discuss, she said, glancing around at the nearby servants. Feeling increasingly embarrassed and eager to finish her business and leave. I wonder if you're free tomorrow? I wish to clarify some matters face to face. With so many people in the house, it may be best to take a spring outing and speak openly. Spring outing? Xie Zhao's eyes lit up at these words. Believing that Cui Fuing had finally changed her mind, he quickly responded, if you invite me, I will certainly be free. Then we shall meet outside the gate tomorrow during the Chen hour, she said hurriedly. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Just as she turned to leave, Xie Zhao suddenly reached out and grasped her hand. A cousin, why are you in such a hurry? It's rare for you to visit my courtyard. Why not come in for a moment? For some reason, being in front of Xie Zhao made her feel flustered. And she dared not meet his gaze, instead gripping the hand he held. San Lang, in such a public space, it may not be appropriate to be so familiar. Please let go of my hand. Xie Zhao, puzzled, replied. The servants of the Xie residence would not dare speak out of turn. Suddenly, a servant called out from behind her. Lang. Cui Fuing, feeling an unexpected surge of strength, wrenched her hand from Xie Zhao's grasp, took a deep breath, and turned to see Xie Zhao standing behind them, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he had been observing for some time.
Biaogi.
Cui Fuing greeted him respectfully, surprised by the coincidence of seeing him again. Xie Zhao's gaze darted between them, sensing something unusual but lacking time to ponder it before Xie Zhao spoke. Third brother, you seem quite lively now. I assume that kneeling in the ancestral hall last night did not cause you any harm. His face flushed, and he lowered his head. I apologize for troubling you.
Eggy.
It is no trouble at all, Xie Zhao replied, his gaze slowly shifting to Cui Fuing. I just visited grandmother and she was still worried about you, concerned that her punishment was too severe. She asked me to check on you. In my opinion, her punishment was perhaps too light. Cui Fuing caught the underlying implication in Xie Zhao's words and wished she could vanish in an instant. Just last night, she had assured Xie Zhao that she would not engage in any sort of inappropriate relationship with Xie Zhao, and now she had been caught in the act. Xie Zhao must be thinking something different of her. When would she ever manage to win his affection? Your arrival is quite timely, she said, lifting her head and speaking softly. I came to invite San Lang for a spring outing tomorrow, and now that I've conveyed my message, I shall not intrude upon your brotherly conversation any longer. Fu Ying takes her leave. It was best to depart quickly. Xie Zhao's expression stiffened. Xie Zhao had never supported his association with Cui Fuing, and hearing that would surely lead to his objections. Just as he considered how to persuade Xie Zhao, he heard him calmly speak. A spring outing? Coincidentally, I have not ventured out in a long while. Third brother, would you mind if I joined?
Cui Fuing alte dinner steps.
Xie Zhao was taken aback by Xie Zhao's unexpected response, momentarily speechless. Of course, I wouldn't mind. It would be a pleasure to have you join us, Biaogo. Cui Fuing quickly interjected, eager to accept the invitation before Xie Zhao could respond. This way, she would not have to think of an excuse for Xie Zhao's sudden appearance alongside them tomorrow. With a cheerful tone, she said, I will return to prepare the necessary items for our outing tomorrow and will not disturb you two any longer. Lifting her skirts, she hurriedly bowed and departed. Fearing further complications, Xie Zhao watched her retreating figure for quite some time before shifting his gaze back to Xie Zhao, who remained focused on Cui Fuing's departure, his demeanor calm and composed, lost in thought. An unsettling feeling sank within him. Xie Zhao, having gained early fame, was admired by many from both noble and humble backgrounds. He had never shown any particular favoritism towards anyone, so why had he been frequently appearing in Cui Fuing's vicinity lately? He had even suggested joining their outing. Though Xie Zhao and Xie Zhao were brothers, their bond was not particularly close, and he could not delude himself into thinking that Xie Zhao wished to join them merely out of brotherly affection. Upon reflection, Xie Zhao had never meddled in his affairs before, Yet in recent days, he had been inexplicably present and adamantly opposed to his association with Cui Fuing, insisting that he marry the daughter of the Wang family instead. Glancing skeptically at Xie Zhao, a thought began to take root in his mind, growing larger and more pressing until it became impossible to dismiss. Could it be that Xie Zhao had developed feelings for Cui Fuing as well? He instinctively sought to refute this absurd notion. Xie Zhao had always kept his distance from women. How could such a coincidence occur? Yet, Xie Zhao's recent behavior was markedly different from his usual demeanor, leaving him unable to suppress his doubts or control his thoughts. "What are you staring at me for?" Xie Zhao's voice suddenly broke through his reverie, startling him awake. Xie Zhiwei blinked, meeting Xie Zhao's gaze. What if Xie Zhao truly had feelings for Cui Fuing? The title of Xie family's third son might attract countless admirers, but in his heart, he knew he could not compare to Xie Zhao in any way, be it looks, talent, or status within the family. What could he possibly contest against Xie Zhao? Xie Zhiwei, Xie Zhao called again, shaking him from his thoughts. Xie Zhiwei stared blankly at Xie Zhao, unable to suppress his swirling questions any longer. Ergo, please tell me honestly. Do you also have feelings for Sister Fuing? Xie Zhao stared at him, slowly furrowing his brow. Chapter 23. My heart belongs only to you. Erlang the following day dawned splendidly, just as Cui Fuing had hoped. A perfect day for an outing. Rising early, she sifted through the clothing and jewelry sent by Chen Qiwan, finally, selecting her attire for the day. Xia, what do you think of my attire today? She twirled on the spot, her face alight with a smile as she gazed at Xia. Naturally, the lady looked beautiful, but Xia was perplexed. Was she not indifferent to Sanling? Why then did she invite him to enjoy the spring outing? I am not doing this for him. Cui Fuing shot a glance at her. Not for Sanling? Then for whom? Xia inquired, her brow furrowing with confusion. What do you think of Xie Zhao? Cui Fuing seated herself before the bronze mirror, regarding the woman reflected within, and asked in a hushed tone. My lady, you favor Erlang? Xia's eyes widened in astonishment.
This.
She stammered, clearly troubled. It is not that I doubt you, my lady. But Erlang's noble status means the Xie family would likely not permit him to marry you, should you become a concubine. Cui Fuing was momentarily taken aback. Xia's thoughts had traversed further than she had anticipated. Stop. Who says I wish to be a concubine? Xia found herself even more distressed. Erlang is to be the future head of the Xie family. He must marry someone of equal standing. We came to Nanyang to seek a suitable match, to allow you to escape that place forever. Rather than waste effort on Erlang, you would be better off pursuing another target, securing a marriage arrangement swiftly to avoid prolonged dreams of uncertainty. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. That was the original protagonist's sentiment, not hers. She cared not whether Xie Zhao could marry her. It sufficed that he could shield her from unwanted advances. When those people no longer noticed her, and the narrative altered completely, she would then find a way to leave, and thereafter, the world would be her oyster. There are matters you do not comprehend, Cui Fuing stated, applying lip color before the mirror, her gaze filled with determination. At present, my heart is set solely on Erlang. Others pale in comparison. Finishing her makeup, she hastily lifted her skirts and exited, only to collide with someone, causing her to stagger backward. Be careful, my lady. Fortunately, Xia was right behind her and quickly reached out to prevent her fall. How careless of the servant. The maid who bumped into Cui Fuing knelt, clutching a teapot. I did not see my lady, and thus collided with her. With Xia's support, Cui Fuing regained her balance and glanced down at the maid. The courtyard was filled with many servants, and she had yet to recognize them all, though the maid seemed vaguely familiar. Rise, she commanded. It was not intentional. Thank you, my lady, the maid replied, standing and bowing her head to step aside. Cui Fuing cast a casual glance and noticed the maid's hand was red from being scalded by the boiling water spilled from the teapot. Yet she did not utter a word of pain. Her heart ached slightly, and she sighed, Your hand is burned. You should rest for a couple of days. The maid appeared somewhat surprised, lifting her head to glance at her before replying softly, Thank you, my lady. Oh no, we are going to be late. Cui Fuing could no longer afford to linger and dashed out. The maid stood at a distance, her expression complex as she watched Cui Fuing's figure gradually fade away. Upon exiting the estate, she found Xie Zhao and Xie Zhiwei had already arrived. She had indeed become the last to arrive. Fuing, sister, Xie Zhiwei called from afar, his face beaming with a smile. As for Xie Zhao, She cast a brief glance and noted he was already waiting by the carriage. Samling. She approached and performed a slow greeting. You look beautiful today, sister. Xie Zhao's gaze was fervent as he regarded her. Yet this color is rather subdued. I imagine brighter hues would suit you better. The current trend favored vibrant colors like red and purple, often reserved for those of noble status to display their rank. Yet, Xie Zhao uniquely preferred only the most understated shades, never donning vivid colors. There was no choice but to cater to his tastes.
Today,
she wore a light green wide-sleeved dress, draped with a layer of sheer fabric, perfectly aligning with the essence of spring. Thank you, Samling, she replied politely, smiling. However, I do not particularly favor bright colors, hence my choice of this attire. Whatever you wear is beautiful, sister. Xie Zhao gazed at her with admiration. Cui Fuiying found Xie Zhao's gaze unbearable. She pondered how to extricate herself from this situation when Qing Shan, standing by Xie Zhao's carriage, approached and bowed to both of them. Samling, Lady Cui, may I inquire when our lord intends to set off? Xie Zhao froze for a moment. It is my oversight. I forgot that Ergo is still waiting. We shall depart immediately. Fuiying, would you care to share my carriage? Xie Zhao smiled at her. Xie Zhao and Xie Zhao each had their own carriage, with Xie Zhao's leading. Upon hearing they would set off immediately, the coachman was already preparing to drive the horses. She absolutely did not wish to share a carriage with Xie Zhao. She feared he might suddenly pounce on her, which, given the original narrative, was not entirely improbable. Thank you for the kind offer, Samling, but since Erg's carriage is ahead, it would be better for me to ride with him and guide the coachman. She hurriedly spoke, not bothering to observe Xie Zhao's expression, and hurriedly made her way to Xie Zhao's carriage. Shall we depart, my lord? The coachman asked, only to be startled by Xie Zhao's demeanor. Xie Zhao's face darkened, his eyes fixed intently on the retreating figure of Cui Fuiying. Ergo has never favored socializing with others. Do you think he would allow Fuiying to board? The coachman swallowed hard, glancing at Xie Zhao's expression, and nervously replied, Of course not. Xie Zhao's face brightened somewhat, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. In that case, I shall wait here a moment, ensuring that Fuiying sees me first when she turns back. Cui Fuiying jogged to Xie Zhao's carriage. When Qing Shan saw her, he paused momentarily and politely inquired, Lady Cui, do you have a matter to discuss? I wish to ride with Ergo. Her eyes sparkled with unexpected brightness. Her tone tinged with a hint of shyness as she called into the carriage, Ergo, may I? Xie Zhao lifted the carriage curtain, gazing down at her from within. His voice calm, Cousin, I am not accustomed to sharing my carriage. The implication was clear. She was to join Xie Zhao in his carriage instead. Pausing, she feigned a look of disappointment. Since you say so, I cannot insist. Yet, you are aware of Samling's feelings toward me. Today's matter is of great significance. Should anything go awry, it would be dire for me. She gritted her teeth, appearing to prioritize the greater good. If you do not wish for me to join you in the carriage, I can sit outside with the coachman. If that were to occur, the Xie family would lose face entirely. Xie Zhao furrowed his brow, quietly instructing, prepare another carriage for Lady Cui. The attendant, having received the order, was about to leave when Cui Fuiying anxiously stopped him. If another carriage is prepared, it will undoubtedly take a while, and we are already somewhat late. If Lady Wang grows impatient and leaves, what shall we do? She lifted her chin, her loose strands of hair tousled by the wind, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. Xie Zhao slightly averted his gaze, somewhat helplessly stating, Very well, you may board. My lord? Qing Shan expressed astonishment. Let her board, Xie Zhao declared, lowering the carriage curtain, ending the discussion. Qing Shan was suddenly engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, reassessing the young woman before him. Though she had only been in the estate for 2 days, for some reason, the lord exhibited an unusual concern for her, and now had even made an exception to allow her onto his carriage. He extended his hand to help Cui Fuiying onto the carriage, and as she turned to thank him, her smile radiant, she said, Thank you. He bowed his head deeply in response. Chapter 24. Ergo, I did not intend to. The coachman, trembling with trepidation, glanced at Xie Zhao as Xie Zhao's carriage had already departed. Should we? Xie Zhao, her expression dark, observed the carriage ahead, suddenly letting out a cold laugh and striding toward it. The coachman finally sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and turned to follow Xie Zhao. Cui Fuiying lifted the curtain of the carriage, allowing a subtle fragrance to waft into the air. She glanced at Xie Zhao, who was seated in the center of the carriage, his eyes closed and seemingly oblivious to her presence. The carriage was spacious, and since her presence had already displeased him, she prudently chose to sit on the opposite side of Xie Zhao. "Thank you, cousin, for agreeing to take me along," she expressed gratefully. Xie Zhao replied with a casual acknowledgement. As the carriage began to move with a rhythmic clatter, she leaned against the wall and, imitating Xie Zhao, closed her eyes. The delicate scent enveloped her, and soon, drowsiness crept upon her. Their destination was not nearby, and as she rested her head against the wall, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. She was abruptly awakened by the sudden halt of the carriage. Startled, Cui Fuiying opened her eyes wide, her body leaning forward due to inertia, and she was on the brink of tumbling onto the ground when suddenly her arm was grasped. The warmth of Xie Zhao's hand penetrated through her gauzy dress as he pulled her back with a firm grip. Momentarily pausing, she feigned a loss of balance and, either intentionally or unintentionally, leaned toward him. Xie Zhao, taken by surprise at her sudden movement, found her falling effortlessly into his embrace. The fragrance emanating from him was reminiscent of the incense within the carriage, perceptible only at such close proximity. Cui Fuiying feigned panic, turning her head back, her hair brushing against Xie Zhao's brow. He instinctively blinked, and when he reopened his eyes, he was met with a pair of bright, water-like orbs staring back at him. Her long lashes fluttered delicately, and a faint blush graced her cheeks, accentuating the flicker of confusion in her eyes. "Second cousin, I didn't mean to do that. Are you all right?" she whispered softly. Xie Zhao had never been so close to a woman, and a crack appeared in his usually composed demeanor as he gazed at her. Somewhat bewildered, Cui Fuiying pretended not to notice and struggled to rise, only to slip again and fall. Xie Zhao instinctively caught her, his body tense. "Cousin, I truly didn't intend for this to happen," she stammered, attempting to regain her footing. The more she hurried, the more chaotic it became, and her breathing grew heavier. Xie Zhao closed his eyes briefly, then firmly grasped her and lifted her back. "Sit properly," he instructed in a voice that was slightly lower than usual, making Cui Fuiying almost believe he was an ethereal being, untouched by the trivialities of the mortal world. For the first time engaging in such mischief, the blush on her cheeks was not feigned. Taking a deep breath, she glanced around the carriage, chastened, and obediently settled beside him. "What is happening?" Xie Zhao inquired, lifting the curtain with a frown. "My lord, we seem to have encountered someone attempting to extort us," the coachman replied awkwardly as he approached the carriage. "Extortion?" Cui Fuiying raised an eyebrow and peered outside, momentarily stunned by the sight of a familiar figure sprawled before the carriage. Xie Zhao's gaze followed hers, landing on the beggar lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. "Have someone remove him. If he dares to extort again, he shall be sent to the authorities," he stated coldly, his mood evidently soured. The coachman promptly signaled to the nearby guards to drag the beggar away, but the man suddenly erupted into loud cries. "Help! Help! The noble family is oppressing beggars. They hit me and now want to take me to the officials." Upon hearing his voice, Cui Fuiying recognized him as the beggar who had attempted to scam her the previous day. It seemed one instance of deceit was not sufficient for him. He had returned for more. Such dedication among beggars these days was astonishing. With a robust voice, the beggar quickly gathered a crowd that surrounded them, blocking the street. Xie Zhao's patience wore thin, and he closed his eyes in irritation. Normally, he would have simply dispensed a few coins to dismiss such nuisances, but today, it was the beggar's actions that had resulted in Cui Fuiying falling into his arms. As the increasingly outrageous shouts from outside reached his ears, a chill settled in his gaze. Cui Fuiying, seated beside him, could sense the coldness radiating from Xie Zhao. The beggar outside, oblivious to the danger, continued his loud protests, seemingly unaware of the consequences of his actions. Given Xie Zhao's status, the death of a beggar would be akin to squashing an ant. Xie Zhao began to speak, but Cui Fuiying interrupted, her face suddenly pale. "It's merely a beggar. I will handle him, cousin. You need not worry." Xie Zhao paused, regarding her with curiosity. "How do you intend to resolve this?" Cui Fuiying disembarked from the carriage and approached the beggar, squatting down beside him. "Stop your shouting," she instructed. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, captivated by the sight of the ethereal girl emerging from the carriage. The beggar, hearing her voice, struggled to look up at her. "Let him go," Cui Fuiying commanded one of the guards nearby. The guard hesitated, concerned about the potential repercussions if the beggar retaliated against the lady. It's all right. If he is indeed after money, he won T-cross the deity of wealth, she assured with a gentle smile. The guard finally released the beggar. Once freed, the beggar sat up quickly, looking at Cui Fueying, his face dirty, but his eyes unmistakable. Deity of wealth? He asked with a grin. Are you the goddess, my lady? Cui Fueying produced a silver ingot from her waist and held it before him. I can offer you this. But heed my warning. Too much greed can lead to dire consequences. Should you continue this reckless behavior, I will not show sympathy for those who court danger. The beggar stared at her, then suddenly burst into laughter, revealing a set of surprisingly well-aligned teeth. Thank you, my lady. I will remember your words. Is that all? She asked softly. This silver ingot is quite substantial. The beggar immediately understood, raising his voice to exclaim, the lady is truly a living bodhisattva, a great benefactor, beautiful in appearance and kind in heart. Cui Fueying, with a cold expression, tossed the silver ingot to him. She dusted off her hands and turned back toward the carriage. My lady, the beggar called out, what is your name? I wish to remember it so that I may repay your kindness in the future. Indeed. She had caught his attention. Cui Fueying turned back, her brow slightly furrowed. Cousin, Xie Zhao's calm voice interrupted her thoughts, since you've resolved the matter. Please return to the carriage quickly. Of course, she replied, retracting her gaze and taking Xie Zhao's hand to ascend back into the carriage. Huizhan observed Cui Fueying's retreating figure, and upon meeting a pair of cold, piercing eyes, he instinctively averted his gaze. The owner of those eyes sat regally in the carriage, exuding an otherworldly grace, yet the chill in his expression was palpable. Any ordinary person would shy away from his gaze, feeling unworthy, especially in the presence of a beggar. After a moment, Huizhan stole another glance at the carriage. The girl had boarded, and he could see her radiant smile as she conversed with the man opposite her, her eyes sparkling with beauty. This was in stark contrast to the cold indifference she had shown him earlier. Her smile was genuine and sweet. However, the man facing her exhibited no hint of warmth, remaining impassive throughout. Once the girl settled in, the attendants lowered the carriage curtains, concealing the interior from prying eyes. Huizhan couldn't help but let out a sound of frustration. Chapter 25. My cousin is truly kind. Cui Fueying settled beside Xie Zhao, glancing out the window to see the crowd dispersing as the commotion subsided. My cousin is truly kind, Xie Zhao remarked, observing her compassion even toward such ruffians. His words bore a deeper significance. Brother, you misunderstand. Cui Fueying pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. I do not pity him. Xie Zhao remained silent, merely gazing at her. I merely feel that if he were to be forcibly taken to the magistrate's office in front of a large crowd today, those who are aware would naturally say that the Xie family is upright and not coerced by petty individuals. However, for those who are unaware, it may appear that the Xie family is abusing their power, which could be detrimental to their reputation. A matter that could be resolved with just a few taels of silver has inadvertently brought the Xie family a bad name. Why not avoid such a predicament? After expressing her thoughts, she seemed a bit embarrassed and lowered her gaze to her skirt, which had gathered some dust from squatting earlier. Cui Fueying stared at the soiled corner of her skirt, feeling frustrated, as this was the first time she wore it. Suddenly, a silk handkerchief appeared before her. She looked up in surprise at Xie Zhao. Cousin, your argument is quite sound. Xie Zhao's voice was indifferent, his dark eyes calmly observing her. However, some matters are inherently filthy. If you become tainted by them, it is akin to the mud on this skirt corner, bringing about unwarranted dirtiness. In such cases, let your subordinates handle it next time. I am not one who revels in violence. I merely wish to have him driven away. She accepted the silk handkerchief he offered, gripping it tightly in her hand. Thank you for your guidance, cousin. However, some dirt is unavoidable. One cannot remain perpetually seated above in a carriage. Since we have encountered it, we must endure and wade through it. Xie Zhao cast her a surprised glance. Cui Fueying had already turned her gaze to the window, squeezing her numb palms. This was not a scene where Huizhan should have appeared. Why had he arrived so early? Could it be a butterfly effect caused by her crossing into this narrative? Despite some minor mishaps along the way, the latter part of the journey was relatively smooth. Wang Yingshu had specifically rented a pleasure boat by the lake for today, and this solitary boat stood out prominently on the vast lake. Cui Fueying jumped down from the carriage, spread her arms, and took a deep breath. The spring scenery was just splendid. Her carriage was ahead, and Xie Zhiwei's carriage soon caught up, stopping behind them. Xie Zhiwei descended from his carriage, his expression somewhat displeased. Yet he still managed a faint smile upon meeting her gaze. Sister Fueying, did you prepare this boat? Cui Fueying's countenance stiffened, and she averted her eyes.
Song Long?
You will know once you board. There may be some misunderstandings between us, and I wish to clarify them today. She had no intention of concealing Xie Zhiwei's affections from Wang Yingshu. She was well aware that such matters could not remain hidden. Thus, it would be better for her to reveal this relationship before Wang Yingshu, allowing her to understand that she held no feelings for Xie Zhiwei. Let us board, Xie Zhao said as he stepped down from the carriage, speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, the wind is strong outside. Let us board the boat swiftly, Cui Fueying concurred. Xie Zhiwei's smile faded considerably upon seeing Xie Zhao. He cast a subtle glance at Xie Zhao, his mind involuntarily recalling the events that transpired after Cui Fueying left the previous day. Second brother, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Sister Fueying? Xie Zhiwei impulsively asked, immediately regretting his words, but since he had already spoken, he pressed on. You have never been fond of close relationships. We brothers have hardly spent time together, even during family feasts. Why, this time, when Sister Fueying suggested a spring outing, did you insist on joining us? He said gravely. Second brother, give me a straightforward answer.
Do you not have feelings for Sister Fueying?
I do not, Xie Zhao interrupted coldly. Xie Zhiwei, I fear you have lost your senses. Do you not consider the Xie family, grandmother, and aunt? If they were to learn of your infatuation, do you think Cui Fueying could remain in the Xie residence? He was momentarily taken aback. If you truly care for her, you should manage yourself well and prevent others from perceiving your self-destructive intentions. Xie Zhao's words struck him like a slap, leaving him momentarily speechless. Xie Zhao remarked that once the day was over, he would naturally understand his intentions. Yet even now, he could not fathom why Xie Zhao had come. However, at the very least, knowing that Xie Zhao held no feelings for Cui Fueying brought him some solace. The three boarded the boat amidst a peculiar atmosphere, and the boatman pushed off from the shore, gliding slowly towards the lake center. This pleasure boat, adorned with flying eaves and exquisite paintings, was remarkably delicate.
Cui Fueying,
seeing such a vessel for the first time, eagerly gazed around. How much must this cost? Sister Fueying, the view is even better on the second level. Shall we not ascend? Xie Zhiwei suggested, glancing at Xie Zhao. Second brother dislikes crowds. He should not join us, should he? That will not do, Cui Fueying responded, suddenly coming to her senses. It would not be right to leave second cousin alone. He should join us. As she spoke, she looked into the cabin, wondering where Wang Yingshu had gone, as she had yet to appear. In that case, let us go to the second level, Xie Zhao declared, disregarding their remarks and heading directly toward the cabin.
Cui Fueying hurriedly followed.
Xie Zhiwei stood rooted, watching their departing figures. Upon realizing that Cui Fueying had not cast a single glance in his direction, he clenched his hands into fists, his knuckles turning white. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to contain his dark emotions, but just as he did, the young lady paused as she entered the cabin and turned to glance back at him.
Song Long,
Cui Fueying exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing standing there? Come here. Xie Zhiwei was momentarily taken aback, his hands relaxing abruptly as he smiled.
All right.
He followed her inside. Once they reached the second level of the boat, Xie Zhiwei began to feel that something was amiss. Externally, the boat appeared unremarkable. But upon closer inspection, its interior was adorned with exquisite and luxurious decorations that could only belong to the affluent and noble. How had Cui Fueying, who had only arrived in Nanyang 2 days ago, managed to acquire such a pleasure boat? Just as he pondered this oddity, he suddenly heard someone clapping nearby. Chapter 26. Second cousin, I am afraid. Several maidservants approached, carrying tea and pastries, and after setting them down beside them, they quickly lowered their heads and retreated. Thank you for your gracious presence. I am most honored. A familiar voice resounded from nearby. Xie Zhiwei looked incredulously towards the source of the voice. How could Wang Yingshu be here? He turned to Cui Fueying and Xie Zhao, only to see that neither of them appeared surprised, and suddenly everything fell into place. Cousin Fueying, what is going on? Xie Zhiwei pointed at Wang Yingshu, his breath somewhat unsteady. Why is she here? Sang Lang. This matter has nothing to do with cousin Fueying. Wang Yingshu began to speak. I am asking her. Xie Zhiwei suddenly shouted in anger. Wang Yingshu had never seen him in such a state, and for a moment, She stood there in shock, gazing at him as if she had never known him. Third brother, calm down, Xie Zhao said calmly. Today is an opportunity for everything to be laid bare. Indeed, I have not handled this matter well, Cui Fuiying slowly spoke. Xie Zhiwei turned to her in shock. Third cousin, I should not have concealed from you that Wang Yangzi would also be present today, but had I not done so, would you have been willing to meet her? Xie Zhiwei's expression darkened. You have grown up together and know each other best. There are many things you may not see clearly at first, but if you truly act upon it, you will surely regret it later. She looked into Xie Zhiwei's eyes. Her tone calm. I merely wish to give you a chance to understand your own heart. I am very clear about my heart, Xie Zhiwei replied. His gaze dark as he fixed his eyes upon her. From the moment I first saw you, I knew we would be together. Wang Yingshu's expression changed, her gaze flitting between Cui Fuiying and Xie Zhiwei, recalling the events of the past few days, and she could not help but laugh absurdly. So, you insist on breaking off the engagement with me for the sake of a girl you have only known for 2 days. Her chest rose and fell, and Xie Zhiwei asked, do you understand what our marriage signifies? Xie Zhiwei averted her gaze from Wang Yingshu, looking into the distance. The scenery from the second floor was indeed more splendid. The lake and mountains formed a picturesque view that was refreshing to behold. The wind, laden with moisture, swept across the lake repeatedly. In families like ours, marriage is dictated by our elders, entangled with numerous interests, yet you seem entirely unconcerned. Wang Yingshu gazed at her with disappointment. Sister Yingshu, I recognize my own impulsiveness, Xie Zhiwei responded, her tone softened. I am willing to compensate you, provided you agree to break off the engagement. I do not agree, Wang Yingshu replied coldly. Regardless of what you say, I will not consent. Why must you be so stubborn? It is you who remains obstinately silent. Finally breaking her long silence, Xie Zhao spoke up, Xie Zhiwei, are you truly willing to disregard the long-standing friendship between the Wang and Xie families for someone who holds no affection for you? Xie Zhiwei turned her gaze towards Cui Fuiying. Clenching her teeth, she declared, Sanling, I have told you many times, I have never harbored any feelings for you. Thank you for your misguided affection, but please focus on those around you. This is impossible, Xie Zhiwei exclaimed through gritted teeth. He strode towards Cui Fuiying, grasped her shoulders, and leaned down earnestly, saying, Sister Fuiying, I cannot believe you are truly so heartless. Someone must be coercing you to say this, right? Cui Fuiying widened her eyes at his fierce expression, struggling to break free. Let go of me. Someone must be forcing you to say this, Xie Zhiwei repeated, finding solace in his own reasoning. With a sharp slap, Xie Zhiwei turned away, visible red marks appearing on his fair cheek. Wang Yingshu's eyes widened in shock. Xie Zhao's expression shifted, casting a sidelong glance at Cui Fuiying. Cui Fuiying shook her reddened, aching hand, her demeanor cold. Sanling, I have made my feelings abundantly clear. No one is coercing me. I do not like you. I did not like you in the past, nor do I like you now. And I certainly will not like you in the future. For the first time in his life, Xie Zhiwei had been slapped. He touched his reddened cheek and slowly turned to Cui Fuiying, his expression bewildered. Cousin, he murmured, it is the first time someone has struck me this way. Cui Fuiying felt a chill under his gaze. Could it be that Xie Zhiwei harbored feelings for her? Xie Zhiwei, you must awaken to reality, Xie Zhao said, placing a hand on Xie Zhiwei's shoulder and glancing at his hand resting on Cui Fuiying's shoulder. Release her. Instinctively, Xie Zhiwei let go of Cui Fuiying. Quick as a flash, she darted behind Xie Zhao, clutching his garment and said softly, Second cousin, I feel rather frightened by Sanling. Wang Yingshu stood nearby, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before her. Xie Zhao hesitated for a moment before speaking gently, there is no need to be afraid. Xie Zhiwei's movements stiffened momentarily, his eyes reddening from the emotional turmoil. Why? He looked up at Xie Zhao, asking, Did you not tell me that you had no intentions towards Sister Fuiying? Hiding behind Xie Zhao, Cui Fuiying raised her head to glance at him. Xie Zhao paused slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. Indeed. Then why do you persist in interfering in matters between her and me? From the very beginning, he had sought to prevent him from being with Cui Fuiying, reappearing before her time and again. He recalled the scene from that morning when Cui Fuiying boarded Xie Zhao's carriage, a toxic fire igniting within him, nearly incinerating his insides. Finally mustering the courage to confront Xie Zhao. If you were truly a gentleman, why the need for such subterfuge? Why not speak plainly? Xie Zhao frowned at him, and Xie Zhiwei saw his own jealous face reflected in Xie Zhao's eyes. The calmer Xie Zhao appeared, the more Xie Zhiwei seemed like a madman. No wonder Cui Fuiying would be afraid and choose to hide behind Xie Zhao. Is Xie Zhiwei truly on the brink of madness?
Cui Fuiying thought, genuinely worried.
When a man loses his senses, he becomes uncontrollable. She could only hope that Xie Zhao could restrain Xie Zhiwei and prevent him from descending into madness.
Meanwhile,
Wang Yingshu was clearly bewildered by the unfolding events, standing silently to the side. I do not like Cui Fuiying, Xie Zhao stated. Xie Zhiwei instinctively glanced at Cui Fuiying, only to find her head lowered, seemingly despondent. A sense of confusion washed over him. Had he been mistaken from the very beginning? It was not that Xie Zhao liked Cui Fuiying, but rather that Cui Fuiying had feelings for Xie Zhao. Chapter 27. Deceit is not a virtue. Cui Fuiying was not surprised by Xie Zhao's response, but that did not prevent her from putting on a performance in front of the others. As soon as Xie Zhao's words fell, the hand that had been clutching his garment suddenly released. He lowered his gaze towards Cui Fuiying, who was hiding behind him. She kept her head down, her emotions unusually subdued. Cui Fuiying lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened, but she did not look at Xie Zhao. Instead, she addressed Xie Zhiwei calmly, saying, Samling, there is no need to involve our matters with Erling Jun. My feelings for you have nothing to do with him. Her voice paused. He genuinely cares for you and the Xie family, without any ulterior motives. Erling Jun, Cui Fuiying had always referred to him as second cousin, but never with such formality. Xie Zhao withdrew his gaze, falling silent. I do not comprehend, Xie Zhiwei said, looking at Cui Fuiying, unwilling to believe yet unable to resist asking, though you say that. It is evident you are defending him. Sister Fuiying, do you have feelings for my second brother? At his words, Cui Fuiying trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at him for a long while before finally managing to control herself enough to utter, Samling, please choose your words carefully. Yet she did not deny it. After saying this, Cui Fuiying did not wait for anyone's reaction and hurriedly ran toward the inner cabin, fearing that if she delayed even a moment longer, she would burst into laughter. Inside the cabin, incense was lit, and Cui Fuiying sat at the table, taking out the handkerchief from her bosom to wipe away the tears she had forced out by pinching her own flesh. Wang Yingshu entered just in time to witness her wiping her tears. She sighed, thinking it absurd and laughable that Cui Fuiying liked someone when there were so many others to choose from, yet she had chosen Xie Zhao. Wang Yingshu quickly approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. Cui Fuiying jumped in surprise, looking up at her in confusion, her eyes still glistening with remnants of tears. Lady Wang? She forced a smile. Forgive my ungraceful display. Wang Yingshu's expression was grave, recalling the scene outside, feeling both ridiculous and amusing. You should go outside and take a look, she urged. Cui Fuiying asked, why? They are fighting. Her expression stiffened. While it was labeled as a fight in reality, Xie Zhiwei was unilaterally gripping Xie Zhao's lapel, pinning him against the edge of the boat, with the shimmering blue lake behind them, creating a perilous scene. Cui Fuiying suspected that Xie Zhao might be expressionless, as even in this moment, his face showed no sign of disturbance. Samling, have you lost your mind? She immediately rushed forward without hesitation, intending to play the heroine and enhance Xie Zhao's favorability towards her. Unfortunately, Xie Zhao did not appreciate her gesture, and Xie Zhiwei's anger surged even more. How can you still help him after he treats you this way? In truth, Xie Zhao had only warned her a few times and had not done anything wrong. Her current predicament was not Xie Zhao's fault. The true source of her distress was Xie Zhiwei. She had not anticipated that Xie Zhiwei would be so impulsive and bold. Cousin, please step back a bit to avoid getting hurt, Xie Zhao calmly advised, casting a glance at her. Xie Zhiwei's fury intensified upon seeing Xie Zhao's calm demeanor. Xie Zhao always maintained that composed facade, never allowing a crack to appear on his face, regardless of the situation. He leaned closer to Xie Zhao, his voice heavy with pain. Brother, cannot you truly fulfill my wishes? Xie Zhao gazed at him, somewhat perplexed. Initially, after having that dream, when he encountered Cui Fuiying, he believed she was deliberately enticing him, charmingly manipulating others to bow to her and sparking endless strife. Xie Zhiwei had known her for merely 2 days. Yet he was utterly captivated, unable to discern right from wrong. However, observing Cui Fuiying's words and actions, he found nothing amiss. All he saw was a lovesick Xie Zhiwei. To fulfill? His gaze settled on Xie Zhao's face, and his calm tone, to Xie Zhao, felt almost mocking. You are not two souls in love. So how could there be talk of fulfillment? Xie Zhao, it is time for you to awaken from your dream. This statement resonated like a thunderclap. Shut up. He seemed suddenly ignited, an unnamed emotion erasing his fear of Xie Zhao, and he shouted, You know nothing. Xie Zhao leaned against the ship's wall, with the calm, undisturbed water behind him, his upper body pushed backward by Xie Zhao's force, as if he were about to fall at any moment.
Qui fing genuinely grew anxious.
Xie Zhao held a special status. Should he fall today, Xie Zhao, as a descendant of the Xie family, would suffer no consequences, but she, merely a distant cousin residing with the Xie family, would bear the brunt of the elder's wrath. Chen Qiwan could not protect her. She stepped forward, grasping Xie Zhao's hand, anxiously imploring, Sanlang, please calm down and let Erlang go first. Xie Zhao, in a fit of anger, disregarded even the ever-respected Xie Zhao. Thus he had no thought for anyone else. Without even glancing at the person who held him, he instinctively forcefully swatted Cui Fuiying's hand away. Get lost. Cui Fuiying was pushed hard, her body tilting backward. Behind her was the ship's wall, and at that moment, her foot slipped, causing her to fall without hesitation. Just before the fall, she caught a glimpse of Xie Zhao's astonished expression. It seemed he wanted to reach out and grasp her. But due to Xie Zhao's pressure against the wall, he could not catch her in time. She thought this might be retribution for her earlier pretense of slipping in Xie Zhao's carriage. Now, she truly slipped. It was evident that deceiving others had its consequences. With a splash, Cui Fuiying fell into the lake behind her. In late spring, the water remained icy and piercing. The frigid lake engulfed her head instantly, and she instinctively struggled, her clothes becoming heavy with water. Help! I can't swim! Oh heavens, someone has fallen into the water. Quick, save her! The boatman at the bow, witnessing the scene, immediately cried out in terror. Xie Zhao forcefully shoved Xie Zhao aside, his expression dark and furious. Xie Zhao, what have you done? At this time of year, not to mention a girl, even a strong young man falling into the water could not escape a bout of illness. What on earth are you doing? Wang Yingshu, finally coming to her senses, realized that the day's events had deviated completely from her initial expectations. She had not anticipated Xie Zhao would be so impulsive and irate as to push Cui Fuiying into the lake. Cousin Fuiying. Xie Zhao anxiously peered into the water. Wait, I will find someone to save you immediately. Cui Fuiying, struggling in the water, vaguely heard his voice, opened her mouth to call for help, but was met with a mouthful of lake water. Fortunately, the pleasure boat was equipped with several attendants trained in swimming, both male and female, who immediately leaped into the lake to rescue Cui Fuiying. Dazed, she lost consciousness, and just before doing so, she could not help but think, perhaps this is merely a dream, and when I awaken, I will still be working overtime at the company. Being a corporate worker is miserable, but at least I don't have to live in constant fear. Lady Cui, are you all right? Stop rushing me, this proposal is almost finished. She mumbled hazily. A drawing desk? Wang Yingshu asked, puzzled. What is that? A desk for painting? What does any of this even mean? She internally scoffed. The foolish boss. Always hiring those who know nothing just to save a few coins, and in the end, it all falls on her.
Wait.
Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Chapter 28. He cannot marry anyone but me in this lifetime. Upon waking, she felt a dull ache in her right arm where Xie Zhao had collided with her, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Lady Cui, you are awake? Cui Fuiying blinked in confusion, lying on a soft couch with a thin blanket draped over her. Before her was not a computer, but Wang Yingshu. Wang Yingshu looked at her with concern. How do you feel? Her head was heavy, and she could not help but cough. Where am I? You are still on the pleasure boat. You fell into the lake earlier, and I had the maid change you into dry clothes, Wang Yingshu said apologetically. I truly did not expect things to turn out this way. Sanlang was so resistant to me. Cui Fuiying struggled to sit up, reaching for her right arm, but Wang Yingshu stopped her. Your right arm's wound has not fully healed. Now that it has been wet, the conditions on this boat are rudimentary, and I could only provide a simple bandage. It will likely take some time to heal. Wang Yingshu, feeling that Cui Fuiying's suffering today was entirely due to her, treated her with utmost kindness. After you return, do remember to have the house physician apply medication and rebandage it. No wonder her arm ached faintly. Cui Fuiying nodded and softly said, Thank you, Lady Wang, for your concern. Why such words, Lady Cui? Wang Yingshu looked at her. Today's events were all my doing. You suffered unjustly. I owe you an apology. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Cui Fuiying comforted her. Lady Wang need not blame yourself. Suddenly, she recalled hearing Xie Zhao and Xie Zhao still arguing before she lost consciousness, and she could not help but ask anxiously, what happened to Erlang? It seems you truly have feelings for him, asking about him immediately upon waking. Wang Yingshu sighed. Rest assured, he is fine. Even if Sanlang is bold, he would not dare let anything happen to him. What a beautiful misunderstanding this is. Cui Fuiying did not intend to clarify, merely nodding in reassurance. Are you not going to inquire about Sanlang? Wang Yingshu asked. Cui Fuiying looked up at her, detecting the hint of provocation in her tone. She understood, and deliberately replied. How Sanlang is doing should be of concern to Lady Wang. Upon hearing this, Wang Yingshu let out a self-deprecating laugh. I have rarely seen Xie Zhao angry. Sanlang is still kneeling on the deck, pressed down by his attendants. I did not expect that Sanlang would be fond of a girl like you, Wang Yingshu suddenly remarked, scrutinizing her. Cui Fuiying paused slightly, raising her eyes to her, attempting to explain, Lady Wang, actually, Sanlang does not. Wang Yingshu interrupted her. You need not rush to deny it. I am not one to lose gracefully, and I can see he is infatuated with you while you harbor no feelings for him. I simply find it amusing. I have known him for over a decade, and only now realize he does not harbor affection for me. Cui Fuiying watched her self-mocking smile, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Did Xie Zhao truly not care for Wang Yingshu before her? He remembered her fondness for lotus pastry and had always accepted her as his fiancée. After knowing each other for over a decade, if there were no feelings, why would he be willing to spend his life with her? The marriage between the Wang and Xie families was not originally predetermined. If Xie Zhao had been unwilling from the start, this union would never have existed. The Xie family was furious because the engagement between the Wang and Xie families was well known and settled, yet Xie Zhao suddenly declared he wished to reject the marriage. Lady Wang need not be upset. Sanlang is likely just caught up in the moment. Deep down, he still cares for you, she suggested. Wang Yingshu merely smiled. I have known him for years. I can still tell whether he genuinely likes you. I once thought we were mutually interested, though we never spoke of it. Yet it was an unspoken understanding. Upon witnessing his current state, it became evident to me that this was indeed the manifestation of his true affection for someone. Cui Fuiying shook her head. Xie Zhiwei's feelings for her were not genuine love. Rather, he was merely ensnared by the narrative, compelled to love her against his will. Yet, this no longer held any significance. Wang Yingshu seated herself beside her and smiled, declaring that she no longer cared whether he loved her or not. Cui Fuiying felt a pang in her heart and hastily grasped Wang Yingshu's hand, inquiring, Sister Wang, you're not contemplating giving up on Sanlang, are you? Fortunately, Wang Yingshu did not nod. I do not wish to relinquish him. I have simply chosen to disregard whether he harbors feelings for me. Wang Yingshu's demeanor remained calm. After all, with Xie Zhao and the elders of the Xie family present, no one could marry him but her. Cui Fuiying was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Are you truly planning to compel him into marriage? She stared in astonishment. Wang Yingshu nodded. If he refuses, let others force him to the altar. In any case, he can marry no one but me. To her surprise, the first instance of coercive love she encountered upon entering this narrative was not directed towards her, but rather aimed at Xie Zhao. Wang Yingshu's eyes sparkled with delight as if envisioning the scene, a smile gracing her lips. Ultimately, his affections for anyone else were inconsequential. As long as he remained with her, she need not fear that he would not eventually come around. She turned to Cui Fuiying, cheerfully asking, Do you not agree, Sister Fuiying? Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Fuiying tightened her grip on Wang Yingshu's hand, affirming, Sister is absolutely right. I feel enlightened after hearing this. Wang Yingshu patted her hand, perhaps having come to a realization, her previous worries dissipating entirely as she joyfully stated, Since you call me sister, I shall impart a piece of wisdom.
Cui Fuiying adopted an attentive posture.
Men like Xie Zhao are exceedingly difficult to manage, despite my long acquaintance with him. I find him utterly inscrutable. He possesses a handsome visage, yet to share a life with such a man would undoubtedly lead to much strife. You are still young. Dear sister, it would be wise to seek someone else to cherish. Cui Fuiying's smile faltered, and she sighed bitterly, lowering her head and murmuring, How could I be unaware? Yet, everything remains unspoken. Wang Yingshu, unaware of Cui Fuiying's true intentions regarding Xie Zhao, merely regarded her with a meaningful gaze. Since you are so resolute, I shall not dissuade you. I only hope you do not regret this decision in the future. Thank you for your reminder, sister, Cui Fuiying replied, raising her head with a bright smile, warmly grasping Wang Yingshu's hand. Though today has not unfolded as smoothly as I hoped, I feel a kinship with you, dear sister. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Should there be a need for coercive love, she was more than willing to help. Wang Yingshu readily agreed, and the two of them, entirely forgetting the purpose of their gathering, engaged in an animated dialogue. The more they conversed, the more Cui Fuiying perceived Wang Yingshu's forthright and spirited nature. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Xie Zhao to have won her affection. However, their conversation was soon interrupted as a maid entered, bowing respectfully. Madam, Xie Erlang inquires whether Cui Miss has awakened. Cui Fuiying, upon hearing this, was about to respond when a thought struck her. Inform him that I have just awakened and am still quite weak, unable to rise. The maid glanced at Wang Yingshu, who replied, do as she says. Yes, ma'am. The maid nodded, then retreated. Thank you for your assistance, sister, Cui Fuiying beamed. Wang Yingshu smiled slightly, understanding her intentions. Are you deliberately trying to worry him? Perhaps, Cui Fuiying answered vaguely. Besides, given my injuries, it is not a falsehood. Her arm still ached. Chapter 29. A man like Ergo can indeed entice others. Little did they know, the maid had barely stepped outside when a commotion erupted at the door. Forgive me, Xie Erlang, but this is not in accordance with propriety. Xie Zhao's voice, as always, was refined and elegant. I am merely standing at the door and do not intend to enter. Cui Fuiying was momentarily taken aback and coughed heavily, feigning weakness as she asked, Is that you?
Erlang?
It is I, Xie Zhao responded, standing at the threshold, his silhouette faintly illuminated by the cabin's screen. How is my cousin faring? Thank you for your concern, cousin, she replied, coughing again to attract Wang Yingshu's attention. I was merely startled. I fear I am still unable to rise. After a brief silence, Xie Zhao spoke gently. There are many inconveniences aboard this boat. Since my cousin cannot rise, I request that Wang Madam send 2 taller maids to assist her into my carriage. I will have someone drive her back to the Xie Manor for the physician to examine. Wang Yingshu glanced at Cui Fuiying, who nodded thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. That seems acceptable. Wang Yingshu then addressed Xie Zhao. However, have you thought about how you will explain this to San Madam? There is no need for Wang Madam to concern herself. I will handle it, Xie Zhao replied calmly. Wang Yingshu scoffed lightly and called for 2 maids to enter. Cui Fuiying, looking pale, was carefully supported by the maids to the entrance. Xie Zhao stood with his back to her, only turning when he heard movement, instantly noticing the bandage on her arm. Has the wound on your arm not healed? He asked with a frown. Now that it has come into contact with water, it may worsen. You must have the physician attend to it immediately. I appreciate your concern, cousin, she murmured softly, her voice so low that it barely reached the ear. I have always been slow to heal. It seems this will take some time. If she had initially feigned her condition, she now genuinely felt the pain in her arm intensifying. Xie Zhao truly was her nemesis, inflicting yet another wound upon her. Now that the injury had been exposed to water, it would surely become inflamed, and she feared it would leave a scar. It is Samlang's recklessness that has caused my cousin to fall into the water. You are delicate. Focus solely on recovering, Xie Zhao instructed, turning his attention to the 2 maids at her side. My cousin has an injury on her arm. Please be careful in assisting her to the carriage. Cui Fuiying lowered her head slightly, coughing gently as she was helped forward. Keeping her eyes downcast, she seized the opportunity to trip one of the maids beside her. The maid gasped as she lost her balance and fell forward, causing Cui Fuiying to stumble as well. Her eyes widened in fear as she was about to hit the ground when a strong hand suddenly grasped her waist. Cui Fuiying felt a sense of dedication. Even in pain, she was committed to enticing Xie Zhao. She feigned panic, calling out in alarm as the hand at her waist pulled her back, placing her in a wide embrace. The familiar scent enveloped her, and feigning ignorance, she turned her head in alarm, only to collide with a pair of deep, dark eyes. Xie Zhao gazed down at her calmly, his eyes penetrating, leaving her with the disconcerting impression that he had seen through her ruse. Forgive me, madam. The maid she had tripped stammered, kneeling in fear. I did not mean to. I do not know why my foot slipped. Xie Zhao deliberately avoided her injured arm, cautiously releasing his hold on Cui Fuiying's waist, his tone even, though he frowned slightly in disapproval. Cousin, Please be more careful. Do not injure yourself again. Cui Fuiying bent down to help the fallen maid to her feet, offering an apologetic, "It was my fault for not standing firm. It had nothing to do with you. Do not be afraid." The maid stared at her in confusion. "Thank you all for your trouble today," she continued, glancing at Wang Yingshu. "Sister Yingshu, please extend my gratitude to them." Wang Yingshu wore a playful smile, her gaze flitting between Cui Fuiying and Xie Zhao. Upon hearing her words, her smile widened. She had initially thought Cui Fuiying's affection for Xie Zhao would lead to her own suffering. However, it appeared that was not entirely the case. Xie Zhao never considered whether someone like her could be touched by emotions. Now, reflecting on it, if that day were to come, it would indeed be quite intriguing. Naturally, there would be rewards. She found it amusing and chuckled as she spoke. The maidservant before Cui Fuiying wore a perplexed expression, unable to grasp why she was rewarded despite having accidentally caused someone to fall. Xie Zhao, benefiting from Cui Fuiying's presence, was finally allowed by Xie Zhao to rise from the ship's deck. Struggling to stand, the first thing he did was look at Xie Zhao, anxiously inquiring about Cui Fuiying's condition. Xie Zhao regarded her third brother with a cold gaze, feeling a slight headache. She had never imagined he could be this foolish. Were it not for the reputation of the Xie family, she truly would not wish to see this foolishness again. Could her third brother still be so obstinate? Cui Fuiying harbors no affection for you. The one who truly cares for you is the daughter of the Wang family. She just told me that she does not mind if your heart belongs to another. The marriage between the Wang and Xie families remains unchanged. Did your second brother agree? Xie Zhao hastily asked. She is so infatuated with you, I naturally cannot refuse. Xie Zhao replied indifferently. I am equally enamored with cousin Fuiying. Why can't my second brother support me? Xie Zhao retorted angrily, knowing well that I do not wish to marry her. Why then did you agree to this match on my behalf? Xie Zhao's cultivated demeanor allowed her to remain calm while conversing with Xie Zhao. Your marriage has long been arranged by the elders of both families. How could I have agreed on your behalf? Moreover, do you truly believe that Aunt San would accept Cui Fuiying as her daughter-in-law? Xie Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but stubbornly replied, I will find a way to persuade my mother, even if you have a method. Have you asked Cui Fuiying if she is willing? Xie Zhao's voice began to carry a hint of anger. Xie Zhao, I wish to speak with you calmly, because you are my younger brother. I have repeatedly tried to dissuade you out of concern for our bond. So, do not be ungrateful. The authorities Xie Zhao had over him had long since accumulated, and Xie Zhao, looking into her cold eyes, instinctively took a step back. But what wrong had he committed? He merely wished to spend his life with the one he loved. Is that a fault? With this thought, Xie Zhao found a bit more courage. I know my second brother means well, but my heart is unyielding and cannot be swayed, he insisted stubbornly. Xie Zhao stared at him for a moment, furious yet amused. A fine sentiment. My heart is unyielding and cannot be swayed, Xie Zhao coldly remarked, regrettably. While you are indeed unyielding, Cui Fuiying is not a mere stone. Xie Zhao, for the sake of our brotherhood, I will give you one last piece of advice. You and Cui Fuiying are impossible. You should abandon her and marry Wang Yingshu instead. This would be best for both of you. Xie Zhao could hardly hear a word. In his eyes, Xie Zhao had undoubtedly become the greatest obstacle to his union with Cui Fuiying. Not to mention, Cui Fuiying's ambiguous feelings towards Xie Zhao only fueled his jealousy. I am well aware that I fall short in every aspect compared to my second brother, yet I cannot fathom how someone like him could also entice others, deceiving them into harboring feelings for him, all the while maintaining an air of superiority. He shouted angrily. Chapter 30. Am I the one enticing Cui Fuiying? The more Xie Zhao thought about it, the more he felt that since the day Cui Fuiying entered the residence, every action of Xie Zhao's was premeditated and ill-intentioned. He deliberately appeared before his cousin, presenting himself as noble, while subtly drawing closer. Such a gentle and innocent cousin would surely be deceived by Xie Zhao's facade. Especially given his undeniable good looks, it was only natural for her to develop feelings for him. He did not blame his cousin. She was merely momentarily bewitched by Xie Zhao. Once she saw through his true nature, she would surely recognize his worth and return to him. Xie Zhao frowned at him, finding it utterly absurd. What are you saying?
I am enticing Cui Fuiying?
My second brother dares to say he has not done so. Xie Zhao shouted, pointing at him angrily. Otherwise, why would my cousin be fond of you? She is so pure and kind. Clearly, you have intentionally seduced her. leading her to secretly harbor feelings for you. Pure and kind, intentionally seduced. Xie Zhao scoffed repeatedly. It seems you have truly lost your mind. Your condition is dire. Qing Shan, he commanded coldly, take third young master back to their residence properly. Inform everyone that third young master accidentally fell into the water while out, catching a chill. Ensure he is well looked after. Without my permission, he is not to leave the house for a day. Yes, Qing Shan responded, cupping his hands in respect. He straightened up and approached Xie Zhao without hesitation. Upon seeing Qing Shan approach, Xie Zhao immediately shouted in a blustering manner, "You are merely a servant of the Xie family. I am also a master of the Xie family. Do you dare to touch me?" Qing Shan remained unfazed, effortlessly capturing the still resistant Xie Zhao, gently advising, "Third young master, you should conserve your strength to avoid my subordinates mishandling you and causing injury. You wretched servant." Xie Zhao had yet to finish berating when a silk handkerchief was suddenly stuffed into his mouth. He lifted his head, glaring furiously at Xie Zhao, making muffled sounds. "Too noisy," Xie Zhao said nonchalantly, binding him and tossing him into the carriage to take him back. Yes, Qing Shan obediently complied with Xie Zhao's instructions, swiftly retrieving a thick rope from behind and adeptly binding Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao stared at him in disbelief. Cui Fuiying, sitting in the carriage, vaguely heard commotion outside, though the sounds were muddled and unclear, resembling Xie Zhao's voice. She felt surprised, lifted the curtain of the carriage to look outside, but only saw Qing Shan's back. "Qing Shan?" she inquired. "What has happened?" Qing Shan turned to glance at her, bowing his head respectfully. "Does the young lady have any instructions?"
No.
Cui Fuiying shook her head, hesitantly saying, "But how do I feel like I heard third young master's voice?" "You must have misheard," Qing Shan replied with a calm expression. "Young lady, please lower the curtain. You fell into the water earlier, and the wind outside is strong. Be careful of catching a chill." She cast a curious glance outside. Indeed, not seeing Xie Zhao, nodded and lowered the curtain. The pain in her arm seemed to be intensifying, and she bit her lip, silently enduring it. After sitting for a while longer, Xie Zhao finally lifted the curtain and entered. He glanced at Cui Fuiying, who was seated beside him, and kindly said, "Since cousin is unwell, please take the main seat. It will be more comfortable." His tone was no different from usual. When Xie Zhao sought to display his grace, he truly could make one feel as if a gentle breeze were blowing, revealing none of the sternness he had shown her earlier. She displayed her feelings so overtly, Xie Zhao must have noticed that she harbored affection for him. Why then was there no reaction? "Thank you, second young master." At this moment, Cui Fuiying was indeed feeling very unwell, so she did not decline, softly expressing her gratitude before moving to the main seat. Xie Zhao sat in the place she had just vacated, casually picking up a book to peruse. Qing Shan drove the carriage, and the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed outside. Feeling somewhat bored and her arm throbbing painfully, Cui Fuiying struggled to distract herself, her gaze wandering within the carriage until it inevitably settled upon Xie Zhao. He was engrossed in the book before him, seemingly unaware of her scrutiny. After observing him for a while, she noticed that although he appeared to be reading, the pages of the book had yet to turn. One hand rested on the page, tapping lightly in a seemingly absent-minded manner. Is Xie Zhao lost in thought? She felt puzzled, not knowing what could have caused his distraction. Is my cousin feeling bored? Xie Zhao suddenly looked up at her. Cui Fuiying was slightly startled and instinctively lowered her eyes, then realized she had merely glanced at him a couple of times. There was no need to panic, so, fortunately, she raised her eyes to Xie Zhao, saying, "Cousin need not concern himself with me. I am quite well." Yet Xie Zhao set the book aside, looking at her warmly. "The journey back to the Xie residence still has some distance. If cousin finds it dull, I can keep you company for a while." Is Xie Zhao truly such a kind-hearted person? She did not believe it. Was it merely a matter of accompanying her for a brief conversation, or did he truly have inquiries to pose? Her cousin clearly had something he wished to convey. She tentatively inquired. From the moment Xie Zhao entered the carriage, he appeared preoccupied, perhaps harboring thoughts he found difficult to articulate. Indeed, he had several sentiments he wished to express to his cousin. Xie Zhao confirmed this. She had always known that he was not the type to indulge in idle chatter for her amusement. "If you have something to say, just say it," she smiled. "Earlier, I had a disagreement with Samling on the boat, as you witnessed. He has many misconceptions about me." Xie Zhao sighed, his handsome brows slightly furrowing. "It even resulted in you falling into the water. I truly feel remorseful." What was Xie Zhao ultimately trying to convey? Cui Fuiying, bewildered, could only respond, "Cousin, you need not concern yourself. I am aware this matter does not involve you. Samling's infatuation with you has indeed taken me by surprise." Xie Zhao paused slightly, gazing at her. "I hope that you might avoid meeting him henceforth." Cui Fuiying was taken aback. "I have no objection, but if Samling insists on seeing me, I shall find a way to manage him." Xie Zhao replied coolly, "I have already discussed this with Madame Wang. It would be best to expedite the engagement between her and Samling. Once they are wed, his affections for you shall likely dissipate." Clearly, the forceful love of Wang Yingshu was at play. That would be for the best. Though she endeavored to maintain her composure, a hint of joy crept into her expression. With these words from Xie Zhao, Cui Fuiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of the 6 male leads in the original text, Xie Zhiwei, had been resolved in this matter. Xie Zhao observed her demeanor and discerned that her words were indeed heartfelt. Cui Fuiying had only been in the Xie household for a mere 2 days before rendering Xie Zhiwei so besotted. Xie Zhao recalled the scenes from his dreams. Momentarily lost in thought, this seemingly absurd dream bore a peculiar resemblance to reality. Xie Zhiwei was indeed infatuated with Cui Fuiying, yet, unlike in the dream, she had not accepted his feelings and seemed to actively avoid him. Chapter 31. There is no need for constant encounters now that Xie Xingyan was absent from the residence and had yet to meet Cui Fuiying. He was uncertain whether Xie Xingyan would, like in the dream, become inexplicably enamored with her. He pondered deeply, but could not envision Xie Xingyan falling into the same madness as Xie Zhiwei. Xie Xingyan was 5 years older than Xie Zhao. Unlike Xie Zhiwei, he was consistently calm and reserved, adhering to decorum, a trait often praised by the elders of the Xie clan. Were it not for Xie Zhao's exceptional talents, the position of head of the family would rightfully belong to Xie Xingyan. Having his rightful place usurped, Xie Xingyan had never uttered a word of complaint, consistently dedicating himself to the family. In Xie Zhao's eyes, Xie Xingyan was quite intelligent. Would such a person truly become unhinged by love? Yet, if it were as depicted in the dream, and Xie Xingyan fell hopelessly for Cui Fuiying, how would she respond? Xie Zhao gazed intently at Cui Fuiying. The most prudent course of action would be to ensure that Cui Fuiying never crossed paths with Xie Xingyan again, thus eliminating any potential future complications. He gently rubbed his thumb, contemplating the feasibility of this strategy. Under his scrutiny, Cui Fuiying felt an inexplicable unease. Tentatively, she called out, "Xie Zhao, why have you suddenly fallen silent?" Xie Zhao returned to the present, offering a faint smile. "I apologize. I was contemplating a perplexing matter and momentarily lost my focus. If you have a troubling concern, why not share it with me? Perhaps I could assist you in finding clarity." Cui Fuiying tilted her head and suggested. However, Xie Zhao regarded her with an unusual gaze, remaining silent. She sighed inwardly. Wang Yingshu was correct. A person like Xie Zhao was indeed difficult to fathom, especially since he seldom shared his thoughts, leaving conversations often laden with the need to decipher his intentions. The mere thought of spending a lifetime with someone so enigmatic was exhausting. She puffed her cheeks slightly and mentally devised a series of martial arts exercises directed at Xie Zhao, feeling somewhat relieved after the mental exertion. Meanwhile, Xie Zhao observed her discreetly. This cousin from the Cui family perhaps believed she was concealing her emotions well, yet her true feelings would often betray her through her eyes. At that moment, Xie Zhao surmised she was likely scolding him internally. The hardships faced by women in this world were considerable. He never deemed a woman's subtle machinations as a flaw, as long as they did not infringe upon his boundaries. He was largely indifferent to Cui Fuiying's minor intrigues. After careful consideration, he concluded that Xie Zhiwei's case was likely an anomaly. Furthermore, Cui Fuiying was merely a guest residing in the Xie household, unless by design. It would be exceedingly difficult for her to encounter Xie Xingyan. The third madam held a particular fondness for Cui Fuiying, and he felt it prudent to maintain some decorum with Qin Shiwan, avoiding any drastic measures. However, the madman's recent remarks had indeed reminded him of something. Due to the circumstances surrounding Xie Zhiwei, he had inadvertently been in close contact with Cui Fuiying. "Cousin," Xie Zhiwei suddenly spoke gently. Cui Fuiying adjusted her mood and smiled at him, only to hear him continue, "In light of the disturbances caused by Samling over the past few days, I imagine you must be quite troubled. After today, we needn't meet so frequently." Cui Fuiying's smile froze upon her face. What was Xie Zhao implying? Was he seeking to sever ties and cease their interactions? She could not accept this. What do you mean, cousin? Cui Fuiying's eyelashes fluttered as a veil of mist gathered in her eyes. Have I done something to displease you? Xie Zhao maintained his gentle demeanor. You are overthinking it. I harbor no ill feelings towards you. It is simply my nature to prefer solitude. Cui Fuiying felt momentarily at a loss for words, unable to muster a retort. If I encounter a matter of concern, may I still seek your counsel? She blinked and softly inquired. Having just arrived aside from my aunt, you have shown me the most kindness. If I face an insurmountable issue, would it be permissible to approach you? Xie Zhao, appearing amiable, was in truth as unyielding as iron. If you have an issue, you may seek assistance from your aunt. She has been with the Xie family for many years and should be able to help you. Xie Zhao's refusal was so overt that any further insistence would render her intention suspect. Cui Fuiying took a deep breath, met Xie Zhao's gaze, and forced a smile. Since you say so, I shall not press the matter further. It mattered not. There was still time before the second male lead, Xie Xingyan, made his entrance. As she resided within the Xie household, she refused to believe she would not have another opportunity to encounter Xie Zhao. Just then, the carriage came to a halt. Cui Fuiying, seething with frustration, momentarily forgot the pain in her arm, and as soon as the carriage steadied, she eagerly rose and lifted the curtain. Qing Shan had yet to secure his footing when he turned to see Cui Fuiying leap from the carriage. Madam, what are you doing? He asked, bewildered. Cui Fuiying glanced back at Xie Zhao, who remained silent, gritted her teeth, and dashed into the estate without a backward glance. Only then did Xie Zhao, unhurried, disembark from the carriage. His silence kept Qing Shan from speaking freely. Xie Zhao cast a glance at the carriage containing Xie Zhiwei and softly instructed, take him to his own courtyard and ensure he is watched over. If my aunt inquires, say it was my directive. Understood, Qing Shan replied. Xie Zhao then proceeded towards the residence. Halfway there, he seemed to recall something, turning to ask, how are those in Cui Fuiying's courtyard faring now? Replying to the young lord, all is normal. Tomorrow, I will ensure she has the opportunity to hear from the Zhu Institute. Very well, Qing Shan bowed his head. I will find an opportunity to relay the message. Cui Fuiying stormed back to the Jianjia pavilion. Upon entering the room, she approached the table and struck it forcefully with her uninjured hand. Nearby, Wen Xia observed her demeanor with curiosity and asked, Madam, I thought you had gone out to enjoy the day with Samling. Why do you seem so upset? Still, it was not a matter to be overly concerned about. Heavens! Wen Xia exclaimed in sudden terror, Madam, what has happened to your arm? Cui Fuiying was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at her arm, where the bandages applied by Wang Yingshu were faintly stained with blood. In her anger towards Xie Zhao, she had completely forgotten about her own injury. What on earth happened? When Xia carefully cradled her hand, her eyes reddened with concern. It was almost healed. How could it have bled again after just one outing? As she spoke, she noticed that Cui Fuiying's attire had changed since she left the house. What has happened, madam? Why is your dress different? Do not shout. Cui Fuiying gestured for silence. She wished to keep the matter discreet and only vaguely stated, it is nothing serious. Do not make a fuss. Go fetch the physician. And just say my wound accidentally got wet. Got wet? When Xia asked again, how could that happen? Cui Fuiying, feeling exasperated, feigned extreme pain, saying weakly, if you do not fetch the physician soon, I may perish from this agony. When Xia, indeed alarmed, wiped her tears and hurriedly replied, I will go at once.
Please wait for me, miss.
Chapter 32. Fever. When Xia, swift on her feet, soon summoned the physician. The physician of the Xie residence was an elderly gentleman nearing his 70s, with kind eyes and a lifelong dedication to medicine. He had remained at the Xie household to access the collection of medical texts preserved there. As for Cui Fuiying's familiarity with him, it was simply because this physician made frequent appearances in the original narrative. He was often threatened, if anything happens to her, I will ensure you accompany her in the grave. At that moment, she had scoffed at how the protagonist was subjected to such hardships while also threatening this diligent elder, lamenting the decline of human decency. This benevolent elder was, apart from the male lead, the man who interacted most with the female protagonist in the original story. The physician carefully unwrapped the bandages from her arm, moving with utmost caution, yet Cui Fuiying could not help but cry out in pain. Since you know it hurts, young lady, you ought to be more careful. This physician had spent nearly his entire life in the Xie household, receiving great respect from all before the female protagonist's arrival. A capable person often possesses a temper, and his tone was rather stern at that moment. I cautioned you just 2 days ago, madam, that while the injury on your arm is not severe, it must not come into contact with water. Did you heed my advice? It is my fault, Cui Fueying replied, turning to the indignant Wen Xia beside her. I did not intend for this to happen. It was simply an accident. Though the elder's demeanor was somewhat brusque, he was easily appeased. With a cold grunt, he gently sprinkled medicinal powder onto her wound. Cui Fueying broke into a sweat from the pain, nearly biting through her lower lip, internally cursing Xie Zhao repeatedly. Were it not for him, she would not have to endure such torment. I will prescribe another medicine. Take it 3 times a day. The physician wrapped her arm with new bandages and added, I shall return tomorrow to change the dressing. However, since the wound was nearly healed, the fact that it got wet may cause it to flare up again, potentially leaving a scar. For a lady of Cui Fueying's age, the thought of an unsightly scar on her arm was indeed distressing. She would likely weep uncontrollably. Yet Cui Fueying remained remarkably composed. It is merely a scar. It is not a grave matter. Thank you, sir, for your treatment. She was unfazed, but Wen Xia could not help but exclaim, Madam, a woman's beauty is of utmost importance. Though this scar is on your arm, it is still a mark. A mere scar. It is not a matter of life and death. Although it was Cui Fueying who was injured, she still sought to comfort Wen Xia, whose concern was palpable. The scar was indeed severe, and had it not been for the physician's skillful hand, healing would not have been so effortless. It is merely a scar. What is there to fret about? Her words caught the elder's attention, prompting him to remark, if one had a fine snowy cream ointment, it could restore your skin to its original state. Before Cui Fueying could respond, Wen Xia urgently inquired, where can I procure the snowy cream? I shall fetch it for you at once. This ointment was notoriously expensive, reserved solely for use in the palace, and could not be found elsewhere. The physician shook his head. Unless granted by the palace, it is not available to common households. Wen Xia's enthusiasm deflated at once, muttering, then what was the point of saying it? Cui Fueying shot her a glare and turned to the elder, expressing her gratitude with utmost politeness before allowing Wen Xia to see him out. With the medicine applied to her arm, the cooling sensation alleviated some of the pain. Chen Qiwan, upon hearing that she had summoned the physician, made a special visit to Jianjia Pavilion to see her, though her expression was fraught with worry. Noticing her distress, Cui Fueying immediately inquired about the matter. Chen Qiwan cast her a troubled glance and sighed deeply. Today, Erlang informed me of the incident on the boat. I never imagined Sanlang could be so unruly as to cause you to fall into the lake. Aunt, do not blame yourself, Cui Fueying reassured, taking her hand. My fall was merely an accident. Sanlang did not intend for it to happen. You are my kin. How could I possibly hold him responsible? Fueying, you are such a good child. Chen Qiwan's eyes glistened with tears. Now that Erlang has ordered Sanlang to be confined, that is for the best. It saves me from constantly worrying. Cui Fueying was momentarily taken aback. Second young master had Sanlang locked up? Chen Qiwan nodded. If it were not for this, I would still be unaware of the trouble this rascal has caused, leading you to fall into the water. He truly requires strict discipline. She continued to converse with Cui Fueying for a while, but upon noticing her fatigue, she urged her to rest well before taking her leave. The confinement of Xie Zhao was, for Cui Fueying, a piece of fortuitous news. She now wished for him to be wed to Wang Yingshu the very next day, and to be sent directly from her courtyard to Wang Yingshu's. Madam, it is best to retire early today. Wen Xia entered with the medicine prescribed by the physician. Take your medicine before bed, and you shall recover swiftly. Cui Fueying glanced at the neatly bandaged wound on her arm. Though it had felt somewhat effective when first treated, it now throbbed dully. She accepted the medicine from Wen Xia, looking at the dark concoction in the bowl. Taking a deep breath, she tilted her head back and swallowed it down. Wen Xia stood by her bedside, taking the empty bowl from her and bringing in fresh water for her to rinse her mouth, before assisting her in lying down. Madam, rest early. I will remain outside. Call for me if you need anything. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall outside. It seemed that Nanyang was particularly blessed with rain. This was the second rainfall since her arrival. You have also had a long day. It is best to return and rest. I am well and do not require company. Unbeknownst to her, the potion she had just consumed contained ingredients that induced sleep, and before she could finish her sentence, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Cui Fueying initially believed herself to be unscathed, but did not anticipate that the original body was quite delicate, and by midnight, she developed a fever. Awoken by the heat in the middle of the night, her arm throbbed in pain, and her mouth was parched. Wanting to call out for help, she remembered having instructed Wen Xia to rest before bed. Cui Fueying had no choice but to endure the discomfort. As she attempted to rise and fetch a glass of water, she slipped from the bed, her legs giving way beneath her. It hurts. Tears welled in her eyes. She had previously noticed that this body possessed an acute sensitivity to pain. The injury on her arm was likely inflamed. Having stumbled and twisted her ankle, she found herself in a rather ridiculous position on the floor beside her bed, her situation both pitiable and laughable. At last, she understood why the female protagonist was so frequently in contact with the physician. The room was enveloped in darkness, suggesting that not much time had passed since she had fallen asleep. Although the bowl of dark medicine had helped her sleep, it had proven of little use in alleviating her discomfort. Chapter 33. She thought of someone. Cui Fueying, leaning against the pillar, attempted to rise when she suddenly heard a familiar female voice at the door. "Cousin, I just heard some commotion inside. Do you need me to come in?" A wave of joy washed over Cui Fueying. She quickly called out, "I've fallen. Please come in and help me." The door creaked open, and the dimly lit candle was ignited, casting a warm glow that dispelled the darkness of the room. A maid hastily rushed to her side and helped her onto the bed. "Are you all right?" the maid asked anxiously. "If you have any orders, just call for me. There's no need for you to get up." Her voice was slightly hoarse. "I just woke up feeling thirsty and wanted some water. I didn't expect to fall." The maid promptly turned to fetch water, returning shortly with a cup of tea to offer her. After drinking a cup, Cui Fueying coughed, her throat feeling much better. She handed the cup back, whispering, "Thank you. Madam is too polite. This is what I should do," the maid replied, her head bowed. "Would you like more water?"
Cui Fueying nodded.
"Please bring me another cup." After drinking 3 cups in succession, she finally felt satisfied and returned the cup. As the maid reached to take it, Cui Fueying inadvertently glanced at her hand, pausing slightly. There were conspicuous burn marks on her skin. She finally lifted her gaze to examine the maid before her. "It's you?"
Cui Fueying exclaimed in surprise.
"Didn't I tell you to rest these past 2 days?" It was the same maid who had burned her hand that morning. The maid lowered her head and replied, "As servants, we cannot afford to be so delicate. A bit of medicine will suffice." Cui Fueying grasped her hand, examining it closely. The maid flinched at the action, instinctively trying to withdraw her hand. But Cui Fueying held on firmly.
"Stay still."
The maid complied. Cui Fueying sighed, noting the blisters on her hand that must be quite painful. The lives of servants in ancient times were indeed devoid of rights. "What is your name?" she asked, releasing her grip and looking up. The maid lowered her head and replied, "I am called Xie. Why are you outside my room today?" Cui Fueying inquired further. "I saw that you had summoned the physician, and fearing you might be unwell, I stayed by the door in case you had any needs during the night," Xie replied, her demeanor calm and composed. "You've worked hard," Cui Fueying said, feeling a bit dizzy, but managing a smile. "I am not fond of having someone guard me while I sleep, but thanks to you, I would have otherwise lain on the floor all night." "This is what I am meant to do," Xie replied without a change in expression. "Starting tomorrow, you shall serve by my side," Cui Fueying continued. "I need assistance with many matters, and your presence will be beneficial." Xie appeared somewhat incredulous and immediately knelt before her, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, madam." "Rise," Cui Fueying said, extending a hand to assist her. "I am not so particular, as long as you are loyal. I will not treat you unfairly." Xie stood up with her help, unable to resist glancing at Cui Fueying, but paused slightly, worry etched on her face. "Madam, do you feel unwell?" Cui Fueying's face flushed, her eyes betraying a hint of discomfort. She felt lightheaded and stared blankly at Xie, murmuring, "Unwell? I do feel a bit unwell. What is bothering you?" Xie asked, her tone anxious. "Shall I summon the physician? I feel dizzy." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly toppled backward into a hazy darkness. "Madam, are you all right?" Xie exclaimed. "Physician, please save my lady." Wen Xia's voice was distinctly recognizable, filled with vitality, immediately identifiable as hers. "Physician, how is the young lady?" This was Xie, her voice cool and her tone remarkably composed, unlike Wen Xia's frantic demeanor. "The young lady is suffering from insufficient vital energy and has been afflicted by cold, resulting in chills and fever, the physician observed, taking her pulse. Her condition is weaker than I anticipated. I shall prepare medicine immediately. You must brew it and administer it to her. If she awakens by tomorrow, she will be fine. What if she does not wake? When Xia asked, trembling, then it may be dire. The physician stroked his beard. Her fate will depend on her constitution. Is it possible? She merely fell into the water. How could it escalate to this? Cui Fuiying felt dazed, her eyelids heavy, unable to open her eyes. Yet she could hear the voices around her clearly. Then please write the prescription quickly. I shall fetch the medicine, Ting Xue said steadily. My poor lady. You have only just arrived, yet you've faced such misfortune, from being struck to falling into the water, and now suffering from a high fever, when Xia lamented, kneeling beside the bed, holding her hand and weeping sorrowfully. Had I known, I should have stayed by your side at all times. When Xia's voice was piercing, making Cui Fuiying's head throb painfully. Perhaps you should step back a bit, she couldn't help but retort. When Xia, my lady requires rest, please refrain from crying out. Lest you disturb her, Ting Xue advised gently. When Xia looked at her, wiped her tears, and nodded. I was foolish. Thank you for the reminder. Finally, Cui Fuiying found some peace, drifting off once more. When she awoke again, when Xia was feeding her medicine, which tasted unbearably bitter, numbing her tongue. The bitterness jolted her awake, and she instinctively spat out the medicine.
What now?
My lady still cannot take the medicine, when Xia said, her tone laced with sorrow. How can she recover without it? I will try, Ting Xue offered softly. Although Cui Fuiying was in a stupor, she sensed that her illness was quite severe. Thus, when the bitter concoction was administered, she forced herself to swallow it down. She drank it. She drank it. When Xia exclaimed joyfully, my lady can take the medicine. She will surely wake soon. Regrettably, despite having taken the medicine, Cui Fuiying remained unresponsive. In truth, she was aware of everything happening around her. Yet she could not open her eyes. Chen Qiwan visited her during her unconsciousness, holding her hand and weeping softly, saying, if you do not awaken. How shall I explain this to you, Liang? She desperately tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt glued shut. A terrifying thought suddenly struck Cui Fuiying. Previously, whenever she attempted to alter the plot, she faced punishment. Would this time also be a consequence of the narrative? After all, it was merely a fall into the water. How could it escalate to this? Was the story warning her? Because she had altered the course, a minor fall could cost her life? The more she pondered, the more fearful she became. If death meant freedom from this place, it would be of little consequence. What terrified her was the possibility of not dying, but rather being eternally trapped in this body, like a living corpse, unable to awaken. She would go mad. What could she do to awaken? Cui Fuiying suddenly thought of someone. Chapter 34. Calling his name. No one anticipated that Cui Fuiying, after merely falling into the water and appearing unharmed, would fall gravely ill that very night. Ting Xue entered the room with medicine, glancing at Wen Xia, who was kneeling by the bed, silently weeping. She pursed her lips and approached with the medicine. Let us first administer the medicine to the young lady, she said softly. Wen Xia snapped back to reality, wiped her tear-streaked face, and nodded, carefully lifting the bowl to feed Cui Fuiying. Though the medicine was taken, it showed no effect. This was already the third bowl for the day. As the night enveloped the world in its quiet embrace, Ting Xue hesitated, recalling the physician's words. If she did not awaken tonight, she would remain by her beloved side. After Xianxia finishes administering the medicine and sets the empty bowl aside, she reassured me that the young lady will not slip into eternal slumber. I long to witness her awakening, to be the first person she sees. Then I shall accompany you, replied Xianxia. Sister, you have toiled throughout the day. It would be wise to rest. Ting Xue, her heart heavy with concern, was momentarily taken aback by this, but after a brief pause, she nodded in agreement. As she grasped the empty bowl that Cui Fuiying had finished with, she was about to depart when she suddenly heard a faint sound from the bed. Startled, Ting Xue turned to look at Cui Fuiying. Did she just speak? Xianxia's eyes widened, fearing it was merely a figment of her imagination, and hurriedly sought confirmation. It seemed she indeed uttered something, though I did not catch the words. In truth, she had heard it, but found it hard to believe. Was she calling the second young master's name?
Ting Xue gazed at Cui Fuiying,
whose pallor resembled that of porcelain, her hair cascading like a silken waterfall behind her, fragile as a delicate glass figurine. My lady, what did you just say? Xianxia clutched Cui Fuiying's hand, leaning closer to her lips. Please repeat it. Cui Fuiying, eyes still closed, murmured Xie Zhao. Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her, then quickly turned to Ting Shui. Did I mishear? Ting Shui's countenance grew grave. I heard it too. The lady was calling the second young master's name. It appears that Miss has deep feelings for the second young master, Xianxia murmured, lowering her gaze. Lost in thought, she again heard Cui Fuiying call out Xie Zhao. This time, it was unmistakable. There could be no error. After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia resolutely rose to her feet. If my lady wishes to see the second young master, I shall fetch him at once. Wait. Ting Shui stopped Xianxia from rushing out. You are but a mere maid. How could the second young master possibly meet with you? If he refuses to see me, I shall kneel outside the listening bamboo courtyard until he agrees. Xianxia bit her lip, her determination unwavering. The second young master holds a prestigious position within the Xie family, even if you were to kneel until your last breath. You may never meet him. Ting Shui furrowed her brow, glancing at the unconscious Cui Fuiying. You stay here with her. I shall attempt to see him. Xianxia's eyes brightened as she grasped Ting Shui's hands. Then I shall entrust this to you. Having spent years within the Xie household, I possess a better chance, but... Her gaze fell. Whether he is willing to come is beyond my control. I can only endeavor to try. I understand the second young master's esteemed status. Yet my lady's life hangs in the balance, and in her delirium, she calls only for him. We must do everything we can to summon him. Xianxia inhaled deeply. Go quickly. I will remain here to watch over her. Ting Shui nodded and hurried out. The rain had begun the previous night and showed no signs of abating. The chill in the air palpable as she opened her umbrella and hastened her steps, finally arriving at the entrance of the listening bamboo courtyard. She approached, lifting her umbrella slightly to reveal her face. Is the second young master at rest? The attendant at the door, recognizing her, nodded. You may enter, Mississippi. Ting Shui stepped inside, expertly navigating through the familiar corridors until she reached the door of Xie Zhao's study. She set her umbrella aside, adjusted her attire, and gently knocked on the door. Master, Ting Shui has come to report. Enter, came Xie Zhao's voice from within. With her head bowed, she pushed the door open and knelt before the desk. Please forgive me, Master. An unforeseen circumstance has kept me from leaving. Xie Zhao, seated at his desk with a book in hand, leisurely turned a page before lifting his gaze to her. I have heard of the situation. Rise. Yes. Ting Shui complied, standing up. Is she truly unresponsive? Xie Zhao inquired. Indeed. Ting Shui replied, her head lowered. Miss Fuiying was suddenly struck by a high fever last night and fell into unconsciousness. The physician warned that if she does not awaken today, her life may be in jeopardy. And the day is nearly over, Xie Zhao murmured, frowning slightly, sensing something amiss. During her time at the Jianjia Pavilion, did you notice anything unusual? He asked further. I observed nothing out of the ordinary, Ting Shui replied with composure. What is your assessment of her character? The young lady appears somewhat capricious, not one to harbor deep-seated schemes. She hesitated before continuing. Rather, she seems genuinely kind-hearted and innocent. Xie Zhao cast her a sidelong glance. If that is the case, then I shall instruct the physician to treat her diligently. If he succeeds, that would be ideal. Should he fail, the Xie family can afford to care for a sick individual. Understood. Ting Shui nodded as Xie Zhao returned to his book. Noticing she had not yet withdrawn, he set the book down and calmly asked, Do you have further matters to discuss? Ting Shui suddenly knelt again, pressing her forehead to the ground. Taking a deep breath before speaking, I do have something to say. Please allow me to speak, Master. What is so urgent? Xie Zhao asked, leisurely sipping his tea. I cannot, Ting Shui replied, remaining motionless in her position. What do you wish to convey? Xie Zhao's curiosity piqued. Is it about Cui Fuiying? Yes, she replied. Please, share your thoughts. Taking several deep breaths, Ting Shui finally spoke with trepidation. I believe that Miss Fuiying harbors feelings for you. Xie Zhao fell silent, the pause stretching uncomfortably long, causing Ting Shui's heart to race as she felt cold sweat trickle down her back. At last he spoke. What led you to this conclusion? While serving Miss Fuiying, I overheard her confide in her maid, Xianxia, that her heart belongs solely to you. Others hold no allure for her. Chapter 35. A cold and unfeeling individual. Xie Zhao remained silent for an even longer duration, leaving Ting Shui to wonder if he had heard her. Unable to resist, she lifted her gaze, only to find him regarding her with a cold, scrutinizing expression. Her heart stilled for a moment before she hastily lowered her gaze. I would never dare to deceive you. After what felt like an eternity, Xie Zhao finally spoke again. Besides that, did she say anything else? I am not her closest maid, so my insights are limited, Ting Shui replied, drenched in cold sweat. However, as Miss Fueying has taken me under her care, I shall inevitably provide you with more information in the future. Xie Zhao's eyes narrowed as he approached her. She caught a glimpse of his dark boots. Though his attire was simple, the intricate gold-threaded patterns were not the hallmark of an ordinary household. The exquisite designs swirled before her, and she dared not gaze too long. Quickly averting her eyes. Rise, he commanded. I said to rise, he reiterated impatiently. She immediately obeyed.
Ting Sui?
Do you understand my purpose in placing you at the Jianjia Pavilion? He inquired. You instructed me to observe Miss Fueying closely and report any unusual behavior immediately. In that case, you would do well not to disappoint me, Xie Zhao replied calmly. My life is at your mercy, master. I would never harbor any other thoughts. Lowering her head, her voice grew hoarse. The reason I mention this is that. For what reason? Miss Fueying is currently gravely ill, and when I delivered her medicine earlier, I distinctly heard her calling your name in her delirium. Xie Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. She called my name? Yes, Ting Shui replied. I feared I had misheard, but she called 3 times, which could not possibly be mistaken. Lowering her gaze, she continued, Xianxia, who attends to her, also heard it and wishes to summon you to the Jianjia Pavilion. I feared disturbing your rest, and thus took it upon myself to come. Xie Zhao pondered for a moment. This was indeed unexpected.
Cui Fang possesta certe intrigue.
Very well, I shall go see her myself. He swiftly made a decision to visit his cousin, curious to discern whether her illness was genuine or feigned, especially since she had called his name even in her supposed sickness. Xie Zhao summoned Qingshan, who stood at the door, with a commanding voice. My lord, what are your orders? Qingshan inquired, bowing as he entered. Go prepare some superior tonics. I intend to visit my cousin, he instructed coldly. News of Cui Fueying's illness had long spread throughout the Xie residence. Yet Qingshan did not anticipate that the second young master would actually make the effort to visit her himself. He had presumed that, given Xie Zhao's indifferent nature, even if she were on her deathbed, he would only send someone to offer condolences. He was taken aback but maintained a calm demeanor as he acknowledged the command and withdrew. Ting Shui was equally astonished. She had not expected to summon Xie Zhao. Yet he was indeed going. You may return now, Xie Zhao said as he returned to his desk, not sparing her a glance. Yes, Ting Shui replied, lowering her head as she slowly exited the study. She retrieved her umbrella beneath the eaves and left Tingzhu courtyard, where the rain fell incessantly, shrouding the night in darkness. Upon returning to Jianjia Pavilion, Wenxia rushed forward, her expression eager. Well, does the second young master wish to come? She hesitated momentarily. Although Xie Zhao had expressed his intention to visit, she could not be certain he would not change his mind midway, for his thoughts were elusive. And she dared not assume he would definitely come that night. Seeing her indecision, Wenxia's heart sank and dissatisfaction crept onto her face. Our mistress is gravely ill. Does the second young master not wish to see her? She lamented. How pitiful that our mistress harbors such deep affection for him, calling his name even in her sickness, only to have her feelings unreciprocated. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, oblivious to Ting Shui's alarmed expression as she frantically gestured at her. The second young master is renowned for his virtue, but he is distinctly cold-hearted. Ting Shui broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as she regarded the figure behind Wenxia, stammering. I have seen the second young master. Wenxia was momentarily taken aback, then turned around. Xie Zhao stood at the corner of the corridor, enveloped in darkness, rendering his features indistinguishable. The pressure emanating from him eclipsed any joy she might have felt at seeing him. She instinctively knelt, murmuring, Please forgive me, second young master. I was speaking foolishly. She stuttered nervously, not daring to raise her gaze. As her lost composure returned, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. They were merely residing in the Xie household, yet she had spoken ill of her master behind his back. If Xie Zhao were to be harsh, he could easily cast her out. Xie Zhao approached slowly, coming to stand before her, and said gently, You are merely concerned for your mistress. Rise. Wenxia looked up, and now that she was closer, she could finally discern his expression, gentle and serene, devoid of anger. She exhaled in relief and stood up, saying, "Thank you, second young master." Xie Zhao glanced at Qingshan, who stepped forward, holding something in his hand. Our lord is worried about the health of his cousin. He sought some superior tonics from the storeroom, hence our delay. Upon hearing this, Wenxia felt as though she had been slapped, her face flushing with shame. The second young master, so gentle and kind-hearted, and yet she had spoken ill of him. He bore no resentment. Truly, he was a paragon of virtue. "Has my cousin awakened?" Xie Zhao inquired softly. Wenxia, upon hearing Cui Fuiying's name, finally reacted, her urgency palpable. "I implore you, second young master, please come see our mistress. She remains unconscious and has been calling your name. If she were to see you, perhaps it would rouse her." She wiped the tears from her eyes, adding, "The physician has said that if she does not awaken today, it would confirm her deep affection for you. I beseech you, in consideration of her current state, to converse with her." Xie Zhao replied calmly, "If that is the case, I shall go see my cousin." Wenxia led him into the room, where the pungent scent of medicine lingered. The windows were tightly shut, and although it was late spring, a charcoal fire still burned in the room. Xie Zhao frowned imperceptibly, though Wenxia was too preoccupied with guiding him to notice his expression. Upon entering the inner chamber, he finally beheld Cui Fuiying. Just the day before, she had appeared vibrant as she leaped from his carriage, yet now she lay motionless on the bed, as pale as paper, unresponsive to the world around her. He surveyed her coldly, lost in thought. Chapter 36. Katyu Wenxia could not hold back her tears upon seeing Cui Fuiying in such a state. "How long has my cousin been unconscious?" Xie Zhao inquired. "Since last night, and it continues to this moment," Wenxia replied, dabbing her tear-streaked face. "We have administered medicine bowl after bowl, yet there are no signs of her awakening." "Oh no!" she suddenly exclaimed. "The medicine for my mistress is still simmering on the stove." Xie Zhao, with utmost warmth, reassured her, "You may go check. It is of no consequence." Wenxia hesitated, but Tingxue promptly interjected, "I shall watch over things here. The medicine for the young lady must not be delayed. You should go." Wenxia then hurriedly bowed to Xie Zhao before rushing out. Once she had disappeared from view, Tingxue bowed to Xie Zhao, her head lowered as she said, "I will prepare tea for you, second young master." Tingxue slowly exited the room, leaving the door slightly ajar, standing at the threshold as she waited. Xie Zhao approached the bed, gazing down at the figure lying there. Cui Fuiying's devoted maid did not appear to be lying. Could it be true that she was calling his name even in her unconscious state? Why was that? Xie Zhao scrutinized her closely. Cui Fuiying's recent behavior was not difficult to interpret, yet he found it hard to believe that she truly held feelings for him. Was her rejection of Xie Zhiwei motivated by her affection for him? Or did she feel that Xie Zhiwei's status was insufficient, yearning for someone of greater power? From Cui Fuiying's recent actions, he did not perceive her as an innocent young lady. She evidently had her own schemes, and her attempts at seduction struck him as rather naive and somewhat laughable. He gazed at her pallid visage for a while, feeling his interest wane. Regardless of whether she genuinely harbored feelings for him, it made no difference to Xie Zhao. As he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a slight movement in her fingers resting on the brocade blanket. Xie Zhao paused, tentatively calling out, "Cousin?" That fleeting moment seemed an illusion, for Cui Fuiying remained unresponsive. Yet doubt crept in. He bent slightly, pinching her cheek, then squeezed firmly. The skin beneath his fingers was soft and smooth, akin to fine silk, almost eluding his grasp. Xie Zhao fixated on her face, devoid of any tender sentiment, twisting the flesh in his grip. Cui Fuiying's features contorted under his hold, taking on a rather comical appearance. She lay quietly with her eyes closed, not even fluttering her eyelashes. If she were not truly unconscious, she was adept at feigning it, successfully deceiving even him. Xie Zhao released his grip, the area he had pinched turning a noticeable red, contrasting sharply against the pallor of her other cheek. Rubbing his fingers, he turned to leave. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, a faint, weak voice called out from behind him, "Cousin." Xie Zhao halted, turning back towards the bed. Cui Fuiying propped herself up on her arms, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her chest, her eyes half closed, gazing at him as if lost in a dream. The candlelight illuminated her face, revealing a hint of vitality compared to her previous stillness. "Cousin?" Xie Zhao squinted slightly, inquiring softly, "When did you awaken?" Cui Fuiying, however, offered no reply, merely continuing to gaze at him in silence. Finding it peculiar, he stepped closer to the bedside and softly called out, "Cousin?" Cui Fuiying stared at him in a daze, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Cousin? Am I dreaming?" He paused for a moment. "Of course not. Cousin, are you feeling any better?" "I have summoned the physician." Cui Fuiying furrowed her brow, tilting her head slightly, her long hair cascading softly down her shoulder. "You're deceiving me. This must be a dream." A hint of grievance colored her tone, and her eyes quickly welled with tears. Her cousin had clearly vowed never to see her again. How could he possibly be here now? Xie Zhao was momentarily speechless. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "I never said I would not see you again. I merely felt it unnecessary to meet frequently." Cui Fuiying pouted. "Even in my dreams, cousin, you want to say something sweet to comfort me?" Xie Zhao felt a wave of helplessness. "Cousin, this is not a dream." Suddenly, Cui Fuiying coughed softly a few times. "Could you come a bit closer?" Xie Zhao, puzzled, stepped forward a few paces. "A little closer," she urged. He complied, moving nearer still. "I am so weak now. Are you afraid I might devour you?" Cui Fuiying feebly remarked, keeping distance as if I were some fearsome beast. Her current demeanor starkly contrasted with her previous self, resembling a child on the verge of tears when denied candy. Xie Zhao approached the bedside, lowering his gaze to ask, "What troubles you, cousin?" Cui Fuiying suddenly grasped his sleeve. He was momentarily taken aback. "I've caught you," she smiled up at him. "In my dream, cousin, you cannot escape." Though her grip was light, he could easily free himself with a simple gesture. Cui Fuiying beamed at him, yet a flicker of unease lingered in her eyes, which he easily discerned. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, she implored, "Cousin, my head is spinning. Can you stay with me?" He stared at the piece of fabric in her hand, silent. Cui Fuiying's voice gradually lost its strength, yet she stubbornly persisted, "Even if you refuse, it matters not. Your sleeve is in my grasp. You cannot flee." After a lengthy silence, he sighed, "Cousin, please do not make a fuss." He gently withdrew the fabric from her hand. "Now that you are awake, I must take my leave. Are you truly so heartless?" Cui Fuiying bit her lip, her eyes reddening. "You cannot spare even a moment to accompany me? Even in dreams? Must you keep me at arm's length?" Xie Zhao found himself at a loss. No one had ever dared to cling to him so persistently, yet he could not treat a patient harshly. "Very well, you may go." She suddenly turned her head away. "I do not care for anyone's company." Despite her words, her voice was tinged with a quiver of suppressed sobs. Noticing his silence, she stole a glance at him. Xie Zhao met her gaze with an unusually cold expression. "It is late. I must not linger. Rest well, cousin. I shall visit again another day." Accustomed to the insincere pleasantries of the aristocracy, Xie Zhao was unprepared for Cui Fuiying to take his last words to heart. "Really? Will you truly come back to see me?" She looked up at him, her eyes still red but filled with unmistakable hope. Chapter 37. Do not deceive me. Xie Zhao silently observed her hopeful countenance and slowly nodded, "Yes. When will that day be?"
Cui Fuiying pressed.
"Will you come to see me tomorrow?" When he remained silent, tears began to stream down her cheeks, large droplets cascading down to gather at her pointed chin, only to be hastily wiped away by her hand. "I knew you were just saying that to placate me. Your promise of a future visit means you will never return." She wept sorrowfully, her tears flowing freely as if they were without cost. Anyone witnessing this might think Xie Zhao had wronged her. Although Xie Zhao had seen many things, this was his first encounter with such a scene. Others often revered his status, never daring to behave so openly before him. Cui Fuiying, however, was an exception. Not only bold but also imbued with a hint of reproach. "I do not understand what I have done to earn your disdain, cousin. Is it merely because Samling favors me?" She looked at him through tear-streaked eyes, sobbing. "But can matters of the heart be controlled by me?" Xie Zhao, pained by her tears, sighed, "Cousin, please do not cry. I will visit you tomorrow." "Really?" Cui Fuiying's face brightened, hastily wiping her tears and smiling up at him. "Cousin, your word is your bond. Do not deceive me." Xie Zhao replied calmly, "I never lie." "Then let us make a promise." Cui Fuiying raised her hand, her eyes sparkling. Seeing her gesture, Xie Zhao frowned slightly, puzzled. "What does this promise entail?" "Do you not know, cousin?" Cui Fuiying blinked. "It is a custom from my home. When two people hook their pinkies together, it signifies a binding agreement that must not be broken. I have never heard of such a thing. Xie Zhao regarded her hand, intrigued. It was not surprising that he, having resided in Nanyang for so long, was unfamiliar with customs from other regions. Cui Fuiying sat on the edge of the bed, raising her hand high. Please indulge me this once, cousin. I am but a patient. She looked at him with hopeful eyes. Since I promised to come, I will indeed fulfill that promise. Yet Xie Zhao had no intention of making such a pact. Now that you are awake, please rest well. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. He deliberately ignored the way her eyes dimmed, turning to leave. Cousin. Her voice rang out once more. Xie Zhao turned back. I heard it might be raining outside. The roads will be slippery tonight. Please be careful. Cui Fuiying tilted her head, smiling as she spoke. He nodded gently and turned to exit. It was only after his figure had completely vanished that the smile faded from Cui Fuiying's face. She sat on the edge of the bed, dazed. The strong scent of medicine lingering in the air, her head heavy and uncomfortable. The door creaked open, and Tingxue entered with a tray of tea, her expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing Cui Fuiying sitting up. She hurried to the bedside, asking anxiously, Madam, you are awake? Thank heavens, her joy was palpable. The physician said you would be in danger if you did not awaken by noon, but you have finally come to. She rushed to inform Wen Xia,
who had been quite worried about you.
Cui Fuiying lifted her gaze to meet Tingxue's eyes, slightly smiling. I am fine. I did not mean to cause you all this worry. Though she had been in a coma, she had been keenly aware of her surroundings and understood that it was Tingxue who had summoned Xie Zhao. Had he not come, she might not have awakened at all. Oddly enough, before Xie Zhao's arrival, she had felt conscious yet could not open her heavy eyelids, no matter how hard she tried. Yet, as soon as he arrived, she could open her eyes almost instantly. If this were mere coincidence, it seemed rather too coincidental. Lowering her head in contemplation, she realized that she could not abandon Xie Zhao under any circumstances. With a sudden bang, Cui Fuiying looked up, not yet grasping what had happened. When she was tightly embraced, Madam, you are awake, came Wen Xia's voice from above, her tone choked with emotion. You truly are awake. I must be dreaming. If you hold me any tighter, I shall faint again, Cui Fuiying said helplessly. Wen Xia quickly released her, a bit embarrassed as she wiped away the tears from her eyes. I was just too happy to see you awake. She paused, looking curiously at Cui Fuiying's cheeks, reaching out to wipe one side. What happened to your face? Why is one side so flushed while the other appears normal? Cui Fuiying gently touched her cheek, feeling the lingering sting from Xie Zhao's heavy-handedness. She suspected that her awakening was a direct result of the pain inflicted upon her. It's nothing. Perhaps I just bumped into something, she said dismissively. Bumped into what? When Xia asked, her anxiety escalating. Did you hit your head?
I've really fine, Cui Fuiying replied.
A hint of helplessness in her voice. Oh no. When Xia suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead as she glanced at the disarray around them, her expression turning mournful. I've knocked over the mistress's medicine. I'll prepare another bowl for the mistress, Tingxue suggested with a smile. When Xia, you must have been frightened today. Stay with the mistress for a while. Let the other servants handle it, Cui Fuiying said, rubbing her temples. You've all worked hard today. Go rest early. No way. I want to stay by the mistress's side, when Xia insisted stubbornly. Very well, Cui Fuiying conceded with a sigh, yawning as drowsiness washed over her. I shall rest for a bit. We can discuss matters tomorrow. When Xia, however, was worried that she might fall into a deep sleep again. Don't worry, I assure you. I won't sleep so deeply this time, Cui Fuiying replied, feeling an inexplicable confidence that she would remain awake. The heavy rain had poured throughout the night, finally tapering off as dawn broke. As the light pierced through the clouds, it heralded a fresh and clear day. Cui Fuiying slowly opened her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. Seeing the familiar drapery, she exhaled deeply, as if awakening from an extraordinarily long dream, feeling somewhat disoriented. As she stirred, Wen Xia, who had been resting beside her, instantly awoke and looked up at Cui Fuiying. When she saw her smiling, her lips quivered, and her eyes brimmed with tears. You're well now, yet your eyes are red again?
Cui Fuiying teased.
Are you perhaps a reincarnated rabbit spirit? How can you still jest with me now that you're better? When Xia finally felt brave enough to scold her. Do you have any idea how perilous yesterday was? I know, Cui Fuiying replied nonchalantly. Isn't everything fine now? When Xia was about to retort when a sudden rapping at the window caught her attention. What was that noise? She asked, turning to look. Perhaps the window wasn't closed tightly and was rattled by the wind, Cui Fuiying said, her heart stirring slightly. It's nothing serious. I distinctly closed the window. When Xia said, puzzled as she stood to investigate. When Xia, Cui Fuiying suddenly called out. What is it, mistress? When Xia halted, turning back to her. I've been asleep for a day and feel quite exhausted. I wish to bathe and change. Could you prepare that for me? She smiled. But mistress, you've just awakened. Surely you shouldn't bathe yet. When Xia momentarily forgot about the window, worrying about her catching a chill. Then go fetch the physician, Cui Fuiying said. Ask him to come and check my pulse. When Xia quickly agreed, turning to rush out. The window rattled again as Cui Fuiying rose and approached it, pushing it open. Standing outside was a tall man in a fitted outfit, his handsome features marred by a look of concern. What brings you here?
Cui Fuiying asked,
frowning as she recognized him. Did I not say that the Xie residence is no ordinary place? Unless I seek you out, you ought not to appear. I was worried about you, he replied, lowering his head. I heard you were ill. If I don't see you, I cannot rest easy.
Cui Fuiying sighed.
Xiaoyan had been her shadow since she entered this world. The first time she encountered him, she had been startled, mistaking him for an assassin until his stammered apologies revealed his harmless intentions. After absorbing the memories of the original owner, she learned that he was a man she had stumbled upon by the roadside. They say to avoid picking up men on the street. But the original owner clearly hadn't heeded that advice. Initially, she had even questioned whether he was one of the male leads. But no such stammering bodyguard or character named Xiaoyan existed in the original narrative. No matter how hard she tried to dismiss him, even resorting to harsh words or physical reprimands, Xiaoyan merely gazed at her with reddened eyes, unable to drive him away or best him in combat. She reluctantly accepted his presence. Having someone to protect her was not entirely a misfortune, especially since Xiaoyan could assist her in many ways from the shadows. Cui Fuiying transitioned from trepidation to gradually becoming accustomed to his presence. Where did you hear that I was ill? Cui Fuiying asked, hands on her hips, her anger simmering. Did you not listen to my instructions and hide in the Xie residence? Xiaoyan remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Did I not assure you that there would be no danger here? Cui Fuiying said angrily. If you continue to disregard my wishes, you may as well stop following me. Please don't say that, Xiaoyan implored, fear flashing across his face. I will listen. Don't abandon me. One reason for his reticence was his stutter, which became more pronounced when he was anxious. Cui Fuiying regarded him, letting out a sigh. After all, he had been loyal to her for so long. She was merely attempting to frighten him. Very well, just keep hiding, understood? She instructed, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and placing it in Xiaoyan's hands. Take this. Eat what you please, and wear what you wish. I will come to see you when I have the time. Xiaoyan accepted the bracelet, his expression somber. I only wish to be by your side, he said, looking up at her with stubborn conviction. I do not need this. Then return it to me, Cui Fuiying replied, extending her hand. He gazed at her intently before reluctantly tucking the bracelet back into his clothes. Let us leave it at this for today. If you dare appear randomly again, I will show you what it means to be punished, she warned, raising her fist in mock threat as she nudged him towards the door. Someone will be here soon. Depart quickly. I will contact you if needed. Xiaoyan's dark eyes remained fixed on her, and he suddenly lifted his hand, as if to touch her cheek. Cui Fuiying instinctively stepped back. What are you doing? Xiaoyan paused, his hand hovering in the air for a few seconds before slowly retracting it, his voice low. What happened to your face? Did someone bully you? Who would dare bully me? You're overthinking it. Cui Fuiying shook her head. I simply bumped into something. Xiaoyan stared at her in silence, his expression icy and unconvinced. I assure you, no one has harmed me, Cui Fuiying insisted, observing his cold demeanor. She reluctantly produced a small, exquisite whistle from around her neck. Rest assured, if anyone dares to bully me, I will blow this whistle for you to come and teach them a lesson. Xiaoyan's lips twitched into a faint smile as he nodded vigorously. I will wait, All right, Cui Fuiying elongated her tone. Now please leave, will you? Suddenly, when Xia's voice called from outside, Mistress, I've brought the physician. Cui Fuiying's heart raced, and she turned to the entrance. You must leave now. When she glanced back, Xiaoyan had vanished. With a sigh of relief, she intended to close the window when Xie entered, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing Cui Fuiying standing by the window. "Mistress, you are still unwell. How could you get out of bed and even open the window?" Cui Fuiying closed the window, glancing back at the physician who had followed Xie, offering an awkward smile. "I seem to have startled you." "Quite the contrary." The physician stroked his beard, keenly observing her pulse. "Your pulse was weak yesterday, yet today it feels robust and vigorous." "How curious. Perhaps the medicine you've taken is remarkably effective." Cui Fuiying withdrew her hand, smiling. "I feel much better now." The physician opened his medicine box, retrieving a vial of powder to tend to the wound on her arm. He gently unwrapped the gauze, casting a glance at the condition of the wound before delicately applying the medicinal powder. The injury on his arm required careful attention, and it was imperative that it not come into contact with water. Cui Fuiying hesitantly inquired, "I wish to bathe and change. Is that permissible?" The physician assessed her pulse and determined that there was no significant concern, yet he still advised her to wait a little longer to avoid the encroachment of coldness, which could jeopardize her recovery. After changing her bandages, the physician remarked, "This wound will undoubtedly leave a scar. If you wish to restore your appearance, you might consider consulting the second young master." The second young master? Chapter 39. A cycle of borrowing and returning. The second young master was favored by the court and had received a jar of snow-white ointment as a reward last year. How could she have forgotten? The Xie family wielded immense power, and the palace's supplies were likely not only available to them but perhaps even of superior quality. "Thank you for your reminder," she replied with a slight nod, gesturing to Xie. "Please escort the gentleman out." Upon Xie's return, she found Cui Fuiying seated before her vanity, methodically grooming her long hair in front of the mirror. "My lady?" she asked in surprise. "Are you preparing to adorn yourself?" Cui Fuiying dabbed some white powder on her lips, tilting her head towards Xie. "What do you think?" The powder rendered her lips colorless, giving her a pallid appearance. "What are you doing, my lady?" Xie asked, astonished. "Why alter your appearance like this? Yesterday, the second young master mentioned he would visit me today." She glanced at her reflection in the bronze mirror, feeling it was still not sufficient, so she applied a bit more to her face. Xie's expression turned hesitant upon hearing this. Cui Fuiying was not someone who concealed her feelings behind a facade, and she caught a glimpse of Xie's unease. "What is on your mind?" she queried. "My lady," Xie stammered, "yesterday you were in a deep slumber, calling out the second young master's name." Seemingly fearing she might not believe her, she emphasized, "You called out many times. Even Tingxue heard you." Contrary to Xie's expectations, Cui Fuiying's demeanor remained calm and unperturbed. "So, what if I called? Why are you so astonished?" "My lady." Xie glanced around, then approached the door to close it before returning to Cui Fuiying's side, whispering, "You are an unmarried lady. If others were to find out, who knows what rumors might circulate." The more she spoke, the more troubled she appeared, as though Cui Fuiying had fallen into some abyss. "Why must you favor the second young master?" After a moment's hesitation, she added, "Though he is a paragon of virtue." "You." She sighed, clearly skeptical about their connection. "Enough," Cui Fuiying interjected, rising to pinch her cheek gently. "I understand your concerns, but I have never contemplated marrying the second young master, so there is no need for such an expression." "Never thought of marrying him?" Xie's expression grew more complex. "My lady, the Cui family is a scholarly lineage." Cui Fuiying merely glanced at her, knowing well the wild thoughts swirling in her mind, and could not help but tap her forehead lightly. "Cast aside those ridiculous notions. My feelings for the second young master are purely innocent, devoid of ulterior motives." Xie sighed deeply, still puzzled. "If the second young master is coming, why are you preparing yourself in this manner? A sickly beauty is certainly more endearing." After examining herself in the mirror for a while and confirming that there were no flaws, she instructed Xie, "You should stand guard outside. If you see the second young master, come and inform me immediately." With her mind preoccupied, Xie reluctantly agreed and exited. Yesterday, she had feigned innocence to persuade Xie Zhao to visit her, but that tactic could not be employed again. Xie Zhao was always on guard around her, and his cold demeanor was exceedingly vexing. After the events of last night, her pressure had intensified. If every plot twist required such an ordeal, she would not have enough lives to endure this convoluted storyline. While she was uncertain why Xie Zhao could alter the narrative and rouse her from her slumber, the reason was irrelevant. Clinging to Xie Zhao's support was paramount. Cui Fuiying paced her room several times until when Xia rushed back in, breathless, announcing, "My lady, the second young master has arrived." She felt a surge of energy, patted her cheeks, and immediately lay back down, adopting a frail demeanor. As Xie Zhao entered the room, he sensed an unfamiliar atmosphere compared to the previous night. The medicinal odor had dissipated significantly, replaced by a cool, fragrant scent intertwined with a faint trace of herbs. Surprisingly pleasant. "Is my cousin well?" he inquired, glancing at Cui Fuiying on the bed. "I had Qingshan bring some nourishing medicine. It should aid in your recovery." "Thank you." "Cousin," Cui Fuiying coughed delicately, covering her mouth, then turned to Wenxia, saying weakly, "Wenxia, please accompany Qingshan outside to take a look." Wenxia hesitated, eyeing her as if she wanted to say something but ultimately held her tongue, bowing slightly and departing. Cui Fuiying then turned her attention back to Xie Zhao. "Thank you for visiting me, second young master." She addressed him with a slightly distant title of second young master. Lowering her gaze, her voice trembled slightly as she continued. "Yesterday, I had just awakened. My mind clouded. I mistook everything for a dream. I spoke many foolish words. And I fear I may have put you in a difficult position." Xie Zhao's tone was gentle, seemingly unconcerned. "It's merely a trivial matter. You need not dwell on it." Cui Fuiying glanced up at him, quickly averted her gaze, biting her lip. "I hope the second young master does not hold it against me. I thought I was merely dreaming, and my words should not be taken seriously. I naturally regard it as mere ramblings," Xie Zhao replied with a slight smile, observing her countenance with concern. "You appear frail. It seems your health has not yet fully recovered. I do not wish to impose, and now that I know you're well, I shall take my leave." She was momentarily taken aback. Frail? She had scrutinized her reflection multiple times and deemed her merely pale, far from looking frail. If Xie Zhao sought an excuse, he could have chosen a better one. His dismissal felt rather perfunctory. "Second young master, please wait," Cui Fuiying called out urgently. Xie Zhao turned back, his demeanor still warm. "Is there something else, cousin?" Biting her lip, she thought to herself that Xie Zhao had come so far. Could she allow him to leave so easily? With his current coldness, she could not predict when they might meet again. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved, "The wound on my arm is rather severe. The physician mentioned it may leave a scar." Cui Fuiying pinched herself under the covers, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at Xie Zhao. "I have heard that the snow-white ointment is quite effective for scars. Might I trouble the second young master to lend me some?" Upon hearing this, Xie Zhao merely glanced at her wound and replied nonchalantly, "Of course. I will have someone deliver it to you." "Thank you, second young master," Cui Fuiying responded softly. With borrowing and returning, it is not difficult to acquire another opportunity to meet. Chapter 40, New Turmoil. The snow-white ointment that Xie Zhao had sent indeed proved remarkably effective. After applying it several times, the wound on her arm began to show signs of healing and no longer caused her constant pain. Cui Fuiying recuperated in the Jianjia Pavilion for 2 days, with only Chen Qiwang visiting her once. "Seeing you well again brings me relief. Had anything happened to you, I would not know how to face Yunyang. This is all Sanling's fault. Once he is out, I will certainly make him apologize to you properly." Chen Qiwang's expression was troubled, and the recent events concerning Xie Zhiwei had left her visibly worn. "You need not worry, aunt," Cui Fuiying replied sweetly. "This incident cannot be solely blamed on Sanling. It was also due to my own carelessness, so there is no need for an apology." Chen Qiwang looked at her intently, sighed, and lamented, "You are such a sensible daughter, yet I have given birth to one who brings me no peace." Cui Fuiying, without needing to guess, knew it was undoubtedly Xie Zhiwei causing her aunt's distress. "But what has Sanling done to trouble you?" she inquired with concern. "Are there additional complications surrounding the matter of Xie Zhiwei and Wang Yingshu?" The Wang family has sent word, indicating that they do not mind the previous concerns and hope for an early marriage. This is indeed good news. If Sanling were not so willful, it would truly be a positive development. However, he remains obstinate in his refusal to marry Wang Yingshu, even staging a hunger strike in the courtyard. Chen Qiwan sighed repeatedly, lamenting the misfortune of having borne such a troublesome child, wondering who had ensnared his heart to such an extent, leading him to this state of obstinacy. Cui Fuiying felt a sudden unease, sensing that if Xie Zhiwei continued to act in this manner, he might one day implicate her. And then Chen Qiwan would likely not treat her as kindly. This matter must be reported to Xie Zhao immediately. The more she pondered, the more urgent her desire became, wishing to find Xie Zhao at once to convey this news. After finally sending Chen Qiwan away, she sprang from her bed and instructed Ting Xue to assist her in dressing. "Madam, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Ting Xue inquired while combing her hair. "I am off to find the second young master," Cui Fuiying replied nonchalantly, only to feel a sudden tug on her hair, causing her to wince in pain. "Forgive me, madam." Ting Xue quickly ceased her actions. "There is no need for such alarm over a minor matter." Cui Fuiying glanced back at her and noticed an unusual expression on her face, prompting her to ask, "What troubles you?" Ting Xue hesitated before inquiring, "Madam, do you harbor feelings for the second young master?" Cui Fuiying paused, then nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Observing her as she applied her makeup in the mirror, Ting Xue tactfully remarked, "Madam, the second young master is not a suitable match." Cui Fuiying, however, interrupted her directly, stating, "I fully understand your concerns, but my mind is made up, and there is no need for further persuasion. I have heard these words from Xia countless times. My ears are nearly calloused from them." She hastily applied her lip balm, stood, and made her way outside, declining Ting Xue's offer to accompany her. Upon explaining her intentions, the servants of Tingzhu courtyard finally admitted her inside. Her cousin noticed that she appeared to be in much better spirits. In the same hall as before, Xie Zhao saw her and gestured for a servant to bring her a cup of tea. He then spoke slowly. "I have heard that you have come regarding the matter of my third brother? Today, my aunt visited me and spoke of Samling," she quickly interjected. "I have heard that he is protesting against the marriage proposal with the Wang family by staging a hunger strike. My aunt, with her deep affection for her son, may ultimately support Samling's wishes, hence my haste to consult with you, cousin." Xie Zhao regarded her with a somewhat inscrutable expression. When Cui Fuiying met his gaze, she found it unsettling and could not help but ask, "Cousin, why do you look at me so? Have I said something amiss?" "Not at all," Xie Zhao replied, lifting his teacup to sip leisurely, exuding an air of elegance. "It merely seems to me that you appear more anxious than I." He set down the cup and regarded Cui Fuiying with a gentle smile. "Why are you so concerned about my third brother's marriage to Miss Wang that you rushed to discuss it with me before recovering from your illness?" She paused momentarily, struck by the intensity of his suspicion. Did he truly doubt her motives? Cui Fuiying swallowed her irritation and spoke calmly. "Firstly, Samling and Miss Wang are indeed a match made in heaven, and it is due to my interference that complications have arisen, which weighs heavily on my conscience, prompting me to seek reconciliation for them. Secondly, should my aunt discover that Samling's actions stemmed from me, she may harbor resentment towards me, which I wish to avoid. Lastly, I simply desire to live peacefully within the Xie household, without attracting unnecessary gossip." She articulated her points with a steady tone and serious demeanor. "With this in mind, cousin, will you believe me?" Xie Zhao smiled slightly. "Sister, where do your thoughts wander?" "I merely inquired casually, not intending to provoke any misunderstandings." "Then what do you think should be done to persuade Samling to reconsider and willingly marry Miss Wang?" She scrutinized Xie Zhao carefully, sensing that he was not merely testing her resolve this time, and hesitantly suggested, "As the saying goes, the one who ties the knot must also untie it. I wish to have a serious conversation with Samling. What do you think, cousin?" Xie Zhao pondered for a moment. "That is acceptable," he replied after a pause. "However, I must be present." "I have no objections," Cui Fuiying said diplomatically, "but I fear that Samling might overthink things upon seeing you." "That is of no consequence," Xie Zhao stated calmly. "I can remain hidden, ensuring that Samling does not see me." His cautiousness exasperated her. Despite her clear intentions, he remained unresponsive, treating her with the same indifference he showed to his servants. She could not help but wonder what it would take for Xie Zhao to regard her differently. Biting her lower lip, she fell into a brief reverie. "Sister?" Xie Zhao's voice pulled her back to reality. "What are your thoughts?" His demeanor was composed. His calmness only served to further frustrate her. "Since you have said so, cousin, I have no objections." Cui Fuiying forced a smile. This matter should not be delayed. "Why not do it today?" Xie Zhao lightly tapped his fingers on the table beside him and nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. A Fated Union. Fuiying. Cui Fuiying turned back. Upon seeing her, Xie Zhiwei's face lit up with a smile as he hurried toward her.
"Samling."
She waited for him to approach before rising to greet him. "Sister?" "There is no need for such formality," Xie Zhiwei said, reaching for her hand. "I heard you were unwell. Are you feeling better now?" Much improved, Cui Fuiying replied, retracting her hand to avoid his touch. Thank you for your concern, Sanling. Xie Zhao noticed her movement, and the smile on his lips faded slightly. I have told you before, there is no need for such politeness. Your recent misfortune was partly due to me. I intended to visit you, but as you can see, the place is crowded, and I could not leave. At this point, he could not help but express his frustration. Xie Zhao is truly overstepping. Cui Fuiying felt a twinge of guilt as she glanced at the shadow cast by a large tree behind Xie Zhao. This matter cannot entirely be blamed on the second young master, she said, clearing her throat. He acted for your own good. Sister, why do you still speak on his behalf? Xie Zhao asked incredulously. If it weren't for his repeated interference, how would we have encountered so many complications? His expression darkened. You truly do have feelings for him. Cui Fuiying pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Allowing Xie Zhao to speculate was convenient, as it allowed her to express many things she found difficult to articulate. Seeing her silent, Xie Zhao's suspicions intensified. Indeed, Xie Zhao has deliberately seduced you. What has he done to make you so infatuated? Cui Fuiying replied with a questioning look. You find it surprising that I have come to this conclusion? Xie Zhao continued. Moreover, feelings cannot be forced. Now alone with her, he asked earnestly, Sister, just tell me, what are your true feelings? Sanling, I have already told you many times. Cui Fuiying sighed softly, addressing him seriously. I have never harbored romantic feelings for you. You and Miss Wang are well suited, and I sincerely hope you will be together. Xie Zhao stumbled slightly, his expression hurt. So, you truly do have feelings for Xie Zhao? He murmured. Is that why you do not like me? She furrowed her brow. Feeling somewhat displeased, yet she made an effort to reason with him. Sanling, whether or not I have someone in my heart has nothing to do with my feelings for you. Regardless of my affections, I will never develop feelings for you. You claim to like me, yet have you ever truly listened to what I've said? She continued, if you truly liked me, would you not respect my thoughts and consider my words? Xie Zhao was momentarily taken aback by her words, unable to articulate a response. After a long pause, he finally murmured, You are right, sister. Upon hearing this, Cui Fuiying exhaled in relief, believing he had absorbed her sentiments, only to hear him continue, however. I cannot shake the feeling that we are destined to be together. Xie Zhao gazed intently at her, his tone profound. It seems we are fated to be united. And even if you do not harbor feelings for me now, perhaps that may change in the future? A flicker of despair washed over Cui Fuiying for a fleeting moment. Chapter 42. A thorough death between her and Xie Zhao. It felt akin to playing the lute to a cow. She had spoken earnestly. Yet he appeared oblivious to her words. Regaining her composure, a sudden thought surged into her mind. Since the gentleman believes we are fated, if I can prove that there is no such destiny binding us, will you release me and marry Wang Yangzi in peace? Xie Zhao paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded her. How does my cousin intend to prove that there is no destined bond between us? This matter does not require your concern, she declared, raising her chin, her gaze fervent, nearly daring him to look away. You need only agree that if I can demonstrate this, you will promise to wed Wang Yangzi and cease any further entanglement with me. A faint, bittersweet smile graced Xie Zhao's lips, the pang of unrequited affection evident in his heart. Even if he refused to acknowledge it, it was clear that Cui Fuiying held no feelings for him. With a heavy breath, he raised his gaze to her, his tone earnest. Very well, I accept your terms. But if you cannot prove it, may I be granted the chance to pursue the one I truly love? Agreed, Cui Fuiying replied, extending her hand toward him. Let us seal this pact with a handshake. From behind the tree, Xie Zhao witnessed the scene unfolding before him, and his mind inexplicably recalled the peculiar gesture Cui Fuiying had demonstrated before him days prior, which she referred to as a hook. Why did she not propose a similar agreement with Xie Zhao? Before he could ponder further, Xie Zhao's hand had already met Cui Fuiying's with a sharp clap, resonating clearly in the air. Is this satisfactory, Sister Fuiying? Xie Zhao asked, retrieving his hand and gazing at his palm with a somber inquiry. Thank you for your understanding. Sir, Cui Fuiying replied, offering him a slight bow. I must take my leave now. Did you come today solely to make this agreement? Xie Zhao suddenly inquired. She hesitated for a moment, instinctively turning her gaze toward him. It was rare to see Xie Zhao display such seriousness, devoid of any semblance of flattery, and instead imbued with sincerity. Yet, She found this version of him far more appealing than before. No, she shook her head. A glimmer of joy flickered across Xie Zhao's face, yet it dimmed upon hearing her next words. I merely wished to advise my cousin not to cling to what should not be clung to. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying her words directly to his ears. Since you remain obstinate, this agreement is merely a desperate measure, hoping that you will honor your promise. Xie Zhao let out a bittersweet chuckle, realizing for the first time that perhaps his actions were misguided. I understand, he replied, his voice somber. Cousin, I will await your proof. Cui Fueying felt a fleeting sense of surprise, sensing a subtle change in Xie Zhao. I shall escort you to the door, he said, smiling at her. She glanced at the tree where Xie Zhao was concealed and shook her head. No need, sir. I can manage on my own. Xie Zhao regarded her steadily. Cui Fueying had anticipated his insistence, yet he surprisingly acquiesced. Then, cousin, take care. Once Xie Zhao departed, Xie Zhao leisurely emerged from his hiding place. Cui Fueying bounded over to him, looking up eagerly. What do you think of my performance? I can assure you, cousin, that Xie Zhao has already lost half of his interest in me. With a bit more effort, the remaining half will surely fade completely. Chapter 43. The Buddha Bath Festival. Her expression animated. She shifted through various emotions with her words. Xie Zhao had never encountered a woman like her, nor had he heard such sentiments expressed. A smile tugged at his lips. So, cousin, how do you plan to prove that there is no destined bond between you and the third young master? He inquired with a teasing lilt. Cui Fueying's excited demeanor faltered, and deflation washed over her. Slowly, she raised her gaze to Xie Zhao, her guilt quite evident. I haven't devised a plan yet, but I'm sure I can think of something. Quickly, her enthusiasm rekindled, and her expression brightened once more. Just wait and see. I will certainly make the third young master give up on me. Xie Zhao's attention was suddenly captured by a butterfly dancing among the nearby flowers. Its movements graceful and enchanting. Second young master? Cui Fueying tilted her head. Do you find anything amiss? Xie Zhao returned his gaze to her, his voice calm. If it leads the third young master to reconsider, there is nothing wrong with that. Should you find yourself at a loss for ideas, I have a suggestion.
Cui Fueying paused, intrigued.
You have a plan? In a couple of days, it will be the Buddha Bath Festival, Xie Zhao explained. The entire Xie family will visit the Fanan Temple to pray for blessings, and Xie Zhao will be no exception. If you wish to prove that there is no destined connection between you, that day might present an excellent opportunity. Cui Fueying pondered his words, her eyes widening with realization. He was correct. It was indeed a rare chance. The noble families often held strong beliefs in fate, and if she could demonstrate this within the temple, Xie Zhao would likely have to concede, whether he believed it or not. She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fierce and her smile genuine. Thank you, second young master. I understand now. Xie Zhao hesitated but continued. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. As it pertains to the Xie household, I will do my utmost to aid you. Rest assured, brother. Cui Fueying winked. I have a comprehensive plan in mind and will not disappoint your expectations. Xie Zhao was momentarily speechless, gazing at her smiling face before finally averting his gaze. Since you have a plan, I shall await the outcome. With her resolve solidified, Cui Fueying returned to the Jianjia Pavilion and instructed Wenxia to prepare the necessary items. Why do you look so pleased after stepping out? Wenxia inquired curiously. Did something joyful occur? Wenxia was not well versed in the matters concerning Xie Zhao, and Cui Fueying had no intention of divulging any details. She rolled her eyes playfully and said, I went to see my second cousin, of course, I'm happy. Wenxia's expression shifted, realizing she could not dissuade Cui Fueying. With a resigned sigh, she acquiesced. What else with that look? Cui Fueying poured herself a cup of tea. Hurry and get the things I requested ready. I need them for the day after tomorrow. Wenxia responded dully and stepped out. At that moment, Tingxue entered with a tray of pastries and, noticing Wenxia's peculiar expression, asked, What's wrong with you, Wenxia? Cui Fueying, seeing the pastries in Tingxue's hands, immediately seized a piece and popped it into her mouth. Savoring it with a sip of tea, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Being transported to another world has its perks. I have never enjoyed such a life of ease before. Take your time, miss. Tingxue refilled her teacup. Cui Fueying brushed off the crumbs from her hands and recalled that Tingxue, as a household maid of the Xie family, likely had some knowledge of the Buddha Bath Festival. She blinked and looked at Tingxue. Do you know what day it is the day after tomorrow? Of course, Tingxue replied. It's the Buddha Bath Festival. Every year, the masters go to the Fanen temple to light incense and pray for blessings. Will everyone from the Xie family attend? Cui Fuiying supported her chin with one hand. Will Xie Zhao go as well? Ting Xue paused momentarily, lifted her gaze to glance at her, and then softly replied, yes. It is indeed a significant day, and the second young master will also be attending. Cui Fuiying, resting her head on both hands, fell silent, lost in her thoughts. What are you doing, my lady? Ting Xue cautiously inquired. Cui Fuiying merely shook her head, smiled up at her, and said, I am simply curious and asking casually.
Oh.
By the way, she added, as if recalling something, there must be a great many people at the Fanen temple that day? Ting Xue shook her head, explaining, the Fanen temple is exclusively for the gentry. Ordinary folk are not permitted inside, so the crowd is not substantial.
Xie, Cui Fuiying remarked doubtfully.
Does my lady have any further questions? Ting Xue observed her expression and inquired gently. Cui Fuiying lifted her head and waved her hand. You know, I grew up in Jiangdu and have never participated in such events. I fear I might embarrass myself. Ting Xue smiled slightly. My lady need not worry. There will be dedicated monks to instruct you on what to do, and your innate intelligence will surely guide you. I understand now. You may leave. Cui Fuiying replied after a moment's thought. Please dismiss those at the door. I am feeling a bit fatigued and wish to rest. No one is to disturb me without my express command. Understood. Ting Xue bowed and lowered her head as she exited. Once Ting Xue had left and closed the door, Cui Fuiying could no longer contain herself and stood up. She took out the whistle from her bosom and rubbed it gently, surprised that she would need to employ Xiaoyan so soon. Over the past few days, she had pondered how someone like Xie Zhao might develop different feelings for her. His esteemed status and ascetic nature made it second nature for him to suppress his desires. Once a person ascends to such heights, it becomes increasingly challenging to perceive those from lower strata. The upcoming Buddha bathing festival presented an opportunity. Chapter 44. Midnight. Not long after, a knock resonated at the window. Cui Fuiying opened it to find Xiaoyan standing outside, his face beaming with joy at the sight of her. You've come, she said with a bright smile. I knew you wouldn't heed my advice. A flicker of nervousness crossed Xiaoyan's eyes as he stammered, I was afraid. Enough, Cui Fuiying interrupted. I have a matter at hand that requires your assistance. I will overlook this minor transgression. Xiaoyan gazed at her intently and nodded. What is it? The day after tomorrow is the Buddha bathing festival. The entire Xie family will go to the Fanen temple to pray for blessings. I need you to ensure one particular task is accomplished. Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. I will fulfill your request. Sometimes, she felt as though Xiaoyan were like a loyal little dog, his eyes forever fixed on her, exuding unwavering loyalty. If not for certain circumstances, having such a devoted guard by her side would be quite reassuring. However, even after all this time, she still felt a twinge of unease. If the opportunity arose, she would find a way to grant Xiaoyan his freedom and no longer have him shadow her. Come closer, Cui Fuiying beckoned. I will whisper something to you. Lowering her voice, she shared her plan with him, then raised her gaze to confirm. Did you remember everything? The flush on Xiaoyan's face had not faded, yet his expression grew increasingly serious as he looked at Cui Fuiying, questioning. Pretend to be robbers? Xiaoyan gazed at her in confusion. Why? There is no reason. Cui Fuiying replied, her tone grave. This matter must remain confidential. I will devise a means to create an opportunity, and you simply need to act accordingly. Though Xiaoyan was puzzled, he resolved to carry out her instructions, regardless of the reasons or implications. I understand, he nodded. I will do it well. Not just do it, but do it well. Cui Fuiying smiled. There are many eyes outside, so be cautious when you leave. Do not let anyone see you. Xiaoyan nodded, lightly touching his toes before swiftly disappearing into the night. Cui Fuiying closed the window and sauntered to the door, opening it to take a look outside. Ting Xue had followed her instructions and sent away the servants at the entrance. She approached the courtyard and quietly asked a cleaning servant, Has Wen Xia returned? The servant shook her head. I have not seen Miss Wen Xia. Should I send someone to look for her? No need, Cui Fuiying replied. There is no urgency. If she returns, just inform her to place the item I asked for in my room. Understood. Everything was in place, yet the crucial opportunity remained elusive. She had made extensive preparations, but Chen Qiwang had yet to mention the Buddha bathing festival. If she was not included in the end, all her efforts would be in vain. She decided to seek out Chen Qiwang directly. Fueying? Chen Shiwang exclaimed with delight upon seeing her. Are you feeling better? I am nearly recovered. Thank you for your concern, Auntie, Cui Fueying responded, bowing slightly. She had been unwell for the past few days and had not paid her respects to her aunt, which left her feeling uneasy. Hence, she hurried over as soon as she felt better. Her cheerful demeanor was quite endearing. Chen Shiwang was charmed by her sweetness, encouraging her to sit down as she continued. You've just recovered. You should take it easy for a few more days and not worry about formalities.
How can that be?
Cui Fueying exclaimed, her eyes wide. This is my heartfelt intention towards you, Auntie. I must come each day. It's rare to see such filial piety in a child like you, Chen Shiwang laughed. It is very thoughtful of you. Auntie seems to be in good spirits. Do you have some delightful news?
Cui Fueying inquired.
You are quite perceptive, Chen Shiwang confirmed. Just now, Erlang sent word that the Buddha bathing festival is the day after tomorrow, and Samling's confinement will also be lifted. The Buddha bathing festival? Cui Fueying feigned ignorance. Oh, my memory fails me. I forgot to mention it to you. Chen Shiwang gently patted her head. Every year, the Xie family goes to the Fanan temple to burn incense and pray for blessings, and they must stay at the temple for 2 days, practicing vegetarianism as a show of sincerity. Is that so? Cui Fueying's eyes widened slightly. Might Annie take me along? Chen Shiwang hesitated. It was not that she could not take her, but she feared that Cui Fueying, having just recovered from illness, might struggle with the jostling of the carriage. You may not know, she continued, the Fanan temple is built on the mountainside of Zhouyang. The carriage can only go as far as the foot of the mountain. The rest of the journey must be walked. Cui Fueying approached Chen Shiwang, taking her hand and playfully pleading, I am perfectly fine now. Please let me go. When I was at home, my father never allowed me to venture out. Now that I am finally in Nanyang, I wish to see more of the world. Her words successfully stirred Chen Shiwang's maternal instincts, and she eventually nodded. Very well. If you wish to go, then you may accompany me the day after tomorrow.
Just do not complain.
Cui Fueying immediately beamed and assured, I promise, even if it is exhausting or difficult, I will not utter a word of complaint. Chen Shiwang playfully pinched her nose. Chapter 45. Blessed by the Bodhisattva, the day after tomorrow dawned bright and clear. Cui Fueying rose before daylight, attended by servants for her ablutions and grooming. After finishing her breakfast, the Xie family's convoy prepared to set off. The Fanan temple was located on the outskirts, approximately a 2-hour journey from the Xie residence. Outside, the procession of carriages stretched long. Nearly every family member, except for the elderly matriarch, had arrived. Even more complete than during Xie Zhiwei's engagement banquet. Fueying, come sit with me. Chen Shiwang beckoned from her carriage. Cui Fueying hurried over, accepting assistance from a servant to board the carriage. The Xie family's carriage was spacious, equipped with a small table laden with fruits, pastries, and a pot of hot tea to prevent the esteemed guests from going hungry on the journey. A stick of incense burned in the corner of the carriage. Have you had your breakfast? Chen Shiwang gestured to the snacks on the table. If you feel hungry, do have a bite. I have already eaten. Thank you for your concern, Auntie, Cui Fueying replied, lowering her head in gratitude. She glanced outside the carriage, the procession slowly moving under the driver's urging. There were numerous tasks to attend to today, leaving her somewhat restless. What troubles you? Chen Shiwang inquired with concern, noticing her pallor. Perhaps it's due to waking up too early, she replied, shaking her head dismissively. It's nothing. If you feel tired, lean against the carriage and rest. There's no need to be formal with me. In front of my aunt, I naturally wouldn't be formal. Cui Fueying cheerfully settled beside Chen Shiwang, linking arms with her and smiling. I want to sleep. I'll keep you company and alleviate your boredom. Chen Shiwang chuckled, patting her hand. The caravan journeyed for 2 hours, pausing only briefly once. Cui Fueying felt her backside growing numb from sitting, and finally, the carriage came to a halt. The driver's voice filtered through the curtain. Madam, we have arrived. Chen Shiwang acknowledged him and turned to Cui Fueying. Fueying, let us disembark. Cui Fueying responded cheerfully, rising to assist Chen Shiwang down from the carriage. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by a vastly different scene. Before them stood a lush green mountain, with a stone staircase winding upwards from the base, extending to the mid-mountain Vain temple. Cui Fueying raised her hand to shield her eyes and peered ahead. From a distance, Vain temple appeared no larger than a bowl, suggesting it was quite far from their current location. She took a deep breath, recognizing the formidable challenge ahead. Mother, cousin, A familiar voice called from behind her. Cui Fuiying turned to see the disheartened Xie Zhao, who appeared more subdued today, dressed in understated dark attire. Upon seeing her, he offered a complex glance and nodded. Third cousin, Cui Fuiying greeted him, maintaining her decorum in Chen Qiwan's presence. Chen Qiwan, pleased with Xie Zhao's calm demeanor, took his hand and whispered, "Today, Ing Shu is here as well. You must take this opportunity to converse with her and seek her forgiveness. Do you understand?" Xie Zhao paused, though he did not respond. He surprisingly refrained from arguing. Uncle, Xie Zhao suddenly appeared, accompanied by Qing Shan, and greeted Chen Qiwan. He was dressed in light frost-colored attire, adorned with a jade crown, exuding a refined and handsome presence that was strikingly memorable. Cui Fuiying regarded him with a silent critique, thinking that he indeed possessed a deceptive charm. Xie Zhao had recently ordered Xie Zhao's confinement, and although Chen Qiwan remained silent about it, she still harbored some resentment. Merely nodding lightly in acknowledgement, Xie Zhao seemed oblivious to the chill in the air, maintaining his composure while addressing Xie Zhao with warmth, showing no signs of past discord between them. Third brother, today you appear remarkably composed. In the future, you must be cautious in your words and actions, lest you cause your aunt further concern. His gentle demeanor would lead an outsider to believe they shared a close fraternal bond. Cui Fuiying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yet her reaction did not escape Xie Zhao's notice. Cousin, you've recovered well from your recent illness. Haven to you? Xie Zhao smiled gently, inquiring. Cui Fuiying straightened her posture, nodding, I am fully recovered. Thank you for your concern, second young master. That's wonderful. Xie Zhao's smile was enigmatic. Cui Fuiying met his gaze, observing as his eyes flickered towards Xie Zhao before returning to her, the implication unmistakable. She subtly nodded in response. With that, Xie Zhao clasped his hands in farewell to Chen Qiwan and ascended the mountain. Chen Qiwan had initially been in good spirits, but upon encountering Xie Zhao, she felt a sense of frustration and sighed, let us proceed as well. Cui Fuiying assisted Chen Qiwan as they climbed the stone steps. It was said that to demonstrate sincerity, the staircase leading to Vane Temple had been constructed with 999 steps. Initially, Cui Fuiying had considered counting them, but after climbing over 100 steps, her enthusiasm waned due to exhaustion. Though they had set off early, the journey had taken 2 hours, and now the sun hung high in the sky, casting a dizzying glare that sparked her irritation. She had briefly spotted Xie Zhao's figure earlier, but it seemed he had already outpaced them, vanishing from view. The most vexing part was that even Chen Qiwan appeared more physically resilient than she did. Taking a deep breath, she resigned herself to continue the ascent. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached their destination, Vane Temple. Though it was built on the mountainside, the temple was grand and imposing, with red walls and yellow tiles, surrounded by ancient trees that contributed to the serene and solemn atmosphere. Within the temple, a nun greeted them and led them to a guest room to rest. Cui Fuiying's clothes were soaked with sweat, so she took a bath and changed into fresh attire, finally feeling rejuvenated. They partook in a vegetarian meal at the temple and were scheduled for prayer and blessings in the afternoon. Cui Fuiying had never been a believer in deities. Yet now that she found herself within this narrative, she felt compelled to believe in certain matters. A young novice presented her with a stick of incense, his small face bearing an unexpectedly mature expression. Sincerity brings forth the divine. She carefully accepted the incense, approached the statue, closed her eyes, and bowed earnestly. Bodhisattva, may my plans today succeed. Though she had employed a few subtle tactics, her intentions were purely for survival, never to harm others. She prayed fervently for the Bodhisattva's blessing for her success. After several heartfelt murmurs, she opened her eyes and placed the incense in the burner. Watching the fragrant smoke spiral upwards, she felt it symbolized the likelihood of her wishes coming true. She sighed in relief. Yet before addressing her primary concern, she needed to resolve the matter of Xie Zhao. Chapter 46. The fated one. She had not sought out Xie Zhao when, unexpectedly, he came looking for her. Fuiying, sister. Xie Zhao hesitated about our agreement that day. Third young master? Cui Fuiying's eyes brightened. You arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out. Xie Zhao was taken aback. Seek me out? Regarding our agreement that day, I have pondered it, and today may be the most opportune moment. Cui Fuiying pointed towards the solemn stone statues in the main hall, declaring, with the Bodhisattva as our witness, what could be better? Xie Zhao seemed taken aback by her words, What does my sister propose? Third young master knows that I hail from Jiangdu. In my youth, I fortuitously encountered a wise sage who imparted to me a remarkable method. By taking a piece of paper and soaking it in sacred spring water, while earnestly contemplating the question you wish to answer, the truth will appear on the paper if your heart is sincere. Cui Fueying spoke with an air of mystique. The sage deemed me a person of fate and gifted me a flask of sacred spring water, which I brought along from Jiangdu specifically to seek divine guidance in times of confusion. However, perhaps it is you, third young master, who needs it more. Such a method seemed unprecedented and unbelievable to Xie Zhao. Is it really that miraculous? Indeed, Cui Fueying responded earnestly. Please wait here a moment. I will fetch the sacred spring water and paper. Once you try it, you will discern the truth. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurried back to her room to retrieve the items prepared by Wen Xia the previous day. There could be no such miraculous method in this world. It was all fabricated. She instructed Wen Xia to gather plant ash and turmeric. Using the plant ash, she crafted an alkaline solution, then dipped a brush into it to write Wang Yingshu's name on the paper. After drying it, the paper appeared blank. This treated paper would look indistinguishable from ordinary paper, yet upon contact with turmeric water, the previously inscribed letters would reappear. Xie Zhao would likely believe this to be a divine revelation, fully convinced. As she considered this, a smirk crept onto her lips. Gathering her items, she exited and returned to her previous location. Xie Zhao indeed remained where she was, awaiting his arrival, yet an uninvited guest had also appeared beside her.
Alangyun.
Cui Fueying, cradling an object in her arms, was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? I merely happened to pass by and saw Sendi standing here, so I thought to engage in casual conversation. Xie Zhao glanced at the item in her arms, seemingly grasping the situation. Am I interrupting something? Her intention was to dissuade Xie Zhao, and it mattered not if Xie Zhao witnessed it. Furthermore, in her quest to ensure that Xie Zhao would be thoroughly convinced, she had even prepared an additional piece of paper. Naturally, she had not. With a cheerful smile, she said, Sanlang Jun and I were just about to ask the Buddha for a witness to determine who is destined to be Sanlang Jun's true match. Xie Zhao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze as he regarded Cui Fueying. I happen to be free, so I might as well observe. Seeing that Cui Fueying had indeed brought an object, Xie Zhao felt a moment of confusion. Her heart stirred, and she made no objection. They entered the temple, where a towering and majestic Buddha statue gazed down compassionately upon the world. Cui Fueying requested a monk to bring her a ceramic basin and a table, then opened the gourd she had been holding, pouring its contents into the basin. Xie Zhao watched her actions in a daze until Cui Fueying handed her the paper, snapping her back to reality. Sanlang Jun, give it a try. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could hardly wait to see the result. Just immerse the paper in the water, while thinking of who your destined person is, and it shall reveal the answer. He took the paper, momentarily lost in thought as he stared at it in his hand. Sandy, do you not wish to try? Xie Zhao inquired softly from the side. This was likely the method Cui Fueying had devised. He too was curious whether this seemingly unremarkable paper would indeed yield the answer she sought once placed in the water. Finally, Xie Zhao placed the paper into the ceramic basin before her. The water gradually soaked through the thin sheet, and to their astonishment, a blurred name began to emerge. Cui Fueying leaned in for a closer look, a fleeting smile crossing her face before she feigned surprise, covering her mouth as she turned to Xie Zhao. Sanlang Jun. It appears your destined match is Lady Wang. Xie Zhao remained silent, staring blankly at the waterlogged paper. The name Wang Yingshu was clearly visible. Wang Yingshu? He asked with difficulty. Sister, Wang has long been infatuated with you, Sanlang Jun. Now that you know she is your destined one, you ought to cherish her. Cui Fueying remarked, glancing at the pensive Xie Zhao. What do you think, Heir Lang Jun? The engagement between the Xie and Wang families is set for the 8th of next month, Xie Zhao replied coolly. Cui Fueying was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Xie Zhao would be more eager than her. While she only intended to encourage Xie Zhao to cherish the present, Xie Zhao had directly urged a marriage. She turned to Xie Zhao, who appeared troubled, and softly reminded, Sanlang Jun must still remember our agreement, right? Of course, Xie Zhao replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at the disheartened Xie Zhao. Yet I still have a question.
Cui Fueying frowned.
Finding Xie Zhao excessively inquisitive, What further question do you have, Sanling Jun? Fueying, who is your destined match? Xie Zhao inquired, her tone deep and her gaze penetrating. If this method can help me find my destined one, it surely must work for you as well. Xie Zhao instinctively glanced at Cui Fueying upon hearing this. Xie Zhiwei's sudden question left her unprepared. Just as Xie Zhao was about to speak, Cui Fueying cheerfully agreed. Very well. I too am curious to know who my destined one is. She retrieved another piece of paper from her bosom, approached the basin and placed it within, then closed her eyes. Xie Zhao could not help but observe the paper being gradually soaked. Cui Fueying opened her eyes, her curiosity piqued as she watched the paper. The water crept over the paper, intricate patterns spreading until 3 characters slowly emerged at its center. Xie Huaizhang. Cui Fueying read the name aloud, looking perplexedly at the 2 individuals behind her. He bears the same surname as you, yet I have never seen him in the Xie residence. Is he truly from the Xie household? Xie Zhiwei suddenly erupted with laughter, unable to contain himself. He had lost, thoroughly and completely. Regardless of whether Cui Fueying's method was genuine or not, the revelation of Xie Huaizhang rendered any further contention meaningless. Perhaps it was time for him to truly let go.
Xie Zhao is her excursie-name.
Did you not know? Xie Zhiwei smiled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she mockingly turned to Xie Zhao. Ergo, what are your feelings now? Chapter 47. Confession. Xie Zhao's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his composure. He looked at Xie Zhiwei. I have nothing else on my mind. Nothing else? Xie Zhiwei scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm.
This name belongs to Lang Yun.
Cui Fueying's eyes widened slightly, realizing. So this was intentional. Had another name appeared, it might have allowed Xie Zhiwei to harbor some false hope. But this name was sufficient to extinguish any lingering thoughts she had regarding Cui Fueying. Xie Zhao, of course, would not believe such absurdity. Yet if even the slightest ripple of emotion stirred within him, it would not have been in vain for Cui Fueying's scheming. Xie Zhiwei fixed her gaze firmly on Xie Zhao, letting out a disdainful laugh. Since Fueying has proven that my destined partner is not you, I shall honor our agreement. He glared at Cui Fueying. I will do as you wish and marry Wang Yingshu. That would be most agreeable, Xie Zhao replied nonchalantly. Wang Yingshu is currently at Fanan Temple. Sand D can conveniently discuss the date of your marriage with her. Xie Zhiwei swept away in a huff. Xie Zhao cast one last glance at the smiling Cui Fueying before turning away without hesitation.
Lang Yun.
Cui Fueying called after him urgently. Wait for me. She wished to pursue Xie Zhao, but the items on the table remained uncollected, and fearing they might raise suspicion if left behind, she had to tidy up before seeking him. Yet she could not find where Xie Zhao had gone. After much effort, she finally caught sight of Qing Shan beside Xie Zhao and hurriedly called out to him from a distance.
Qing Shan.
Cui Fueying exclaimed, running towards him with her skirts lifted. Where has your heir Lang Jun gone? I have been searching for him for ages. Why does the lady seek the second young master? Qing Shan bowed his head. I can convey your message. Convey my message? Cui Fueying shook her head. That will not suffice. I have something very important to tell him, and it must be done in person. She emphasized the words in person. Qing Shan hesitated. Typically, he would never divulge his master's whereabouts to anyone, but Cui Fueying seemed to hold a special significance for him. He could never quite grasp his master's thoughts. Yet it was evident that his master was indeed fond of Cui Fueying. Perhaps, in the future, she might even become his new mistress. With this thought in mind, he found himself in a predicament. Cui Fueying continued to press. Where on earth has Xie Zhao gone? I truly have something important to discuss with him. After much deliberation, Qing Shan finally bowed and said, My lord has gone to the high ground. If the lady is not in a hurry, you may wait a moment. He should be returning shortly. To the high ground? Cui Fueying could not help but glance back at the towering Qing Shan, closing her eyes in despair. Having already ascended 999 steps, Xie Zhao still found the energy to pursue such an endeavor. However, this course of action would indeed facilitate her plans. I understand. Thank you. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. I shall go find him now. Lady Cui, Qing Shan finally revealed a different expression, hesitating before saying, If you do find my lord, could you please refrain from mentioning that I informed you? Cui Fueying paused for a moment, quickly realizing, and patted Qing Shan's shoulder. Do not worry, I will simply say that I had a sudden desire to ascend, and I shall not disclose your involvement. Thank you, my lady. The verdant hues of Zhuyang Mountain were akin to ink brushed upon silk, as one ascended, Wisps of mist floated about, resembling a celestial belt. Prior to leaving the temple, Cui Fueying had already sounded the whistle, so it was likely that Xiaoyan was close to achieving his aim. The mountaintop was exceedingly cold, and she had hastily left without donning an extra garment, which now filled her with regret. Yet, having already traversed such a distance, turning back was utterly out of the question. She found herself utterly fatigued. After gritting her teeth and climbing a bit further, she unexpectedly heard the sound of a guqin. Intrigued, Cui Fueying followed the melody and soon discovered Xie Zhao. He sat upon a flat stone, a guqin resting on his lap, his head bowed as he played. From a distance, Xie Zhao appeared ethereal in his flowing white attire, his elegance harmonizing with the delicate strains of music, painting an enchanting scene. It seemed Xiaoyan had not yet made his move. "Second master," she said, her heartbeat gradually steadying. "What a remarkable coincidence to find you here." "Cousin?" Xie Zhao's fingers halted abruptly, lifting his gaze towards her, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "What brings you here?" As a former worker, Cui Fueying understood well the vexation of facing a formidable superior like Xie Zhao. She loyally refrained from revealing his identity. "I found the scenery of Zhuyang Mountain captivating and, with some free time on my hands, I sought to ascend for a broader view. Little did I expect to be drawn here by your enchanting melody." "I see," Xie Zhao replied, his voice calm. "I did not anticipate you possessed such refined tastes, cousin. Are you not the same?" She smiled slightly. "I must admit, encountering you here is quite a delightful surprise." "Oh." Xie Zhao lowered his gaze, gently adjusting the strings of the guqin. "I owe you an apology, second master." At her words, Xie Zhao finally lifted his eyes to regard her, his interest piqued. "What do you mean, cousin?" "Today in the Buddhist hall, to convince third master that I am not his destined one, I reluctantly used you as a decoy." Cui Fueying spoke with a hint of remorse, acknowledging that while this action was intended to resolve matters with third master, she had not consulted him beforehand. Upon reflection, she realized the impropriety of her actions. "If third master were to harbor resentment towards you due to this, it would indeed be my fault." She bowed slightly, imploring him to forgive her, considering her intentions were not malicious. "Since you express it this way, I cannot hold it against you," Xie Zhao replied, his eyes cast downwards as he plucked a string, producing a clear note. "However, I have never disclosed my courtesy name to you. How did you come to know it?" Cui Fueying lowered her gaze, unable to suppress a smile. Previously, she had sent a maid to inquire about Xie Zhao, and though she had received little useful information, it had proven beneficial now. Chapter 48. Assassination. She hesitated for a moment, then resolutely closed her eyes and confessed, "Cousin, I must beg your pardon. I once sent a maid to inquire about you, which is how I learned your courtesy name." Xie Zhao appeared unfazed, merely asking in a calm tone, "What prompted you to do so? Do you truly remain unaware?" She stepped closer, peering down at him. "I thought my feelings were as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions, yet you seem oblivious." She gently probed, "Cousin, do you genuinely not know, or are you feigning ignorance?" Xie Zhao's hands rested upon the guqin strings as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. "I am not a suitable match for you," he stated coolly. "I am well aware that I am not worthy of you," she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Yet matters of the heart are often beyond one's control. I harbor no extravagant wishes. I merely hope you might be aware of my sentiments." Xie Zhao sighed lightly, seemingly resigned. "Cousin, you need not belittle yourself so. I have never considered you unworthy of me. It is merely my cold disposition and aversion to close relationships that render me an unsuitable match." His words were gentle, truly befitting his reputation as a refined gentleman. Even in rejection, he left no room for criticism. "Do you harbor disdain for me?" Cui Fueying bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Ever since I arrived at the Xie residence, it seems you have held many misunderstandings about me. I do not comprehend why. If it is due to third master, I have resolved that matter now. You should trust me, should you not?" A beautiful woman in tears is naturally a sight to evoke sympathy. Moreover, her soft-spoken words, particularly her final remark, brimmed with tenderness. Even a heart of iron like Xie Zhao's must have felt a stir. "I am somewhat perplexed, cousin," he said, hesitating before continuing gently. "I assure you, I do not dislike you." "Really?" Cui Fueying's sorrow transformed into a smile as she declared, "With your assurance, I can rest easy." She raised a hand to wipe the remnants of tears from her eyes, her heart racing with urgency. Why had Xiaoyan not yet appeared? The sky was growing dim. And if he delayed any longer, Xie Zhao would surely return to the temple. Noticing her distress, Xie Zhao offered her a silk handkerchief. "Wipe your tears." She hesitated momentarily before accepting the handkerchief gratefully. "Thank you, cousin. The day wanes, and the mountain air is chilly. You have just recovered from your illness. We should return," Xie Zhao said, standing up while cradling the guqin. "The view here is exquisite," Cui Fuiying interjected hurriedly. "It is my first time witnessing such beauty. I wish to gaze a little longer." Xie Zhao's tone softened, as if to soothe the child. "Though the scenery is indeed lovely, we can return tomorrow. The mountains are rife with serpents and insects, and with the sun setting, the paths will become treacherous. For safety's sake, we should head back." Given the gravity of his words, further protestations from her would seem suspicious. Xiaoyan must have been delayed by some circumstance. It was better to return now and seek another opportunity tomorrow. With this thought, Cui Fuiying nodded, preparing to leave with Xie Zhao when a sharp sound cut through the air. Xie Zhao's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly pushed her aside, narrowly evading an incoming arrow that whizzed past her ear, the arrowhead glinting ominously, severing a strand of her hair. The projectile embedded itself deep into a nearby thick tree trunk, a testament to its deadly force. Had it struck a person, it surely would have pierced through. Cui Fuiying gasped in shock, instinctively believing it to be Xiaoyan's arrival, but she quickly realized that if it truly were him, he would have ensured her safety. Had Xie Zhao not intervened, that arrow would have surely found its mark. Her skin prickled with fear as she turned to see a squad of well-trained figures clad in black emerging from the woods, led by a tall man with strikingly handsome features, instantly familiar to her. "Huazhen." "Cousin," she stammered, retreating behind Xie Zhao, her voice trembling. "Surely these individuals are not your enemies?
Who are you?"
Xie Zhao's tone turned frigid as he faced the encircling assailants.
"Who sent you?"
"That is a question best saved for when you meet the King of Hell," the leader scoffed, gesturing to his subordinates. "Attack. Ensure you take his head." "Yes." The black-clad figures responded, brandishing their weapons and lunging forward. Cui Fuiying cried out in despair. "Had I known such peril awaited, I would never have sought you out. Cousin, what shall we do now?" She was genuinely frightened and panicked, clumsily evading the blade that swung towards her, calling out in desperation, "I know no martial arts. If you find a chance, escape down the mountain to summon help. It is I who have implicated you."
Xie Zhao sighed. "There is no point in dwelling on that now."
She blocked a blow from a black-clad attacker, gritting her teeth to hold her ground. "Do you not have any secret guards? Quickly send a signal." Xie Zhao forcefully struck the instrument in her hands against the man approaching with the blade, finally granting herself a moment to breathe. It was evident that he was not one of the shadows she had mentioned. Pondering the origins of this group, Xie Zhao realized that while the Xie family had made numerous enemies, few possessed the audacity to attempt her assassination. This group was evidently well-trained and far from ordinary. She swiftly considered potential suspects and called out, "Are you men of the Southern King?" The leader of the group scoffed derisively, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. "What gives you the right to command me, Xie Zhao? You are on the brink of death. Cease your struggles." With a flick of his foot, he kicked a stone towards her wrist, striking her with a heavy thud. Xie Zhao winced, her face paling as the instrument clattered to the ground, leaving her defenseless. The man, with a slow, mocking tone, gestured towards Cui Fuiying behind her, saying, "This woman appears quite fetching. Leave her life to me." Upon hearing this, Cui Fuiying's countenance turned pale, realizing the hidden implications of his words.
"Cousin,
I truly apologize for dragging you into this today." Chapter 49. Where is the protagonist's halo? At this critical moment, Xie Zhao maintained an expression of indifference. "Your target is me. There is no need to trouble others." "Very well." The leader clapped his hands, truly befitting the esteemed second young master of the Xie family. "You exhibit the demeanor of a gentleman. Regrettably, you have encountered me today, a shameless villain. I intend to kill you, and I want this woman too." Just as he finished speaking, a long blade suddenly flew out from the woods behind them. The man's expression turned cold as he bent back at an impossible angle, narrowly evading the strike. Unfortunately, the black-clad figure behind him was not so fortunate, falling victim to the blade.
who dares?"
The man shouted fiercely, drawing his own long knife. A masked figure emerged from the woods, moving with grace and power, delivering a swift kick towards the man, demonstrating formidable skill.
Xiaoyan.
Cui Fuiying recognized the newcomer instantly. Seizing the opportunity while the others were momentarily stunned, Xie Zhao decisively pulled Cui Fueying along the path down the mountain. Let us go. The man engaged with Xiaoyan noticed their movement, yelling to his subordinates, What are you standing around for? Go after them. We must kill Xie Zhao today. Xiaoyan frowned, preparing to pursue them, yet a glinting long knife appeared before him. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily.
Who are you?
As he glared at the retreating figures, his eyes brimmed with fury directed at the black-clad man. If you dare to harm her, I will ensure you face 1,000 tortures. Such bravado. The man sneered. Let's see you try. The clash of steel rang out as their blades met with deadly intent.
Cui Fueying stumbled behind Xie Zhao.
The relentless pursuers behind them unleashing arrows that struck the ground at their feet. Her mind blinked in terror. She could only grit her teeth and follow closely behind Xie Zhao, hoping to reach the safety of the monastery nearby. However, before they could cover much distance, their pursuers had closed in, leaping into their path. With wolves in front and tigers behind, their escape route was entirely blocked, leaving them with nowhere to flee. To the side loomed a steep cliff. A glance downward sent a jolt of fear through her legs. Gentlemen, surely we can discuss this? She pleaded, clutching her clothing tightly, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. In a sacred place like this, how can we resort to violence? If it's money you seek. This man beside me is quite wealthy. Name your price.
Bah!
Spat one of the men. Who cares for his wealth?
We only want his life.
Xie Zhao. Whom have you offended to warrant such a death sentence? And to choose this moment to strike, dooming me as well. Xiaoyan was likely entangled with the leader, unable to arrive in time. No matter who sent you, since your aim is me, please spare my companion. She is innocent, Xie Zhao stated coldly. Cui Fueying was taken aback, surprised by Xie Zhao's words. We naturally intend to take your life, the man replied, glancing at Cui Fueying with a wicked smile. She is not your concern. Suddenly, Cui Fueying crouched down, hugging her knees, and began to cry. I am but a weak woman. I beg you, spare me. I promise I won't disclose your identities. Such a captivating young lady, destined for a life of luxury. Why worry? One remarked playfully, crouching down to reach for her. In a desperate move, Cui Fueying flung a handful of dirt at him. Xie Zhao, quick on her feet, yanked her up and delivered a kick to the man's midsection, sending him crashing into the others blocking their way. Without needing to be told, the two fled forward. As they passed the man they had knocked down, Cui Fueying inadvertently stepped on his hand. I'm so sorry, she cried, clasping her hands together in apology before kicking him again. The man yelped in pain, pushing aside those obstructing him and picking up a stone to hurl towards Xie Zhao's ankle. The stone, imbued with internal force, made her stumble. The mountain path was already treacherous, and that misstep sent her careening towards the cliff's edge. Cui Fueying, caught in the fall, tumbled alongside her. Loose stones cascaded down, trembling under their combined weight. Cui Fueying broke into a cold sweat. Xie Zhao struggled to rise, but in that fleeting moment, their pursuers had caught up. Wretched woman, daring to plot against me. The man whom Cui Fueying had dirted spat on the ground. If not for my master ordering me to spare your life. Good sir. Let us talk this over, Cui Fueying said, lying on the ground and smiling up at them. It's all a misunderstanding. Do not waste time. One of them growled. Kill the man, and take the woman back. They rushed forward to seize them, but as they approached, the ground beneath them gave way like the final straw for a burdened camel, collapsing completely. Cui Fueying barely registered the shift before she was enveloped by a terrifying sense of weightlessness. Help! She screamed, her voice fading from the sight of the two men. Am I not the protagonist? Where is my halo? The black-clad man staggered, nearly following her into the abyss, but was steadied by a comrade gripping his collar. What now? From such a height, Xie Zhao's fall is certain death. We must report back to our master. The group returned to the clearing, where only the masked man remained, half kneeling with his long knife braced against the ground.
Master?
They rushed to assist him. Are you unhurt? The man tore away his mask, wiping the blood from his lips. His features were handsome, with sharp lines, but his eyes, soft yet strangely intense, bore a striking resemblance to those of Cui Fueying. It was Huizhen, who had encountered Cui Fueying twice before. I am fine. What of Xie Zhao? Huizhen asked hoarsely. Xie Zhao has fallen from the cliff. She cannot have survived. Huizhen glanced at him. So you did not witness her demise with your own eyes? That Huizhen inhaled deeply. Feeling the ache of his own wounds, that man had proven a formidable opponent. However, his gaze darkened. Having wounded him, he would not let the foe escape unscathed. A wounded man poses little threat. What truly concerns him is the possibility of the Xie family discovering Xie Zhao's disappearance and sealing off the paths down the mountain, which would spell danger for them. Nevertheless, given the treacherous terrain, it is likely that a fall from this height would have already claimed his life. Huazhan recalled something else. What of the woman accompanying him? After a moment's hesitation, his subordinate clasped his hands together and said, "My lord, pardon me." That woman fell from the cliff alongside Xie Zhao. Huazhan scoffed, lamenting their departure. Chapter 50. Breathing beneath her was a damp, soft patch of grass, with the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Cui Fuiying furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. The surroundings were dim, with branches intertwining overhead, allowing only sporadic moonlight to filter through, casting an eerie ambience. She felt cold and in pain all over, gradually propping herself up from the ground. Her hand brushed against something, and she felt a wet, inexplicable stickiness. The memory flooded back. She and Xie Zhao had been pursued and had fallen from the cliff. Fortunately, a protruding ledge below, cushioned by trees, had spared them from a fatal descent. Indeed, she was the protagonist, blessed with the halo of a main character. With this thought,
Xie Zhao felt somevatria surd.
"Cousin, are you there?" she whispered, fearing they might still be hunted, and daring not to raise her voice. Although the current situation deviated from her initial expectations, it was still somewhat adequate. Xie Zhao was being pursued, and she, entangled in his plight, would remain steadfast by his side, supporting each other in their escape. A classic narrative, indeed. After this ordeal, Xie Zhao's attitude towards her would surely change significantly. The darkness enveloped her, obscuring her view of the contours around her. Since Xie Zhao had fallen alongside her, he could not be too far away. She began to grope about cautiously, while softly calling his name. A low moan emerged from behind her. Cui Fuiying perked up, turning to feel around on the ground. "Cousin, is that you?" Her hand suddenly encountered something. Moving closer to the scant light, she confirmed it was indeed Xie Zhao.
"Cousin,"
she called softly, pushing him gently. "Wake up." Xie Zhao let out a weak groan, his voice barely audible. "Cousin, you're awake?" "Yes," she replied, relieved to have someone conscious beside her. "We must hurry. We don't know if those people will come looking for us." Anxiety gripped her as she wondered how long they had been unconscious. Her aunt and the others must be frantic. Xie Zhao exhaled slowly, his voice almost a whisper. "Cousin, you go ahead. I fear I cannot move." Cui Fuiying froze for a moment, quickly realizing, "You're injured?" His head had been struck, and his leg was likely broken. Xie Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "I cannot even stand." Cui Fuiying fell silent for a while. A broken leg would only hinder her. If she forced him to come along, should their pursuers return, she would be doomed. She did not want Xie Zhao to perish, and while she desired to gain his favor, ultimately, her motivation was her own survival. If he would be a liability, then the endeavor lost its significance. "It's all right, cousin. After you leave, find Xingshan to rescue me." Xie Zhao seemed to sense her hesitation, displaying remarkable understanding without a hint of reproach. He was indeed a gentleman, remaining so without crossing her limits. Cui Fuiying stood up, deliberated, then bit her lip and crouched down, reaching out to assist Xie Zhao. "Cousin?" he said, surprised. If she were to abandon him here, all her efforts would be in vain, and she would have no hope of winning him over in the future. She reminded herself that all this was for the sake of gaining his favor, and it was not merely because he had protected her during his escape that she felt soft-hearted. "Do not worry, cousin. I will get you out," Cui Fuiying vowed. Gritting her teeth and summoning all her strength to help him up, Xie Zhao suddenly stifled a groan, the sound laced with pain. "Did I touch your wound?" Cui Fuiying quickly withdrew her hand, supporting him against a tree as she anxiously searched his body. Xie Zhao labored to grasp her hand, feeling the wet stickiness of her palm, which made him instinctively frown. "My right leg is bleeding," he stated calmly. Cui Fuiying abruptly comprehended the source of the viscous substance she had felt upon waking. Without medical supplies, it was likely that excessive blood loss would claim Xie Zhao's life. "I have Heroine ointment," she exclaimed with unexpected joy. "I had a wound on my arm that hadn't healed completely, so I hastily tucked it away when I left. I never expected it to be useful now." Heroine ointment was a superior healing balm that expedited recovery and staunched bleeding. Cousin, where are you hurt? It's too dark. I can't see, she said, crouching beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Zhao extended his hand to her, guiding her palm to his injury. His hand was cold, nearly devoid of warmth. Cui Fuiying gently probed downward, causing him to emit a soft grunt, prompting her to retract her hand.
Cousin, bear with it.
While a typical noble lady would have succumbed to panic in such a situation, she remained composed despite her fear, her movements measured. Xie Zhao felt her lift the hem of his garment, and her hands explore his leg. In the darkness, the sensation of her touch became acutely vivid. Though this was not a moment for any other thoughts, he found himself inexplicably entranced. He was not fond of physical contact. His daily needs were managed entirely by Qing Shan, and since turning 10, he had not been this close to anyone, not even his mother. Cui Fuiying tore a slit in his trousers, exposing the wound on his leg. Throughout the process, Xie Zhao remained silent. The dim light made it exceedingly difficult for her to see, forcing her to lean closer to scrutinize the injury. As she breathed slowly, a warm breath brushed against the wound. Suddenly, Xie Zhao felt an odd tingling and itchiness emanating from the gash. Just as Cui Fuiying was about to retrieve the Xueyan ointment from her bosom, Xie Zhao unexpectedly cupped her face in his hand. Cousin, just apply it like that, he murmured softly. Strange, she thought to herself, as she prepared to scoop out some ointment. Then, she recalled how her hands had been soiled from climbing around the mountain. Using them to apply medicine might endanger Xie Zhao's recovery. She patted herself down and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the water flask I took with me is still here, she mumbled. Cui Fuiying unfastened the flask, finding it still half full. She took a sip, intending to pour some water to rinse her hands, but suddenly paused. Cousin, have a sip, she offered, extending the flask toward him. Xie Zhao hesitated, slowly reaching out to grasp it. Chapter 51. We made it out, didn't we? It seemed he struggled to see the flask before him, his hand moving deliberately and slowly until it first brushed against Cui Fuiying's hand. A cool sensation enveloped her palm, and an indescribable feeling surged from her heart. She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand but halted, fearing the water would spill. Xie Zhao also froze, pausing for a moment before softly apologizing, swiftly grasping the edge of the flask. His thirst was profound, yet he restrained himself to only a sip before gradually handing it back to her. Only after ensuring she had a firm grip did he retract his hand. Cui Fuiying observed his actions, sensing something peculiar. She took the water pouch and rinsed her fingers before applying medicine to Xie Zhao's wound. After finishing the treatment, she removed her outer garment and tightly wrapped it around the area near the injury. Cousin, how do you feel? She inquired, giving him a gentle pat. Thank you, cousin. I feel much better, he replied. Rest a little longer, and we shall leave this place. Cui Fuiying stood up, stretching her body. The mountains were rife with snakes, insects, and vermin, and the night was cold. It would be best to find a cave. No, it would be better if the Xie family could locate us soon, she thought, her tone growing somewhat despondent. She couldn't ascertain how much time had elapsed. The Xie family must have realized they were missing and would undoubtedly send someone to search for them. Yet, she wondered if those who attempted to assassinate Xie Zhao were still pursuing them. She dared not call for help, fearing that instead of rescuers, she might attract death itself. What had happened to Xiaoyan? When she and Xie Zhao fled, she had only managed a fleeting glance back at him. Seeing him entangled in combat with the leader of their assailants, unsure if he had sustained injuries. After a while, Xie Zhao regained some strength, and she crouched down to place his arm over her shoulder, helping him to stand. One of his legs was injured, rendering it nearly impossible for him to support his own weight. He leaned heavily against her. Despite the lingering scent of his refined fragrance, it was now mingled with the faint odor of blood and earth. Just managing to lift him had left her breathless, and she rested for a moment, leaning against a nearby tree to regain her composure. Xie Zhao observed her slender form, surprised at how heavy he felt. Cui Fuiying took a brief respite, gritting her teeth as she slowly moved forward, supporting Xie Zhao. The dim light made it difficult to discern directions. She could only muster her courage and proceed in one direction. The wind whistled through the forest, and as she walked, her foot landed on something soft and squishy, a sensation that was utterly repulsive. Xie Zhao rested his head against her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear, clearly straining yet maintaining his silence. Cousin, perhaps you could talk to me? Cui Fuiying suppressed her urge to cry, feeling a bit frightened alone. After a considerable pause, Xie Zhao's voice softly broke the silence behind her. What does my cousin wish to say? It seemed to require great effort for him to speak, as he divided his few words into 2 breaths. Cousin, if we manage to survive this ordeal, would I be considered your savior? Xie Zhao's chest rose and fell slightly, and he let out a brief, strained chuckle. Indeed. His warm breath brushed against her ear again. Thank you, cousin. As long as they could successfully escape, her efforts would not be in vain. Cui Fuiying consoled herself with this thought. Though the path was fraught with difficulty, the presence of a living, breathing person beside her offered a sliver of comfort. They continued walking for a while until they finally emerged from the forest. The serene, silvery moonlight cascaded down, nearly bringing her to tears, as she had never before appreciated its beauty so profoundly. Cousin, we have made it out, she exclaimed with excitement.
Yet.
There was no response from Xie Zhao. Cousin? Cui Fuiying called out, but he remained unresponsive. Finally sensing something was amiss, she gently lowered him to the ground. Lying him flat, Xie Zhao's face was as pale as paper. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, she might have thought him lifeless. Cousin, please wake up, she pleaded, tapping his face lightly. When he showed no sign of response, she struck him more forcefully. A hint of color returned to his cheeks as a result of her efforts. Cui Fuiying felt a surge of fear. She dreaded witnessing the life draining from him, feeling utterly powerless to stop it. Cousin, please don't frighten me, her voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. The cold night breeze swept through the mountains, chilling her to the bone. Suddenly, Xie Zhao coughed twice. Cousin? Cui Fuiying wiped her eyes and hurriedly leaned closer. Are you all right? Xie Zhao furrowed his brow, his voice weak. Are we still in the woods? Cui Fuiying was taken aback. She glanced up at the bright moon hanging in the sky, the light flowing like water across the ground. Remembering Xie Zhao's earlier reaction in the forest, an absurd notion struck her. Slowly, she extended her hand and waved it before his eyes. Cousin, can you not see me? A prolonged silence ensued, so deep it sent a shiver down her spine. Xie Zhao sighed. We have made it out, haven't we? Cui Fuiying's heart sank. Heavens, this is a cruel jest. She had indeed wished to lend him a hand when he was cornered, but this was no longer a mere impasse, it was a complete entrapment. If Xie Zhao truly had lost his sight, how could the Xie family allow a blind man to become their leader? Without power, how could he provide her with what she desired? They fell into silence. The only sound was the cold wind blowing by. Cui Fuiying shivered and looked down at Xie Zhao's bloodless face. Now was not the time for such thoughts. If the Xie family could not locate them, she needed to find a shelter for the night. Otherwise, they would perish from the cold. Cousin, wait here. I will look for a place to shield us from the wind. Xie Zhao lay on the ground and gently replied, All right. He even cautioned her. The mountain path is treacherous. Be careful, cousin. Cui Fuiying's emotions were complex. She nodded silently, suddenly remembering that Xie Zhao could no longer see, so she responded, I will be back shortly, cousin.
Good.
Chapter 52. My cousin is truly remarkable. Have they left? The surroundings fell silent. In the absence of sight, all other senses became strikingly acute. This was what it felt like to be blind. The world before him was cloaked in darkness, devoid of any other color. The chirping of insects and the startled flight of birds, sounds he had never paid attention to, now resonated with unprecedented clarity in his ears. Upon realizing his blindness, Xie Zhao found himself surprisingly devoid of excessive emotion. For a long time, his life had resembled a stagnant pool. Understanding his fate too early had rendered his days monotonous. Now, however, things had taken on a semblance of intrigue. What would the Xie family do in response to his blindness? They would likely seek out renowned doctors to cure his affliction, and if successful, everyone would rejoice. Yet if they failed, how could the future head of the Xie family be a blind man? His father would undoubtedly be furious. How could he allow what was within reach to slip away? And what of the other members of the Xie family? Upon learning of his blindness, would they feign sympathy while vying for the position of head? Such was the nature of humanity. He suddenly thought of Cui Fuiying. The one who professed her affection for him would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation upon learning of his condition. He bore no resentment towards her. It was already beyond his expectations for her to have supported him out of the forest. Xie Zhao had learned long ago not to harbor expectations towards anyone or anything, thereby avoiding unnecessary emotional turmoil. If he did not care for himself, how could he care for someone who would not turn back? He lay quietly, eyes closed, like a lifeless corpse. Thus, when Cui Fueying returned, startled at his stillness, she called out, "Cousin?" The dark void of his world was suddenly filled with her melodious voice. He had always known her voice to be beautiful, akin to a lark emerging from the valley, yet now it resonated within him with an unfamiliar sensation. He almost believed it to be a figment of his imagination until she spoke again. "Cousin, are you all right?" He opened his eyes, but the darkness remained, his gaze unfocused on a particular point. "Cousin, you have returned?" Xie Zhao found himself perplexed by a person for the first time. Cui Fueying had employed numerous subtle maneuvers in his presence, and though he saw through them, he chose to remain silent, simply because he did not care. He was acutely aware that her so-called affection was merely an appreciation of his status. Once that was stripped away, her admiration would dissipate like mist. A wounded leg and blindness rendered him no longer worthy of her risking a return. Cui Fueying's voice suddenly brightened as she exclaimed, "I found a place where we can stay for the night. There's a cave not far from here. It may be a bit dirty, but at least we won't have to worry about freezing to death." Her tone brimmed with pride, and Xie Zhao could almost envision her beaming countenance as she spoke. This version of Cui Fueying, rather than the one who always feigned affection with a smile, seemed far more intriguing. A gentle smile graced Xie Zhao's lips as he replied, "Cousin, you truly are remarkable. I am fortunate to have you by my side today." It was rare for him to utter such agreeable words, and Cui Fueying smirked, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. She bent down and assisted the weary Xie Zhao to his feet, and together they made their way to the cave she had discovered. After much effort, she managed to help him into the cave, carefully lowering him down, leaving her exhausted and drenched in sweat. Xie Zhao leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed. The filthy, dim environment somehow accentuated his otherworldly charm. Cui Fueying gazed at him for a while, unable to resist leaning closer to scrutinize his face. Even the most discerning critic would find no flaw in his features, yet now, with his blindness, it was as though a flawless gem had been marred, and she wondered if he would ever recover. Lost in thought, she was startled when Xie Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, their brightness and depth betraying no sign of his blindness. At this proximity, she could even discern the slight quiver of his eyelashes. Cui Fueying's eyes widened in surprise. "Cousin, are you looking at me?" Xie Zhao spoke softly. "No, not at all," she stammered, her voice lacking conviction, momentarily questioning if he truly was blind. Xie Zhao was a man of many layers. If he were pretending, it was entirely plausible. With a defiant spirit, she waved her hand before his face, feigning an attempt to poke his eyes. Xie Zhao remained calm, his expression unchanging, which led her to retract her hand with suspicion. "I can sense your breath," Xie Zhao remarked, seemingly anticipating her thoughts. The heat rushed to Cui Fueying's cheeks, spreading to her neck and ears. "You must be mistaken." She retreated a few steps, clearing her throat. "I wasn't looking at you." Xie Zhao did not contest her, merely lowering his head with a gentle smile. "It feels a bit warm here," Cui Fueying said, fanning her face. A glance at Xie Zhao's smile only intensified her own embarrassment. "It's too warm. I'm going out for some fresh air."
You stay here and relax.
Unable to endure the peculiar atmosphere any longer, she fled the cave. As she reached the entrance, the cool night breeze caressed her face, gradually easing the vexing heat. "Calm down, Cui Fueying," she reminded herself. "You are the one trying to entice Xie Zhao. Is this all you can muster?" Yet, she pondered whether she truly wanted to entice him now. With this thought, her composure began to return, the warmth ebbing away, replaced with tranquility. Xie Zhao, now deprived of his sight, resembled a fierce beast stripped of its claws, devoid of any power to resist. The position of heir apparent to the Xie family would likely change hands soon. To whom would it fall? Most likely to Xie Xingyan, the eldest of the Xie family. In the original narrative, Xie Xingyan was also her subordinate. Despite both being Xie family scions, Xie Xingyan and Xie Zhiwei possessed wholly different temperaments. Xie Zhiwei was spirited, while Xie Xingyan was composed. However, she knew from the original text that Xie Xingyan excelled in disguise. While he appeared calm and gentle, he harbored ruthless methods. Fully aware of the mutual affection between the original heroine and Xie Zhiwei, yet on the Lantern Festival, he had abducted the heroine to his chamber. Such a madman was someone she wished to avoid at all costs unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, with Xie Zhao's sight lost, Xie Xingyan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act. What was she to do? Should she cling to the hope that Xie Zhao would regain his vision and use this time to cultivate goodwill, or should she hastily seek another path? She sighed deeply. Presently, she and Xie Zhao were trapped here, uncertain if they would survive the night. She touched the whistle around her neck, hesitating. What if Xiaoyan was in trouble? At this moment, should she sound the whistle, she could not predict who might respond. After a moment's deliberation, she set the whistle aside and returned to the cave. Xie Zhao remained where she had left him, though his complexion appeared considerably worse. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned his head slightly to look at her. "Cousin?" "It's me," she replied. His expression was somewhat strange as he softly remarked, "I thought you had left." Cui Fueying was taken aback. "Left? Where would I go?" Xie Zhao closed his eyes, his voice hoarse and faint. "I thought you had found a place to shelter from the storm and intended to leave." The excuse of the cave being too warm seemed utterly absurd. He had not anticipated her return.
Why?
Was she worried about the approaching night and the dangers of being lost in the mountains? As he pondered, he suddenly felt a cool hand pressed against his forehead, followed by Cui Fueying's anxious voice. "Cousin, you have a fever." Xie Zhao's thoughts were muddled. The loss of blood coupled with the fever rendered him incapable of coherent thought. "Why didn't you leave?" he whispered. "What?" Cui Fueying did not catch his words. She crouched beside him, her forehead beating with sweat despite the frigid night. This is truly a case of misfortune compounding. In Xie Zhao's current condition, should his fever persist, it was uncertain whether he could survive the night. "Why didn't you leave?" Xie Zhao repeated, his voice still unclear. This time she understood, yet failed to grasp the meaning behind his question. "It's cold and dark outside. Where do you expect me to go?" Xie Zhao could not help but smile at his own self-deprecation. Cui Fueying, however, had no time to dwell on his thoughts. She was acutely aware that if Xie Zhao's fever did not subside, he might face dire consequences that very night. Her gaze fell upon the water pouch at her waist. There was still some water left. In this barren place, with nothing available, she could only resort to the most rudimentary physical cooling methods. She searched her belongings, realizing that the silk handkerchief Xie Zhao had given her had been lost during their escape. Instead, she carefully tore a piece from her underskirt and gently poured some water from the pouch onto it. Xie Zhao, feverish and disoriented, suddenly felt a coolness on his forehead, and his chaotic thoughts began to settle within that refreshing sensation, making him crave more. As the fabric warmed, she withdrew her hand, pouring more cool water to apply to his forehead, repeating the process, yet his fever persistently refused to subside. Cui Fueying's gaze fell upon his open collar. After their flight, it had become disheveled, revealing his porcelain-like skin beneath. "I am doing this to save him," she reminded herself, inhaling deeply as she reached for his collar. Just as she tugged it open slightly, Xie Zhao abruptly grasped her wrist. His palm was unnaturally warm against hers, the heat radiating incessantly, causing her to feel a sense of discomfort. He gazed blankly, his eyes lacking focus, his gaze fixed on some point in the void, his voice low and hoarse. "Cousin, what are you doing?" In this moment, it seemed as though she were a scheming rogue, taking advantage of him. The one taking advantage was a blind man, injured and truly pitiable. "Cousin, please don't misunderstand. I noticed you were burning up and wanted to help cool you down," she said, suppressing her embarrassment. "This will help lower your temperature quickly. If you don't cool down immediately, it could be dangerous." Uncertain if Xie Zhao always reacted this slowly when ill, he pondered for a long while before asking, "Cool down? I've never heard of such a method. Can you trust me just this once?" Cui Fueying's voice flowed like a clear spring past his ears, inexplicably soothing. "I want to deceive you." "Really?" Xie Zhao asked softly. "Indeed." She nodded eagerly. For a moment, he hesitated, gradually loosening his grip on her hand. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, his complexion flushed with an unnatural hue, his eyes rimmed with red from the fever. This Xie Zhao resembled a lofty figure who had finally fallen from grace, inspiring a fleeting desire to transgress. "Please don't deceive me, cousin." His voice was as light as a breeze. Although he could not see her, Cui Fueying inexplicably felt as if she were being observed. Initially, she had only intended to help, but now the atmosphere felt oddly charged. She gently pulled apart his collar, noticing that he still kept his eyes open, aware he could not see, yet feeling an unusual awkwardness in her heart. "Cousin, can you close your eyes?" Xie Zhao paused, his tone softening. "All right." He indeed closed his eyes as she wished, yet this only heightened her discomfort. With his eyes shut, she found herself peeling away his clothing. If anyone were to witness this, she feared she could not explain herself, no matter how many mouths she had. I am doing this to save him. I am doing this to save him, Cui Fueying repeated silently in her mind, exhaling deeply as she closed her eyes and forcefully opened his collar. Upon opening her eyes, she was momentarily stunned. Xie Zhao appeared slender, yet his physique was surprisingly well-defined. His skin radiated an exquisite, flawless quality, akin to a jade vessel. As her gaze drifted downward, she noticed the distinct contours of his abdomen, his muscular lines both beautiful and sharp. Her face flushed crimson, compelled by some inexplicable force. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch him. Xie Zhao, eyes still closed, suddenly trembled slightly, letting out a soft sound, his brow furrowing as though in great discomfort. Cui Fueying snapped back to reality, mentally chastising herself. The allure of male beauty is beguiling. Cui Fueying, compose yourself. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, soaked the cloth in cool water, and began to wipe Xie Zhao's upper body. The cold fabric against his skin made him shudder again, his head tilting back as he swallowed hard. This reaction startled Cui Fueying, causing her to pause. "Cousin, are you alright?" she asked hesitantly. To her horror, she realized that not only was his face flushed, but now his entire body was too. The jade-like skin flushed with a faint rosy hue. The heat emanating from him was abnormal. Quickly, she straightened up and leaned closer to him, reaching out to touch his forehead. "Is your fever worse?" Chapter 54. Cousin. Bear with me. As she drew near, a faint sweet fragrance wafted into Xie Zhao's nostrils. Oddly, he felt no discomfort. Looking down at Xie Zhao, she asked, "How are you feeling now?" Xie Zhao frowned slightly, seeming to endure some profound pain. "Is this how you cool down?" Xie Zhao, eyes still shut, his hair falling over his forehead, asked, "Is it better now?" "Not yet, cousin. Please bear with me. I'll try to be quick." She gripped the cloth and wiped his chest with more force. Having been raised in comfort, Xie Zhao found the rough fabric abrasive, leaving a red mark in its wake. Cui Fueying grew increasingly flustered as she continued, finally finishing with his upper body and hurriedly dressing him again. Her face was flushed. She turned away to compose herself, exhaling heavily before feigning calmness to ask, "Do you feel any better now, cousin?" Xie Zhao's complexion appeared considerably more serene as he nodded slightly. "Much better, thank you,
cousin."
Every half hour, she would wipe him down again, and after several repetitions, Xie Zhao's fever finally subsided. After withdrawing her hand from his forehead and confirming he was no longer burning, she finally released a sigh of relief. As tension eased, fatigue and drowsiness washed over her. Xie Zhao had long since fallen asleep, and she yawned, glancing around before simply sitting down beside him, leaning against the stone wall as she too drifted off. Although the cave was warmer than outside, it still carried a chill as she slept. In a drowsy haze, she instinctively inched closer to the only source of warmth beside her. Xie Zhao, a light sleeper, found the hard stone wall uncomfortable and half awake. He sensed someone pressing closer to him. He opened his eyes to find darkness enveloping him. The girl beside him murmured in her sleep. Holding his breath, he listened intently, faintly hearing her mumble, "Cousin." He paused, a strange feeling washing over him. Xie Zhao placed a hand on his chest, where his heart thumped vigorously. Yet he felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. Threads of emotion intertwined, their origins unknown. Cui Fueying lay quietly for a moment before suddenly murmuring, "So cold." Xie Zhao remained wide awake in the dark, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he wrapped his arms around her. "There seems to be a cave here. Could the young master be inside? There are footprints at the entrance. Let us go in and take a look." Cui Fueying was jolted awake by the raucous noise. She opened her eyes abruptly, her mind heavy, and for a moment forgot where she was. She lifted her gaze to meet a terrified face. "Qingshan?" Her voice was hoarse. And after a second of realization, her eyes widened.
"Qingshan,
you finally found us." Outside, the servants, hearing the commotion, surged into the cave, nearly blocking out all the light at the entrance. The expressions of urgency on their faces transformed into shock upon seeing her. The usually noble second young master appeared disheveled, his collar wide open, revealing a large expanse of his chest, which bore faint red marks. Most astonishingly, the cousin who had only recently entered the household was now in the arms of the second young master, both appearing equally disheveled and disordered. Cui Fuiying was puzzled for a moment before a realization struck her, and she abruptly lifted her head, only to bump against something. A soft gasp escaped above her. She paused her movements, gradually shifting her body away from Xie Zhao. What had happened? Why was she in Xie Zhao's embrace? She turned to look at him. His chin was slightly flushed, dark circles under his eyes, and he appeared more haggard than ever. Qingshan? Xie Zhao's tone was cold. At your service, Qingshan quickly replied, bowing. Xie Zhao's expression returned to its calm indifference, reverting to the aloof demeanor of the esteemed second young master of the Xie family. Return to the estate immediately.
Yes.
The news of Xie Zhao's assassination was swiftly suppressed, with only a select few privy to the events of that fateful night. Their intention had been to remain at Fanan Temple for several days, but with such an incident occurring and Xie Zhao sustaining injuries, they had no choice but to return home with utmost haste. Thus, the auspicious gathering was abruptly concluded. Upon returning to the Xie residence, the household physician promptly entered the listening bamboo courtyard. Cui Fuiying had miraculously survived her fall from the cliff with only superficial injuries, remaining lively as ever. As for the severity of Xie Zhao's injuries, the atmosphere in the listening bamboo courtyard was shrouded in secrecy, and no whispers of his condition had escaped. My lady, why are you so distracted?
Wen Xie inquired, observing Cui Fuiying's preoccupation.
This marked the 5th time Cui Fuiying had lost her focus that day. Regaining her composure, Cui Fuiying accepted the tea offered by Wen Xie and took a delicate sip. It's nothing. I am merely concerned about my cousin's injuries. It has been several days, and I am uncertain if he has recovered. She pondered further, worrying if Xie Zhao's eyesight had improved. If it did not heal promptly, what would become of him? As she continued to brood, her thoughts wandered once more. My lady? My lady?
Wen Xie, noticing Cui Fuiying's absent-mindedness, sighed in exasperation.
If you are so worried, why not visit the listening bamboo courtyard to check on the second young master? Cui Fuiying sighed. This morning I visited my aunt, and she mentioned that she tried to see the second young master yesterday, but could not even enter the courtyard. Even if I go, it would likely be a fruitless endeavor. Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. Wen Xie, unaware of Xie Zhao's true condition, assumed it was merely superficial injuries, thus remained unconcerned. Perhaps if you go today, the second young master will allow you to enter. My lady, do you not have feelings for the second young master? Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered in pursuit of his favor. Have you not always disapproved of my interest in Xie Zhao? Cui Fuiying questioned with skepticism, surprised by Wen Xia's sudden encouragement. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Xia replied, upon reflection, the second young master is indeed handsome and possesses an admirable character, making him a rare gem among noble suitors. It is worth a try. Cui Fuiying scrutinized her closely, sensing something amiss in Wen Xia's demeanor. Stop with the pretense, and tell me what has transpired. Chapter 55. I have come to see you. Wen Xia's expression stiffened as she glanced at Cui Fuiying, then resolutely declared, my lady, as I was taking a shortcut yesterday, I overheard 2 servants discussing you. Discussing me? Cui Fuiying's curiosity piqued. What did they say? I heard them gossiping that your visit to the Xie residence was merely to take advantage of the situation. They claimed you have set your sights on the second young master, hoping to climb the social ladder by attaching yourself to him. They also said. What else did they say? They remarked that you may be beautiful, but you possess a vacant mind, resorting to lowly tactics. The second young master would never take an interest in you. As Wen Xia grew increasingly indignant, she recounted her confrontation with the servants, who had mocked her, asserting that they would soon be expelled from the Xie residence. Cui Fuiying, upon hearing this, displayed no significant emotional response and instead chuckled at Wen Xia's outrage. You are urging me to see Xie Zhao because of their words? My lady. Wen Xia stamped her foot, exasperated. How can you remain unaffected by their slander? I cannot swallow this insult. If they believe you will be cast out, let us ensure the second young master becomes enamored with you to shock them into silence. What is there to be angry about? Cui Fuiying replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. They speak the truth. I do indeed have feelings for the second young master, and have employed various tactics. Wen Xia was taken aback. You. Cui Fuiying gently blew on the tea surface, her tone composed. The second young master is renowned. Countless noble women admire him. Have you ever witnessed him reciprocating any affection? Wen Xia shook her head. Do you know why? Wen Xia shook her head again. Those noble women are intimidated by his distinguished demeanor. each one too shy to engage him in conversation, let alone make a lasting impression. Cui Fuiying maintained her composure. To win over someone like Xie Zhao, it matters not whether your methods are high or low, as long as you can leave a mark on his memory, you have succeeded halfway. When Xia appeared to grasp the concept, albeit with some uncertainty. However, Cui Fuiying sighed, the current situation is different. If Xie Zhao's eyesight remains compromised, I shall have to devise alternative strategies. Rising from her seat, she turned to Wen Xia. Prepare some nourishing supplements. I shall take them to the second young master. Understood. When Xia responded enthusiastically, promptly departing, the young master's eyes. The physician hesitated, seemingly grappling with the gravity of the situation. Speak freely, doctor, Xie Zhao replied calmly. The young master sustained a blow to the back of his head from the fall. It is possible that blood is pooled, causing his blindness. The reasons are complex, and I regret that I cannot provide a definitive solution. I can only prescribe some blood-activating remedies. Perhaps once the blood dissipates, his vision will naturally return. Approximately how long will this take? That is difficult to ascertain. The physician glanced at the striking young man before him, his heart heavy with lament. Fate is cruel. Such a young talent faces such misfortune. Qingshan, do not speak out of turn. Xie Zhao interjected, raising a hand to silence him. See the doctor out properly. Qingshan, suppressing his frustration, escorted the physician from the room before returning. Xie Zhao sat before the tea table, leisurely pouring tea. His movements were deft, betraying no sign of his blindness. Has the person been sent away? Yes. Do we have any information on those involved? It appears they are from the Great Qi. They fled the city under cover of night after the incident, so they are likely long gone. Xie Zhao paused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. No wonder. Besides the men from Great Qi, there was also a masked individual, and it is fortunate that I survived thanks to that person. Did you encounter any solitary figures while searching the mountains? We did not. Qingshan hesitated before speaking. Young master, word of your injuries cannot be concealed much longer. The old lady has inquired multiple times, and both the first and third branches have sent people to ask. We have deflected their inquiries thus far, but... Let them know, Xie Zhao interjected, shaking his teacup. The Xie family's waters have been too stagnant for too long. It would be entertaining to stir the pot. Outside, a maid stood at the door, whispering, Young master, Lady Cui has come to see you. Qingshan was taken aback, recalling the scene he had intentionally overlooked. Xie Zhao, disheveled, with Cui Fuiying nestled in his embrace, appeared as if she had just awakened, her expression dazed and weary, tinged with a hint of displeasure at her sleepiness. Having served Xie Zhao for so long, Qingshan understood his character well. If he disliked someone, he would never allow them close, let alone hold them in his arms. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Lady Cui was likely to become his future mistress. Yet, he could not fathom whether being favored by his master was a blessing or a curse. Allow her to enter, Xie Zhao commanded coldly. Qingshan stepped back a couple of paces, realizing his initial assessment had indeed been accurate. Cui Fuiying's voice arrived before her presence. Cousin, I have come to see you. She entered the room with a lightness in her step. How is your health? I have been quite worried about you. Qingshan, you may leave, Xie Zhao said expressionlessly. Yes. As Cui Fuiying brushed past Qingshan, she greeted him warmly. Qingshan was taken aback, hastily lowering his head as he exited. Puzzled, she approached the tea table and murmured, After a few days' absence, why does Qingshan look at me as if he has seen a ghost? Cousin, please sit, Xie Zhao smiled. Cui Fuiying caught sight of the tea set before Xie Zhao, momentarily taken aback, her voice laced with a hint of excitement. Cousin, have your eyes improved? Not yet. Xie Zhao replied, feeling an inexplicable lift in his spirits upon hearing her voice. He responded gently, I have been well-versed in the art of tea since childhood. Even without sight, I would not falter. Cui Fuiying offered a dry laugh, acknowledging her cousin's prowess. Although she had anticipated the news of his eyes remaining unhealed, a wave of agitation swept over her. Thanks to you, cousin, I have been able to preserve my life, Xie Zhao's voice rang clear. I have previously offended you, yet you have graciously overlooked it, which I truly admire. Cui Fuiying glanced at him, her heart a tumult of emotions. There is no need for such formality, cousin. It is merely my duty. Allow this cup of tea to serve as a token of gratitude. Xie Zhao lifted the teacup before him, yet hesitated, uncertain of her direction, his expression revealing a touch of melancholy. Then I shall not be polite. A pair of hands enveloped his, a comforting warmth replacing the chilling touch of blood that had once stained his memories. She swiftly took the cup, the warmth fleeting, leaving only a gentle heat upon his skin. Xie Zhao lowered his hand, instinctively caressing the spot where her warmth lingered. "Thank you for the tea, cousin." Cui Fuiying's voice seemed to carry a subtle mirth. A smile graced his lips, just as a servant announced at the door, "Young master, the eldest son has come to see you." "Let him in," Xie Zhao replied. "Eldest son?" They both echoed simultaneously. Though Xie Zhao's tone was neutral while Cui Fuiying's expressed surprise, perhaps even fear. "Do you know him?" Xie Zhao inquired. Cui Fuiying held the teacup, silent. "Xie Xingyan has returned," she thought, recalling one of the most formidable men in the original narrative. The seemingly gentle Xie Xingyan, whose heart was deeply corroded by jealousy. The recollection of the female protagonist's encounter with him left her tea devoid of flavor. "Cousin?" Xie Zhao's voice bore a hint of displeasure. "I just remembered I have something to attend to. Since there are others here, I shall not disturb you. I will visit again." Xie Zhao quickly caught on. "You do not wish to see him?
Why?
Do you know Xie Xingyan?" He recalled a dream where Cui Fuiying had confided in him about being captured by Xie Xingyan. Yet, they ultimately found their way back to each other. When Xie Zhao first remembered this dream, he was filled with questions, but now, he found the imagery somewhat disconcerting. His expression darkened. Cui Fuiying, misinterpreting his frown as displeasure at her departure, reassured, "I do not know the eldest son. Perhaps you are overthinking it. I truly have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." She chuckled awkwardly, setting her cup aside. "I will be going now. If you leave now, you will run into him," Xie Zhao warned, just as her steps faltered. She scanned the surroundings, noticing a partition behind Xie Zhao. "If you wish to avoid him, you may hide in the partition behind me," he suggested, seemingly reading her thoughts. The sounds of the servant leading Xie Xingyan filtered in from outside. "Eldest son, this way please." A shiver ran down her spine as she quickly gathered her skirts and slipped into the partition behind Xie Zhao. Almost as soon as she hid, Xie Xingyan's voice rang out. "Second brother, it has been a long time. I hear you have been injured?" Xie Zhao knelt at the tea table, gazing towards the source of the voice, though it was evident his eyes did not truly see. "Eldest brother, I am well. Please forgive my inability to rise," he replied coolly. Xie Xingyan scrutinized his eyes, hesitating. "Your eyes?" "As you see, I cannot see," Xie Zhao replied. Xie Xingyan's pupils constricted, his hands at his sides tightening slightly. "Xie Zhao cannot see?" He eyed his brother with suspicion. Xie Zhao's intellect was nearly uncanny, leading him to doubt if this was merely a deception. Xie Xingyan approached slowly, squatting before Xie Zhao, his gaze fixated on the brother who had always overshadowed him. Cui Fuiying, hidden in the partition, could hear their conversation and peeked through a gap. Xie Zhao's back was to her, obscuring his expression. Yet she could clearly see Xie Xingyan. Externally, he appeared charming and refined, a stark contrast to the tumultuous mind within. The Xie brothers were undeniably striking, and Xie Xingyan was no exception, with his sharp brows and elegant demeanor. Such a deceptive exterior had initially lulled the original protagonist into a false sense of security. As she pondered this, she suddenly saw Xie Xingyan lift a hand, waving it before Xie Zhao's eyes. When Xie Zhao showed no reaction, he extended 2 fingers as if to poke at Xie Zhao's eyes. Xie Zhao remained still, not even flinching. Despite knowing Xie Xingyan would not openly attack him, she felt a cold sweat break out. Given Xie Xingyan's unstable temperament, it was evident he might genuinely wish to do so. "Why do you remain silent, eldest brother?" Xie Zhao inquired gently. Xie Xingyan snapped back to reality, studying Xie Zhao as he stood, stepping back 2 paces, his voice laden with sorrow. "How can you, so young, suffer such misfortune? Has the physician visited?" "What did he say?" "He has come, but there is little that can be done. It seems I must rely on fate." Xie Zhao sighed. A cold smile crept across Xie Xingyan's face, his voice heavy with anguish. "Do not worry, second brother. I will seek out the finest physicians to restore your sight. Have the assassins who attacked you been apprehended? They must face the consequences of their actions." "Qingshan is already investigating." Xie Zhao raised a hand. "Eldest brother, please take a seat." Xie Xingyan settled beside him, suddenly noticing a cup of steaming tea nearby. He cast a cold glance at Xie Zhao, softly inquiring, "Did you have a guest just now?" Panic surged through Cui Fuiying. Xie Xingyan was far too perceptive. "There was a guest," Xie Zhao replied calmly, "but they left before you arrived." What a coincidence, Xie Zhao chuckled. I see the tea is still warm. They must have departed recently. I did not notice anyone when I came in. It appears we just missed each other. Xie Zhao maintained his composure. The servants are careless, neglecting to tidy up after the guest's departure, thinking my blindness makes them unaccountable. I shall ensure they are reprimanded. Xie Zhao's words made it difficult for Xie Zhao to probe further, so he merely advised, the servants must have been momentarily distracted. You need not be too harsh on them. You speak wisely, eldest brother. Their polite exchange seemed endless, and Cui Fuiying stood, her legs growing weary. Yet Xie Zhao showed no sign of leaving. Before I could even ask, how did you return from your studies abroad so quickly? Xie Zhao suddenly asked. Xie Zhao sighed. This trip was indeed fruitful, but having been away for so long, I felt a deep longing for home, prompting my return. Little did I know upon my return I would hear of your injury. Unable to rest easy, I came to see you at once. Thank you for your concern. Eldest brother, since you are still injured, I shall take my leave. Xie Zhao finally rose. As he spoke, Cui Fuiying felt a sudden pang in her chest. Her heart felt as if it had been electrified, causing her to emit a pained gasp uncontrollably. Chapter 57. Is this how a cousin treats a life-saving benefactor? Struck by the sudden pang of pain, her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. Just as she reached the threshold, Xie Zhao halted in surprise, glancing curiously into the room. The sound had emanated from the inner chamber behind Xie Zhao, and he distinctly recognized it as a woman's voice. Xie Zhao had never been inclined towards women, when had he concealed one in his room. Retracting his foot from the threshold, he returned indoors and inquired of Xie Zhao. I was unaware that you had a woman by your side. Xie Zhao's expression remained calm, though the hand beneath the table had tightened imperceptibly. Why had Cui Fuiying made a sound? Was it to attract Xie Zhao's attention? If that were the case, why had she chosen to hide? You are mistaken, he replied coldly. The entire Xie household knew that his courtyard harbored not even a maid. Such a lie would not hold. She is a cousin who visited a few days ago. She happened to come to see me and inadvertently dampened her dress. I had someone fetch her a new gown, and I did not expect to encounter you, elder brother. It was merely inconvenient for her to show herself. I see. Xie Zhao's gaze flicked towards the inner chamber. In that case, let us have her make an appearance. I am not a beast to be feared. Cui Fuiying wiped the cold sweat from her brow and slowly pulled herself up, bracing against the wall. Her heart continued to ache slightly. Had she not seen Xie Zhao, it would not have ceased. After the events of recent days, she realized that when confronted with the male protagonist, evasion was futile. She had to face him. She adjusted her disheveled dress and, lowering her head, stepped out cautiously. Xie Zhao's gaze felt like a piercing dart upon her back, and she acutely sensed that he was scrutinizing her. I have met the elder lord, she said as she approached him, bowing. I apologize for the earlier inconvenience. I did not wish to interrupt your conversation with my second cousin. Xie Zhao's eyes roamed over her form, and after a brief pause, he extended his hand to assist her. We are all family, there is no need for such formality, cousin. His cold, smooth hand, when it touched her, felt like a venomous serpent coiling around her, sending a chill down her spine. What is your name, cousin? Cui Fuiying. That is a lovely name, Xie Zhao remarked with a smile. I feel a connection with you at first sight. We should keep in touch more often. Such pleasantries, while commonplace, held a vastly different significance in the ears of the other two. Cui Fuiying glanced at Xie Zhao, envisioning a twisted smile as he approached her after confining her. She felt a profound sense of dread regarding her future. As for Xie Zhao, he could not help but recall that dream. With Xie Zhiwei's presence, it was not entirely implausible for Xie Zhao to fall for Cui Fuiying at first sight. He had intended to keep the two apart, preventing them from meeting. Yet this unforeseen incident had occurred. Your brother still requires rest. Why not have my cousin accompany me? Xie Zhao suggested. Absolutely not. Both Xie Zhao and Cui Fuiying replied in unison. Xie Zhao was taken aback, his gaze shifting between the two, filled with suspicion. Xie Zhao had always shunned women. The sudden appearance of a cousin in his quarters raised eyebrows, and their current demeanor further fueled doubt. Why? He inquired. Is there some inconvenience? Xie Zhao seemed surprised by his own instinctive denial, his expression darkening as he contemplated something. I still have matters to discuss with my second cousin. Cui Fuiying steadied herself. Apologizing. I must refuse your kind offer. Xie Zhao's gaze lingered on her face for a long moment before he finally smiled. Very well, I shall take my leave first. However, since your brother is still injured, it would be best for you not to linger too long. Thank you for your reminder. I shall keep that in mind. Cui Fuiying replied, her eyes cast downward. Xie Zhao departed. Once his figure vanished from her sight, Cui Fuiying finally exhaled in relief. The pressure he exerted upon her was more overwhelming than the combined weight of two Xie Zhao's. Compared to other male protagonists, Xie Zhao had been the most ordinary. She lifted the now cold tea from the side, downing it in a single gulp. The icy liquid calmed her taut nerves completely. I will leave once the elder lord is far away, she said to Xie Zhao. I shall not disturb you for long.
Why?
Xie Zhao suddenly asked. What? If my cousin wishes to meet the elder lord, why then act as if he were a serpent or a scorpion? Xie Zhao's countenance was frigid. She was taken aback by his words but understood her own reasons. Even if expressed, Xie Zhao would not believe them. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to explain. You are mistaken. Cousin, I truly stumbled and made a noise by accident. It was not my intention to meet the elder lord. Xie Zhao's expression clearly reflected disbelief. A mocking smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. If you say so, then so be it. But I must warn you, neither Xie Zhao nor Xie Zhao are suitable for you. Cui Fuiying felt a surge of anger at his expression. This situation was beyond her control. She had been forced to meet Xie Zhao, and she was uncertain of her fate, yet Xie Zhao continued to speak with such disdain. Then who does my cousin believe is more suitable for me? She retorted. You are well aware of my feelings, yet you still utter such words. It is truly disheartening. Xie Zhao paused, as if recalling something, his expression darkening further. In any case, it shall not be someone from the Xie family. Not someone from the Xie family? Cui Fuiying repeated, her temper flaring. Is that what you wish to imply, cousin, that you wish to extinguish my hopes?
Yet.
Was it not you who declared that I was your savior when I fell from the cliff? Was this how a benefactor was treated? Xie Zhao's anger simmered beneath the surface as he restrained himself, asking, gold and jewels, anything you desire, I can provide. What would I want with those?
Cui Fuiying stepped closer,
squatting down before him, and firmly struck the table. If you wish to bestow gold and jewels upon me, you truly underestimate my worth. Then what do you desire? Perhaps due to his rising anger, the corners of Xie Zhao's eyes flushed slightly. Even if hidden, those captivating eyes still ensnared the soul. Cui Fuiying gazed into those eyes, momentarily entranced, and an audacious thought suddenly blossomed within her. Chapter 58. A fleeting touch, she inched closer, lowering her gaze to Xie Zhao. He remained oblivious to her actions, his brow knitting slightly. Since she had known Xie Zhao, she had rarely witnessed such an expression of near bewilderment on his face. He was always calm and indifferent, as if inherently devoid of other emotions, too composed to resemble a living person. Yet on that fateful night after the fall, she had glimpsed an entirely different side of him. She was certain that only she had seen this aspect of Xie Zhao. Cousin, I am your life-saving benefactor. Should I inadvertently upset you, you mustn't be angry. Hearing her voice so near, their breaths intertwined. As if sensing something, he was about to speak when he was suddenly taken aback by the soft sensation upon his cheek. He was no fool. He understood precisely what had transpired and could not fathom that Cui Fuiying had dared to act thus. The kiss was restrained and delicate, as if afraid of inciting his anger, merely brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water, too swift for him to fully comprehend before it had vanished. Let this be a token of gratitude from your cousin. She quickly stood, her tone laced with playful triumph. I shall take my leave now and return to visit you another day. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance, and Xie Zhao remained rigid, unable to move. Qing Shan entered, lowering his head to speak. My lord, the young lady has already departed. He raised his head, only to be startled by the expression on Xie Zhao's face. A peculiar flush adorned Xie Zhao's cheeks, and the atmosphere surrounding him was heavy with tension. Suddenly, he lifted his head and vigorously rubbed his cheeks until the skin turned a hue reminiscent of blood, before finally ceasing his actions. Drawing a deep breath, Xie Zhao suppressed the fury within him, along with an indescribable emotion that lingered beneath the surface. How audacious of Cui Fuiying! Since Xie Zhao could recall, no one had ever dared to offend him in such a manner. The daughters of noble families usually displayed shyness and gentleness in his presence. None had ever committed such a bold act. With a sullen expression, he hung his head for a while before raising it again, his voice still tinged with lingering anger. Henceforth, Should Cui Fuiying come again, she was not to be admitted under any circumstances. Qing Shan paused, glancing at Xie Zhao. Knowing him well, he discerned that Xie Zhao was genuinely enraged. It was unclear what the young lady had done to provoke such ire from Xie Zhao. Also, one more thing. Xie Zhao instructed, keep a close watch on Xie Xingyan and others within the household, to discern his intentions. The news I can no longer see should soon spread throughout the manor. Understood, the subordinate replied. Cui Fuiying ran a considerable distance before gradually coming to a halt. Recalling the scene from earlier, her face burned with embarrassment. She had not anticipated her own audacity, nor could she fathom Xie Zhao's reaction. It was truly impulsive of her. Her mind clouded by Xie Zhao's beauty, leading her to act recklessly and kiss him without a second thought. As the cool wind swept over her heated mind, clarity returned. And she wished she could slap herself for her folly just moments before, allowing herself to be seduced by such beauty.
Now,
with Xie Zhao's status within the Xie family precarious, entangling herself too deeply with him was ill-advised. Exiting Tingzhu courtyard, she thought of Xie Xingyan and felt a chill run down her spine. Unlike Xie Zhiwei, Xie Xingyan was not so easily placated. He was full of cunning, appearing gentle while perhaps secretly plotting her demise. Having revealed herself to him, she feared she had already been marked in his mind. Fortunately, Xie Xingyan had been introduced early in the narrative, and she had paid closer attention to the earlier plot points. The reason Xie Xingyan abducted Cui Fuiying was that he had inadvertently witnessed the female protagonist in an intimate moment with Xie Zhiwei. This had ignited both curiosity and desire within him, while simultaneously sowing seeds of jealousy towards Xie Zhiwei. Indeed, Xie Xingyan was the type to harbor jealousy even towards his own brother. Trained from a young age to be the heir, he had seen Xie Zhao usurp his position, with their mother imposing strict expectations on him, leaving him no room for leniency. After Xie Zhiwei's birth, he had secretly envied her unrestrained demeanor. Such a person, filled with jealousy, would inevitably seek to seize what others cherished, thus turning the original female protagonist into the unfortunate pawn in his game. She could not help but let out a soft sigh. Why the sigh, cousin? A voice, like a ghost, materialized unexpectedly beside her, causing Cui Fuiying to jump back 2 steps. Elder brother? She stared wide-eyed at the figure who had left but now stood before her, her heart racing uncontrollably, unable to steady itself. Elder brother, what are you doing here? She composed herself and inquired with a feigned calmness. Xie Xingyan smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I mentioned before that I feel a strong affinity with my cousin, so I specifically waited here to converse with you. Observing the expression on Xie Xingyan's face, a shiver ran down her spine. Thank you for your kindness, elder brother, but it seems unfortunate. She forced a smile. I have some matters to attend to at Jianjia Pavilion, and may not have the time for idle chatter. Such unfortunate timing? Xie Xingyan frowned, his tone still gentle. What a pity indeed. Yes, Cui Fuiying seized the opportunity as he seemed to relent. I must take my leave now. As she turned to depart, Xie Xingyan called after her. Wait a moment, cousin. Is there something else, elder brother?
She asked.
Perhaps it was her imagination, but Xie Xingyan stepped closer. Why do I feel as if you are avoiding me? Am I truly that frightening? He touched his face with a wry smile. Though I may not possess the handsomeness of my younger brother, I hardly think I am repulsive. Why is it that you are so close to him, yet seem to shun me? You misunderstand, elder brother. She blinked innocently, feigning naivety. Both you and second brother are equally exceptional in my eyes, with no distinction between you. Nevertheless, I truly have pressing matters to attend to, hence my need to leave first. It seems I was indeed overthinking it. Xie Xingyan lowered his head, chuckling lightly. Do not take offense, cousin. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not delay you further. However, I do hope you won't have any pressing matters next time. Chapter 59, Wolves Before, Tigers Behind. Xie Xingyan was, to put it bluntly, a man of peculiar mind. If she resisted too fiercely, it would only spur his desire for conquest. Conversely, if she were overly accommodating, he might lose interest. She had been so tense that she hadn't considered this initially. Of course not. Cui Fuiying suddenly looked up and smiled at him. Even if elder brother didn't mention it, I would still come to be closer to you. We are relatives after all. It is beneficial to foster a closer bond. Her smile broadened, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a hint of flattery in her eyes. Before Xie Xingyan could respond, she feigned a complaint. I had intended to become closer to second brother as well, even bringing him some supplements, but alas, merely drawing near resulted in him splashing water all over me. How disappointing. Xie Zhao's expression shifted subtly. Elder brother is far kinder, treating me with warmth and familiarity. Were it not for my pressing matters today, I would not wish to leave so soon. As she spoke, she winked at him, showcasing her acting prowess. A flicker of impatience crossed Xie Zhao's features, though he maintained a patient smile. In that case, cousin, you should hurry along. I shall not intrude further. But do remember to seek me out. She bit her lip, suppressing her revulsion as she cast him a flirtatious glance. Xie Zhao's smile began to falter. As Cui Fueying turned to leave, she held back laughter, hastening towards Jianjia Pavilion. The moment she distanced herself, Xie Zhao's smile vanished entirely. After a brief pause, he summoned a servant who had been waiting nearby. What are your instructions, my lord? Follow her and observe what she does upon returning. Report back to me promptly.
Yes.
Upon returning to Jianjia Pavilion, Cui Fueying called out loudly, Are the pastries for my aunt ready? Hurry and bring them to me. I must deliver them immediately. A servant, hidden in the shadows, overheard and swiftly slipped away. It seems the young lady did not mention anything about pastries before leaving, one maid remarked nervously.
Is that so?
Cui Fueying smiled lightly. I had discussed it with Wen Xia. Her forgetfulness is likely at play. No matter, just prepare some pastries from the small kitchen to accompany me. I will go check on my aunt. Understood. Given Xie Zhao's suspicious nature, it was prudent to be cautious, whether or not someone followed her. Moreover, she had indeed not visited Qin Shi Huang in 2 days. Upon reaching Qin Shi Huang's courtyard, Cui Fueying handed over the pastries, and the two settled down for casual conversation. Upon returning from the temple that day, I did not have the opportunity to inquire about what transpired after you encountered the assassin tumbling down the cliff. Qin Shi Huang inquired, expressing concern for Xie Zhao, who had been reclusive these past few days, leaving the old lady quite anxious. Cui Fueying was uncertain whether she should speak, caught in hesitation. When Song Mama rushed in beside Qin Shi Huang and whispered something in her ear, Qin Shi Huang's eyes widened, for the matter was indeed of utmost certainty. With a grave expression, Song Mama disclosed that the eldest son had already visited the second son. One question would reveal the truth without a doubt. Observing their expressions and discourse, Cui Fueying began to glean the gravity of the situation. Aunt, what has happened? Qin Shi Huang waved her hand, dismissing Song Mama, and turned to her. Are you aware that Xie Zhao has lost his sight? Cui Fueying looked at her and hesitantly nodded. Yes, I know. Why did you not inform me sooner? Qin Shi Huang pressed. Forgive me, aunt. This matter is of great significance. The second young master is to be the future head of the family. If such news were to escape my lips, it would be difficult for Fueying to remain in the Xie family. Cui Fueying's eyes reddened as she spoke, her voice tinged with grievance. It is precisely because I understand the weight of this matter that I dared not speak recklessly. If the second young master's blindness is merely temporary and I spread rumors, would it not lead him to harbor resentment against me? Qin Shi Huang's expression softened slightly. I do not blame your caution. You are indeed correct, but you should not have concealed this from me as well. Forgive me, aunt. I shall not dare to do so again. Qin Shi Huang, still feeling sympathy for her, chose not to pursue the matter further. She glanced outside at the changing sky and suddenly said in a low voice, You should return quickly. The weather is about to change. Cui Fueying also looked outside, her heart sinking. Fueying takes her leave. As evening approached, a torrential rain began to fall, the fierce winds whipping the rain into a frenzy, drenching even the corridors. When Xia rushed into the room, hands shielding her forehead, and paused to pat the water off her clothes. What a downpour, she complained, pouting. The rain in Nanyang is excessive. Indeed, there is more rain in this season. It will ease once summer arrives. Tingshu handed her a handkerchief. Here, dry yourself. Cui Fueying rested her chin on her hand, staring listlessly at the deluge outside, her mind clouded with uncertainty about the future. It seemed that the unfolding events were straying further from what she had come to know. In the narrative she recalled, she did not remember Xie Zhao being blind. Yet here he was, now deprived of sight. My lady, when Xia finally dried herself and approached her side, speaking softly. I have heard that the second young master can no longer see. Tingshu paused momentarily in her actions. Even you know of this? Cui Fueying glanced at her, realizing that the news had likely spread throughout the household. Such an exemplary young gentleman as the second master, when Xia sighed, a look of deep regret on her face. Truly the heavens are envious of talent. Second cousin will surely be protected by fate and will recover soon. Cui Fueying sincerely hoped for Xie Zhao's eyes to heal. If he were to be completely blind, she genuinely did not know what to do next. That night, as Cui Fueying lay tossing and turning in bed, sleep eluded her. She touched the whistle at her chest. Recalling the night, she returned to the Xie residence and attempted to blow it, but received no response. In the past, whenever she blew the whistle, Xiaoyan would appear at her side promptly. This time, however, he had yet to show. Worry crept in. He must be injured. Xiaoyan was the first in this world, apart from Xia, to extend kindness to her, always obedient to her wishes. And now he had been hurt while protecting her. She could only wonder how he fared. With Xie Zhao blind, Xiaoyan lost to the unknown. And then there was the sudden appearance of Xie Xingyan. Her current predicament felt as if she were caught between a wolf and a tiger. In the following days, Cui Fueying remained quietly at the Jianjia Pavilion, attempting to minimize her outings. The news of Xie Zhao's blindness was no longer a secret, residing within the Xie household. She could subtly sense the shifting undercurrents. First, during the ancestral rites, Xie Zhao had fallen ill and did not attend, leaving Xie Xingyan to preside over the ceremony. Soon after, news emerged that Xie Xingyan had decided to take up an official position. Given the status of the Xie family, acquiring a position was a simple matter for him. However, his sudden choice to enter public service at this juncture was quite peculiar. Although the Xie residence appeared outwardly tranquil, the hearts of its inhabitants were restless, speculating when the clan elders would officially revoke Xie Zhao's claim as the future head of the family in favor of Xie Xingyan. The only reason Xie Zhao still held this position was likely due to the influence of his formidable father, while Xie Xingyan's father was a humble man, lacking ambition, content to live as a recluse. During this time, Cui Fueying frequently visited Qin Shiwan, gaining some understanding of the household's dynamics. Qin Shiwan repeatedly cautioned her not to grow too close to Xie Zhao. She promised verbally and refrained from visiting him for quite some time. Thus, more than half a month passed, and they awaited the wedding banquet of Xie Zhiwei. Since their parting at the temple, she had not seen Xie Zhiwei again. Though she had vaguely heard Qin Shiwan mention that the engagement was set, never expecting it to happen so soon. The wedding of the third son was a significant affair for the Xie family, and the entire household looked forward to it. The day before the banquet, preparations were bustling. The residence was adorned in red, exuding a festive atmosphere. At dinner, Cui Fueying indulged in her favorite dishes, unable to resist eating a bit more, and in the evening, she took a walk with Xia to aid digestion. As they reached the lakeside and fed the fish, they unexpectedly encountered Xie Zhiwei. Third brother? Cui Fueying exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Her cousin, Xie Zhiwei, hesitated, glancing at Xia beside her. Cui Fueying asked Xia to wait aside before turning her full attention to Xie Zhiwei. I am to marry Lady Wang tomorrow, Xie Zhiwei informed her. I know. I have yet to congratulate you, third brother. Sister Fueying, ever since my second brother's incident, I have harbored a question I wish to ask you, Xie Zhiwei said earnestly. Given that my second brother's position is precarious and he can no longer see, would you consider being with me? Cui Fueying was incredulous. Xie Zhiwei was to be wed tomorrow, yet he came to pose such a question tonight. Have you considered Lady Wang in asking such a thing? She frowned. She must be eagerly awaiting to marry you. Your actions show neither respect for her nor for me. This marriage was forced upon me by Xie Zhao from the beginning. Xie Zhiwei clenched his teeth. I know you harbor feelings for him. He was once a paragon of virtue, and I cannot compare to him. However, even now, despite his blindness, he remains a gentleman of character, and that will not change. Cui Fueying looked at Xie Zhiwei with disdain, her words unyielding. Third brother, you were never a match for the second young master. Even now, you remain incomparable in my heart. Xie Zhiwei stared at her, and suddenly he began to laugh, tears streaming down his face. Cui Fueying frowned at him, perplexed. After a prolonged bout of laughter, he abruptly ceased, gazing past her. I imagine my brother is quite pleased to hear this. Once, I could not surpass you. Even now, though you have lost your sight, become a useless blind man, I still cannot surpass you. Xie Zhao? Cui Fueying snapped back to reality, only to see Xia standing awkwardly a short distance away, casting a resigned sigh when their eyes met. A bit further away, Xie Zhao stood beside Qingshan, his unfocused gaze directed toward her. Clad in white, his attire billowed elegantly in the evening breeze, his countenance serene. Third brother ought not to question me, but should reflect on his own actions. From the outset, Was he not in the wrong? Emotions are seldom defined by right or wrong. Even now, second brother speaks with unwavering certainty. Can he truly assert that he will never falter, that he would undertake actions he once deemed beneath him for the sake of his beloved? Xie Zhao's calm demeanor casts Xie Zhiwei in the light of a madman. His tone remains unchanged, no. Xie Zhiwei can't help but chuckle before finally retorting in anger. I shall await the day to see if second brother can indeed live like a puppet for a lifetime. You have lost your sight. How will you establish your place in the Xie family moving forward? Regardless of my blindness, I am still a son of the Xie family, Xie Zhao replied coolly. There is no need for my third brother to worry for me. Cui Fueying and Wen Xia, forced to overhear their quarrel, fared differently. Cui Fueying was somewhat better off, while Wen Xia appeared anxious and trembled, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Tomorrow is my wedding. Second brother will certainly attend, won't he? Xie Zhiwei suddenly smiled and inquired. Of course. Very well, I shall wait for you, Xie Zhiwei replied, dismissively waving her sleeve as she departed. What does Xie Zhiwei intend to do? Cui Fueying paused, watching as Xie Zhao turned with Qingshan's assistance. Cousin, wait for me. She hurriedly called out. My lady, we should return quickly. When Xia urged, have you forgotten what third madam instructed you? You go ahead, Cui Fueying reassured Wen Xia. I'll just speak a few words and return promptly. Xie Zhao, unable to see, moved at a slow pace, and soon Cui Fueying caught up to him. Cousin. Wait a moment, she gasped, positioning herself before him. What third young master said earlier was clearly laden with meaning. It would be best if you did not attend the wedding banquet tomorrow. Xie Zhao's expression turned cold. Does my cousin believe I am unaware? She hesitated. My affairs do not require my cousin's concern. It is best for you to maintain your distance. Qingshan, let us depart. Qingshan cast a troubled glance at Cui Fueying before guiding Xie Zhao around her and continuing on. Cui Fueying quickly regained her composure and followed closely. Is my cousin angry that I haven't visited you during this time? I intended to see you. But, before she could finish, Xie Zhao interrupted. There is no need for my cousin to explain her actions to me. I am indifferent to the matter. Cui Fueying stared at his cold expression, recalling something, and awkwardly said, Is my cousin upset about what happened before I left last time? I admit I acted impulsively. I was momentarily blinded by my feelings. Cousin, be cautious with your words. At this, a faint anger rose on Xie Zhao's face. You seem to have forgotten that I previously mentioned, if there is nothing between us, there is no need for us to meet. Cui Fueying was utterly taken aback. Miss Cui, please forgive me, Qingshan said apologetically, glancing at her as he assisted Xie Zhao away. Cui Fueying turned to watch Xie Zhao's retreating figure, her anger boiling within her. She had offered a kind reminder, only to be met with cold mockery. Even clay figures have their pride, let alone Cui Fueying. If we do not meet, then so be it. Who cares? She stamped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. Chapter 61. No more pretenses, damn Xie Zhao. Just wait until tomorrow to be the subject of laughter. Cui Fueying gritted her teeth, spotting a stone at her feet. Envisioning it as Xie Zhao, she kicked it away with force. With a thud, her shoe flew off along with the stone. When one is out of luck, even drinking water gets stuck in the teeth. She glanced around, relieved that no one was watching her embarrassment. Balancing on one foot, she lifted her skirt and hopped over, bending down to retrieve her shoe, only to find a hand had already picked it up before her. She looked up in surprise to meet Xie Xingyan's bemused gaze. He examined her shoe in hand and, with a playful smile, remarked, Why is my cousin so careless as to lose a shoe? Cui Fueying felt apprehensive at the sight of Xie Xingyan, and his current action only heightened her discomfort. She straightened, resting one foot upon the other shoe. Elder cousin, what brings you here? And why is my cousin here? Xie Xingyan surveyed the surroundings with a smile. This place seems quite near to second brother's Tingzhu courtyard. I merely took a stroll after my meal, paying little attention to my surroundings. Maintaining her stance was strenuous, and she could only gesture towards the shoe in his hand. Could you please return my shoe, elder cousin? Xie Xingyan glanced at the shoe, smiled apologetically. It is my fault. I forgot such an important matter. Though he said so, his movements were slow, and he hesitated to return the shoe. She regretted venturing out today. Had she foreseen this, she would have rather stayed home. What is the elder cousin's intention? Are you perhaps seeking to amuse yourself at my expense? Cui Fueying asked, her irritation evident as she struggled to maintain her balance. She swayed slightly, nearly losing her footing. when Xie Zhao swiftly grasped her arm, steadying her. "Cousin, be careful," he said gently, lowering his gaze. "You are delicate. It would not be good if you were to fall." "Thank you, elder cousin, but I am not that fragile." She attempted to push him away. "Please let go." Xie Zhao emitted a strong fragrance, distinctly different from the subtle scent of Xie Zhao. His aroma was pungent and almost overwhelming. Too close to him, she felt as though she could scarcely breathe. He complied and released her. Just as she was about to demand her shoe back, Xie Zhao unexpectedly crouched before her. She stiffened, a chill running down her spine, instinctively stepping back. "What are you doing, elder cousin? Do not move." He grasped her ankle firmly. It felt as though a snake had suddenly coiled around her, sending goosebumps across her body. Attempting to withdraw her foot, his grip was as unyielding as iron. "It is inconvenient for my cousin to wear shoes. Allow me to assist you." He smiled slightly, tilting his head to look at her. "Such a trivial matter does not require your assistance, elder cousin." She gritted her teeth. "If others were to see this, it would be rather inappropriate. I kindly ask you to let go." "No one dares to speak out," Xie Zhao replied coolly, disregarding her wishes as he lifted her foot and slipped the shoe onto it. Once the shoe was on, he lingered, his gaze lingering on her foot. Cui Fuiying suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed the original text described several instances of Xie Zhao having an odd fondness for holding the female lead's feet. Could it be that Xie Zhao has a foot fetish? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, and she longed to kick him away. "Elder cousin, may I request you release me?" she said coldly. Only then did he reluctantly let her go, standing up with a gentle smile. "I hope I did not hurt you."
Cousin.
Cui Fuiying stifled her anger and replied stiffly, "Elder cousin, we have only met twice. Your actions are somewhat overstepping." "It is my fault," Xie Zhao maintained his smile. "I mentioned last time that we share a great affinity. I wish to grow closer to you. However, I have been busy these past few days. How about you visit my courtyard as a guest the day after tomorrow? That might be rather inconvenient. Then let us choose another day. I am free anytime." Xie Zhao said casually, having firmly decided to invite her. She was perplexed. Just a few days prior, he had seemingly lost interest in her. Why was he suddenly attentive again? Was it merely because he found her shoe? She was about to decline when Xie Zhao interjected. "It would be best if you did not reject my invitation. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to send someone to fetch you. And I believe that would displease you." His tone bore an implicit warning. He has even abandoned pretense. Cui Fuiying glanced up at him in disbelief. "The day after tomorrow seems quite suitable. What do you think, cousin?" Xie Zhao softened his tone, smiling at her. She took a deep breath. "I understand. As of now, Xie Zhao has not yet resorted to abducting her as described in the original text. Were he to do so, no one would know her whereabouts, leaving her in a state of utter despair." Having obtained a satisfactory answer, a faint smile graced Xie Zhao's lips as he finally departed. Cui Fuiying, observing his retreating figure, clenched her teeth in anger, wishing she could remove her newly donned shoes and hurl them at the back of Xie Zhangyan's head. She stormed back to the Jianjia pavilion, swiftly removing her shoes and throwing them out with great force. "What troubles you, my lady? Who has angered you?" Ting Shui inquired, entering with a tray of tea, her concern evident in her gaze. "I no longer want these wretched shoes. Dispose of them immediately and burn them." Cui Fuiying spat through gritted teeth. Though puzzled, Ting Shui complied and took the shoes away. Earlier, the eldest son had been seen in close proximity to his cousin by the lake, even assisting her in putting on her shoes, suggesting a deepening relationship. Xie Zhao pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling an unsettling certainty within him. Yet, he could not shake off a peculiar discomfort, as if something weighed heavily upon his heart. He instructed his aides to keep a close watch on Xie Zhao, reporting every movement. Soon after Cui Fuiying left his courtyard, word came that the two had conversed at Tingzhu courtyard for quite some time, appearing quite jovial together. While Cui Fuiying was not with Xie Zhao, Xie Zhao seemed to be living out the dreams portrayed in her mind, crossing paths with Cui Fuiying. He pondered whether he should have been firmer, sending her away from the beginning. This woman spoke only falsehoods, leaving him uncertain as to which words held truth. After having toyed with him, she turned to Xie Zhao. "Young master, it is time for your medicine," a servant announced, bringing forth a bowl of medicine and placing it before him. "You may leave now," he instructed the messenger. Upon a servant's exit, Xie Zhao lifted the bowl, inhaled its scent lightly, and then drank it down in one gulp. The servant retrieved the empty bowl and quietly exited. Chapter 62. A Dilemma at Xie Zhao's Wedding Banquet. Xie Zhao indeed made an appearance. Cui Fuiying was baffled as to why Xie Zhao would attend the feast, fully aware that it would be a source of embarrassment for him, despite the Xie family's efforts to conceal the news. The word of the second son's blindness had spread throughout Nanyang City. Among the guests present, many sought to witness the veracity of the rumors for themselves. Upon seeing Xie Zhao, though he retained his charm, his eyes were devoid of light, relying heavily on the assistance of those nearby. This confirmed the rumors to be true. Cui Fuiying sat in a corner, observing as guests approached Xie Zhao to offer toasts. While ostensibly a gesture of goodwill, it was, in reality, a means of probing. Xie Zhao had long overshadowed them. Now, with his sight lost, they felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if witnessing his misfortunes signified their victory. After Xie Zhao's previous behavior toward her, she ought to have felt a sense of vindication in witnessing the scene, yet her heart was heavy with discontent. Had Xie Zhao truly lost to them in intellect, she would have felt indifferent. However, he remained of high status, still the second son of the Xie family. Those people dared not openly humiliate him, resorting instead to such base tactics. It was utterly distasteful. Yet, remarkably, Xie Zhao accepted every toast, consuming glass after glass. His cheeks flushed with the effects of the drink. Do the others in the Xie family not intervene? When Xia whispered beside her, observing the second young master's state, he appears to have had too much to drink. How could one manage such toasts? Besides, Xie Zhao and the others are of a younger generation, not seated with the elders. Unless it becomes truly outrageous, they would not step in. Ultimately, the Xie family members ought to possess the ability to navigate such scenarios, rather than simply hiding beneath the protection of their elders. I cannot help but feel pity for the second young master, when Xia remarked, biting her lip, her expression conflicted. Cui Fuiying paused, lifting her cup to her lips. Even if he is pitiful, he has the Xie family behind him. We, however, are merely guests in someone else's domain, lacking the right to feel pity for him. When Xia nodded, somewhat understanding, Cui Fuiying held a unique status, making her particularly wary of drawing attention in such a gathering of noble youths, forced to watch as others approached Xie Zhao with their toasts. Even if she wished to assist, her hands were tied, especially given Xie Zhao's evident disinterest to her help. Xie Zhao had consumed an indeterminate number of cups, appearing tipsy, when yet another guest approached to toast him. He waved his hand dismissively, politely declining, I apologize, but I truly cannot handle any more wine. I must refrain. Why, young Master Xie, have you drunk so much already? Do you look down upon me? The newcomer was Wenrenhong, the son of the King Chung, and one of the most distinguished guests present. Despite any dissatisfaction they held toward Xie Zhao, none dared to express it openly. Xie Zhao, his face flushed, recognized the voice and replied coolly, my apologies, young master. I truly cannot withstand any more wine, lest I lose my composure. When Renhong, seeing his demeanor, was filled with ire. He could not fathom why Xie Zhao, possessing merely a handsome exterior and some scholarly prowess, should possess any qualities superior to his own. Why did every woman he fancied seem to gravitate toward Xie Zhao? Even his own mother often compared him to Xie Zhao, lamenting that if he were but a fraction as capable, she would worry less. In the past, Xie Zhao was seen as the future head of the Xie family, a position of such esteem that even when Renhong felt the need to yield to him. Now, however, Xie Zhao had lost his sight, and when Renhong believed he could make Xie Zhao uncomfortable without consequence, thinking that the Xie family, no matter how arrogant, would still respect the royal family. What if I insist that you drink? When Renhong mocked, raising his wine glass. Xie Huizhong, it is said you are the finest of the Xie family. Now that you are blind, has your perception also vanished? What is my identity? This toast is a courtesy to the future head of the Xie family. Do you dare to refuse my hospitality? As the two stood at an impasse, a gentle voice suddenly broke the tension. I was occupied earlier. What has transpired? Turning to the source, they saw Xie Xingyan, who slightly tempered his demeanor. With Xie Zhao now blind, the position of head of the Xie family would inevitably fall to Xie Xingyan. His father had repeatedly instructed him to deal leniently with other members of the family, but he must still show respect to the heir apparent. It is young Master Xie, when Renhong said with a smile, raising his wine glass. I merely wish to toast the second young master, yet he refuses to drink, perhaps out of disdain for my family? Xie Xingyan glanced at Xie Zhao, whose eyes were indeed slightly reddened, indicating genuine inebriation. "It is merely a cup of wine. I shall drink in place of my younger brother," he said gently, approaching Wen Renhong. "Might I ask if the young master would grant me this favor?" Wen Renhong's gaze shifted between the two, a smirk forming on his lips. "This toast is for the future head of the Xie family. If you wish to drink it on his behalf, that is acceptable. But the question remains, does the second young master consent?" The spectators exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their keen interest. They were most concerned with who would ultimately inherit the headship of the Xie family. Should Xie Xingyan accept the drink, it would imply his ambition for the position. "My elder brother has stated it is but a cup of wine. What is there to refuse?" Xie Zhao replied softly, "Since the young master is so gracious, I cannot deny his courtesy." The onlookers exchanged silent glances, sensing that Xie Zhao was indeed prepared to relinquish his claim to the headship. Upon hearing Xie Zhao's words, Xie Xingyan took the wine cup from Wen Renhong's hand and drank it down in one gulp. He then turned the empty cup upside down before Wen Renhong and declared, "Young master, is this satisfactory?" Wen Renhong, staring at the now empty cup, let out a hearty laugh. "Xie Zhao, oh Xie Zhao, you have your day indeed. I am thoroughly satisfied." He shook the folding fan in his hand and returned to his seat. The sight of Xie Zhao being put in a difficult position filled Wen Renhong with delightful satisfaction. As the onlookers gradually dispersed, the elders of the Xie family, who had been observing the situation from afar, finally felt a sense of relief. I glanced at Darling, who remained composed and remarkably steady amidst the turmoil. An elder spoke, acknowledging that although Erlang had lost his sight, it was disheartening, yet as a member of the Xie family, one must consider the future of the clan. The loss of vision was only recent, and the physician had mentioned the possibility of recovery at any time. The elder seemed overly anxious. Xie Zhao's father, Xie Ming, spoke in a solemn tone. As the atmosphere grew tense, Xie Xingyan's father, Xie Lang, hastily sought to ease the situation. "Today is Sanlang's auspicious day. Let us not dwell on such matters but raise our cups and drink to our heart's content." Chapter 63. Secret's Second Brother. I have never harbored any thoughts about the position of the family head. Xie Xingyan seated himself beside Xie Zhao. "Rest assured, regardless of whether your sight returns, that position will always belong to you. No one can take it away." Xie Zhao smiled faintly, his tone remarkably calm.
"Brother, you jest."
The head of the Xie family has always been determined by merit. If I were truly blind, how could I dare to occupy this position? Even if I wished to, the clan leaders would never consent. Hearing this, Xie Xingyan cast a glance at Xie Zhao's eyes and couldn't he help but inquire, "Is it true that second brother still cannot see at all?" Xie Zhao shook his head. "How can this be? Haven't I been taking medicine for quite some time?" He sighed. "Previously, it seemed I could faintly discern some shadows, but for reasons unknown, in recent days, I have seen nothing at all. The more medicine I consume, the worse it appears to become." A barely perceptible smile crept across Xie Xingyan's lips, yet his voice held a note of concern. "In that case, second brother might consider consulting other renowned physicians. Having multiple options is always beneficial." "Brother speaks wisely." Xie Xingyan filled his cup and drank it in one go. The wine was exquisite, enticing one to indulge. His gaze suddenly shifted to a corner. Cui Fuiying had dressed very discreetly today. Had one not looked closely, one might have thought her devoid of makeup. Even her dark hair was simply adorned with a wooden hairpin, epitomizing subtlety. He toyed with his wine glass, poured another cup, and this time, he did not hastily drink it, but savored the wine while observing her. Thus, even the wine in the cup seemed to linger with a richer aftertaste. Xie Xingyan chuckled softly. Xie Zhao, curious, asked, "Why does brother laugh?" "I have seen something quite amusing," Xie Xingyan replied, raising his head with a gentle tone. "It's a pity second brother cannot perceive it. Though I cannot see, brother could describe it to me. I see a pearl desperately disguising itself as a mere grain of sand. Don't you find that intriguing?" Xie Zhao paused, his unfocused gaze resting on a certain point, as if trying to seek out the pearl Xie Xingyan mentioned. He lowered his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it is fascinating. Regrettably, I am fated not to behold it." The day after Xie Zhiwei's wedding banquet, Cui Fuiying awoke early to a clear sky and couldn't he help but sigh. "What troubles you, my lady? You sigh so early in the day," asked Ting Xue as she brought breakfast. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Much worse than that. I'd rather have spent the night in nightmares." Cui Fuiying propped her head up, her tone languid. With the skies so clear, She couldn't even use the excuse of inclement weather to avoid going out. What nonsense are you speaking? When Xia placed a bowl of porridge before her. What could be more frightening than a night full of nightmares? Certainly, it is the prospect of meeting Xie Xingyan. However, she could never voice this to Tingxue or Wen Xia. Nothing at all, she said, tasting the porridge without relish. I was merely speaking whimsically. Wen Xia and Tingxue exchanged glances, both perceiving the confusion in each other's eyes. They could increasingly make less sense of their lady's words. Cui Fuiying took only 2 spoonfuls of porridge before setting down her chopsticks. I have matters to discuss with Darling. Wen Xia, accompany me. Darling? Wen Xia asked, puzzled. Since when have you become acquainted with the eldest son? Not well. It's merely a trivial matter. Still feeling uneasy, Cui Fuiying added to Tingxue. I shall return in about half an hour, at most an hour. If I am not back by then, you must come looking for me. Tingxue nodded. After finishing breakfast, Cui Fuiying and Wen Xia made their way directly to Xie Xingyan's residence. Better to face it sooner than later. I must see what scheme Xie Xingyan is concocting. Upon arriving at the courtyard entrance, the servants allowed her entry upon hearing her name. Cui Fuiying hesitantly stepped inside, only to hear Wen Xia urgently call out, "My lady." She turned to find 2 guards blocking Wen Xia from entering. What is this? She is my maid. Why do you stop her? Forgive us, Mississippi. The young master has instructed that only you may enter, the guard replied coolly. Cui Fuiying scoffed. What kind of reasoning is this? The young master invites me as a guest, but forbids me from bringing my maid? We can only heed the young master's orders. Please do not make things difficult for us. The guards repeated their line like a recording, regardless of what Cui Fuiying said. Furious, her temper flared. Even Xie Zhao had never behaved in such a manner. Was Xie Xingyan truly so audacious as to treat her maid with such disregard? Then please inform Darling that I suddenly remember an urgent matter and fear I must forfeit this visit. Angrily, she turned to leave, only to be stopped again by the guards. You may leave, but the young master has instructed that you first hear a word.
Cui Fuiying paused, taken aback. What?
The guard's tone was matter of fact. Does the young lady recall the 2 choices I mentioned to you the other day? The 2 choices, to come of her own accord or to be brought by Xie Xingyan against her will. Cui Fuiying's expression shifted through various emotions before settling into calmness. Wen Xia, wait here for me. I shall return shortly. After a moment's thought, she added, if I have not emerged in half an hour, seek out Aunt. Wen Xia looked at her with apprehension. My lady, will anything happen? I am a living person, entering here under the public's gaze. What could possibly happen? Cui Fuiying glanced at the guards. Rest assured. With that, she turned and entered the courtyard. Xie Xingyan's residence was strangely devoid of any guiding servants. She could only walk alone along the path. Uncertain of where Xie Xingyan might be, she wandered through the corridors for quite some time until she reached the front of her room, suddenly hearing voices from within. The voice was familiar. It was indeed Xie Xingyan's. Does he have any suspicions? No, but he has witnessed every drop being consumed. Indeed, seen with his own eyes. Not a drop spared. Xie Xingyan's voice seemed very pleased. Excellent. Do not arouse his suspicion. You may leave. Understood. Chapter 64. The second young master speaks. Cui Fuiying, hearing the conversation within, had no time to think and quickly ducked into a corner. Moments later, a man stepped out, glancing around before making his way to the exit. Hidden in the shadows, she found the man's face somewhat familiar but couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. What did their conversation mean? The more she contemplated, the more alarmed she felt. In the Xie residence, who else besides Xie Zhao required medicine? Was Xie Xingyan administering drugs to Xie Zhao? She sensed she had inadvertently overheard something of great significance. If Xie Xingyan were to discover this, he would see Cui Fuiying's complexion pale and her neck slightly chilled. Regaining her composure, Cui Fuiying pressed her nails tightly into her palm, forcing herself to remain calm. She took a deep breath, took a few steps back, and pretended to be lost, glancing around. Is anyone there?
Cousin.
Just as she called out a few times, Xie Xingyan appeared at the door, leaning against the frame with a smile, saying, Cousin, you've arrived sooner than I anticipated. Turning to face Xie Xingyan, Cui Fuiying feigned anger and remarked, Why is there not even a servant to guide me in your courtyard? I've been wandering here for quite some time. Xie Xingyan chuckled. I am not accustomed to having too many servants attending me, hence the oversight. Please don't be upset with me, cousin, he added. his warm smile eliciting a chill in her body as she recalled his earlier conversation with a servant in the house. She steadied herself, pondering what her cousin's purpose for summoning her could be, especially since he had not allowed her maid to accompany her. "It is rather windy outside. You should come in," Xie Xingyan said gracefully, gesturing for her to enter. Once seated, refreshments were promptly served. "I was unsure of your preferences, so I prepared a few assorted items," he said, observing her. "Would you care to try some?" Cui Fuiying glanced at the pastries and tea, hesitant to touch them. "Thank you, but I have already had breakfast and am not hungry." "It seems my cousin is unwilling to grant me this small favor," Xie Xingyan sighed, feigning disappointment. She forced a smile. "You exaggerate, my lord. I truly had too much to eat this morning and cannot manage another bite." Fortunately, despite his insistence, he did not press her further. "Are you aware of the reason I have summoned you today?" Xie Xingyan inquired leisurely, sipping his tea. Cui Fuiying shook her head. "I am rather dull-witted. I beg you to enlighten me, cousin." With a faint smile lingering on his lips, Xie Xingyan remained silent, observing her intently. The longer he remained quiet, the heavier the pressure upon her. "Do you recall the day we first met?" he suddenly asked. "You were hiding in the room of my second brother, and it startled me quite a bit." Cui Fuiying swiftly recalled that day and felt a flicker of apprehension. "Of course, I remember," she said, looking up at Xie Xingyan, her lips pressed together slightly as she recalled the incident when the second young master splashed water on her, which was truly vexing. Her brow furrowed in displeasure. The second young master has always been genteel. Such behavior is unlike him. Perhaps he suddenly lost his composure and acted strangely, and I merely happened to be in the way. Lowering her head, she said with a sense of grievance, "It is also my fault for seeking to provoke him unnecessarily." Xie Xingyan scrutinized her, his tone unchanged. "Even now, I find it hard to believe my second brother truly lost his sight that day. His reaction was quite out of character. Fortunately, you did not witness it." At this point, Cui Fuiying fully understood Xie Xingyan's intent. He was indeed testing her to see if she had noticed his second brother's probing of Xie Zhao. "You and the second young master share a deep brotherly bond. It is truly enviable," she smiled. "I am sure the second young master would be touched to know of your concern for him." Xie Xingyan gazed at her thoughtfully and sighed. "I hope so. However, cousin, I have a question that I cannot suppress any longer." She raised her brows in confusion, looking at him. "Given that my second brother has been so cold towards you, why did I see you approach him by the lake a few days ago? What did the two of you discuss?" Xie Xingyan's inquiry was indeed not unfounded. She had surmised that he might have witnessed something during their encounter by the lake and had prepared to respond. Cui Fuiying bit her lip, her gaze shifting. She had not anticipated that the eldest young master would have seen her. "Oh," Xie Xingyan asked gently, "what do you mean, cousin?" Taking a deep breath, her face slightly flushed, whether from annoyance or embarrassment, she continued, "Since you have asked, I cannot hide it any longer. Ever since that day when the second young master drenched me, I have been quite troubled. When I saw him by the lake that day, I could not contain my indignation and confronted him about his actions." Xie Xingyan's brows arched in mild surprise. "Is that so? What did he say?" "The second young master naturally refused to admit it," she exclaimed, her tone filled with frustration. "He insisted it was an accident. I was initially inclined to let it go. But then he suddenly said, what did he say?" Xie Xingyan prompted, his interest piqued. "He told me not to waste my thoughts on him, that it was impossible between us." Her anger flared as she directed her ire towards Xie Xingyan. "Just listen to that. Who wouldn't be enraged by such words? Even if I had previously harbored some feelings for the second young master, how could I shamelessly pursue him after being drenched?" She was gambling, hoping that Xie Xingyan had only seen them together and had not overheard their conversation. Yet, she had confidence in her gamble. After all, Xie Xingyan was approaching from the opposite direction of Xie Zhao, and she doubted he possessed the extraordinary ability to hear them. If she did not express Xie Zhao's disdain, Xie Xingyan might presume that her affections remained unchanged, which would surely distort his perception. "It appears so," Xie Xingyan remarked, his expression darkening slightly. "My second brother was indeed excessive. I am relieved that you can understand my plight." Cui Fuiying felt a slight easing in her heart, though she still dared not fully relax, maintaining a facade of composure that impressed even herself. "My second brother truly lacks the sensitivity to cherish a lady." Xie Xingyan sighed. "He has always kept his distance from women. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." "You are too kind, my lord," she replied. That said, my second brother is indeed not a suitable match. I have someone else in mind who would be more fitting for you. Cui Fueying was momentarily taken aback. Could the person he referred to be Xie Zhao himself? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, making her reluctant to meet his gaze. Yet Xie Zhao continued speaking, his voice soft. Why are you not speaking, cousin? Are you not curious about who this person is? Cui Fueying remained silent for a moment before looking up at Xie Zhao. He was watching her, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion that sent her heart racing. If she had merely speculated before, now, seeing Xie Zhao's gaze, she felt a growing certainty. At a loss for words, she hesitated, and Xie Zhao, noticing her silence, continued. From our first meeting, I felt an immediate kinship with you. After these past few days together, I believe we are truly compatible. My feelings for you have grown uncontrollably. Since my second brother does not appreciate your worth, why not allow me to be the one who cherishes you? Cui Fueying's mind went blank, overwhelmed by his declaration.
No. No.
She struggled to regain her composure. Upon reflection, she remembered that in the original story, Xie Zhao's feelings for the female lead did not stem from affection but rather from an obsession that developed after intimacy. Unlike his instant attraction to Xie Zhao, his feelings for her should not have emerged, particularly since she had never expressed any affection for Xie Zhao in Xie Zhao's presence. Even if he had developed feelings for her, he would not so earnestly declare himself as one who cherishes flowers. This did not align with Xie Zhao's character. He might feel curiosity, exploration, or suspicion towards her, perhaps even a hint of fondness, but his professed deep affection was something she could not accept. He caught sight of himself standing by the lake alongside Xie Zhao, and as he helped her put on her shoes, a palpable reluctance emanated from her, casting doubt upon her previous declarations. It seemed highly probable that the other party was merely testing her. Yet, what if it were indeed genuine? She remained uncertain about the extent to which the unfolding narrative would influence them. What if Xie Zhao truly had developed feelings for her? Could she afford to wager on such a possibility? Did she dare to gamble? Cousin? Cousin? Xie Zhao softly beckoned. Why are you lost in thought? Cui Fueying, momentarily dazed, lifted her gaze to meet his eyes. The eyes of an individual serve as the most discerning means of gauging sincerity. A person like Xie Zhao might possess genuine feelings. However, the way he regarded her now revealed no trace of tenderness, only a facade of insincerity and probing.
Cui Fueying sighed inwardly.
She found herself with no choice but to take a risk. Is your statement sincere, my lord? She asked, her expression brightening. Just the other day by the lake, I presumed you looked down upon me and were teasing me. I never imagined you harbored such thoughts. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she could already envision a future filled with wealth and splendor. A flicker of greed danced within her gaze. If what you say is true, then of course I would be willing. Xie Zhao observed her reaction, pausing momentarily, then smiled gently. It is indeed true, though I fear it may involve some sacrifice on your part. Cui Fueying's expression shifted to one of confusion. The Xie family holds a strict lineage. If you wish to marry me, I would only be permitted to be a concubine. Concubine?
Cui Fueying's countenance darkened, rising in indignation.
Though the Cui family may not be of noble status, we are a respectable family. What place do you leave me in with such words? Xie Zhao's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone calm. There is no need for such anger, cousin. If we truly love one another, does that not outweigh these trivialities? Cui Fueying pinched her palm, tears welling in her eyes, her resolve firm. I shall never accept a life as a concubine. You underestimate me, my lord. Without a backward glance, she departed. And Xie Zhao did not attempt to stop her. Only upon exiting Xie Zhao's courtyard did Cui Fueying finally release a breath she had been holding. She had gambled correctly. In an instant, even when Xia could perceive her elevated spirits. You seemed rather unhappy upon waking, yet you returned from my lord's presence in such high spirits. Hearing this, Ting Shui glanced at her curiously. It's nothing, merely the resolution of a troubling matter. She accepted the tea offered by Ting Shui, lifting the cup to her lips, only to be reminded of another pressing concern. The matter she had overheard in Xie Zhao's courtyard was of great significance. She must alert Xie Zhao. If Xie Zhao's affliction stemmed from Xie Zhao, it would not bode well for her. But how could she warn Xie Zhao? Xie Zhao might not have entirely lowered his guard. Should he have someone monitoring her, her hasty warning could not only jeopardize Xie Zhao but also place herself in peril. Xie Zhao frequently feigned illness, rarely meeting anyone, The Xie household had become Xie Xingyan's domain. Frowning, she set down her teacup. My lady?
Things remain quiet, puzzled.
What troubles you about the tea? Cui Fuiying shook her head, a weight pressing upon her chest, compelling her to rise and walk to the door, inhaling deeply. The day was bright and clear, with the breeze brushing her face, reminiscent of spring, lifting her spirits considerably. It truly is a lovely day, she murmured. Indeed. When Xia replied with a smile, I just saw Huaigo flying a kite outside. Huaigo, the son of the eldest madam, was Xie Xingyan's younger brother. Still young and playful. Cui Fuiying had encountered him a couple of times. Xia Huai was quite adorable, his cherubic face endearing. Naturally, her beauty charmed children. And he always tugged at her hand, pleading for her company, while she harbored no ill will toward Xia Huai. The knowledge that he was Xie Xingyan's brother made her instinctively maintain her distance. Huaigo is flying a kite? Cui Fuiying inquired thoughtfully. Yes, when Xia affirmed. She gazed upwards, observing the fine weather and the strong winds. Indeed a perfect day for kite flying. Turning to Wen Xia, she smiled. Huaigo has been persistently asking me to play with him. Given the splendid weather, let us join him in flying kites. Right now? Wen Xia responded, astonished. What has prompted your sudden enthusiasm, my lady? I simply find kite flying rather delightful, she replied. Ting Shui's brows knitted slightly. Following Xie Huai were two young attendants, who extended their hands, ensuring the young master did not stumble. Master, take care. Xie Huai, clutching the kite string, dashed off, laughter echoing behind him. The attendants, noticing someone ahead, urgently called out, Master, slow down. Be cautious of the person ahead. Unfortunately, Xie Huai was entirely captivated by the kite above, oblivious to their warnings, and collided directly with a solid figure. Being so young, he merely caused Cui Fuiying to stagger back 2 steps, but she swiftly steadied him. The two attendants, seeing Xie Huai unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to bow to Cui Fuiying. Thank you, Miss Cui. Not at all, Cui Fuiying responded warmly. Glancing at the bewildered Xie Huai, kneeling beside him, she gently inquired, What were you playing at, Huaigo? How could you not watch where you're going? Be careful not to fall. Jie, Xie Huai exclaimed, his face lighting up upon seeing her. He immediately grasped her hand, saying, I was flying a kite. Come play with me. Cui Fuiying glanced at the kite in his hand, smiling as she replied, Very well, Huaigo. Why don't you let me help you with the kite? After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to the allure of playing with the beautiful sister and handed the kite to Cui Fuiying. Play with me, sister, he joyfully declared.
Cui Fuiying,
observing his innocent face, felt a pang of guilt. She accepted the kite he offered, carefully launching it into the sky. The kite was exquisitely crafted, lifelike and vibrant. And Xie Huai adored it, often taking it out to fly on sunny days. With the wind blowing south, Cui Fuiying played with Xie Huai for a while, waiting for the right moment. Seizing an opportunity when he was distracted, she stealthily drew a pair of scissors from her sleeve and snipped the kite string. The kite, soaring high, suddenly broke free and flew away with the gust of wind. Oh, dear. Cui Fuiying quickly concealed the scissors back in her sleeve, watching in alarm as the kite drifted away. How did the string break? Xie Huai stared at the departing kite, stunned for a few seconds, before his lips quivered and he began to wail loudly, My kite! My kite! The two attendants following him were flustered and rushed to comfort him. Do not worry, young master. We shall retrieve the kite. Cui Fuiying knelt beside him, gently patting his head. Sister will help you get it back and ensure you have an identical kite. Tears brimming in his eyes, Xie Huai nodded, sniffling. The kite had flown toward the south, where the Tingzhu courtyard was located. Holding Xie Huai's hand, Cui Fuiying approached the courtyard and smiled at the guard at the entrance. It seems Huaiji's kite has landed in the Tingzhu courtyard. I would like to go in and search for it. The guard exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. Miss, forgive us, but the young master has given strict orders. No matter the reason, you are not permitted to enter. Cui Fuiying's smile faltered. It felt as if a slap had struck her face, her cheeks flushed with anger, her head spinning. Did Xie Zhao truly say that? She had been wholeheartedly seeking a way to warn Xie Zhao to be cautious, only to discover that he had already instructed against her entry. As her thoughts spiraled into frustration, she demanded with a hardened tone, When did he say that? During the last visit, there was a fleeting moment when Cui Fuiying contemplated turning away. Given the other party's relentless cruelty, why should she care about Xie Zhao's well-being? Wasn't it during her last departure that she had stolen a kiss from Xie Zhao? All she did was peck his cheek, yet he treated her like a thief, refusing even to let her through the door. Taking a deep breath, she glanced down at the bewildered Xie Huai beside her, whose eyes were still glistening with tears, red and puffy. Though Xie Huai was oblivious to the unfolding drama, he could tell that Cui Fuiying was not in high spirits. He pouted, his large eyes brimming with tears, and whined, "My kite." The child was not acutely aware of the subtle changes within the Xie residence. He only knew that his second brother was cold and unapproachable, and that their mother often advised him to avoid too much interaction with him. Thus, he dared not cause a scene outside Xie Zhao's courtyard and could only clamor at Cui Fuiying. The trouble she had stirred up was hers to resolve. Suppressing her anger, Cui Fuiying addressed the guard with a cordial tone. "You see, the kite belongs to the young master. I am merely accompanying him to retrieve it. Please relay the message that we will leave immediately upon finding the kite, without any delay." The guard glanced at Xie Huai, nodded, and hurried into the inner courtyard. He soon returned, bowing slightly as he said, "The young master requests that you both come inside." At this, Cui Fuiying's fury subsided somewhat, and she took Xie Huai's hand, leading him inside. Once in the Tingzui, Xie Huai obediently followed her side, entirely devoid of the earlier commotion, quiet and well-behaved. As they entered the courtyard, they discovered Xie Zhao seated beneath a tree, strumming a guqin, his eyes covered with a fine white gauze. The scarf tied at the back of his head fluttered like a headband in the breeze. Xie Zhao exuded an air of elegance, showing no signs of discomfort despite his impaired vision. His demeanor and appearance were impeccable. In the tense atmosphere enveloping the Xie household, he remained at the eye of the storm, yet he appeared to take pleasure in his music while others speculated and gossiped. Upon witnessing him in such a state, Cui Fuiying unexpectedly found herself calmed, her previous anger dissipating. "I apologize for the interruption, cousin," she said, leading Xie Huai forward. "We will find the kite and leave without lingering." "Feel free, cousin," Xie Zhao replied, his voice cool and slightly lowered. The Tingzui was vast, and it would take considerable time for her and Xie Huai to search alone, so Xie Zhao ordered a servant to accompany Xie Huai in the search. Cui Fuiying's intention was not the kite. She stood still, observing Xie Zhao ahead, her head throbbing. Even within the Tingzui, finding a way to inform Xie Zhao that the medicine he was currently taking was problematic would not be so simple. Unaware of whether Xie Xingyan was present, she hesitated to act recklessly. Eventually, Xie Huai spotted his kite perched atop an ornamental hill in the Tingzui. He leaped with excitement, urging the nearby servant to retrieve it. Once the kite was secured, she would have no reason to remain in the Tingzui. As she gazed at Xie Zhao, an idea suddenly struck her. "I had no idea, cousin, that you harbored such disdain for me," she began. "You wouldn't even permit me to enter the Tingzui." Xie Zhao halted his playing, lifting his gaze towards her. "What does my cousin wish to convey?" he inquired, subtly detecting the sarcasm in her tone. "I simply do not understand." Cui Fuiying stepped closer, standing before Xie Zhao. "Why you consistently avoid me?" She lowered her gaze to him. "After all, I can be considered your savior. Your harshness towards me truly saddens my heart." Her eyes flickered, catching sight of a hesitant young servant lingering at a distance, seemingly unsure whether to approach.
"Come here," Cui Fuiying beckoned.
The servant hesitated, raising his head to look at her. She was momentarily taken aback, recognizing him as the one she had seen conversing with Xie Xingyan earlier.
Indeed,
there was someone from Xie Xingyan's side within Xie Zhao's courtyard. Steadying herself, she feigned ignorance and addressed the servant. "The medicine for my cousin is crucial. It cannot be delayed. Hurry and bring it over." Xie Zhao remained silent, allowing her to direct the servant. The young servant cast a glance at Xie Zhao before bowing his head and approaching with the medicine. "My lord, it is time for your medicine," he announced, holding a pristine white porcelain bowl containing the dark, bitter liquid that swayed slightly, emitting a pungent aroma. Cui Fuiying lifted the bowl, her voice gentle. "Cousin, your health is compromised. Allow me to assist you." Xie Zhao frowned. "There is no need for you to trouble yourself, cousin. I can manage." "That cannot be," Cui Fuiying insisted, disregarding whether Xie Zhao could see her. She shook her head empathetically. "I understand you are strong-willed, but given your current condition, do not overexert yourself.
It is only right that I assist."
As she approached Xie Zhao with the bowl, she failed to notice a small stone beneath her foot and stumbled, spilling the scalding medicine all over Xie Zhao. He emitted a muffled groan, his brow furrowing in discomfort. "Oh, dear, cousin, are you all right?" Cui Fueying exclaimed dramatically, hurriedly reaching to wipe the medicine from his skin. "It is entirely my fault. My clumsiness has caused this mishap, and I've burned you." While her words expressed remorse, a gleaming smile adorned her face, filled with the satisfaction of her scheming success. The young servant stood dumbfounded, glancing between Xie Zhao and Cui Fueying, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "What are you standing there for?" Cui Fueying rose, casting him a glance, quickly summoned someone. "Cannot you see my cousin is drenched in medicine?" "Yes," the servant muttered, bowing his head as he hurried away. "Has my cousin extinguished the flames of anger?" Xie Zhao, now a sight to behold in his white attire, appeared quite disheveled, with medicine splattered across him. Even his face bore traces of it. The originally porcelain-white complexion was now slightly flushed, with unremoved medicine trickling down his neck. Despite his disheveled state, he appeared calm, as if nothing had transpired. Cui Fueying had to concede that she had indeed entertained some deliberate intentions. However, such thoughts should never be voiced to Xie Zhao. "My cousin has truly misunderstood me." She lowered her voice, crouching beside him, gently wiping the residual medicine from his face with a handkerchief. Xie Zhao seized her wrist with precision, applying slight pressure. "Misunderstood?" Cui Fueying quickly scanned her surroundings, noting the servant had returned with others. She whispered urgently, ensuring only they could hear, "The medicine and the person are both questionable. Please be cautious, cousin." Xie Zhao loosened his grip, appearing somewhat taken aback. "Oh dear, it is entirely my fault for not watching my step. What shall I do?" Cui Fueying feigned concern, continuing to wipe his face, but in her haste, she reddened his cheeks further with her clumsy ministrations. "That is enough," Xie Zhao suddenly spoke, his tone stern. "There is no need for you to assist any longer. The Tingzui Yuan does not welcome you. Once the kite is located, you should depart immediately." Cui Fueying raised an eyebrow, impressed by Xie Zhao's swift compliance with her act. "My cousin truly misunderstands me." She feigned innocence, lowering her head. "I genuinely wish to help. Who knew there would be a stone at my feet?" Qingshan rushed over, extending a hand to support Xie Zhao while casting an irritated glance at Cui Fueying. His tone brusque as he declared, "Miss Cui, please step aside. I must assist the young master back to his quarters to change." Cui Fueying took a step back, yielding her position. Unbeknownst to Xie Huai, he joyfully leaped with the kite that a servant had taken down for him, embodying the innocence of childhood. In moments of delight, he could so easily forget everything else. Holding the kite aloft, he called out to her, "Sistering, look, a kite." Cui Fueying waved back at him with a smile. Having retrieved the kite, there was no longer any reason for Cui Fueying to linger at the Tingzhu courtyard. She departed with Xie Huai, who, after the day's events, felt a bit weary and relinquished his desire for play, allowing a servant to escort him back to rest. With a troublesome matter resolved, Cui Fueying felt a touch lighter in spirit, humming a little tune as she returned to the Jianjia pavilion. However, as she stepped inside, she suddenly sneezed without warning. Rubbing her nose in surprise, she wondered who might be speaking ill of her behind her back. "Miss, that is truly excessive," Qingshan exclaimed indignantly. "My lord." She was clearly doing it on purpose today. Xie Zhao had already changed into a clean outfit, yet Qingshan had noticed that his skin bore 2 red patches from being scalded while changing. "You clearly wish to speak. Should we teach her a lesson?" Qingshan inquired. "No need," Xie Zhao replied, smoothing his sleeves with an indifferent expression. "She was merely trying to remind me." "Remind you?" Qingshan was initially puzzled, but then seemed to grasp something, revealing a look of surprise. "You mean to say, how could Miss Cui possibly know?" "That will depend on where she has been of late and whom she has encountered," Xie Zhao coldly questioned. "The person watching Xie Xingyan should be arriving today, correct?" "Yes. He will come later to report to you, my lord." Xie Zhao acknowledged with a nod, feeling somewhat fatigued and just about to dismiss everyone, when a voice called from outside, "My lord, the medicine has been reboiled. Please drink it while it is hot." Qingshan glanced at Xie Zhao and, seeing he remained silent, called out, "Come in." A servant carrying a bowl of medicine entered and placed it beside Xie Zhao. He reached for the bowl and was about to drink when he suddenly asked, "Who prepared this medicine?" Replying to "My lord, it was I who brewed it, without any assistance, and brought it here as soon as it was ready." Upon hearing this, Xie Zhao smiled slightly, realizing that was why it was still steaming hot. "You have indeed put an effort. When serving my lord, I dare not be careless. Do you have any family? Xie Zhao inquired gently. Do they also work in the Xie household? The servant, having been thoroughly investigated by Xie Zhao, had an elderly mother and a younger brother, relying on his work in the Xie household to support them. Not long ago, this servant's mother had fallen gravely ill, with no hope for recovery, and the neighbors had anticipated a funeral. Unexpectedly, she had suddenly recovered, not only in good health, but also better dressed than before. Xie Zhao spoke kindly, but the servant dared not lift his head, only whispering, "There are only my mother and younger brother at home." That is indeed quite difficult. Xie Zhao sighed gently. Qing Shan, give him some reward later. If a family member passes away, they will need funds for arrangements. Understood. Qing Shan nodded in reply. The servant looked up in surprise at Xie Zhao, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. He ought not to betray the second young master. Yet the elder master had done him a great kindness, saving his mother, a debt he felt compelled to repay. Weighing both sides, he could only feel remorse towards the second young master. The once boiling medicinal concoction had finally cooled, and Xie Zhao lifted the bowl to drink it in one go. Bitter, he stated expressionlessly. Bitter medicine is often effective. My lord will soon feel better after drinking it, Qing Shan remarked from the side. The servant, feeling guilty, lowered his head. Xie Zhao set down the bowl, lazily resting his head on his hand with closed eyes. Have the physician come to the residence later. It has been long enough, and my eyes should show some improvement. The servant hurriedly exited with the empty bowl. Xie Zhao opened his eyes, coldly gazing in the direction of the door. You may leave. Just as Qing Shan was about to step out, he heard Xie Zhao add, if Miss Cui comes again, there is no need to stop her. He paused in surprise, then nodded and left. Xie Zhao rubbed his brow, feeling a tinge of confusion. He had thought he understood Cui Fuiying thoroughly, yet now it seemed as though he was at a loss regarding her. Her actions today undoubtedly indicated she had learned something. She had chosen this method to inform him, perhaps out of fear that there were those with ulterior motives at the Tingzhu courtyard. Yet, to outsiders, the lack of improvement in his eyes marked him as a useless person. If the pursuit of wealth and status were the aim, one would think it unwise to expend further effort on him. Xie Xingyan was undoubtedly a more suitable choice. Nonetheless, Cui Fuiying risked much to convey this information to him, even after he had spoken such hurtful words. As he pondered this, another visitor sought an audience.
Come in.
It was someone he had sent to monitor Xie Xingyan. Has Xie Xingyan made any moves? He asked coldly. This morning, the elder master met with the servant who brewed medicine at the Tingzhu courtyard. I dared not approach too closely, merely observing from a distance. Later, Miss Cui arrived unexpectedly, standing by the door as if she heard something. Did Xie Xingyan notice? Forgive me, my lord, I do not know. No matter, continue. After the servant left, Miss Cui and the elder master spoke privately for a while, though I cannot ascertain what was said. Miss Cui left in a fit of anger. Later, the elder master visited the clan elder and remained inside for a long discussion before emerging. Has he grown impatient? Xie Zhao smirked slightly. You may go. Once the person had left, the room fell silent once more. Xie Zhao closed his eyes, unconsciously murmuring, Cui Fuiying, what on earth is your true intent? Do you truly harbor feelings for me as you claim? Chapter 68. Chun Shirlu Cui Fuiying had originally thought that upon learning of the issues with the medicine, even if Xie Zhao's eyesight did not improve immediately, there would at least be some signs of recovery. To her surprise, the next day, when Xia mysteriously informed her of a piece of news. Madam, have you heard? Heard what? She lazily inquired, propping her head with one hand while flipping through a book with the other. The news has spread throughout the household, when Xia whispered. Yesterday, the household physician visited the second young master's courtyard and declared that his eyes are beyond treatment. Cui Fuiying froze mid-motion, raising her head to look at Wen Xia. Is this true? The old madam heard it directly from the physician when she inquired. It is unlikely to be false. Wen Xia wore a look of regret. It is truly a pity for someone of the second young master's caliber to meet such a fate. Cui Fuiying found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her mind swirling with confusion, yet she sensed something was amiss. If the old madam inquired of the physician, how did this news leak out? She pressed, grasping at the thread of her doubt. Those around the old madam and the household physician are all long-standing members of the household. They know well what can be said, and what cannot. How could such an important piece of information spread throughout the mansion so swiftly? When Xia hesitated at her question, she furrowed her brow, pondering. For a moment, She too was at a loss as to the source of the news, only knowing that it had circulated through the Xie household overnight. Perhaps a servant let something slip inadvertently? When Xie speculated cautiously. In any case, this matter does not concern you, madam. We ought to be careful these days. I suggest you refrain from going out, as the atmosphere in the Xie household is quite tense.
Kui Feng remained silent.
It was evident that there was some orchestrator behind this news. Ever since Xie Zhao had lost his sight, he had become quite peculiar. Many situations that could have been avoided arose. Much like the last time at Xie Zhiwei's wedding banquet. Even if he chose not to attend, no one could have said anything, yet he had attended regardless. The outcome had unfolded just as she had anticipated, with Xie Zhao enduring considerable hardship. Given his former status, he likely had never encountered such trials before. The original text does not include the plot of Xie Zhao's blindness. She had previously believed that his blindness was a consequence of the butterfly effect after her arrival, but now, upon reflection, she suspects there may be more to the story.
What are you thinking about?
When Xia asked as she noticed her silence, her curiosity piqued. Cui Fueying regained her focus, casually flipping a page of the book on the table, and replied, "It's nothing. I just feel quite sorry for my cousin." Indeed. When Xia sighed, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before lowering her voice to whisper in her ear. "I've heard that the clan elder of the Xie family is planning to change the next head of the family." Cui Fueying raised her eyes to Wen Xia. Realizing she had underestimated her, her sources were quite reliable. "Where did you hear such news?" she asked, her brows knitting together. "We are merely guests here. If we constantly inquire about the family's affairs, we might provoke their displeasure." "Do not worry," Wen Xia assured her, patting her chest with pride. "Aside from the time you asked me to inquire about the second young master, I have not sought out any other news. I merely overheard it while mingling with the crowd. This gossip is not exclusive to the Xie family, it is widely circulated outside." "It's circulating outside as well?" Cui Fueying raised her eyebrows slightly. "Indeed, it has spread far and wide." After contemplating for a moment, Cui Fueying set down the book and stood up, saying, "Staying cooped up in this courtyard is quite stifling. Let us invite Sister Yingshu to go out for a stroll." Now married to Xie Zhiwei, Wang Yingshu was the third young mistress and would naturally have more information than she. Cui Fueying still presented herself as a lovesick girl enamored with Xie Zhao in Wang Yingshu's eyes, and she intended to leverage this perception. Wang Yingshu was quite pleased with the unexpected invitation. "Thank goodness you called for me. Otherwise, I would have found counting accounts all day dreadfully tedious." Though she had adopted a more composed appearance as a married woman, her manner of speaking remained unchanged. "As a newlywed, I shouldn't intrude," Cui Fueying smiled. "But it is truly boring to stay in the courtyard, and I find myself troubled here in the Xie residence. I can't think of anyone to converse with besides you." With a sigh, she lowered her head. Wang Yingshu understood her unspoken worries and gently patted her shoulder. "I know why you are concerned. However, since you call me sister, I must advise you, Xie Zhao's position is precarious. Without his sight, he will depend entirely on the Xie family. Though his needs will be met, he is no longer a reliable support." Cui Fueying paused, and when she lifted her head, her eyes were filled with tears. "Sister Yingshu, please tell me the truth. Is it true about the second cousin's eyes?" Wang Yingshu's expression was sincere as she slowly nodded. "In the Xie household, this is no longer a secret. I might add that the future head of the Xie family will likely change soon." Cui Fueying's heart sank. If even Wang Yingshu spoke thus, it seemed the higher-ups in the Xie family had already made their decision. Xie Zhao was now like a flame on oil, in a perilous state. Wang Yingshu, noticing her somber expression, assumed she was lamenting for Xie Zhao and comforted her. Before his blindness, there was no other young man in Nanyang who could rival him in excellence. But even if he was outstanding, he is but a hard, unyielding stone. While he may appear beautiful, wearing him would be uncomfortable. Moreover, now that he cannot see, you must consider your own future, no matter how fond you are of him. Wang Yingshu was adept at offering consolation, yet it did little to soothe Cui Fueying's heart. Cui Fueying not only mourned for Xie Zhao but also felt lost regarding her own future. There are indeed many excellent young men in Nanyang, and I know several who are both talented and handsome, should you wish to consider. "Thank you for your kind offer, sister," Cui Fueying quickly declined. "But I am not thinking about that right now." Wang Yingshu appeared quite regretful. After a while, their carriage stopped at a jade shop. Wang Yingshu eagerly purchased numerous jade items and insisted on gifting many to Cui Fueying. The Wang family was affluent, and the Xie family was even wealthier. Buying out the entire shop would merely be a trifle for them. Sister, please wait here while I settle the bill. Cui Fuiying nodded, standing still. Her gaze fixated on a jade bracelet on the table, lost in thought until she suddenly heard someone speaking next to her. Do you fancy this jade bracelet, young lady? She was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked up, her pupils narrowing slightly. It was Wen Renhong. Of all people to encounter, it had to be this scion of debauchery. Beside Wen Renhong stood a young lady, her expression foul, practically radiating anger. Cui Fuiying had a poor impression of him, yet given his noble status, she dared not offend him. I do not like it. Cui Fuiying turned her head, dismissing it as merely casual browsing. It seems we are fated to meet today. Should you like anything, please feel free to ask. I would be happy to gift it to you. Wen Renhong smiled. Before Cui Fuiying could respond, the girl beside him interjected. Wen Renhong, did you forget to take your medicine this morning? Her words were laced with sharpness. Did he not see that she was clearly uninterested? Wen Renhong's smile faltered, his expression sour as he turned to the girl beside him. Chen Shirlu, do not think that just because you are a woman I will not dare to act. This young lady also bore the surname Chen. Cui Fuiying couldn't help but take a closer look at her. The Chen family has been a prestigious lineage for centuries. My grandfather is the grand tutor to the crown prince, and my father is a great general. What gives you the right to lay a hand on me? Upon hearing this, Cui Fuiying confirmed that this girl must be related to Qin Shiwan. Wen Renhong's face turned a mix of red and white from her words. Since we are both disinterested in each other, why must you meddle in my affairs? I have no interest in your affairs, Qin Shilu retorted, pulling Cui Fuiying behind her. But if you try to bully someone else, I will certainly intervene. Bully her? Wen Renhong's eyes flared with anger as he glared at Cui Fuiying. Is it wrong for me to offer her a gift? Who in Nanyang doesn't he know that you, Wen Renhong, are the foremost scoundrel? Chen Shilu shot him a sidelong glance. Which lady would want to associate with you? Wen Renhong was so enraged that he could hardly speak, pointing at Chen Shilu. Unable to utter a word. Finally, he turned to Cui Fuiying, speaking in a harsh tone. What do you say, young lady? Cui Fuiying found herself at a loss for words. Though Chen Shilu had spoken her thoughts, she lacked the bravery to say such things herself. What are you pointing at her for? I said it. If you have the ability, argue with me. Chen Shilu shot a glance at Cui Fuiying, positioning herself protectively in front of her. I insist on asking her. Wen Renhong forcefully pushed Chen Shilu aside and grasped Cui Fuiying's wrist, demanding, What is your name? And which family do you belong to? Cui Fuiying frowned, attempting to pull away, but Wen Renhong's grip was too strong, causing her wrist to ache painfully as she struggled in vain. Young master, please have some self-respect, she said, suppressing her anger. Though Xie Xingyan was a character she could not afford to provoke, this man before her, despite his noble status, had no right to forcefully hold her in broad daylight. Self-respect? Wen Renhong scoffed. Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, his expression contorted in pain as he involuntarily released his grip on Cui Fuiying. Looking down, he saw Chen Shilu's foot firmly planted on his own. You vile creature, he seethed. I will. Chen Shilu, with a flash of disdain in her eyes, lifted her foot and stomped down on Wen Renhong's foot once more. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. She feigned innocence. I must have been mistaken. I hope I haven't injured you. Cui Fuiying bit her lip, stifling a laugh. She found this Chen lady quite likable. What are you all standing around for? Wen Renhong, seething with rage, bellowed at the attendants behind him, commanding them to seize her. I shall teach her a lesson today. Chapter 69, Misfortune Within 3 Days. The two young servants trailing Wen Renhong immediately advanced, intending to apprehend Chen Shilu. However, given her blatant disregard for Wen Renhong, her own status was evidently not insignificant. They were reluctant to inflict any real harm, yet bound by Wen Renhong's orders, they felt compelled to put on a show, resulting in a scene of utter chaos. Nearby, several pieces of jade were shattered, and the other patrons in the shop had hastily departed upon witnessing the quarrel between Wen Renhong and Chen Shilu. What has transpired? Wang Yingshu, having settled her accounts, approached Cui Fuiying, frowning at the disorder around them. She had indeed noticed Wen Renhong, though unafraid of him. She understood the importance of maintaining dignity among the aristocracy. Individuals as shameless as Wen Renhong were few and far between in high society. What is the heir of the Wen family doing? She remarked disapprovingly. If the king were to witness your behavior, he would surely be displeased. Wang Yingshu? When Renhong shot her a glance, retorting, "This is none of your concern, so mind your own business. On this matter, I must intervene," Wang Yingshu replied coldly. "The Qin family is not just any family. I advise you, young Master Wen, to refrain from being overly autocratic." As she left, she had brought 2 female guards, who immediately subdued the 2 attendants when Renhong had brought with him. When Renhong cast a chilling gaze upon them, as if committing their faces to memory, he let out a derisive laugh. "How amusing! You have just married into the Xie family and already dare to act so presumptuously. Pathetic, considering you wed a useless man. Even if Xie Zhao is blind now, the position of head of the family will never be his." Just as Qin Shirlu was about to speak, she was halted by Wang Yingshu's hand. Her expression was calm. She took no offense at Wen Renhong's humiliating words. "I have heard that the illegitimate son of the king is exceptionally talented and diligent, and the king holds him in high regard. Rather than meddling in others' affairs, it would be wiser for you to safeguard your own position. If you were usurped by an illegitimate son, wouldn't that render you a laughingstock in Anyang?" When Renhong's face turned pale, and he glared at her for a long moment, then pointed at them, enunciating each word. "I will remember you." With that, he kicked one of the attendants on the ground and shouted furiously, "You worthless fools, unable to subdue a woman, get out of my sight." Wang Yingshu watched when Renhong's figure vanished through the door before turning to Qin Shirlu. "Sister, are you unhurt?" "I'm fine," Qin Shirlu replied, her expression slightly anxious. "Today is entirely my fault for provoking Wen Renhong. If he holds a grudge against me, that's one thing, but dragging you and our sister into this mess is unforgivable." "Do not feel guilty, Madam Chen," Cui Fuiying said calmly. "In truth, I should thank you for speaking up on my behalf. Even if you had remained silent, he would not have let me off easily." "Sister, be cautious in the future," Qin Shirlu sighed. "When Renhong is quite vindictive, he may seek to retaliate against you."
Cui Fuiying nodded.
The shopkeeper approached the group, his heart aching at the sight of the shattered jade. "What shall we do about this? This incident arose from my actions. I will compensate the shop for its losses," Qin Shirlu declared, reaching for her purse. Just then, a young servant stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "My master has instructed that this matter is not the concern of the ladies, and there is no need for compensation." "Who is your master, to be so generous?" Qin Shirlu inquired, astonished. "The losses today are considerable. Are you truly certain no compensation is required?" "Indeed, the 3 ladies may leave with peace of mind," the servant affirmed. Wang Yingshu smiled. "In that case, please extend my gratitude to your master." Grabbing Cui Fuiying's hand, she urged, "Let's depart." Cui Fuiying found it peculiar. Isn't the purpose of running a shop to earn money? Why would someone push money away? Inside the shop, there was another room separated by a screen, through which shadows of people could be discerned, presumably the shop's owner. Unable to resist, she glanced over, but was pulled away by Wang Yingshu. The 2 bid farewell to Qin Shirlu at the entrance before climbing into their carriage. "Sister, are you in such a hurry to leave because you know who the shop's owner is?" she asked curiously once inside the carriage. Wang Yingshu chuckled and shook her head. "I do not know," Cui Fuiying exclaimed. "I thought you might know." Although unaware of the identity of the shop's proprietor, she surmised that the individual must be extraordinarily wealthy and influential, not someone to be trifled with. When Renhong would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Given that when Renhong is of royal descent, it is impressive that such a formidable figure stands behind the shop.
Cui Fuiying mused.
Unable to suppress her curiosity as she lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside. The jade shop was located on the most bustling street in Nanyang, and those who could establish businesses there were all of considerable wealth and status. The shop's prime location ensured that it drew the attention of the young ladies and gentlemen of affluent families, without some measure of influence. One could not maintain such a lucrative position when Renhong relies solely on his esteemed background to bully others. In truth, he is a complete fool, Wang Yingshu scoffed. Not long ago, he publicly embarrassed Xie Zhao, which has already caused considerable dissatisfaction among many. Just watch, within 3 days, he will surely face misfortune. Cui Fuiying clicked her tongue. Indeed, when Renhong was a fool, the aristocracy was interconnected, with numerous families linked by blood or marriage. Striking one family was tantamount to striking them all. Even with the king's backing, he would likely incite trouble for himself with this troublesome son. What concern was it of hers? The thought of Wen Renhong's impending misfortune brought her such joy that she felt she could indulge in an extra bowl of rice that evening. Chapter 70. Zhang Zhiyan, Young Master. Everyone has departed. A young servant entered the compartment, speaking softly. Two men sat before him, engaged in a game of chess. One, clad in white, exuded a cool demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he placed a white piece on the board. The other, grasping several black pieces in his palm, furrowed his brow and appeared quite troubled. After a while, he sighed heavily and tossed all his pieces back into the box. I give up. I've never won against you in my life. It's simply dull. At that moment, the shopkeeper entered, his face filled with anguish. Young master. The heir of the king smashed several thousand taels worth of jade. That lady intends to compensate. Why did you allow her to leave? Your young master is wealthy and unconcerned with mere thousands of taels. Zhang Zhiyan waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, who says I do not want the silver? Whoever smashed the jade naturally ought to pay for it. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the silent figure before him. Xie Zhao, did you invite me here today merely to witness this spectacle? It has certainly taken an unexpected turn. Xie Zhao meticulously returned each piece on the chessboard to the box. However, since you have enjoyed the show, you must provide some recompense. Zhang Zhiyan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Do tell, what nefarious scheme are you concocting? I have refrained from taking action these past few days, and merely wish for you to teach someone a lesson, Xie Zhao replied, meeting Zhang Zhiyan's gaze. This should be a simple matter for you. In an instant, Zhang Zhiyan deduced, you want me to deal with Wen Renhong? He clicked his tongue. That fellow's status is no trifling matter. Helping you could bring trouble upon myself. His position as heir will not last long, Xie Zhao said, a glint of coldness in his eyes. I knew it. There was no way you would remain idle after he offended you. Zhang Zhuoyan reclined casually, expressing his disdain. I have heard that you have recently lost your sight and are on the verge of losing your position as the future head of the family. Thus, you hurriedly returned, expecting to witness your misfortune, only to find it all for naught. Xie Zhao discerned the underlying implication of his words, that once the deed was accomplished, this shop would be bestowed upon him. Zhang Zhuoyan's face lit up with delight. He had coveted this establishment for quite some time, and Xie Zhao's generosity took him by surprise. Discussing finances often strains relationships, yet he straightened his posture to face Xie Zhao. Since you have broached the subject, I cannot refuse. Rest assured, within 3 days, I shall make that Wen Renhong regret ever stepping foot in this world. The men under Zhang Zhuoyan's command were formidable characters. With him at the helm, no one would suspect his involvement. Xie Zhao felt entirely reassured. Cui Fueying had not anticipated that Wang Yingshu's 3-day time frame would be met to the letter. The entire Nanyang buzzed with the news. When Xia recounted the tale with vivid detail, as if she had witnessed it firsthand. When Renhong emerged from the drunken country pavilion, traversed a narrow alley, and was ensnared in a sack, dragged into the shadows, where passers-by could hear his desperate cries. As he was beaten, he shouted, Do you know who my father is? Do you know who I am? Hearing Snow listened intently, unable to restrain her curiosity, inquiring, what happened next? Then a rag was stuffed into his mouth, rendering him mute. When Xia revealed with a sense of mystery, Do you know who the assailants were? Cui Fueying's curiosity was piqued. She pressed for the answer. They say he was assaulted by an admirer of the drunken country pavilion's courtesan. While beating him, they proclaimed, If I catch you harassing Qiuxiang again, I shall beat you to death. Cui Fueying burst into laughter. Qiuxiang? Indeed, the ladies of the drunken country pavilion are renowned for their artistry rather than their bodies. Yet when Renhong, relying on his status, harassed the courtesan repeatedly, the people there dared not offend him, until someone could no longer tolerate his behavior and taught him a lesson. Who would be so audacious as to strike the crown prince? Hearing Snow queried, perplexed. Upon realizing he had attacked the crown prince's son, the assailant fled Nanyang under the cover of night. Fully aware of Wen Renhong's identity and having already paved his escape route, everything seemed premeditated, not mere coincidence. Did Xie Zhao have a hand in this? Miss. The third young madam requests your presence in her quarters for tea, a maid announced outside. Wang Yingshu sought her out? What could this possibly entail? Unable to fathom the reason, she replied, I understand. As she entered Wang Yingshu's courtyard, she could hear laughter and merriment from within, one voice unmistakably belonging to Wang Yingshu, while another felt vaguely familiar. I heard his leg was broken. He truly deserves it. Sister, perhaps you should exercise caution in your remarks. Cui Fuiying navigated the corridor and finally spotted the two laughing beneath a pear tree. Wang Yingshu had his back to her, while the person seated across from him was none other than Chen Shirlu. "Sister is here?" Chen Shirlu exclaimed, rising with delight to beckon her closer.
Come.
"Madam Chen," she greeted with a bow. "Sister need not be so formal. I only just learned today that we are cousins," Chen Shirlu said, pulling her hand to sit beside her. "Your mother is my aunt, though I was too young to remember her when she married. I failed to recognize you until now. Then I shall call you cousin." Cui Fuiying smiled. "I overheard you two discussing Wenrenhong. Is that true? You are aware?" Wang Yingshu waved her hand, dismissing the servants. "I mentioned to you a few days ago that he had offended someone without realizing it. Misfortune was inevitable. After returning home that day, I found it peculiar and had someone investigate. Can you guess which jade shop belongs to?" Chen Shirlu said with an air of mystery. "Who's?"
Zhang Zhuyan.
"It is he," Wang Yingshu chuckled. "No wonder he looked down on those few thousand taels. It seems Zhang Zhuyan is indeed behind the breaking of Wenrenhong's leg. This is something we can all surmise. The crown prince will undoubtedly reach the same conclusion," Chen Shirlu shrugged. "However, Wenrenhong was at fault from the outset, and the emperor has always been wary of him. Now he finds himself in a predicament, unable to voice his grievances. I heard that during today's court session, someone accused Wenrenhong of bullying and usury with irrefutable evidence. The emperor was furious and reprimanded the crown prince for his lax parenting," Wang Yingshu remarked, waving her fan dismissively. "It appears there has long been discontent with the crown prince's household. Wenrenhong is merely a scapegoat. Such matters of the court are exceedingly dull," Cui Fuiying thought. She sat attentively, fully engaged. "However, this could be fortuitous for me. My father had previously wished for me to marry Wenrenhong, but after this incident, he has likely abandoned that notion." "Congratulations, sister," Cui Fuiying responded with a smile. Chen Shirlu sighed. "Without Wenrenhong, there will surely be others. In the world of nobility, one rarely has the final say in marriage." Wang Yingshu, matter-of-factly, continued, "I shall not conceal the truth from you. Today my mother has asked me to invite you to our estate for this very matter. She believes that the eldest son of the Xie family, Xie Xingyan, would be a suitable match for you. You shall have the opportunity to become acquainted at the evening banquet." Cui Fuiying's eyes widened in surprise. "The eldest son with Sister Chen?" "Indeed," Wang Yingshu affirmed. "What say you, Chen Shirlu?" Chen Shirlu slammed her hand on the table in exasperation. "Is that why you insisted I dress up before leaving? So you could scheme like this?" To her, this was indeed a beneficial turn of events, Cui Fuiying mused. Yet, unlike Wang Yingshu, who genuinely wished to marry Xie Zhao, Chen Shirlu seemed less enthusiastic. Wang Yingshu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, lowering her voice behind her fan. "It is evident that the future head of the Xie family is the eldest son. My mother wishes for you to marry him, considering the benefits for both the Qin family and yourself." "I care not for such things," Chen Shirlu replied, visibly irritated. "The Qin family has many daughters. Why force one who is disinterested into a match? You are the legitimate daughter of the main branch. Naturally, you are the most suitable choice," Wang Yingshu reassured her. "Do not fret too much. This matter is not yet settled. It is merely a dinner. If you truly do not wish for it, simply act a little outlandish at the banquet, and neither you nor the eldest son will have any interest, and the marriage will not come to pass." "That is indeed a clever idea," Chen Shirlu's eyes brightened. "Thank you, sister, I understand. Sister Fuiying must also accompany us to the family banquet today," Wang Yingshu added with a smile. "You are dressed too plainly. I happened to buy a number of accessories a few days ago that would be perfect for you to wear today. I cannot overshadow the main attraction."
Cui Fuiying replied modestly.
Cui Fuiying waved her hand, asserting that her current attire was just right. Was her sister perhaps teasing her on purpose? Chen Shirlu, hands on her hips, feigned annoyance and remarked, "I can't wait for you to steal the spotlight. If the eldest son takes a liking to you, dear sister."
"Please spare me."
Cui Fuiying hurriedly interrupted her. "I cannot dare to aspire to the eldest son. If others were to overhear, I would be utterly humiliated." "This is all my fault," Chen Shirlu laughed, playfully slapping her own mouth. "But where does this notion of aspiring come from? My clever sister. It is those insufferable men who ought to aspire to you. If you ever have someone you fancy, regardless of which young master it may be, just let me know, and I shall certainly advocate for you. You're getting carried away. How old are you to be playing matchmaker?" Wang Yingshu chuckled as she playfully swatted her with a fan. The three of them erupted into laughter. However, once at the family banquet, Cui Fueying could no longer smile. She sat upright, eyes observing her surroundings, daring not to exhale. Except for her father, Xie Zhao, who was occupied with official matters. Nearly everyone had gathered for this family gathering. To her left sat Wang Yingshu, and to her right, Chen Shilu, who was even tenser than she was, sitting rigidly beside her, devoid of any of her usual afternoon vivacity. She could empathize with her. Xie Xingyan sat directly opposite her, and to her astonishment, Xie Zhao had also attended, seated right next to Xie Xingyan, directly across from her. His eyes were veiled with a white gauze, and since his entrance, countless gazes, both overt and covert, had fallen upon him. Today was a family feast, so there was no need for formality. The old matriarch, seated at the head of the table, wore a kind smile. "Today, I have not seen you for a while, and you have blossomed even more beautifully." Chen Shilu paused, showing deference to her elder. "Madam, you seem to be in excellent spirits," she said, rising to bow. "You, my dear, are still as sweet-tongued as ever." The old matriarch chuckled, her smile wide. "Indeed." Chen Qiwan chimed in. "Shilu has grown under my watch. She is not young anymore and has yet to settle down, which has both her father and me quite anxious." Cui Fueying stared blankly at her bowl, unable to suppress her laughter at the overt nature of the conversation. The old matriarch seized the moment, gazing at Chen Shilu for a while before saying with a smile, "I see that Shilu and the eldest son are quite compatible. Their looks and ages are a good match." Chen Shilu's expression stiffened, instinctively glancing at Xie Xingyan. He happened to meet her gaze, nodding slightly. Xie Xingyan was indeed a striking young man, but Chen Shilu had no affection for his type. She hastily interjected, "I am still young, and do not wish to marry so soon." "Child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Qiwan shot her a warning look. "At your age, most girls from ordinary families are already married." "Indeed," the old matriarch laughed. "I find Shilu and the eldest son very well matched." "Lin Yang, what say you?" Lin Yan, mentioned by the old matriarch, was Xie Xingyan's mother, Xiao Qiuli. Xie Xingyan's father, Xie Lang, was of a gentle disposition, while Xiao Qiuli was a strong-willed and decisive woman, complementing Xie Lang's character perfectly. Xiao Qiuli regarded Chen Shilu with approval. Her noble lineage and beauty indeed made her a suitable match for Xie Xingyan. "What mother says is true. I too find them a perfect match," Xiao Qiuli responded with a smile. Xie Xingyan remained silent, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither satisfaction nor displeasure. Chen Shilu observed as the elders conversed, and it seemed they were nearing an agreement on the match, prompting her to finally speak up. "I do not wish to marry my cousin." Chen Qiwan's expression darkened instantly. "Shilu, what nonsense are you saying? Traditionally, marriage is dictated by parental authority and matchmaking. How can your wishes be considered?" "I do not wish to marry my cousin," Chen Shilu insisted stubbornly. "I have already found someone I care for, and I will only marry him." The faces of the old matriarch and Xiao Qiuli soured at this proclamation. After all, Xie Xingyan was the eldest son of the Xie family, and Chen Shilu's public rejection of this match was akin to a slap in their faces. Upon hearing her words, Xie Xingyan's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze meeting hers. "Cousin has someone in mind?" he inquired. "Who is it?" Chen Shilu hesitated. Her declaration had been a mere fabrication. There was no one she admired. Stumbling over her words, she suddenly noticed Xie Zhao beside Xie Xingyan. Given that Xie Zhao was now blind, her father would never allow her to marry him. Moreover, as Xie Xingyan's brother, if she claimed to like Xie Zhao, they would surely cease their pressure on her. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, she pointed at Xie Zhao and exclaimed, "The person I like is my second cousin." With a crash, the wine cup in Cui Fueying's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 72. Each with their own thoughts. The transparent wine spilled across the table as Cui Fueying scrambled to pick up the cup, receiving a handkerchief from the side. "Wipe it up," Wang Yingshu said calmly. She took the handkerchief and lowered her head, slowly cleaning the wine that had splattered onto her. This small incident garnered only a few scattered glances, for everyone was still reeling from Chen Shilu's earlier declaration. "Second cousin?" the old matriarch repeated as if she hadn't understood, turning to her attendant behind her. "Did Chen girl really say second cousin?" "Shilu, I believe your father has spoiled you too much. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Chen Qiwan fumed, glaring at Chen Shilu. "Quickly apologize to second cousin, and say that you were speaking foolishly." Her tone brooked no argument. Had Xie Zhao not lost his sight, Chen Shilu's affection for him might have warranted her mother's support, but as the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, she would never be allowed to marry a blind man. Chen Shirlu, initially regretting her impulsiveness, felt her regret vanish upon hearing Chen Qiwan's words. Clenching her teeth, she declared resolutely, "I have admired my second cousin since childhood. Although he is now visually impaired, I do not care. If I am to marry, it will only be him." Cui Fuiying had been in a daze since Chen Shirlu's declaration. She could hardly believe that her friend had professed her feelings for Xie Zhao. Glancing at Chen Shirlu, her expression seemed sincere, causing Cui Fuiying to falter. Could it be that Chen Shirlu was speaking the truth? She couldn't help but steal another glance at Xie Zhao. It is said that the eyes reveal a person's innermost thoughts, but with his eyes covered, even without the gauze, Xie Zhao's character would likely keep any emotions hidden. However, sitting beside him, Xie Xingyan appeared outwardly calm, though the tension in his lips and the depth of his gaze betrayed his true emotions. Given Xie Xingyan's temperament, he must be seething with anger. Xie Zhao had become blind, yet someone still harbored feelings for him, and it was someone as exceptional as Chen Shirlu. How could he not resent this? Chen girl has feelings for my second brother? Xie Xingyan's gaze shifted from Chen Shirlu to Xie Zhao, his question laced with ambiguity. What does my second brother think of this? Cui Fuiying involuntarily looked at Xie Zhao. He sat composed, half of his face obscured by the gauze, his demeanor serene, showing no signs of surprise or joy, as though this matter had nothing to do with him. I have no interest in Chen girl, he spoke softly. Furthermore, given my current condition, I would only be a burden to her. I can only thank her for her misplaced affections. Upon hearing his words, Chen Qiwan and Chen Shirlu both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Cui Fuiying, who had been anxiously hanging in suspense, felt her chest lighten considerably upon hearing Xie Zhao's remarks. If he were truly to marry another, Cui Fuiying could not bring herself to snatch away another's beloved. Yet, Xie Zhao held a unique significance for her, rendering her unable to remain indifferent. In that case, I suggest we set this matter aside for today, Chen Qiwan quickly interjected, fearing that Chen Shirlu might utter some shocking words. Let us first enjoy our meal. The old matriarch, observing her demeanor, understood Chen Qiwan's thoughts. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with her feelings, it nonetheless left her feeling unsettled. Xie Zhao and Xie Xingyan were both her grandsons, whom she cherished deeply. Thus, when Chen Shirlu expressed her desire to marry Xie Zhao, her immediate reaction was one of delight. In the past, Xie Zhao had been untarnished and aloof. Bearing the right to be selective, a delayed marriage was of little concern. However, the current circumstances were different. Prominent families in Nanyang would never marry their daughters to a blind man, and those willing to ally with the Xie family were often not of suitable standing. Xie Zhao's matrimonial affairs had transformed into a troublesome matter. Now that Chen Shirlu was willing to wed, she naturally wished to facilitate this union. The old matriarch pondered briefly before speaking steadily. In my view, since Chen girl has expressed interest, she and Erlang are of similar age. This union would be quite fitting. Chen Qiwan's heart sank, realizing that the old matriarch had taken an interest in the matter. Chen Shirlu, taken aback by the old matriarch's words, found solace in Xie Zhao's subsequent declaration. I understand grandmother's good intentions, but I have already made my decision and do not wish to delay others. Let us treat today's events as if they never occurred. Xie Zhao spoke in a calm, measured tone, causing the expressions of those at the table to shift dramatically. The old matriarch sighed, conceding, very well. You have always been the most contemplative. I cannot dictate your choices. We shall await your father's return to discuss this further. Chen Qiwan wiped the cold sweat from her brow, unable to restrain herself from glaring at Chen Shirlu. Hurry and take your seat. Chen Shirlu complied, lowering her head. Yet she was acutely aware that as long as her marriage remained unresolved, similar incidents would only multiply in the future. A chill settled in her heart. Today, she could use Xie Zhao as a shield, knowing he harbored no romantic feelings for her and would not take such matters to heart. But what of the future? Could she continue to rely on Xie Zhao as a pretext? Cui Fuiying poured her a glass of wine and quietly inquired, your expression is quite grim. Are you all right? Chen Shirlu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her before shaking her head with a bitter smile. Suddenly, she sensed a burning gaze upon her and instinctively looked up, meeting Xie Xingyan's profound gaze directly across from her. His eyes seemed unusually intense, yet in the blink of an eye, they returned to their usual gentleness. Was it merely an illusion? Sister Chen, do you truly have feelings for Erlang? Cui Fuiying asked without waiting for Chen Shilu to ponder. Although Xie Zhao had made his disinterest clear, Cui Fuiying felt compelled to confirm Chen Shilu's feelings, as she held her in high regard and did not wish to lose her friendship over a man. I harbor no affections for anyone, Chen Shilu replied, easing Cui Fuiying's mind entirely. Her earlier remarks had been a desperate measure. She had only used her cousin as a pretext to quell her aunt's aspirations. Chen Shilu sighed, acknowledging, I owe my cousin an apology. If the chance arises, I shall certainly express my regrets to him. Understanding dawned upon Cui Fuiying, and she felt relieved. This evening's gathering had shifted entirely due to Chen Shilu's words. Each person harbored their own thoughts. The meal lost its flavor, and they departed hastily. Chapter 73. Why so severely before her outside? Darkness had descended, and Cui Fuiying wished to avoid walking alongside others, deliberately slowing her pace to be the last to exit. As she stepped through the courtyard gate, the ground was bathed in moonlight, the surroundings tranquil, with only the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds remaining. Madam, let us return swiftly, Wen Xia said softly, trailing behind her. She gazed at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky. I wish to walk alone. Cui Fuiying replied quietly, you may return. It is dark and chilly. Allow me to accompany you, Wen Xia insisted, concern etched on her face. You need not follow me. Please return, she stated without turning back, continuing her path forward. As night enveloped the lively Xie residence, silence reigned. She wandered aimlessly until, without realizing it, she found herself by the lakeside. Cui Fuiying couldn't help but sigh. Ever since Xie Zhao's eyes were injured and he had become taciturn and elusive, she felt a profound sense of disorientation. Despite her efforts to refrain from dwelling on it, those thoughts would occasionally erupt in her mind. Was Xiaoyan still alive? Could she truly escape from that narrative? Although it was already spring, the night breeze by the lake carried a damp chill that made her shiver involuntarily. Just as she resolved to return, she caught a glimpse of a figure by the lake out of the corner of her eye. In an instant, she recognized that silhouette. Within the entire Xie residence, only Xie Zhao favored white garments. He stood steadfastly by the lake, the night wind billowing his robe, giving him an ethereal appearance as if he belonged to another realm. What could Xie Zhao be doing by the lake at this hour? Where was Qing Shan? It was perilous to leave him alone by the water, especially given his blindness. She instinctively moved to pull Xie Zhao away from the edge, but hesitated mid-step, pondering something that made her retreat. A thought had been swirling in her mind these past days. Could it be true that Xie Zhao was blind? Everyone had confirmed it, yet she found it hard to believe. Perhaps it was because Xie Zhao always appeared so composed and unflappable that she struggled to accept that such a person would never see again. Concealed behind a tree, she quietly observed Xie Zhao, attempting to discern any signs. Yet he merely stood by the lake, making no further movements. She could not fathom how he maintained such composure. Her legs began to ache from standing behind the tree, yet his posture remained as erect as ever. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in an attempt to relieve her tension, inadvertently stepping on a dry twig. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the twig snapping was particularly pronounced. Who is there? Xie Zhao turned his head sharply toward her direction. The gauze covering his eyes had been removed, and when he looked at her, his gaze was sharp, almost giving Cui Fuiying the illusion that he could see. Yet that illusion was fleeting. His gaze quickly lost focus, and he reached out to feel his way, stepping aside and nearly falling into the lake beside him. Her heart raced, and she instinctively called out, "Cousin, don't move." Xie Zhao halted immediately, obeying her command. Cui Fuiying emerged from behind the tree, lifting her skirt and hastening to his side, her voice tinged with anxiety. "You are right next to the lake. Allow me to guide you away. Please do not move." "All right," Xie Zhao replied in an unexpectedly gentle tone. She carefully grasped his hand, which felt cold as ice from standing by the lake for too long. Holding his hand, she slowly directed him towards herself. Xie Zhao walked deliberately, and when he finally reached her side, she let out a sigh of relief. "Where is Qing Shan?" she asked, slightly irritated. "He should be by your side, especially now that your eyes are impaired." "I sent him to attend to other matters," Xie Zhao replied nonchalantly. "When I am in a foul mood, I prefer to be alone." Cui Fuiying paused, looking up at Xie Zhao. From his outward appearance, there was no indication of his discontent. Having remained in a position of prominence for far too long, he had likely grown accustomed to concealing his emotions, ensuring that no one could easily discern his thoughts. However, her presence by the lakeside was perilous. After a brief hesitation, she softly proposed, "I shall stay here with my cousin until Qingshan returns, if that is agreeable." The last two words she uttered were so light they seemed destined to be carried away by the wind. The thin veil of clouds, stirred by the breeze, gradually obscured the crescent moon, casting an increasing gloom around them. Xie Zhao lowered his gaze, his features becoming indistinct in the dim light. He had previously expressed his desire to be alone when feeling low, leaving Cui Fuiying somewhat apprehensive. Just a few days prior, Xie Zhao had kept his distance from her, and she feared he might not consent. "Then I am grateful to my cousin," she replied. Her thought lingered momentarily before she heard Xie Zhao's mellifluous voice resound near her ear. Unconsciously, Cui Fuiying looked up at him, unable to discern his expression, though she vaguely noticed a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Had his mood improved? Suppressing her curiosity, she gently pulled him further from the lake's edge. "Cousin, you are dressed so lightly. The wind by the lake is strong. Be careful not to catch a chill." "Very well," he acquiesced, allowing her to guide him to a nearby pavilion without protest. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but Xie Zhao seemed exceptionally agreeable tonight, as if transformed into a different person. This sensation was peculiar, stirring a subtle feeling within her heart. She helped him settle onto a stone bench and took a seat beside him. Knowing that Xie Zhao was not one to initiate conversation, she felt the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward after a few moments of silence and could not resist asking, "How could Qingshan leave you alone out here for so long?" "I asked him to come later," Xie Zhao replied calmly. Fixating her gaze on him, she recalled his earlier words and, propelled by an inexplicable impulse, inquired, "Cousin, why are you in low spirits?" Xie Zhao turned his head slightly, following the sound of her voice. "Do you believe I should be pleased in my current state?" he asked flatly, making it difficult for her to respond. "I had thought it was due to the incident with Lady Chen tonight," she confessed, fiddling with the hem of her dress as she slowly spoke, realizing that her cousin bore no grudge. "I have known her for a long time. She has never shown me any affection before. It stands to reason that she would not suddenly develop feelings for me after I lost my sight." Xie Zhao's voice was cool and light, as if he were merely using her to appease his grandmother. She did not act with ill intent. Cui Fuiying instinctively felt the need to clarify. "Lady Chen told me that her actions were born of necessity and that she would apologize to you when the opportunity arises." Xie Zhao seemed to chuckle softly. "I understand Lady Chen well enough and would not be bothered by such trivial matters." Hearing this, Cui Fuiying felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Xie Zhao's understanding of Chen Shilv, who he viewed akin to a capricious younger sister, rendered him indifferent to minor grievances. Yet, since her arrival at the Xie household, Xie Zhao had consistently regarded her with suspicion, offering both overt and covert warnings on numerous occasions. Why, then, was he so stringent with her? Chapter 74. Are you upset? With this thought, she could not help but glance at Xie Zhao. Sensing her gaze, he slightly turned his head, his expression betraying confusion. "Why is my cousin silent?" "I merely feel that you are indeed a gentleman," Cui Fuiying responded ambiguously, her admiration for him momentarily stifling her ability to articulate her praise, fearing that her words might provoke his ire. Her statement sounded somewhat peculiar, and Xie Zhao, not dull-witted, could easily perceive her underlying emotions. He furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed. "Are you upset? If so, why?" "You worry too much," Cui Fuiying sighed deeply. "I remember everything you said to me earlier and would never overstep my bounds. How could I be angry?" Xie Zhao's tone grew more assured. "You are indeed upset. With someone like Xie Zhao, even anger would manifest as a mere nuisance. Moreover, in light of his current demeanor, her irritation was, in truth, unfounded." Lady Chen's desire to reject the engagement was not misguided, nor was Xie Zhao's magnanimity. It was her own pettiness that led to her inexplicable discontent. Having known Xie Zhao for merely half a month, she naturally could not compare to Chen Shilv, who had known him since childhood. It was only reasonable that he would treat them differently. Coming to this realization eased her considerably. Yet, Xie Zhao, lost in thought, suddenly asked, "Did you feel upset by Chen Shilv's remarks at the gathering?" She was unsure how he had drawn that connection. Fully aware that Chen Shilv did not harbor feelings for him and could not possibly be upset over such non-existent matters. "Rest assured, my marriage with her will not come to pass," Xie Zhao continued, interpreting her silence as acquiescence. "Even should she express affection for me, the Chen family would never consent to her marrying a blind man." Explaining such matters felt somewhat strange. Xie Zhao's misunderstanding was not necessarily a misfortune. So she chose to respond ambiguously, following his lead. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence once more, the night breeze seeming to grow stronger. Dressed so lightly, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself and quietly inquired, "Why hasn't Qingshan arrived yet?" Xie Zhao paused. "If you are anxious, my cousin, you may return first. It is sufficient for you to wait here alone." "That simply will not do," she immediately rejected. "How could I feel at ease leaving you here by yourself?" From a young age, Xie Zhao had been precocious, distant from both his father and mother, experiencing little warmth in his life. His father treated him as a satisfactory creation, while his mother favored his younger sister, deeming his temperament too cold. This was the first time he had ever heard someone express concern for him. The thought struck him as amusing, and he could not suppress the slight upward curve of his lips. For one destined to inhabit lofty heights, he required only the admiration of others, rather than their overt sympathy or compassion. Yet, hearing such words come so naturally from her lips stirred an inexplicable feeling deep within his chest, as if an invisible thread had been tugged, evoking a sensation unlike any he had previously encountered. Unconsciously, Xie Zhao placed a hand over his heart. The medicine prescribed by Xie Xingyan had already been replaced. Why then did his body respond in such an odd manner? Had someone slipped him something when he wasn't paying attention? As he pondered this, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "My lord! My lord!" It was Qingshan returning. Cui Fuiying sprang to her feet in excitement, eager to approach. But her foot caught on something, causing her expression to shift as she stumbled forward. Xie Zhao instinctively reached out from behind to catch her around the waist. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, and he abruptly realized something, releasing her. Cui Fuiying regained her balance and, coming to her senses, looked up at Xie Zhao. Her tone hesitant. "How did you know I was about to fall?" "I heard my cousin's cry and instinctively reached out. Fortunately, I managed to catch you. Are you unhurt?" His voice was gentle, his gaze unfocused, as if it were lost somewhere far away. I see." Cui Fuiying smiled as she spoke. "I am fine. Thank you, cousin." "You are too courteous, my cousin." "My lord." Qingshan finally arrived. Noticing Cui Fuiying beside Xie Zhao, his expression shifting as he hurried forward, bowing his head. "My lord, what brings you here? I thought you were in trouble." "Qingshan, how could you leave my cousin alone by the lakeside?" "It is far too dangerous," Cui Fuiying chided lightly. "I was concerned and brought him to this pavilion to sit for a while. It is my failure. I apologize for troubling you, Miss Cui, to look after my lord." He draped a cloak over Xie Zhao's shoulders, noting the evening chill. "Be careful not to catch a cold." Seeing Qingshan's actions, Cui Fuiying shivered involuntarily. Having sat in the cold wind for so long, her limbs were already icy. "Since you have arrived, I shall take my leave." "Not so fast," Xie Zhao interjected suddenly. He reached up to remove the cloak, uncertain of Cui Fuiying's whereabouts, and held it in his hands. "I must thank you for accompanying me for so long. Given the evening chill, please take this cloak with you." Cui Fuiying glanced at him and, smiling, accepted the cloak, which she promptly wrapped around herself. "Since my cousin has spoken thus, I shall not decline. I shall temporarily make use of this cloak, and once it is cleaned, I will personally return it to my cousin." As she spoke, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand and, with an air of feigned difficulty, added, "I had forgotten that I am not permitted to enter your courtyard." "Do not worry, cousin, I will have a maid return it." It was evident that she still harbored resentment over the matter of being barred from the Tingzhu courtyard. Qingshan hesitated, uncertain whether he should have informed her that this prohibition had been lifted long ago. Xie Zhao remained silent, cautious not to overstep. Beside them, Xie Zhao chuckled softly. "I was in the wrong earlier. Please do not hold it against me, cousin." His tone was exceptionally gentle, like a refreshing breeze, causing her ears to tingle slightly. "If you wish to visit, the gates of Tingzhu courtyard shall be open for you."
Cui Fuiying paused,
wrapping the cloak around her face so that only her bright eyes were visible. Her voice, muffled by the cloak, was almost imperceptible. "That is more acceptable." She lowered her head and turned to leave. "Shall we return as well, my lord?" Qingshan asked, pulling his gaze away from Cui Fuiying's retreating figure. Xie Zhao responded nonchalantly with an Qingshan took his hand as they exited the pavilion, suddenly hearing Xie Zhao calmly state, "After we return, summon the physician to Tingzhu courtyard." His heart tightened at these words, anxiously inquiring, "Is my lord unwell?" Is there something wrong with your eyes? Xie Zhao replied slowly, his pace deliberate, causing Qingshan's heart to hang in suspense. It is not my eyes. Not your eyes? Then what is it? Qingshan's body tensed. Rest assured, I will promptly fetch the physician. After walking some distance, Cui Fuiying turned to look back. The sky had darkened, and the figures of Xie Zhao and Qingshan had become indistinct, mere dark spots in the distance. She could not help but smirk. Indeed, Xie Zhao's eyes were functioning well. Chapter 75. Turmoil, why have you returned so late? Upon entering, she was immediately approached by Wenxia, who seemed anxious. What has happened? Cui Fuiying removed her cloak and casually handed it over. Nothing of consequence, merely that the maid was worried about your late return. Wenxia took the cloak, puzzled. Where did this cloak come from? You did not take one when you left. It was borrowed from my second cousin. Cui Fuiying seated herself at the table, poured herself a cup of hot tea, and sipped it slowly before adding, Please have it washed, and I shall return it another day. My lady. Wenxia glanced around, then quickly approached her and whispered, How could you still be associating with the second young master? I thought you had given up. The term associating is rather unflattering. Cui Fuiying replied with a lazy glance, smiling brightly. I hold deep feelings for my cousin. How could I give up? Wenxia stared at her, bewildered, as if she had lost her mind, ultimately sighing deeply. Quickly take the cloak and have it washed. Cui Fuiying waved her hand dismissively. Do not look at me with such an expression. Wenxia retreated, full of resentment. Cui Fuiying rested her head in her hand, thoughtfully caressing her teacup. Since Xie Zhao was not blind, it was evident he was aware of Xie Xingyan's attempts to harm him. Perhaps he was biding his time for Xie Xingyan to reveal his true self. Appearing weak could lead an enemy to become complacent, and once complacent, one is prone to mistakes. She reflected on her own actions and words since Xie Zhao's blindness, confirming that she had not behaved in a manner that would raise his suspicions. Even when she had deliberately splashed medicine on him, it had been to avoid drawing attention. And now it seemed that action had garnered her some goodwill in Xie Zhao's eyes. At least, judging by tonight, he was no longer as resistant towards her. Since Xie Zhao intended to feign blindness, she would seize the opportunity to cultivate his affection. A faint smile crept upon her lips. The weather was splendid on this rare occasion. Cui Fuiying opened the window and inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. She recalled that she had not visited Lanxin Courtyard for 2 days. And with the fine weather today, it was the perfect opportunity to see her aunt. Once she had finished her breakfast, she set off to Lanxin Courtyard with Wenxia. However, before she could enter, she was stopped. It would be best if the young lady does not enter today. A matron beside her aunt stepped forward and bowed, her expression grave. The lady is in a foul mood today. It would be prudent not to disturb her. Her mood is poor?
Cui Fuiying inquired, puzzled.
What has happened? The matron hesitated, stating, Such matters are not for us servants to discuss. I beg you not to press me. Observing the matron's expression, Cui Fuiying's demeanor grew serious. In that case, I shall not intrude. She smiled, expressing her gratitude for the warning. Turning away, she retraced her steps. My lady, this is the first time the third madam has not seen you, Wenxia whispered behind her. What could have caused her such displeasure? An ominous premonition stirred within Cui Fuiying. During the previous evening's banquet, Qin Shiwan's expression had been quite unfavorable as she had directly taken Qin Shilu to her own quarters. While the specifics of their conversation were unknown, it was reasonable to surmise that she had scolded Qin Shilu for being too reckless, thereby tempering her ambitions. Qin Shilu's proposal to marry Xie Zhao had been outright rejected, and though her aunt may have been somewhat displeased, it was unlikely she would truly be angry. Moreover, a night had passed, surely the anger would have subsided. Why, then, was her mood worse today than yesterday? Pausing in thought, she stood by the road. My lady? Wenxia called softly. Let us not return just yet, she decided, steadying herself and changing direction. We shall visit Sister Wang. Wang Yingshu had just finished her breakfast and was in the courtyard drying books. The Wang family was renowned for their scholarly pursuits, and much of Wang Yingshu's dowry consisted of rare and unique texts. Having experienced a spell of rain recently, today as fine weather was perfect for airing them out. I have come at an inopportune time and disturbed you. Cui Fuiying called out before she arrived. Sister, your collection of books is truly enviable. If you like any, you may choose one as a gift from me. Wang Yingshu replied, rising to greet her. Do not speak of disturbing. It is a pleasure. Cui Fuiying initially intended to refuse but reconsidered, realizing that these rare texts could prove valuable in the future. Thus, she changed her mind. Is this truly so? Sister, do not think I will shy away. My resolve is stronger than most. Wang Yingshu could not help but laugh at her remark. Of course, I mean it. Feel free to choose. While Cui Fueying was unfamiliar with these ancient texts, she trusted that anything gifted by Wang Yingshu would be of quality. She casually selected one and carefully handed it to Wenxia for safekeeping. Today has indeed been worthwhile. Thank you, sister. Wang Yingshu then invited her to sit and personally poured a cup of tea for her. Why have you come so early? Cui Fueying accepted the teacup and took a sip before slowly explaining, I went to see my aunt, but I was stopped at the door and could not enter. So, I thought to visit you on my way. Your mother did not see you? Wang Yingshu's brow furrowed, evidently puzzled. Why not? Surprised that Wang Yingshu was unaware of the situation, Cui Fueying shook her head. I do not know. The matron in my aunt's courtyard said she was in a poor mood and advised me not to disturb her. After hearing this, Wang Yingshu summoned a maid, whispered something in her ear, and sent her away. Cui Fueying observed her actions and hesitantly asked, Is there something amiss? Chapter 76. One should not break their word. Perhaps it is related to the affairs of the Qin family, and my sister need not be overly concerned, for it bears no direct connection to us. Wang Yingshu spoke in a calm tone, assuring that she had dispatched someone to investigate. And if it were indeed linked to the Qin family, news would soon follow. Cui Fueying gently caressed the teacup in her hands, slowly lifting it to sip, managing a faint smile towards Wang Yingshu. She hoped it was not as she feared. The tea in her cup dwindled, and just as she contemplated rising to leave, the maid Wang Yingshu had previously sent out finally returned. Upon seeing this, Cui Fueying quickly straightened her posture, intending to linger a while longer. What has transpired? Wang Yingshu inquired. The maid leaned in, whispering hastily in her ear. Wang Yingshu's frown deepened, culminating in a sharp exclamation of absurdity. Such a fierce expression was rare for her, causing Cui Fueying's heart to race, igniting her curiosity about the maid's words. Once the maid had exited, Cui Fueying could no longer contain herself and eagerly asked, Sister, do you know why our aunt is so upset? Wang Yingshu glanced at her, sighed deeply, and nodded. What is the cause? Yesterday, after Xie Zhao's father returned and learned of the events at the banquet, he visited the Qin residence under the cover of night. It is unclear what he discussed with Shi Lu's father, but it led to an agreement regarding the betrothal of Shi Lu and Xie Zhao. Cui Fueying was momentarily stunned, not even reacting when the teacup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Wang Yingshu, observing her shock, sighed again. The sound of the teacups shattering roused Cui Fueying from her daze. She looked at Wang Yingshu's serious expression and could not help but ask, But didn't our second cousin make it clear he has no interest in Sister Qin? In matters of aristocratic unions, affection holds little significance, Wang Yingshu replied, a wry smile playing on her lips. It is profit that reigns supreme, as long as there are benefits to be gained. Everything else can be sacrificed. Such is the nature of noble families. I wonder what my uncle offered to the Qin family to persuade Shi Lu's father to relent, allowing his daughter to marry a blind man. Wang Yingshu's words dripped with sarcasm. Cui Fueying fell silent, contemplating her emotions. Wang Yingshu, recalling her affection for Xie Zhao, softened her tone and gently advised, I urged you before to release your fixation on Xie Zhao. Now that this situation has arisen, I must implore you again to forget him. Cui Fueying felt dazed. She had just discovered that Xie Zhao was feigning blindness and had intended to cultivate a favorable impression. How had circumstances shifted so drastically? Yet, they both seemed indifferent towards each other. She sighed, pondering if there remained any possibility for reconciliation. You are still new here, and know little of the Xie family, Wang Yingshu remarked coldly. Xie Zhao's father, Xie Ming, is notoriously domineering. He currently occupies a high-ranking position in the court and is the reigning head of the family, leaving no room for dissent. The only reason Xie Zhao's position remains unchallenged is that my uncle has suppressed all opposition with an iron fist. However, even with his ruthless nature, it is only a matter of time before the Xie clan elders refuse to allow a blind man to inherit the family leadership. Thus, he has arranged this marriage for Xie Zhao to secure his future stability. Cui Fueying sighed softly. From Xie Ming's perspective, the Qin family possesses a solid foundation. If Shi Lu, the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, were to marry Xie Zhao, it would certainly bolster his standing. Therefore, regardless of Xie Zhao's feelings, he must acquiesce to this union. I cannot help but feel sympathy for Shi Lu. She clearly does not wish to marry. yet is coerced into a union with someone she does not love.
And what of me?
If I lose Xie Zhao, what will become of the story? How can I escape this fate? Thank you, sister, for your words today. Cui Fuiying rose and bowed to Wang Yingshu. I understand the gravity of the situation. If my second cousin truly becomes engaged to Sister Chen, I shall not remain silently obsessed. The hour grows late. I shall take my leave. Wang Yingshu hesitated but refrained from saying anything further, merely advising her to rest well and not to overthink. Cui Fuiying nodded in acknowledgement, turning to depart Wang Yingshu's courtyard. On her way back, she found herself wanting to speak to Xie several times, but hesitated upon seeing her expression, swallowing her words. What is it you wish to say? After witnessing Xie's repeated hesitations, Cui Fuiying could no longer restrain herself. If you have something to say, please do. Servant merely wishes to remind you not to forget our purpose in coming to Nanyang, Xie said quietly. If anyone were to arrive, it would be unwise for you to waste time on the second young master. I understand. Cui Fuiying lowered her gaze. I indeed should seek another path for myself. That night, when Ting Xue brought her freshly laundered cloak, Cui Fuiying stared at it in a daze. Please return it to the second young master for me, she said softly, withdrawing her gaze. The Tingzhu courtyard is too far from Jianjia Pavilion, and I am too weary to move. Ting Xue cast a puzzled glance at Xie. Since the mistress has said so, you should hurry along. Xie, fearing Cui Fuiying might change her mind, hastily pushed Ting Xue out the door. However, merely a short while later, Ting Xue returned with the cloak still in her arms. What happened?
Cui Fuiying asked, Bemuzid.
Did I not instruct you to return it to the second young master? The second young master said.
Ting Xue hesitated.
What did he say? He said, since the mistress has expressed a desire to deliver it personally, she ought not to break her word. Ting Xue lowered her head, adding that the second young master had then ordered her to leave. Cui Fuiying was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, exchanging glances with Ting Xue before finally saying, set it down. I shall deliver it myself tomorrow. Ting Xue placed the cloak aside and returned to stand beside her, seemingly on the verge of speaking again. Is there something else? Cui Fuiying glanced at her. Servant has a word, uncertain if it should be spoken. Ting Xue lowered her head, speaking softly. Typically, when others utter such phrases, they are eager to express something. Speak freely, Cui Fuiying urged, intrigued by what she might say. While you were bedridden, you once called out the second young master's name in your sleep. Servant knows you harbor feelings for him. Cui Fuiying was taken aback. Ting Xue usually understood boundaries and knew what to speak of and what to avoid. Why had she suddenly broached such a topic? Why bring this up now? Please forgive me, mistress. Ting Xue knelt before her. I simply wish to understand your current feelings. Do you still hold any affection for the second young master? Cui Fuiying regarded her, her brow furrowing slightly. Instead of answering, she retorted, what if I do? And what if I do not? Forgive my boldness, but I must speak. Ting Xue said, her head bowed, avoiding her gaze. What is it? Such words should not come from me. Ting Xue seemed quite anxious, taking a deep breath before finally finding her resolve. The second young master is not a suitable match. If you truly have feelings for him, it would be wise to reconsider. Cui Fuiying was astonished by Ting Xue's words. She approached her, squatting down to meet her gaze, placing a hand on her shoulder to help her stand. Speak freely. Why have you suddenly brought this up? I cannot bear to see you troubled by matters of the heart, Ting Xue replied, though she kept her head lowered, not daring to meet her eyes. Given that the second young master has lost his sight, he is not someone worthy of your trust. The engagement between Xie Zhao and Qinshi Lu had not yet been announced, and Ting Xue likely remained unaware. Cui Fuiying found herself amused. The notion that Xie Zhao was unworthy was something she had heard countless times from others. No one understood that better than she did. You are quite bold, she remarked lightly, to speak thus. Please forgive me, mistress. As Ting Xue contemplated kneeling once more, she was halted by Cui Fuiying. Bold as she was, it brought her a sense of delight. With a radiant smile directed at Ting Xue, she expressed her understanding that such courage stemmed from concern for her, assuring her that no blame would be cast upon her. Ting Xue gazed at her in a daze. Regarding the matter of the second master, I have my own resolution, she remarked, casting a glance at the cloak upon the table. I appreciate your kindness, yet there is no need for further discussion. You may withdraw for now. Ting Xue could only acquiesce, bowing her head as she retreated. Cui Fuiying approached the table, her hand brushing the cloak lightly. It would be best to return this cloak as swiftly as possible. The following morning, she arrived at Tingzhu courtyard unaccompanied, directly bearing the cloak. The servants, seemingly obeying orders, did not announce her arrival and allowed her entry without delay. They guided her to the outer chamber of Xie Zhao's study before bowing their heads and departing. Cui Fuiying gently tapped on the door, and after a few seconds, a voice from within beckoned her to enter. Steeling herself, she pushed the door open, holding the cloak and stepping inside. I apologize for the intrusion, second master. I have come to return this item. Once delivered, I shall take my leave without delay. Xie Zhao remained silent. Confused, Cui Fuiying lifted her gaze, only to be met by a pair of deep, dark eyes. Xie Zhao sat behind his desk, quietly observing her. Lost in thought, she hesitated, softly calling out, "Second master?" As if just noticing her, he replied, "I appreciate your trouble, cousin. You are too kind, second master." She placed the cloak upon a nearby chair, stating, "I have set the cloak down. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." Just as she was about to depart, Xie Zhao spoke in a measured tone. "I happen to have a request and would appreciate your assistance, cousin."
Cui Fuiying paused, inquiring.
"What is it?" "My cup is empty. May I trouble you to pour me another?" She glanced at the desk before him, seeing the blank sheets of rice paper and the teapot nearby. It was evident he was not blind, yet he still commanded her. "I shall fetch Shan for you," she declared, preparing to exit. "However, in just 2 days, my cousin seems to regard me as a viper." Xie Zhao's voice turned cold, catching her off guard. Her call for assistance faltered in her throat as she turned to face him. He sat at the desk, a thin veil of anger visible on his face, his demeanor more animated than usual. Though only 2 days had passed, much had changed. Cui Fuiying stepped forward, maintaining her composure. "I have heard that you are soon to be engaged to Lady Chen. Though I am but a simpleton, I understand the need to avoid any impropriety with another's betrothed, and thus cannot be as casual as before." Xie Zhao appeared momentarily taken aback. This matter had not been made public, yet your news travels swiftly. She had no desire to engage in further pleasantries with Xie Zhao, stating bluntly, "If you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave." As she turned towards the door, Xie Zhao's voice interrupted, "This marriage shall not come to pass." He looked in her direction, adding, "If your concern is this, rest assured. This engagement is not of my choosing. My father did not seek my opinion, and both Lady Chen and I harbor no intentions towards one another. I shall find a way to dissolve this engagement." Was Xie Zhao explaining himself to her? She scrutinized him for a long moment before softly replying, "Then I hope you achieve your desires. Thus, Lady Chen need not wed someone unwilling." With that, she exited. Xie Zhao remained seated at the desk, his hands slowly clenching into fists. He had never desired this marriage, even planning to resolve it before it became public knowledge. Yet why did he feel the need to explain himself to Cui Fuiying? He lowered his gaze, moving aside the blank sheet of rice paper before him. Beneath it lay a sketch of a beautiful woman, its essence already captured. However, in his haste, he had covered it before the ink had dried, resulting in a blurred visage. Xie Zhao stared at the drawing for an extended time, unconsciously applying pressure with his fingertips, causing the edges of the paper to crinkle. Noticing this, he relaxed his grip, allowing the paper to drift back onto the desk. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Was his attention towards Cui Fuiying becoming excessive? Chapter 78. The subject of the painting. Cui Fuiying walked ahead with her head bowed, her steps quickening. "Beware, miss." A voice from behind suddenly called out in alarm. She paused, startled, but it was already too late. She collided with a solid chest. Cui Fuiying stepped back, rubbing her forehead. "Are you unhurt, miss?" Before she could raise her head, a melodious voice resonated above her. Upon looking up, she was momentarily taken aback. The young man before her stood tall and slender, his almond-shaped eyes slightly drooping as they regarded her. With a high, straight nose and thin lips pressed together, he displayed a hint of concern and curiosity. His handsome features rivaled those of Xie Zhao. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she regained her composure, lowering her head as she softly responded, "I am fine. I apologize for colliding with you, sir." The servant hastily approached, bowing respectfully to the young man. "Young Master Jiang, the second master awaits you inside." "Jiang Gongzi?" "This person is Jiang Jian." Cui Fuiying's heart raced, and she instinctively glanced back at him, only to find Jiang Jian observing her with keen interest. His gaze differed greatly from Xie Zhao's. The latter's eyes coiled around individuals like a snake, instilling both fear and suffocation. Jiang Jian's expression was clean and curious. devoid of any discomforting undertones. It was quite rare for a girl to emerge from second master's quarters. Jiang Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. May I inquire the name of this young lady?
Kui Faiing replied quietly. I am Kui Faiing.
She offered a slight bow, saying, Young Master Jiang, I have matters to attend to, and must take my leave.
Kui Gongzu, walk slowly.
Jiang Zhiyan watched her hastily depart, her pace quick, as if something were pursuing her. He curiously touched his own face, turning to the nearby servant. Do I appear frightening? The servant remained unfazed, responding, Young Master possesses an extraordinary appearance. Jiang Zhiyan chuckled heartily, satisfied as he patted the servant's shoulder, leading the way ahead. He followed the servant into Tingzhu Courtyard, a place he had visited many times, easily navigating to Xie Zhao's study even with his eyes closed. They nearly collided with another servant who was carrying something, prompting the servant to swiftly step aside and bow his head, clearing the path for them. Jiang Zhiyan cast a sidelong glance, his attention suddenly drawn to the object in the servant's hands. What is this? He approached and took the item, examining it with interest. A painting of a beautiful woman. The ink slightly blurred? Xie Zhao could create such works? This is waste paper that the second master instructed to be disposed of, the servant explained, keeping his head down. I kindly ask you to return it. It would be a pity to lose such a rare painting. Jiang Zhiyan's gaze shifted, carefully folding the paper and placing it in his own robe. Why not give it to me? The servant appeared troubled, explaining. The second master's instructions are not to be defied. Please do not make it difficult for me. No worries, I will speak with him about it. You may leave now. Jiang Zhiyan waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I would quibble over a piece of discarded paper with him? The servant reluctantly nodded. Jiang Zhiyan approached the study door but did not speak, instead pushing the door open and walking inside. Xie Zhao lifted his gaze at the sound, his expression solemn. What troubles you, I wonder? Jiang Zhiyan approached him and casually took a seat, remarking that the emperor had issued an edict yesterday, stripping Wenren Hong of his title as heir, which should bring him some joy. Just a Wenren Hong, Xie Zhao replied coldly, his demise is hardly cause for celebration. Indeed. Jiang Zhiyan picked up a pastry from the table, took a bite and sipped his tea, sighing contentedly. Your tea is still the finest. If you fancy it, you may take some home later, Xie Zhao replied expressionlessly. Then I shall not be polite, Jiang Zhiyan said, sipping his tea before slowly adding. The third prince, who had been missing for quite some time, has suddenly resurfaced. The atmosphere in the harem is now exceedingly tense. I visited my aunt yesterday. Her brow was furrowed with worry, fearful that this sudden appearance of the third prince might pose a threat to her son. A prince who has been missing for so long is not to be feared, Xie Zhao said, frowning slightly, yet the timing of his return is suspicious. It would be wise to investigate. Naturally, I have already dispatched someone to look into it. I will inform you as soon as I receive news, Jiang Zhiyan assured him. Xie Zhao nodded. When do you intend to restore your sight? Jiang Zhiyan inquired curiously, as rumors circulated outside, speculating on when he would relinquish the position of future head of the family to Xie Xingyan. Some even openly wagered that he would certainly fall from that position within half a month. Is that so? Xie Zhao replied, unperturbed. I presume you have placed a bet as well. Of course, I have wagered that you will not. Jiang Zhiyan smiled. You cannot let me lose my money. It will be soon, Xie Zhao said, raising his gaze. But before that, I must resolve a troublesome matter. Troublesome matter? It does not concern you. Jiang Zhiyan was accustomed to Xie Zhao's cold remarks. He shrugged, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. After knowing you for so many years, I have never seen you paint any beautiful portraits. I wonder for whom that painting, which Huaizhong discarded, was created? Xie Zhao was momentarily taken aback, his hands tightening slightly, feeling a sudden embarrassment as though his secret had been uncovered. However, he was adept at concealing his emotions, maintaining a calm facade, leaving even Jiang Zhiyan unaware of any change in him. I merely painted it out of boredom, he replied, his expression unchanged. Jiang Zhiyan observed the painting, noting the meticulous strokes that clearly indicated it was not a mere casual effort. He considered revealing the paper from his chest to confront Xie Zhao but ultimately refrained, knowing that this would only provoke Xie Zhao's ire and lead to his expulsion. Never mind, I shall observe who the woman truly is before making any further comments. Cui Fuiying returned to the Jinjiao pavilion, where a maid greeted her respectfully, stating, Cousin, Madame Chen has been waiting for you for a long time. Madame Chen? She quickly realized it was Chen Shirlu and hurried inside, curious as to why Chen Shirlu had come. Chen Shirlu was sitting on a swing in the courtyard, lazily pushing herself along the ground. Madam Chen? Cui Fuiying asked, surprised. What brings you here? Hearing her voice, Chen Shirlu sat up from the swing, looking a bit embarrassed. I want to talk to you. I apologize for visiting so suddenly and interrupting. Cui Fuiying seemed to understand something at once, smiling as she shook her head, taking Chen Shirlu's hand and sitting together on the swing. You are not interrupting at all. I welcome you whenever you come to see me. Chen Shirlu forced a smile. Cui Fuiying guessed that she had come due to marriage matters, but since Chen Shirlu did not speak, she refrained from pressing her. My father intends to betroth me to Xie Zhao. Finally, Chen Shirlu sighed softly. I have a rebellious nature and few friends in Nanyang. Such a significant matter is not easy to discuss with others. After much contemplation, I felt that only you could understand. I hope you do not think ill of me. Sister, for you to confide in me means you truly regard me as a friend. Cui Fuiying smiled. How could I resent a friend? Chen Shirlu smiled back at her. I was quite confident that my father would never agree to betroth me to Xie Zhao, yet unexpectedly, he has consented. Chen Shirlu appeared bewildered. This is partly my fault. If I hadn't used my second cousin as a pretext, this situation would not have arisen. Now it feels like I've shot myself in the foot, dragging my second cousin down with me. She sighed deeply, filled with regret. Sister, do you not wish to marry the second young master simply because he is blind? Cui Fuiying asked cautiously. What if he could regain his sight? Chen Shirlu chuckled bitterly. My reluctance to marry the second young master stems from my aversion to marriage itself. Unrelated to him. Throughout my life, I have witnessed many women marry against their will for the sake of their families. Even my mother did not truly love my father. He had countless concubines, and I have lost count of their quarrels. There was hardly any warmth between them. Perhaps I am selfish, but I refuse to become like that. If I cannot find someone I truly love, I would rather remain single for life. She lowered her head, staring vacantly at the stones at her feet. I understand. Cui Fuiying suddenly grasped her hand, speaking earnestly. There is nothing wrong with pursuing what you desire. Why must the glory of a noble family come at the cost of a woman's happiness? A man can take multiple wives, yet a woman must remain chaste. What kind of reasoning is that? Chen Shirlu stared at her wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words, but upon reflection, found her argument to be quite reasonable. Sister, you. She attempted to speak, but Cui Fuiying continued, if you truly do not wish to marry Xie Zhao, why not find a way to annul this engagement? Annulling the engagement? A spark of hope flickered in Chen Shirlu's eyes, but quickly dimmed again. It is too late. My father has already discussed it with my aunt's husband. It is merely a matter of finalizing it. Even if you enter the bridal chamber, as long as you do not wish to, you can still divorce. Since you have not yet truly become engaged, it is not too late. Cui Fuiying insisted earnestly, if you are willing, I would like to help you. Chapter 79. Why does my cousin not choose a better match? To annul the engagement between Chen Shirlu and Xie Zhao is not particularly difficult. Yet it is not simple either. Chen Kongping, Chen Shirlu's father, like many others from noble families, likely agreed to this union because Xie Ming promised him benefits he could not refuse, compelling him to sacrifice his daughter's lifelong happiness for this marriage. To dissolve the engagement, one must sway either Xie Ming or Chen Kongping to change their minds. Given how hard Xie Ming worked to secure this ideal match, he would certainly be reluctant to reconsider. The only way to change his mind would be if the Chen family were to collapse tomorrow or if Chen Shirlu's reputation were to be ruined. However, neither of these scenarios is within her capability. After much contemplation, she decided to focus on Xie Zhao. If he were to voluntarily withdraw from the engagement, it would spare Chen Shirlu from her father's reprimand and alleviate their troubles. However, even if her second cousin were to approach her father personally, he may still refuse to agree. Chen Shirlu's tone was despondent, for in her view, a child's marriage is only settled with the consent of both parents. Their opinions hold little weight. You must at least make your father understand that Xie Zhao does not wish to marry you, and that you will not be happy should you wed him, Cui Fuiying stated, believing this premise could make matters easier. Would my cousin be willing? Chen Shirlu hesitated. Since losing his sight, he has hardly left the estate. This is not only for your sake but also for his. He would not refuse. You are right. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, I might as well give it a try. Even if I fail, at least I can say I made an effort. Chen Shirlu stood up, clenching her fists. I will go find my second cousin right away. She bid farewell to Cui Fuiying and hurried out of the Jianjia pavilion. making her way toward the Tingzhu courtyard. As she passed a pond, she was unexpectedly stopped by someone. "Elder cousin?" she exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Cousin Shirlu, I wish to discuss a matter with you," Xie Xingyan said with a gentle smile. "Might you have a moment?" "At present, I find myself somewhat preoccupied. May I inquire what it is that you wish to speak of? Do you truly desire to wed my second brother?" Xie Xingyan asked candidly. She was momentarily taken aback. Puzzled. Given that my second brother is now blind, he is hardly a worthy candidate for such a commitment. Why not choose someone of greater merit? Chen Shirlu gradually grasped the implication of her elder cousin's words. Was he suggesting himself? Though I may not possess the looks or talents of my second brother, at least I am physically sound, and I assure you, dear cousin, that I would cherish you dearly after marriage. Why not consider me instead? Should Xie Xingyan propose to her, her father would undoubtedly choose him over Xie Zhao without hesitation. Yet neither of these men was her desire. In that moment, Chen Shirlu realized her initial error. She should not have fabricated her affection for Xie Zhao merely to reject the engagement with Xie Xingyan. Such a ruse brought her no benefit but only trouble for both parties.
Now,
she would not use her wish to decline the match with Xie Zhao as a means to bind herself to Xie Xingyan, as it would only complicate matters further. She pressed her lips together, bowed respectfully to Xie Xingyan, and stated solemnly, "I am grateful for your affection, dear cousin, yet we are not suited for one another. You deserve a better match. I have matters to attend to, and must take my leave." With that, she did not await Xie Xingyan's response but hastened towards the direction of Tingzhu courtyard. After being rebuffed, Xie Xingyan turned away, his gaze heavy upon Chen Shirlu's retreating figure, his lips curling into a cold smirk. A rare visitor indeed. Chen Shirlu, upon seeing Xie Zhao, lowered her head in embarrassment. "Cousin, I have come today to offer my apologies. My earlier declaration of affection for you was merely a pretext to refuse the engagement with the eldest son. I believed my father would never allow such a union. Hence my words were misguided. I seek your forgiveness today." Upon hearing her confession, Xie Zhao's expression remained unchanged, as if unfazed. Chen Shirlu anxiously regarded him, her heart racing. After a long pause, Xie Zhao finally replied, "I understand your predicament, dear cousin. I hold no resentment towards you." Hearing this, her shame deepened. Chen Shirlu lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "You must know that my father intends to betroth us," and she shut her eyes, gathering her courage to say, "I implore you, cousin, to find a way to meet my father and dissolve this engagement. Even if you had not sought me out, I would have taken this step." Chen Shirlu's eyes flew open in surprise. "Really? Yet this matter is not easily resolved." Xie Zhao replied gravely, "My father is obstinate and will not heed my counsel, and I suspect your father is similarly inflexible. Otherwise, you would not be so distressed." "I am well aware of this," Chen Shirlu said, feeling despondent. "I had planned to resign myself to fate, but had it not been for the encouragement of Sister Fueying, I might not have found the courage to approach you." "Sister Fueying?" Xie Zhao suddenly inquired. "Was it she who advised you?" "Indeed." Chen Shirlu nodded, perplexed by his sudden interest, but continued, "Sister Fueying urged me that all is not yet settled, and I should not give up easily." "I see." For reasons unknown, Chen Shirlu felt that the demeanor of the man before her had softened, his tone less frigid than before. "Might you have a strategy, cousin?" she inquired, suppressing her curiosity. Xie Zhao smiled gently at her, before suggesting, "We should first compare our birth charts. Should they not align?" Chen Shirlu's eyes brightened, yet quickly clouded with worry. "I fear my father's mind is made up. Such a matter may not sway their intentions." "Indeed, yet if, at this juncture, a more suitable candidate arises, I believe your father might reconsider. Marrying you to a blind man like me may not be seen as a prudent choice." Chen Shirlu was taken aback, immediately rejecting the notion. "I do not wish to marry you, cousin, not because of your blindness, but because I desire to wed someone of my own choosing. While your suggestion might sever this engagement if I were to marry another afterward, it would amount to little difference in my eyes. There is no need for haste, dear cousin." Xie Zhao replied confidently, "I assure you, this matter will only resolve the betrothal between us, and will not bring you any complications. However, we will need assistance from another." Chen Shirlu asked, puzzled. "Who?"
Kui Faying.
Chapter 80. The poetry gathering. What is all that commotion up ahead? A woman remarked, gazing curiously at the crowd. "Oh, you must not be aware. That is the poetry gathering hosted by young Master Jiang," a nearby enthusiast promptly explained. "Young Master Jiang?" You clearly are not from Nanyang. He is the sole heir of the Jiang family, one of the four great families, Jiang Zhiyuan, a man of noble status. Not to mention his charming demeanor and remarkable appearance, his poetry gatherings are always quite the spectacle.
I must go see for myself.
The woman, intrigued, pushed her way into the throng. The poetry gathering was at a crucial juncture. Cui Fuiying sat beside Qin Shi as someone on stage recited their own verses. New willows brush the city walls, the eastern wind scatters the dust of songs. The nobleman, with wine in hand, still recalls last year's guests. Jiang Zhiyuan, seated above, opened his eyes after listening and with a bored expression remarked, "This poem is rather cliched and lacks originality. If today's poetry is of such caliber, it becomes rather tedious." The poet on stage flushed, descending amidst the laughter of the audience. Were this gathering hosted by another, they might not speak so candidly as Jiang Zhiyuan, thus losing some of the charm. "It is your turn now." Cui Fuiying lightly nudged Qin Shi. "There is no need to be anxious. Simply recite the poem I provided, and I assure you, the title of champion will surely be yours today." Qin Shi hesitated. "I have never showcased my poetic abilities before an audience. Can I truly manage this?" "Heaven knows, earth knows, I know," Cui Fuiying assured her. "No one will be the wiser." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi finally summoned the courage to rise and address the crowd. "I shall go." Cui Fuiying raised her eyes and exchanged a glance with Jiang Zhiyuan. After learning of Xie Zhao's plan, she had initially intended to refuse. But aside from Qin Shi, she could find no one better suited. Moreover, she had promised to assist as best she could. Yet the most significant reason was that among the male leads, Jiang Zhiyuan was the one who respected the female lead the most. He had never exerted any pressure on her. In fact, upon learning of the other male lead's existence, he had suffered greatly, wishing to distance himself from her. And he had truly done so. He was the only male lead who did not end up with the female lead in the conclusion. Thus, she felt emboldened to participate in this poetry gathering. The aim of today's gathering was to ensure that Jiang Zhiyuan would fall for Qin Shi at first sight. With Jiang Zhiyuan as a viable alternative, how could Chen's father still wish to marry Qin Shi to Xie Zhao? All she had to do was play the supporting role on stage, making it known to the audience that Jiang Zhiyuan had an interest in Qin Shi. Once this news spread throughout Nanyang, Chen's father would surely be unable to remain idle. Compared to a blind man, the head of the Jiang family would undoubtedly be a more desirable match. The brilliance of this plan lay in the fact that Jiang Zhiyuan was already the head of the Jiang family. No one could compel him to marry. Although rumors might circulate afterward in Nanyang, in this day and age, Jiang Zhiyuan's admiration for Qin Shi's talent during the poetry gathering would not tarnish their reputations, but rather become a celebrated story. For both parties, there would be no loss. Qin Shi had already reached the front of the stage, while Jiang Zhiyuan rested his head on his hand, gazing at her with a lackluster interest. Although he had agreed to assist Xie Zhao, he did not expect her to produce anything remarkable. It was merely a performance to accommodate her. "I merely hope that this Madame Chen's poem will not be too lackluster. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Please commence." He extended his hand gently. After Jiang Zhiyuan finished speaking, he lifted the teacup from the table and slowly brought it to his lips, savoring a delicate sip. Qin Shi, far from being timid, had already resolved to recite the poem that Cui Fuiying had transcribed for her. The late sun shines upon the beautiful rivers and mountains. The spring breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and grass. The mud softens as swallows take flight. The sand warms as mandarin ducks nestle in slumber. The river is azure. Birds surpass the white. The mountains are green, and flowers seem to ignite. Spring has passed once more. When will the return year arrive? Her voice rang clear and resonant, and as she completed the poem, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. With a sudden clatter, Jiang Zhiyuan's teacup slipped from his grasp, the tea spilling across his robe. Yet he appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated on Qin Shi. Shock, disbelief, confusion, and delight surged within him, a torrent of emotions overwhelming his heart. "When will the return year arrive?" he murmured, the corners of his eyes inexplicably moistening. Qin Shi glanced at Jiang Zhiyuan in surprise. She was not well acquainted with him, having only crossed paths twice at social gatherings. This enigmatic head of the Jiang family seemed cheerful and generous, yet in Nanyang, no one had ever claimed to be truly close to him. She had not anticipated such remarkable acting skills from him. Cui Fuiying, witnessing Jiang Zhiyuan's shifting expressions, could not help but mentally applaud. With such talent, she felt no need to play the supportive role. It was evident to all present. Realizing his uncharacteristic display of emotion, Jiang Zhuoyan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Miss Chen, your poem is truly a masterpiece, a divine creation. The 4 couplets and 8 lines breathe life into spring, each word teeming with emotion, capturing the essence of the universe within its form. Wielding the power to shape all things with the stroke of a pen, he gazed earnestly at Qin Shilu, articulating each word with gravitas. I am in awe.
Quifying.
Contemplating how to speak next, was jolted by Jiang Zhuoyan's concluding remarks, her heart racing as she looked up at him. She had never felt her heart race so rapidly. Did Jiang Zhuoyan truly embody the qualities she had imagined? Across the hall, Xie Zhao sat by the window, observing the scene before him. His vantage point allowed him to capture the reactions of all present. Young master, my subordinates are rather perplexed, Qing Shan whispered beside him. If the intention is to lead Madame Chen's father to believe that young Master Jiang has affections for her, there are countless simpler methods. Why resort to such convoluted tactics? He hesitated, pondering aloud. Even if this method were employed, it would suffice to arrange for a few individuals to embellish the chatter in the crowd, and the rumors would swiftly spread throughout Nanyang. There seems to be no need for Miss Cui to be the one. Xie Zhao toyed with the teacup in his hand, his gaze fixed on a particular direction. Following his line of sight, Qing Shan realized the individual seated there was none other than Madame Cui. Yet, at that moment, she was gazing intently at someone, her expression dazed, an unusual display of vulnerability. Qing Shan was taken aback. Who could Madame Cui be so entranced by? Following her gaze, he found it rested on Jiang Zhuoyan. Was she truly captivated by young Master Jiang? Xie Zhao withdrew his gaze, his expression inscrutable as he stared at his teacup. After a prolonged silence, he let out a slight, sardonic chuckle. Let us return home. He set down the teacup, his voice low and firm. Chapter 81. Who is the poet? Meanwhile, the poetry gathering continued on stage. Jiang Zhuoyan surveyed the room, declaring, Today, Miss Chen shall take the crown. Does anyone dissent? I concur. Cui Fuiying snapped back to reality, recalling her purpose for the day, and promptly echoed his sentiment. Although the majority in the audience might not discern the quality of poetry, they could glean much from Jiang Zhuoyan's reaction. Given that even the renowned Jiang family scion displayed such emotion, it was evident how stunning Qin Shilu's poem was. Indeed, I agree. Once one voice rose, others followed suit, and given the undeniable brilliance of Qin Shilu's work, there was little room for doubt. Feeling a wave of relief, Qin Shilu bowed slightly to Jiang Zhuoyan. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Jiang Zhuoyan stood and, before the crowd, removed a pendant from his waist, approaching Qin Shilu with measured steps. Miss Chen, your talent is exceptional, and I am greatly impressed. This pendant is a prize creation by the esteemed jade craftsman Sima Ying, which I have cherished for many years. I wish to present it to you as a token of today's poetry gathering. Upon hearing Sima Ying's name, the audience erupted into whispers. Sima Ying was a renowned jade craftsman known for her eccentricity. She rarely accepted commissions from nobility. After announcing her retirement from jade crafting years ago, her works had become both precious and scarce. This gift was undeniably valuable. Moreover, while tokens of appreciation in the past were typically antiquities or calligraphy, it was unheard of for young Master Jiang to gift a personal pendant. The generosity of Jiang Zhuoyan took Qin Shilu by surprise. She regarded the pendant he offered. It is said that a gentleman must wear jade, she mused, observing the smooth, lustrous edges of the pendant, which clearly bore the marks of frequent handling. Jiang Zhuoyan had publicly presented this cherished item to assist her, deeply moving her. Resolving to return the pendant to him and express her gratitude once her objectives were fulfilled, she accepted it with heartfelt thanks. Thank you, young Master Jiang. At that moment, Cui Fuiying's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She longed to approach Jiang Zhuoyan for confirmation of her suspicions, yet mindful of her task, she blended into the crowd, murmuring vague comments. Did young Master Jiang truly gift his personal pendant to Madame Chen? Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? They appear as a match made in heaven, truly well-suited. Her petite figure rendered her inconspicuous amidst the crowd, and she initially failed to notice who was speaking. Gradually, she began to comprehend the implications. Observing the two on stage, it was unmistakable that they shared an intimate connection. Gossip and rumors spread swiftly, regardless of time. As the audience began to murmur, Cui Fueying exhaled in relief and maneuvered her way out of the crowd. I hope this tactic proves effective. Meanwhile, as Chen Shirlu prepared to leave the stage, Jiang Zhuiyan suddenly blocked her path. Confused, she looked up. Madam Chen, your poem today was truly astonishing. Yet I have a few queries that I hope you might clarify for me. Jiang Zhuiyan's hand, concealed by his wide sleeve, clenched tightly, and his gaze upon Chen Shirlu was almost fervent. Chen Shirlu paused, sensing an oddity. The performance had concluded. The gathering should be dispersing. Yet Jiang Zhuiyan seemed intent on prolonging the encounter. I have matters to attend to and may not be available. Where might you be headed, madam? My carriage can escort you. Jiang Zhuiyan appeared oblivious to her subtle refusal, stepping closer. At that moment, Chen Shirlu sensed something amiss. Jiang Zhuiyan's eagerness felt excessive. Since young Master Jiang is so enthusiastic, it would be impolite to decline. Cui Fueying interjected, her voice ringing clear. Then we are most grateful to young Master Jiang. Both turned to regard Cui Fueying, who had suddenly interjected. Jiang Zhuiyan furrowed his brow slightly, displaying reluctance. He wished only to converse with Chen Shirlu. The presence of an outsider would inevitably complicate matters. Chen Shirlu, upon hearing Cui Fueying's words, turned her head to glance at her. Cui Fueying winked at her and said, Sister Shirlu, it would be wise not to dismiss young Master Jiang's good intentions. After a moment's hesitation, Shirlu replied, In that case, I thank young Master Jiang. Thus, the three of them boarded Jiang Zhiyan's carriage. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was delicate. Chen Shirlu sat in the center, while the other two occupied either side. For reasons unknown, Jiang Zhiyan fixated on her the moment they entered, while Cui Fueying unusually directed her gaze towards Jiang Zhiyan. A thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead as she pondered. Could it be that Fueying has taken a liking to Jiang Zhiyan? Otherwise, how could one explain her unabashed scrutiny? Jiang Zhiyan's unwavering gaze upon her, even after boarding the carriage, made her question whether he truly harbored feelings for her. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to break the oppressive silence. I must express my gratitude to young Master Jiang for today's affairs. Your willingness to assist is a kindness I shall remember. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. It is but a trifling matter, Jiang Zhiyan smiled. The silence returned once more. Just as she felt the urge to fill the void with conversation, Jiang Zhiyan finally spoke. Is today's poem composed by Miss Chen? Despite his efforts to suppress his tone, a hint of eagerness betrayed him. Chen Shirlu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Cui Fueying. Although she was not well versed in poetry, having been surrounded by aristocratic children from a young age, she could discern the poem's brilliance. Jiang Zhiyan could not possibly think she was the author, believing her to be exceptionally talented. Could he? As she contemplated how to clarify this misunderstanding, she was interrupted by Cui Fueying, who had remained silent since boarding the carriage. To be candid with young Master Jiang, this poem was not composed by Miss Chen. The true poet is someone else. Jiang Zhiyan was taken aback, redirecting his gaze towards Cui Fueying, whom he had not focused on since they boarded. Could it be that the poet is you? His eyes scrutinized her closely, as if seeking some clue. Cui Fueying felt an indescribable emotion wash over her, causing her to tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head and murmured, It was not I who composed it either. Jiang Zhiyan visibly sank into disappointment, but quickly pressed on. Where can the poet be found? I do not know, Cui Fueying replied slowly. She lifted her head, meeting Jiang Zhiyan's gaze. Both tried to delve into the depths of each other's eyes, searching for something. Such a poem, Jiang Zhiyan mused, can perhaps only be found in dreams. I once dreamt of wandering through a celestial realm and was fortunate enough to hear this poem. Jiang Zhiyan's expression shifted subtly. In my dream, the poet's surname seemed to be due, and the denizens of that ethereal place referred to him as the poet sage. Jiang Zhiyan's pupils constricted. He gazed at Cui Fueying, a mist clouding his vision, making it difficult to discern her features. In that moment, it felt as if all surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only Cui Fueying's words reverberating in his mind. He had lost count of how many times he had dreamt of such a scenario, yet, when it finally materialized, his immediate reaction was not elation, but fear. Fear that it was yet another dream, and upon awakening, he would find only the cold, unyielding reality. Perhaps I shared the same dream with you, he replied in a hoarse voice. Cui Fueying's eyes brimmed with warmth. Chen Shirlu looked at the two of them in confusion, unable to grasp their conversation. What are you talking about? What dream? What poet's age? I cannot comprehend a word. I have developed a fondness for Miss Cui since our first meeting. Might you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Jiang Zhiyan eagerly inquired. I know of a tavern renowned for its exquisite osmanthus wine. Cui Fuiying, suppressing her excitement, nodded in agreement. Since young Master Jiang has suggested it, I cannot decline. Stop the carriage. Jiang Zhiyan called out immediately. What is your command, young master? The coachman inquired. Please ensure Miss Chen returns home safely, without incident. Jiang Zhiyan instructed as he lifted the carriage curtain and disembarked. He extended his hand to Cui Fuiying. Be careful, Miss Cui. As she placed her hand in his, preparing to step down, she suddenly turned to the bewildered Chen Shirlu. Shirlu, I have some matters to discuss with young Master Jiang. You may return first, and I shall seek you out when I can. Chen Shirlu nodded in understanding, and with that, Cui Fuiying eagerly descended the carriage. The two stood by the roadside, watching as the carriage carrying Chen Shirlu gradually disappeared from view. Just as Cui Fuiying was about to speak, Jiang Zhiyan interrupted her. This is not a suitable place for conversation. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed a nearby establishment. There happens to be a tavern of mine nearby. Let us go there to converse. Very well. The tavern Jiang Zhiyan referred to was the renowned Zui Xianglu, a well-known den of indulgence in Nanyang. Bustling with patrons and seemingly unaffected by the recent events surrounding the young Master Chen. Young Master, what brings you here today? A woman approached them as they reached the entrance, holding a fan lightly against her nose. Upon catching sight of Cui Fuiying, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appears to be the first time you have brought a lady here. She must be quite remarkable. As she approached, a strong fragrance emanated from her, evoking the sensation of being enveloped in a sea of blossoms. Might I ask which family you hail from, my lady? Spring Lady, you have my respects, she said with a radiant smile. Enough, Spring Lady, do not tease her further. Jiang Zhiyan shot her a glance, instructing the staff to bring a pot of hot tea and some pastries, while also ensuring the surrounding patrons kept their distance, warning them not to disturb without his explicit permission. Spring Lady, perceptive as she was, immediately complied. Jiang Zhiyan had his own private room in Zui Xianglu, an oasis of tranquility where he often enjoyed solitary drinks, savoring the laughter and merriment from below, offering a unique experience. The waitstaff soon brought everything, then discreetly exited, closing the door behind them. Here, we are free from eavesdroppers, Jiang Zhiyan remarked, feeling an unusual sense of nervousness as he regarded the person before him. What you said in the carriage earlier. His voice faltered as he picked up the teacup, draining its contents in one gulp before setting it down with a thud. The hand that held the cup trembled slightly. He forced a smile. I apologize for my awkwardness. I understand what is on your mind, young master, Cui Fuiying replied, her own composure wavering. It was in moments like these that one could truly grasp the feeling of encountering a kindred spirit in a foreign land. Moreover, in this foreign place, perhaps only the two of them could genuinely comprehend one another. That poem was composed by Du Fu. Upon hearing your comment, I suspected you might share my sentiments, she continued, her voice slightly hoarse. I never anticipated encountering someone like me in such a place. So you truly have traveled from another time? Jiang Zhiyan's voice trembled slightly.
Cui Fuiying nodded firmly.
Their eyes met, and they both felt an unspoken bond, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Zhiyan leaned his head on his hand and, after a prolonged silence, let out a soft laugh, yet it was tinged with bitterness. I almost believed this was merely a dream, a figment of my imagination. Hearing this, Cui Fuiying's eyes stung with emotion, nearly spilling over with tears. The pangs of longing and fear were sentiments only they could truly understand. When did you arrive? She inquired. Finally lifting his gaze, Jiang Zhiyan took a deep breath before responding. It has been so long that I can scarcely recall. I believe it was when this body was 6 years old. Ever since, I have sought others like myself, but after so much time, I was on the verge of giving up. Jiang Zhiyan had been here for so long. I have been here for less than a year, she replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. Jiang Zhiyan fell into a moment of silence. In that world, I should have long ceased to exist. The memories of the past have been sealed away for too long, becoming indistinct, with only a vague sense of dissatisfaction sustaining him, preventing him from fully letting go. Cui Fuiying suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly inquired, Do you know that this world is a story world? Her voice abruptly halted. Jiang Zhiyan looked at her with confusion. What? Judging by her expression, it seemed she was unaware. If he were to discover that the world he had inhabited for so many years was merely a book, a narrative devoid of logic, and that he was one of its male protagonists, the blow would be unimaginable. Furthermore, she found it difficult to voice such thoughts. Cui Fuiying sighed, forget it. Since you have been here for so long, have you found any means of escape? At this point, Jiang Ziyan's expression darkened as expected, and he shook his head. I don't know whether I am fortunate or unfortunate to have become Jiang Ziyan. I was so calm to the point of indifference. The Jiang family is quite complex. When I first arrived, I feared that a single misstep could cost me my life, leaving no time to contemplate escape. It wasn't until I had carved out a place for myself and had the means to protect my life that I could even think about it. Though he spoke lightly, Cui Fuiying could imagine how arduous it must have been for him to survive in such a complicated family. Trust was scarce. One could only rely on oneself. Thankfully, all that was in the past. Cui Fuiying sincerely reassured him, now that you are the head of the Jiang family, no one can harm you. She couldn't help but dream of their shared companionship, adding, moreover, we are no longer alone in this world. Perhaps we can find a way back together. The mere thought of this possibility dimmed her tone, and fearing her emotions might affect Jiang Ziyan, she forced a smile, saying, at least we have each other. I can be your source of encouragement. Jiang Ziyan regarded her, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting in response. For a long time, he had doubted whether he had already lost his sanity. The other world was an absurd dream that he could never share with others. He could only bear and digest it alone. As time passed, that world grew increasingly distant from him, yet on the brink of madness. Someone finally appeared to tell him that it was not merely a figment of his delusion, it truly existed. Cui Fuiying likely had no inkling of how significant this revelation was for him. In a moment of panic, he poured himself a cup of tea, raising it to his lips and drinking it all in one go. The tea was an exquisite rarity, yet he could not savor its fragrance. Merely acting like a common man, using the gesture to suppress the tumult of emotions he could barely contain, Jiang Ziyan set the cup down with a long exhale, relieved he had not acted inappropriately and frightened the person before him. Let me escort you back. He gripped his palm tightly. The pain kept him alert, reminding him that everything before him was not a dream. Jiang Ziyan smiled gently, as any normal person would. All right, Cui Fuiying replied, her smile radiant, I appreciate it. Jiang Ziyan had already sent Chen Shilu home in his carriage, leaving the two of them to walk slowly back to the Xie residence. Just as they were about to exit the Zui Xiang building, Cui Fuiying suddenly recalled something and declined his offer to accompany her. The matters concerning the Chen family are still unresolved. It would be wise for you not to get too close to me to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. Jiang Ziyan paused for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right, I will have someone see you home. Cui Fuiying nodded, raised her hand to wave goodbye. See you. It had been a long time since he bid farewell to anyone in such a manner, and his hand felt somewhat stiff as he lifted it. Jiang Ziyan mirrored Cui Fuiying's gesture, waving with a dazed tone. Goodbye. She smiled. He gazed at her smile and attempted to mimic it. Cui Fuiying was genuinely delighted, her steps light as she left. Had it not been for the presence of others, she might have even skipped with joy. Despite this, her excitement was evident until she reached the Xie residence, where she finally tempered her smile and entered with steady steps. Today was truly an unexpected delight for her. To encounter someone from the same place in such a setting was nothing short of fortunate. With a smile, she returned to Jianjia Pavilion, her happiness so apparent that even Tingxue could not help but ask, My lady, what has brought you such joy? Cui Fuiying cupped her face, pinching her somewhat sore smiling muscles. Oh, nothing much. She accepted the tea Tingxue handed her, taking a sip before softly inquiring, Tingxue, having grown up in Nanyang, you must know Jiang Ziyan, right? Tingxue paused. Young Master Jiang? Of course, I know him. And what kind of person do you think he is? Tingxue's expression turned slightly peculiar. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Oh, nothing special. I simply attended young Master Jiang's poetry gathering today and became curious. Young Master Jiang is quite renowned in Nanyang. His literary talent, looks, and character are all exceptional. Unlike the second young master, he is warm and gentle towards others, making him a favored suitor among many noble ladies. Is that so? Cui Fuiying murmured, her admiration for Jiang Ziyan deepening. To be in the body of any individual is a matter of luck. Yet to conduct oneself in such a way that others cannot discern anything amiss and speak of him in glowing terms Jiang Zhiyan must have put in considerable effort. She glanced at Tingxue, smiling. I feel a bit tired. You may leave me for now. Understood. In the following days, rumors spread throughout Nanyang, claiming that Jiang Zhiyan had been captivated by Chen Shilu's talent at the poetry gathering, even gifting her a jade pendant. It seems my father indeed has other thoughts on the matter. Chen Shilu rested her chin on her hand, recalling how he had asked her yesterday whether Jiang Zhiyan held any intentions toward her. What did you reply? Wang Yingshu inquired. I said I didn't know. But young Master Jiang has indeed been quite attentive to me, Chen Shilu sighed, feeling somewhat guilty toward Jiang Zhiyan. Since he is willing to help, it is likely that the second young master has offered him some benefit. You need not feel remorseful, Wang Yingshu replied calmly. Cui Fuiying felt somewhat dazed upon hearing the mention of the second young master, realizing that she had not seen Xie Zhao in quite a while. Since their last encounter when she returned his cloak, they had not met again. One reason was that Chen Shilu's engagement had yet to be fully resolved, and another was that ever since she learned Jiang Zhiyan had also crossed over, her mind had been filled with various thoughts, making it difficult to sort through them all. Thus, she chose to ignore the matter and remained in Jianjia Pavilion for some peace. Surely this matter will be resolved soon, Chen Shilu exhaled. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance. The three of them raised their teacups, toasting with tea instead of wine. Chen Shilu's father was relatively composed, knowing that rumors could not be trusted, and discreetly bribed a servant close to Jiang Zhiyan, unaware that this was Jiang Zhiyan's intention all along. Until he confirmed from the servant that Jiang Zhiyan had been preoccupied lately, spending his days staring at a portrait of a woman, appearing somewhat haggard. The likeness between the woman in the portrait and Chen Shilu was striking. Only then did he become certain that Jiang Zhiyan was genuinely interested in her. Before Xie Zhao lost his sight, he might have hesitated, but now that he had become blind, the promises made by Xie Ming may not be fulfilled. Having Jiang Zhiyan as his son-in-law would undoubtedly be far superior to Xie Zhao. Without hesitation, he approached Xie Ming to withdraw from the engagement. The details of their discussion remain unknown to outsiders, but it was certainly not a harmonious exchange. In any case, during those days, the servants in the second family's courtyard were filled with trepidation, fearful of offending Xie Ming in any way and thus incurring his wrath. Chapter 84. 3 faces are enough. In the following days, Cui Fuiying remained in her courtyard, indulging in food and drink, or visiting Wang Yingshu to engage in pleasant conversations while keeping abreast of the latest news from the Qin family. It seemed that the Qin family had come to their senses, having heard that they intended to visit her second uncle today. However, given her uncle's disposition, it was unlikely that he would accept them again. Thus, the union between the two families appeared to be doomed. Wang Yingshu skillfully prevented. Placing a cup before Cui Fuiying, I suspect that finding a suitable match in the near future may prove quite challenging. Cui Fuiying expressed a twinge of concern. Would the Chen and Xie families harbor animosity as a result? Wang Yingshu reassured her, stating that with her mother mediating, enmity was unlikely. However, what her uncle truly thought remained a mystery. Cui Fuiying took a sip of tea, contemplating the dissolution of the marriage arrangement. Wang Yingshu suddenly inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Thoughts? Cui Fuiying looked at her in confusion. Naturally, I am happy for Aloof. Wang Yingshu chuckled helplessly. I meant, do you still have any feelings for Xie Zhao? Cui Fuiying choked on her tea, quickly setting the cup down and coughing. Wang Yingshu gently patted her back, advising her to take it slow. Cui Fuiying smiled awkwardly. It was unfortunate that her persona had been so well established that Wang Yingshu believed her to still be pining for Xie Zhao. Her feelings towards him were indeed complicated, and she was at a loss for how to respond. After all, the narrative weighed heavily upon her, making it impossible to disregard. Though nothing significant had occurred recently, the future remained uncertain. Until she could confirm her absolute safety, she could not find peace. Let it be, Cui Fuiying murmured. I understand your intentions, sister, but I have not yet sorted out my own thoughts and do not know how to respond. Wang Yingshu sighed softly. Very well. As long as you know your own heart, let us not dwell on this. Cui Fuiying offered her a piece of osmanthus cake. This pastry is exquisitely made. Do try it, sister. Just as Wang Yingshu accepted the treat, hurried footsteps echoed from behind them. Madam,
Listening Snow exclaimed upon spotting Cui Fuiying, visibly relieved.
I finally found you. What is the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?
Cui Fuiying asked, puzzled.
Madam, someone has come to visit, Listening Snow replied, wiping the thin sheen of sweat from her brow. They are waiting for you in the courtyard. Aloof? Cui Fuiying's first thought was of Chen Shirlu, for she had few acquaintances in Nanyang, and only Chen Shirlu would come to visit. Listening Snow's expression shifted slightly. It is young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang? Wang Yingshu turned to Listening Snow, inquiring, Jiang Jian? Listening Snow nodded. How unusual, Wang Yingshu remarked with a knowing smile at Cui Fuiying. He often visits the Xie residence, but usually only goes to Tingzhou Courtyard. Today, he has come to seek you out. There must be a reason. Cui Fuiying maintained her composure. In that case, you should hurry and write to him. Do not keep young Master Jiang waiting. Wang Yingshu chuckled. I am not in a rush. Cui Fuiying bid farewell to Wang Yingshu before returning to Jianjia Pavilion with Listening Snow. From a distance, she indeed saw Jiang Zhiyan waiting at the entrance, not having entered. Why is young Master Jiang waiting at the door? Cui Fuiying approached quickly. You could wait inside. The master has not yet returned, so it would be inappropriate to enter, Jiang Zhiyan replied with a smile. Cui Fuiying smiled back, gesturing for him to come in. What brings you here today? She took a seat, pouring herself a cup of tea, feeling parched after hurrying. Please, make yourself comfortable. There is no need for formality, she said as she sipped her tea while conversing with Jiang Zhiyan. Since arriving in this strange place, she had felt the need to maintain a certain decorum, often speaking in a more formal manner. However, with Jiang Zhiyan, she felt she could be more relaxed. Upon hearing her address him, Jiang Zhiyan's brow furrowed slightly. The title Young Master Jiang felt too distant. My courtesy name is Mingy. You may call me Mingy. Mingy. Cui Fuiying smiled. That name suits you well. I shall call you Mingy from now on, and you may call me Fuiying. A smile finally graced Jiang Zhiyan's face. You have come to see me for a specific reason?
Cui Fuiying inquired.
Today, I have a question, he stated. What is it? I wonder. Does Fuiying have someone she holds dear? Cui Fuiying paused, surprised by the question, and raised her gaze to Jiang Zhiyan, who maintained a calm expression. As if it were a casual inquiry. She awkwardly laughed. Why do you ask? I have contemplated much in recent days, Jiang Zhiyan replied, looking at her intently. The Jiang family has been urging me to marry, but I have always felt that to truly be with someone from this era would feel like a betrayal of my last vestige of conviction. I fear I would become entirely like them. Yet, you appeared precisely at this moment. If you are willing, I would like to take you as my wife. Jiang Zhiyan spoke deliberately, his seriousness evident. I understand this may be sudden for you. You may take your time to consider, and I assure you that regardless of what happens in the future, I will respect and care for you, and I will never take a concubine. Cui Fuiying was left speechless by his declaration. Jiang Zhiyan's demeanor was earnest, devoid of any jest. After a long while, she regained her voice, striving for composure as she replied, I understand your intentions, but we have only met 3 times, and we hardly know one another. It may not be suitable. Jiang Zhiyan's lips curled into a slight smile. 3 times is sufficient. Cui Fuiying averted her gaze, clearing her throat to mask her surprise. This matter was too abrupt, and she had yet to gather her thoughts. I can wait for your answer, Jiang Zhiyan said, rising with an air of naturalness. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall not disturb you further. Should you come to a decision, you may seek me out at any time.
All right, Cui Fuiying hurriedly stood.
Shall I see you off? Jiang Zhiyan seemed unable to suppress a smile, nodding. Thank you, Fuiying. From that moment on, it felt as though everything was a dream. This unexpected development left her bewildered, and throughout the journey, she found herself at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiyan's demeanor was relaxed, easing the tension somewhat. After seeing him off, Cui Fuiying finally exhaled, only then realizing her heart was racing excessively. She had genuinely hesitated. Jiang Zhiyan was indeed a fine choice for her. Even if love was absent between them, in this era, finding someone who resonated with her was a rare blessing. She did not yearn for what one might call true love. Chapter 85. Has he become a fool? Begging for favor? Young Master Jiang. The young master has been waiting for quite some time. Qingshan stood at the entrance of Tingzhou Courtyard, hurrying to greet Jiang Zhiyan upon spotting him. What does your master require of me? Jiang Zhiyan inquired casually. I cannot fathom the young master's thoughts, Qingshan replied, lowering his head. Jiang Zhiyan chuckled, not truly expecting an answer from Qingshan, for those around Xie Zhao were as taciturn as he was. In the courtyard, an ancient tree stood, its trunk so robust that it would take 4 or 5 grown men to encircle it. When Tingzhou Courtyard was constructed, Xieming had wished to fell the tree due to its towering height, Yet Xie Zhao had taken a liking to it and persuaded Xie Ming to let it remain. In his youth, Xie Zhao often found solace beneath its shade, playing music to dispel his troubles. Yet today, as he strummed his instrument, the melodies did little to alleviate his persistent agitation. "You seem troubled," a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Xie Zhao paused, lifting his gaze to see Jiang Zhiyan standing before him, wearing an enigmatic smile. "What weighs on your mind?" Jiang Zhiyan asked. Xie Zhao lowered his eyes, idly plucking the strings of his instrument. "Nothing much, just passing time with a few tunes." Jiang Zhiyan, aware that Xie Zhao would not divulge his feelings, did not press him further and simply took a seat beside him. "What brings you here today?" Xie Ming relinquished the idea of arranging a marriage for me. Xie Zhao addressed his father by his given name, an act deemed exceedingly unfilial by onlookers. However, for Jiang Zhiyan, this was hardly surprising. His camaraderie with Xie Zhao was likely due to Xie Zhao's seemingly austere demeanor, which belied a spirit that was, in truth, quite unruly. At times, Xie Zhao's thoughts were even more audacious than his own, yet he would never concede to such a notion. "Should I extend my congratulations to you?" Jiang Zhiyan inquired. "And I must also thank you for your willingness to assist." Xie Zhao, with his gaze lowered, seemed lost in contemplation, his voice devoid of emotion as he remarked, "I heard that after the poetry gathering, you went to Zui Xianglu with Cui Fuiying." Jiang Zhiyan chuckled softly. "I knew nothing could be concealed from you. Though I had no intention of hiding it. It is indeed true."
"Why?"
Xie Zhao pressed. "Though we are friends, there ought to be some secrets between us." Jiang Zhiyan stretched his legs leisurely, responding, "If you must pry for details, I shall say that I felt an instant connection with her, as though we had met in a previous life." Xie Zhao, familiar with Jiang Zhiyan's nature, knew he often spoke candidly and jested with those close to him. However, hearing Jiang Zhiyan's jest now stirred a disquiet in his heart. "Do you believe that?" Jiang Zhiyan asked with a smile. "You seem to regard her quite differently." Xie Zhao's voice dropped. He had to admit that his deliberate orchestration of a meeting between Cui Fuiying and Jiang Zhiyan held a hint of testing. The dream, reminiscent of a prophecy, continually perplexed him. Whenever he attempted to dismiss it as mere fantasy, vivid images would intrude upon his mind. The woman's allure, the man's loss of control, emotions beyond his comprehension replaying incessantly. Initially, he merely wished to ascertain that Cui Fuiying had no ties to the Xie family. Xie Zhiwei and Xie Xingyan appeared to harbor inexplicable affections for her. However, Xie Zhiwei was now wed to Wang Yingshu, and although Xie Xingyan had exhibited unusual behavior at first, he had not succumbed to the same madness that had overtaken Xie Zhiwei. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. As long as there were no entanglements with the Xie family, his goal was achieved. Why concern himself with whether other men might fall for Cui Fuiying? Perhaps, even if she entangled herself with another, including Jiang Zhiyan, as long as it bore no relation to the Xie family, it was of no consequence to him. Yet he found himself unable to suppress his thoughts, yearning to discover whether Jiang Zhiyan's acquaintance with Cui Fuiying would unfold as it had in his dreams. Now that he had learned the answer, what difference did it make? Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly jolted by Jiang Zhiyan's voice. "She truly is quite special to me." The sound of the zither on his lap produced a discordant note. Xie Zhao looked up at Jiang Zhiyan, confusion evident in his eyes.
"Why?"
"We have known each other for years, yet I have never seen you extend such regard to another woman. What makes her different?" This question had long plagued Xie Zhao. Eluding his understanding, Jiang Zhiyan's response left him momentarily speechless. "She is unlike any woman in this world." Xie Zhao scrutinized Jiang Zhiyan, attempting to discern the jest in his expression but finding only an unprecedented seriousness. His heart constricted violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. An unfamiliar pain exploding within his chest, coursing through his veins like venom. He froze, even his breath momentarily stilled, as this unfamiliar emotion surged upon him with such swiftness that he scarcely had time to identify it. "Xie Zhao, how absurd! You have developed feelings for her?" Jiang Zhiyan gazed at him, seemingly piercing through his facade. "If I were to say yes, would you assist me?" Xie Zhao blinked in confusion, struggling to respond. "Assist you? I wish to marry her," Jiang Zhiyan declared. The sensation of his heart being tightened resurfaced, nearly suffocating him. Why did Jiang Zhiyan's proclamation evoke such a response? For the first time, Xie Zhao found himself bewildered by his own thoughts, engulfed in confusion. Others claimed he was inherently aloof, lacking even the most basic familial bonds. And he had never contested such assertions. He detested intimacy, with Jiang Jian being an exceedingly rare true friend. Beyond that, he felt the weight of maintaining relationships to be excessively burdensome. Thus, Xie Zhao had never comprehended the nature of affection, let alone why his thoughts had wandered since the day he witnessed Cui Fuiying gazing entranced at Jiang Jian. Now, it seemed he finally found an explanation. Panic seized him. He feared his dreams might manifest as reality, terrified that Cui Fuiying and Jiang Jian might genuinely fall in love. It was this dread of dreams turning into truth that compelled him to seek validation.
But now?
What if the outcome was not what he desired? What then? Why should he be afraid? Xie Zhao could not help but question himself. Had he become, like those foolish and debased men in his dreams, one who pined after Cui Fuiying? This notion pricked at his mind like a poisoned needle, sharp and relentless. Had he truly developed feelings for Cui Fuiying? Chapter 86. Recovery. Huaizhang. Jiang Jian's voice seemed to drift from afar, gradually sharpening in clarity by Xie Zhao's ear. When he raised his head, his pallor startled Jiang Jian. Are you all right? You seem rather absent-minded, he remarked, studying him with curiosity, having never witnessed such a demeanor before. Xie Zhao expelled the chaotic thoughts from his mind. He had never considered that he might develop feelings for someone. To him, there were far more pressing matters at hand. Perhaps it was merely the consequence of a lack of engagement that had birthed such alarming thoughts. As this realization dawned on him, he regained composure, his complexion gradually returning to normal. I am fine, he replied calmly. You have yet to answer me, Jiang Jian persisted, his gaze fixed upon him as if fearing he might forget the previous question. Xie Zhao furrowed his brow, recalling Jiang Jian's earlier words. Feeling an odd sensation in his heart. Do you truly like her? He inquired. You have only just met, is it not too hasty? Moreover, how could your mother permit you to marry a woman without family ties? She has no say over me. Jiang Jian's tone turned icy. I have finally consented to marry. She ought to be pleased, not constantly lamenting the Jiang family's lack of heirs, unlike other ladies who can dote on grandchildren. Xie Zhao instinctively envisioned Jiang Jian and Cui Fuiying harmonizing after marriage, a thought that failed to bring him joy. Cui Fuiying's affections lay with him. Currently, Jiang Jian's feelings were unreciprocated, and she would not willingly marry him. The weight in his chest dissipated. I cannot assist you, he stated coldly. Such matters cannot be one-sided. The other party's willingness is essential. I merely spoke in jest. Jiang Jian observed his expression and suddenly smiled. How could I truly expect your help? You may be exceptionally clever in other affairs, but I fear such matters would only complicate things further. Xie Zhao furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Have you ever had someone you liked? Jiang Jian queried. He hesitated before shaking his head. Then I am relieved, Jiang Jian remarked abruptly. Previously, he had received a painting of a beauty from a servant and had thought Xie Zhao had finally developed affections, especially after encountering Cui Fuiying leaving Tingzhu courtyard. He had felt inexplicably concerned. Now, however, he was completely at ease. Having known Xie Zhao for so long, Jiang Jian believed in his honesty. He would never lie or deign to do so. If he claimed to have no affections, then he undoubtedly did not. What do you truly mean? Xie Zhao's tone was slightly heavy, and Jiang Jian replied, Such matters are no jest. When have you ever seen me treat such things lightly? Jiang Jian spoke with a calm demeanor yet firm conviction. Indeed, I wish to take her as my wife, but I do not require your assistance. I shall win her heart with sincerity. Xie Zhao, unconsciously clenching his fists, cast a cold glance at Jiang Jian and replied stiffly. Whom you choose to marry is your own affair. There is no need to discuss it with me. Given that she resides in your household, I will inevitably need to rely on you as a means of support. Jiang Jian smiled amiably. I thought it prudent to inform you in advance, lest you become displeased later. Do not involve me in your matters. Xie Zhao resolutely rejected him. After all these years of our acquaintance, how can you be so indifferent to our brotherly bond? Truly heartless, Jiang Jian remarked, half in jest. Noticing Xie Zhao's increasingly grim expression, he skillfully shifted the topic. Your eyesight has been poor for quite some time. When do you intend to restore it? Upon addressing serious matters, Xie Zhao's demeanor returned to normal. Tomorrow is the ancestral worship day, an opportune moment. It has become clear who among us harbors ulterior motives. It is time to act. What are your plans, Xie Xingyan? Jiang Jian's expression turned serious. He shows no regard for our brotherhood and intends to render you permanently blind. Do not let your compassion lead you to overlook this. Xie Zhao lowered his gaze. idly plucking at the chain resting on his lap, and replied nonchalantly, "I shall treat him as he treats me. If he wishes to blind me, I shall ensure he is crippled in return. That seems fair." "I have complete confidence in your actions." Jiang Jian stretched lazily. "In just a few days, the Lantern Festival will arrive, a splendid occasion for courting young ladies. Do not blame me for reminding you. You are not young anymore and should consider marriage." Xie Zhao glanced at him, unimpressed. "Forgive my indiscretion," Jiang Jian laughed, patting his mouth. Recently, the atmosphere in the Xie household had been peculiar. Everyone appeared somber, as if speaking too freely would draw unwanted attention. While it was not very apparent at the Jianjia courtyard, the feeling became particularly pronounced when she visited Wang Yingshu. "What has transpired these past few days?" she inquired. "Why does it feel as though the atmosphere is somewhat amiss?" Wang Yingshu glanced at her and gestured for the servants to disperse. "Has something significant occurred?"
Kui Fang asked.
Her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Wang Yingshu. "For you, perhaps it is a good thing," Wang Yingshu replied gravely. "A good thing for her?" Cui Fuiying pondered, her expression suddenly stiffening as she hesitantly asked, "Could it be regarding Erlang Jun?" Wang Yingshu smiled slightly, his eyesight has improved. She was not surprised by this news but found it curious. That should be a good thing. Why have I not heard anyone mention it? If not for the events of the day before yesterday, it would indeed have been good news, Wang Yingshu whispered. The day before yesterday was the ancestral worship day, a matter of considerable significance. Typically, it is presided over by Xie Zhao to prepare the future head of the family. However, due to his eyesight issues, this year it was entrusted to Xie Xingyan. And then what happened? Before the ancestral altar, the elder of the clan declared that Xie Zhao was no longer fit for the responsibilities of head of the family and that Xie Xingyan should take his place. From the perspective of the Xie family, this posed no issue. However, for Xie Zhao, it felt like betrayal. He had always been a paragon of propriety and restraint, yet within a mere month, he was to be ousted. The clan elder asked if anyone opposed this decision. And it was evident that aside from the second uncle and a handful of others, almost no one supported Xie Zhao. And then, Chapter 87. Scandal. Xie Zhao stepped forward, softly inquiring, "If my eyesight has recovered, does that mean the position of head of the family is still mine?" The elder naturally affirmed this, prompting Xie Zhao to smile and declare that his eyesight had indeed returned to normal. Cui Fuiying could almost envision the ensuing chaos. Xie Xingyan must be furious. The eldest must have been quite astonished, she remarked casually. Yet Wang Yingshu's expression was grave. If it were merely this, it would be one thing, just a minor tempest. However, Xie Zhao also sent for a servant to clarify before everyone how Xie Xingyan had conspired to poison him, wishing to render him permanently blind. Cui Fuiying regretted not witnessing such a spectacle. However, such scandals within noble families were not always a sight for sore eyes, yet she was undeniably curious about what would unfold next. Fortunately, Wang Yingshu was not one to keep her audience in suspense and continued, "Xie Xingyan would certainly deny it." Yet Xie Zhao appeared well prepared, presenting evidence that left no room for denial. The second uncle's character, once he learned of the underlying truths, would not allow the matter to be brushed aside easily, demanding an explanation from the main house. The clan elder, witnessing this, could not show favoritism towards Xie Xingyan and had no choice but to inquire how Xie Zhao intended to proceed. What did Erlang Jun say?
Kui Fang pressed.
Since the eldest is a member of the Xie family, he shall be dealt with according to the family laws. The family laws, Wang Yingshu said quietly. They are quite severe. Xie Xingyan had both his legs broken and fainted, ultimately being carried back to his own courtyard.
Kui Fang gasped.
Xie Xingyan's legs are broken. Does this not mean that his influence is irrevocably severed? Her expression shifted dramatically, and Wang Yingshu, interpreting her fear, comforted her. This matter does not concern you. There is no need to be overly anxious. The clan elder has already ordered that this incident remain confidential, and I am only telling you in secret. Be cautious about what you say. Words can bring trouble. I understand the gravity of the situation. Cui Fuiying replied softly. Thank you for the warning, sister. The idea that a scion of a noble family would drug his own brother is indeed a scandal that could tarnish the Xie family's reputation. Wang Yingshu had spoken for quite a while and was becoming thirsty. She lifted her teacup for a sip, her tone indifferent. Xie Xingyan's legs will likely be attributed to an unfortunate hunting accident. As for Xie Zhao, the news of his restored eyesight would soon become common knowledge. Cui Fuiying observed her calm and aloof demeanor, slowly averting her gaze. As Wang Yingshu had predicted, News of Xie Zhao's regained sight quickly spread throughout Nanyang. However, the Xie family seemed unwilling to let the fact of Xie Xingyan's broken legs leak out. After all, if the two incidents were too closely timed, it would inevitably arouse suspicion among the observant. With Xie Zhao's eyesight restored, the Tingzhu courtyard became the center of attention, with everyone eager to approach him. Ultimately, Xie Zhao, overwhelmed by the attention, closed his doors to visitors, refusing to see anyone, thus securing a moment of peace. In this manner, Cui Fuiying felt a sense of relief. She was still unsure how to face Xie Zhao now that the engagement was nullified and his status restored. If it were the past, she would have had no hesitation. But now the memory of Jiang Zhiyan's proposal lingered vividly in her mind, and she was uncertain how to respond. In the meantime, Jiang Zhiyan had promised to give her time to consider, and he genuinely had not pressed her, merely sending small gifts her way from time to time. Be it fashionable jewelry and garments or trendy snacks from Nanyang, these offerings had made his intentions clear to those around them. Chen Qiwan had even called her aside once to inquire about the nature of her relationship with Jiang Zhiyan, questioning why he frequently sent her gifts. She genuinely cared for Cui Fuiying and naturally wished for her happiness. Jiang Zhiyan possesses exemplary character, family background, and appearance. However, it is precisely for these reasons that the Jiang family holds exceedingly high expectations for the future mistress of the household, and they would never accept you as the legitimate wife. In other families, a matron might lend her support, but with the Jiang family, she sighed and shook her head. Better to let it be. Her words left Cui Fuiying blushing, hastily deflecting the matter. Chen Qiwan stared at her for a moment and finally declared, "Your marriage will wait until I personally select a worthy match for you, one who will not treat you unfairly." Cui Fuiying could only express her gratitude for Chen Qiwan's kindness. Having finally extricated herself from Lanqing Courtyard, she returned to the Jianjia Pavilion and wearily collapsed onto the table. Letting out a groan, "What is the matter, my lady?" asked Wen Xia, entering from outside, her concern evident. "Are you unwell? Do you need me to summon the physician?" "It's nothing." She straightened up, propping her head on her hand and lazily glanced at Wen Xia, noticing that she seemed to be holding a letter. "What is this?" she inquired curiously. This was sent by young Master Jiang's messenger. Wen Xia promptly handed her the letter, explaining that the messenger insisted she open it herself. She took a deep breath, recalling that she had previously stated not to accept anything sent by young Master Jiang. However, this time it was a letter, and the maid feared there might be an urgent matter, hence she dared not refuse. Wen Xia argued, "Furthermore, my lady, young Master Jiang is such an admirable candidate. Why do you seem so indifferent?" Cui Fuiying paused. "I simply do not wish for such matters to become public knowledge." "Young Master Jiang's affections towards you are indeed a good thing," Wen Xia remarked, lowering her voice as she glanced around. "If only my lady could marry young Master Jiang, what troubles would there be?" "Enough, do not speak further," she interrupted Wen Xia, slightly annoyed. Wen Xia pouted. "I knew my lady still harbored thoughts of the second young master, but he has recovered his sight. Have you seen him?"
To me?
"The second young master is distant and cold, while young Master Jiang treats others with such warmth." "I have said enough," Cui Fuiying coldly interjected. "This is my affair, and I do not require your guidance on how to proceed." Her unusual sharp tone startled Wen Xia, who lowered her head and confessed, "I was wrong." Cui Fuiying sighed and rubbed her temples. Wen Xia meant well, and she should not have snapped at her. "I am merely feeling a bit irritable today. Do not take it to heart," she spoke softly. "I will handle these matters. You may leave now." Wen Xia nodded and was about to exit when Cui Fuiying added, "If young Master Jiang sends anything again, letters are acceptable, but no other items shall be accepted." Chapter 88. The manipulator. Wen Xia wished to say more but remembered Cui Fuiying's earlier irritation and obediently nodded before leaving. Cui Fuiying glanced at the letter on the table, picked it up, and slowly began to open it. Initially, she was quite taken with Jiang Zhiyan's proposal, but after several days, she gradually calmed her emotions, until she confirmed that she had stepped out of the narrative. She would not marry anyone. Moreover, she had only met Jiang Zhiyan a handful of times. While it was delightful to have a companion from the same place, it did not warrant entrusting her future to someone she barely knew. Jiang Zhiyan's interest in her was merely a fleeting excitement upon encountering someone akin to himself. Marriage was not a decision to be made on a whim. It would dictate the course of their lives for decades to come. Having come to this realization, she regarded the gifts Jiang Zhiyan had sent with trepidation. Their dynasty was unlike any other, A man sending gifts to a woman he was not related to, and doing so frequently, would undoubtedly invite speculation. Although this era was not strictly feudal, and it was common for men to pursue women, Jiang Zhuyan's status was exceptional. Just days ago, his connection with Qin Shirlu was still a hot topic. How could it have been only a few days? If outsiders witnessed the Jiang family's servant delivering gifts to the Xie residents daily, it would surely pique their curiosity, leading them to investigate her identity. Cui Fuiying wished to avoid drawing attention, particularly in such circumstances. Even knowing Jiang Zhuyan meant well, she had to refuse everything. There would be a time to clarify matters with him. She extracted the letter from its envelope and began to read. Jiang Zhuyan had not mentioned much. He merely stated that the Lantern Festival was approaching and wished to invite her to join him. The Lantern Festival. She felt a moment of disorientation. In the original text, the Lantern Festival resembled the modern-day Yuan Shao Festival, during which there was no curfew and the streets were alive with festivities. It was precisely on this night that the original heroine was abducted by Xie Zhao while attending the Lantern Fair. Now that Xie Zhao was incapacitated and had little to do with her, such an incident was unlikely to occur. But she did not wish to take even the slightest risk. Remaining within Jianjia Pavilion was the safest option. After finishing the letter, she decided to send someone to decline Jiang Zhuyan's invitation, intending to find another day to discuss matters with him clearly. She carefully stored the letter and was about to call for someone when Xia happened to enter. "My lady, Chen Yangzi has arrived," Xia announced. "Should I invite her in?" Cui Fuiying paused, tucked the letter away, and replied, "Please let her in." With several days until the Lantern Festival, there was no need for haste. Recently, Qin Shirlu had been in high spirits due to personal matters, but unfortunately, such joy could not be expressed at home. Leaving her feeling constrained and seeking opportunities to escape, Fuiying, her voice preceded her arrival, and she entered with a lively step, colliding directly with Cui Fuiying, who had risen to greet her. They both instinctively covered their heads and exchanged amused glances. "It has been so long since I last saw you," Cui Fuiying exclaimed, taking her hand and leading her inside. "How have you been lately?" "Oh, the same as before." Qin Shirlu seated herself at the table. A maidservant brought tea and pastries. And Qin Shirlu casually took a bite of a pastry before continuing, "My father is furious. He heard that young Master Jiang seems to have taken an interest in someone else, and he has been berating him at home."
Cui Fuiying's smile faltered.
This was precisely her greatest fear. Too many eyes were on the Jiang family. The more attentive Jiang Zhuyan was toward her, the more people would take note. She had not considered this deeply until Qin Shiwan summoned her and spoke to her in both overt and subtle terms, prompting a sudden realization. If it weren't for her current residence at the Xie family, others would have been far more intrusive. She likely would have been overwhelmed by it all. "What troubles you?" Qin Shirlu noticed her distraction and popped another piece of pastry into her mouth, washing it down with a sip of hot tea, letting out a satisfied sigh. "It's nothing," Cui Fuiying replied, regaining her focus and looking at her. "Who said that young Master Jiang had another interest?" Qin Shirlu appeared puzzled, hesitating before answering. "I have been at home lately, and do not know who first mentioned it. It seems like the news just spread suddenly." Cui Fuiying felt a heaviness in her heart. "Spread suddenly? However, I suspect it is merely a rumor, just as they previously claimed young Master Jiang was fond of me. Only a few days had passed. Very few believe it to be true, considering it the work of someone with ulterior motives. It seems young Master Jiang has offended someone recently." As she pondered this, Qin Shirlu's expression grew serious, and she could not help but contemplate deeply. If Jiang Zhuyan had indeed offended someone, she wondered what assistance she might be able to offer. After all, he had previously aided her, and she disliked being in debt to others. She ought to find an opportunity to repay him. Qin Shirlu's words reminded Cui Fuiying that she could no longer afford to wait. She needed to seek an opportunity to meet Jiang Zhuyan soon. If there truly was a hidden hand behind this incident, given their current statuses, it might not affect Jiang Zhuyan, but it would certainly complicate matters for her. Upon reflection, Jiang Zhuyan had sent her gifts approximately 4 or 5 times, and the servants of the Xie family were perceptive enough to keep their discussions private, never speaking of it openly. However, the rapid spread of this news was somewhat alarming, as even those outside were aware. The more she contemplated, the more dread enveloped her, as if an immense web was tightening around her, and she, like a frantic fish, believed she had escaped, yet remained ensnared. "Why do you appear so pale?" Qin Shirlu raised her gaze, slightly startled by Cui Fuiying's demeanor. "Perhaps it is due to a lack of rest last night?" Chui Fuiying glanced at her, managing a faint smile. It seems I have come at an inconvenient time. Chen Shiluth apologized. It's no trouble. Chui Fuiying shook her head. I am glad you could visit. I only wish for your company more often. Chui Fuiying smiled gently, but added, since you are unwell, I shall refrain from disturbing your rest and will visit again another day. After a moment's hesitation, Chui Fuiying did not insist on her staying longer, as her thoughts were muddled and she needed to organize the events of recent days. Oh, I almost forgot, Chen Shilu said, turning back hurriedly as she reached the door. I came today to discuss something with you. What is it? In just a few days, the Lantern Festival will arrive. Let us go out together to enjoy the lanterns. Chen Shilu said cheerfully. Chui Fuiying paused, gazing at Chen Shilu's smiling face, and sighed inwardly. Although she felt somewhat guilty towards Chen Shilu, she had resolved to spend the entire day of the Lantern Festival in the Jianjia Pavilion, not venturing out at all.
I am sorry, Chui Fuiying began,
but was suddenly gripped by a familiar pain in her chest. The intensity of the pain caught her off guard, causing her to cry out, clutching her chest and bending over as cold sweat poured from her brow. This sensation had not visited her in a long time. Why would it strike her now? Fuiying, are you alright? Chen Shilu, alarmed by her appearance, rushed to her side and offered support, feeling quite helpless. What has happened? Should I fetch someone? I am fine. Chui Fuiying took a deep breath, gradually straightening up. The pain in her chest began to wane, and she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, offering Chen Shilu a weak smile. Your appearance suggests otherwise. Chen Shilu poured her a cup of hot tea. I insist on calling for someone to examine you. I assure you, I am truly fine. Chui Fuiying had calmed down, took a sip of the tea Chen Shilu offered, and thanked her. This is merely an old ailment. I know my body well. After I take my medicine, I shall be well again. What kind of illness is this? Chen Shilu asked, astonished and concerned. It seemed so severe, it was quite frightening. I apologize for worrying you, Chui Fuiying said, feeling much better now. What you suggested is quite agreeable. The Lantern Festival is an annual event I have longed to witness, having never seen it before. Yet, Chen Shilu did not share her delight. Chui Fuiying's previous episode had been quite alarming, as her complexion had drained of color in an instant, and everything had transpired too rapidly, leaving a lingering unease. If you are feeling unwell, you need not feel compelled to join me. She gazed at Chui Fuiying with concern. I can seek others to accompany me. I truly am fine. Fearing Chen Shilu might change her mind, Chui Fuiying emphasized her words, then softened her tone. This ailment has been with me since childhood. I have become accustomed to it. It rarely occurs, and while it appears alarming, it is not serious. Upon hearing this, Chen Shilu finally felt reassured. In that case, I shall not worry. She sighed in relief. It is indeed a peculiar condition. I have never heard of such an ailment before. It is indeed rare.
Chui Fuiying managed a faint smile.
I have only encountered it in myself. It is advisable to consult a skilled physician, Chen Shilu urged. Do not take it lightly.
Chui Fuiying nodded obediently.
After Chen Shilu reiterated her concerns, and seeing that Chui Fuiying's complexion had returned to normal, she finally set aside her last shred of worry. Agreeing on a time to meet before taking her leave, Chui Fuiying instructed her servants to see Chen Shilu off properly, watching as her figure gradually vanished from sight before she returned to her chamber. She retrieved Jiang Zhuyan's letter, hesitating for a moment. Going to the Lantern Festival with Chen Shilu was far preferable to accompanying Jiang Zhuyan. She took out pen and paper, intending to reply to Jiang Zhuyan, but as she began to write her polite refusal, another stab of pain struck her chest, causing her to lose grip on the pen, which fell onto the letter, smearing ink across the paper. Cursed fate. It seemed determined to thwart her. Chui Fuiying pressed her palm against her chest with one hand while glaring at the ink stains on the letter with the other. Once the pain subsided somewhat, she straightened up, crumpled the letter into a ball, and tossed it aside in frustration. How infuriating! Her chest rose and fell as she struggled to regain composure. It was one thing to not refuse Chen Shilu, but Jiang Zhuyan was another matter entirely. How could she explain this to both men? Biting her lip in contemplation, she eventually steeled her resolve, picked up the brush again, dipped it in ink, and began anew on a fresh sheet of paper to respond to Jiang Zhuyan. After completing the letter, she reviewed it carefully to ensure there were no errors before sealing it with care. Initially, she intended to summon Xie Zhao but reconsidered. Xie Zhao was not the most composed and could easily cause complications along the way. Tingxue, Chui Fuiying called out. Ting Xue entered the room with her head bowed. Mistress, do you have any instructions? Cui Fuiying approached her, handing over the letter. Please take this letter to Jiang Gongzi at the Jiang residence. Be swift and return quickly, avoiding any unnecessary delays. Ting Xue accepted the letter, tucking it securely away, and nodded. Mistress, rest assured, I shall go and return promptly. As for Chen Shirlu, Cui Fuiying sighed. It seemed she must personally visit the Chen residence to explain matters to her. Ting Xue exited the Jianjia pavilion, making her way toward the estate's entrance. After walking some distance, she suddenly heard someone calling her name from behind. Ting Xue, my lady. Turning around, she recognized a familiar young servant. Please, walk slowly, my lady, he said with a flattering smile. Ting Xue bit her lip. Did the second young master send you to find me? You are astute, my lady. The young servant replied with a smile. The second young master has instructed me to seek you, if you have a moment. He wishes for you to visit the Tingzhu courtyard. Ting Xue instinctively glanced around. The young servant reassured her. Rest assured, I have ensured there is no one nearby. Tell the second young master that I understand, Ting Xue whispered. After the young servant departed, Ting Xue retrieved the letter from her bosom and hesitated briefly. She then returned the letter to its place and walked in the opposite direction of the estate entrance. My lord, Ting Xue has arrived. Let her in, Xie Zhao instructed, lifting his head from his writing. It had been some time since he had summoned Ting Xue to report on the happenings in the Jianjia pavilion. This time might be the last. Since his last encounter with Jiang Zhuyan, he had suddenly realized that his interest in Cui Fuiying had exceeded his expectations. He often found himself consumed by peculiar emotions that felt foreign and tinged with an indescribable fear. He should not allow such feelings to persist. Regardless of whether that dream held any truth, it no longer concerned the Xie family. From this point forward, Cui Fuiying's affiliations were of no consequence to him. The more he pondered this, the darker his expression grew. As Ting Xue stepped into the room and beheld Xie Zhao's countenance, an immediate wave of tension washed over her. During this period, the second prince had not summoned her, and she had consoled herself with the thought that perhaps he had forgotten her entirely. Yet, upon observing his expression now, it seemed he was quite displeased with her deliberate negligence over these days. Lowering her head, Ting Xue hastened to the writing desk and knelt directly before it, lifting an envelope with both hands above her head, her voice trembling with trepidation as she spoke. My lord, this is the letter that Miss Biao entrusted me to deliver to Master Jiang. I intended to bring it to you. Xie Zhao had initially intended for Ting Xue to disregard Cui Fuiying's movements from this point forward, but upon hearing her words, the retort he had at the tip of his tongue faltered. He gazed at her with a heavy expression, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Yet with an unusual tone he inquired, Is that so? Ting Xue, perplexed by his meaning, steeled herself and replied, Yes. Xie Zhao remained silent, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down her brow as she held the letter aloft, her hands involuntarily trembling. Yet, with his silence, she did not dare to lower her arms. Bring it here. After an indeterminate stretch of time, Xie Zhao finally spoke. Ting Xue inwardly exhaled in relief. Slowly rising to her feet, and with her head bowed, she extended the letter towards him. Xie Zhao glanced at the envelope she presented, which bore no inscription. An inexplicable sense of suffocation swelled within him, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily as he reached for the letter. Ting Xue gradually retreated to the side. Xie Zhao, his expression impassive, tore open the envelope and extracted the letter within, unfolding it for a brief glance. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Stealing a glance at him, Ting Xue's heart jolted, and she quickly averted her gaze. The second prince was typically inscrutable, and such overt displeasure was unprecedented in her experience. Anxiety gripped her as she pondered the contents of the letter that could have incited such ire from him. As he scrutinized the final signature on the letter, Cui Fuiying, his hand instinctively clenched tightly. A surge of resentment coursed through him, igniting a fire that seared through his very core. Abruptly, he tossed the letter aside and drained a cup of tea in one gulp. My lord. Ting Xue watched him in horror, her curiosity about the letter's contents intensifying. What shocking words could have wrought such a loss of composure in the second prince? Xie Zhao's cold gaze met hers, and she felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees, her face paling as she hastily bowed her head. He lowered his eyes to the letter. Its edges had crumpled under his earlier agitation. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, retrieving a blank sheet from the side along with a pen dipped in ink. and began to mimic Cui Fueying's handwriting anew. While imitating the script was not particularly challenging for him, this task felt especially burdensome. His fingertips grew white from the pressure of his grip, and he paused several times before completing the brief lines of text. Once the ink dried, he darkly folded the letter back into its envelope. "Deliver this to Jiang Zhiyan." Upon hearing his command, Tingxue slowly approached him to accept the letter. "Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave," she murmured.
Wait.
Xie Zhao called out to her. "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" His voice was cold as he inquired about any recent interactions between Jiang Zhiyan and Cui Fueying. He had deliberately avoided focusing on Cui Fueying in recent times, and no one dared to gossip before him. Thus he remained unaware of Jiang Zhiyan's repeated gifts to her. "Master Jiang has sent several gifts to Miss Biao," Tingxue replied after a moment's contemplation. "Aside from that, there is nothing else. Miss Biao has mainly stayed in the courtyard, only occasionally visiting third young mistress for conversation." "She accepted them?" Xie Zhao's gaze sharpened as he looked at her. "Miss Biao accepted the earlier gifts, but today she instructed us not to accept any more from Master Jiang." Upon hearing this, Xie Zhao's expression seemed to soften slightly. However, lost in thought, he soon returned to his previous demeanor. "You may leave," he said calmly. "If anything arises, I will send for you." "Understood." After Tingxue departed, Xie Zhao picked up the crumpled letter he had set aside, a fleeting expression of disdain crossing his face. Emotionless, he methodically tore the letter into fragments. "Please, this way." Mississippi Cui Fueying followed a maid from the Chen household and soon arrived at Chen Shirlu's boudoir. "Fueying, are you feeling better?" Chen Shirlu greeted her before she could step inside. "If you have matters to discuss, just send someone. There's no need for you to come in person." She took Cui Fueying's hand and ushered her into the room, hastily seating her. "This is something I must tell you in person," Cui Fueying sighed. "What could be so important?" Chen Shirlu asked with curiosity. Cui Fueying hesitated before revealing that Jiang Zhiyan wished to enjoy the Lantern Festival with them. Chapter 91. Lantern Festival. Although Chen Shirlu was somewhat surprised, upon witnessing Cui Fueying's hesitant demeanor, a glimmer of understanding flickered in her eyes. Pointing at Cui Fueying, she spoke with gravity. "You." Cui Fueying, sensing her ire, nervously interjected. "Actually, you haven't developed feelings for Master Jiang after your last meeting, have you?" Chen Shirlu suddenly laughed, her expression one of knowing amusement as she winked at her. "It's all right, I understand. Don't worry, I will be very considerate during the Lantern Festival." "I know you mean well," Cui Fueying attempted to explain but was gently silenced by Chen Shirlu's hand. "Young ladies are often shy, I understand. You need not elaborate. It's merely a small matter. Master Jiang previously assisted me, and I was just lamenting my lack of an opportunity to properly thank him. This is indeed a fortuitous chance. To continue would only serve to arouse suspicion." With matters concerning Chen Shirlu resolved, only Jiang Zhiyan remained. Upon returning to her residence, Cui Fueying coincidentally encountered Tingxue, who had just returned from delivering a letter to Jiang's household. "Was the letter delivered?" she inquired. "What did Master Jiang say?" "He mentioned that he would follow your wishes," Tingxue replied, lowering her gaze. Upon hearing this, Cui Fueying finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your efforts," she smiled warmly at Tingxue. "You may go rest now." Tingxue paused momentarily, a flicker of guilt crossing her lowered eyes at such kindness. The more amiable Cui Fueying became, the more she felt undeserving of her trust. "Is there anything else?" Cui Fueying asked, puzzled by her lack of movement. Awakening from her reverie, Tingxue shook her head. "No. Nothing. I shall take my leave." The persistent presence of this storyline served as a warning bell for Cui Fueying. After resolving matters with Xie Zhao and Xie Xingyan, she had allowed herself to relax her guard. As long as the plot remained unresolved, she could not afford to let her vigilance wane. Xie Zhao was a pivotal character capable of altering the narrative, thus she could not sever ties with him entirely. During this time, she noted how many were eager to flatter Xie Zhao, making her feel no need to join the throng. She resolved to wait until after the Lantern Festival, when she and Jiang Zhiyan could clarify their situation before making further plans. For now, she would remain at ease in the Jianjia Pavilion, where the days were blissfully tranquil, affording her rare moments of enjoyment. However, such stolen moments were fleeting, and time slipped by unnoticed, swiftly bringing the Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival was a grand occasion. With no curfew and no regard for social status, the night was illuminated as brightly as day under the lantern's glow. Colorful boats, flutes, and candles adorned the towers. The women in the streets were resplendent in vibrant attire, most holding lanterns in their hands, creating a scene of rare merriment. Chen Shirlu grasped Cui Fuiying's face and squeezed through the crowd until they reached the lakeside, where she divided the fish food in her hand, sharing half with her friend. The dark waters of the lake shimmered under the crescent moon, only to be disrupted by the swirling fish below.
Commit.
Chen Shirlu tossed the fish food into the lake, successfully attracting a swarm of fish that eagerly darted forward to snatch the morsels. Her laughter rang out, bright and infectious. Fuiying, you should give it a try. Look how adorable these fish are. Cui Fuiying, not wanting to dampen the mood, mimicked her friend and scattered some fish food into the water. Young Master Jiang, would you like to give it a try? Chen Shirlu turned around politely to inquire, only to find that Jiang Zhiyan was absent from their midst. Where is young Master Jiang? She glanced at Cui Fuiying, her brow furrowing in confusion. Cui Fuiying also looked back, scanning the sea of faces, but Jiang Zhiyan was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he didn't follow us? Chen Shirlu blinked, a hint of concern crossing her features. I walked too quickly. He wouldn't have gotten left behind, would he? Let us go look for him, Cui Fuiying suggested, her voice raised above the din of the crowd. Chen Shirlu nodded in agreement, and the two retraced their steps. As they squeezed back through the throng, Cui Fuiying glanced around, her nerves beginning to surface. She had awakened that morning with an unsettling feeling, initially attributing it to a restless night. However, as the time to leave drew closer, her anxiety only intensified. She reassured herself that with Xie Zhao's condition, he couldn't cause any trouble. It was likely that Jiang Zhiyan simply hadn't spotted them amidst the crowd. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly jolted by a warm, amused voice behind her. What are you two searching for? Cui Fuiying turned to see Jiang Zhiyan holding 2 bowls of sweet tofu, a smile gracing his features. Young Master Jiang, did you just go buy sweet tofu? Chen Shirlu exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the bowls in his hands. I saw a vendor selling sweet tofu by the bridge. After wandering for so long, you must be hungry, so I brought you both some. Jiang Zhiyan offered the bowls to them, adding, though I haven't tried it myself, so I can't vouch for its taste. Chen Shirlu accepted the sweet tofu, her smile mischievous as she nudged him playfully. How considerate of you, young Master Jiang. Don't you agree, Fuiying? She elbowed Cui Fuiying gently. Jiang Zhiyan instinctively looked at Cui Fuiying, who seemed lost in thought, her expression distant and unfocused. Fuiying? He prompted gently. Yes, Cui Fuiying replied, snapping back to reality as she hurriedly took the bowl from Jiang Zhiyan's hands. You seem a bit unsettled today, Chen Shirlu observed, her brow furrowing in concern. I've noticed you zoning out several times. Cui Fuiying took a spoonful of the sweet tofu, savoring the unexpected blend of sweet rice wine, fragrant alcohol, and glutinous rice balls, all complemented by crushed ice. This sweet tofu is quite delicious, she remarked, attempting to shift the topic. You should try it, Chen Shirlu. Upon hearing this, Chen Shirlu eagerly took a taste as well, quickly echoing her friend's praise. I'm glad you both enjoy it, Jiang Zhiyan smiled, and the previous inquiry was deftly sidestepped. Yet, Cui Fuiying found it increasingly difficult to immerse herself in the festivities. The Lantern Festival was bustling with crowds, and the throngs of people made her uneasy, fearing that if she were separated, it would be impossible to locate anyone amidst the chaos. Shall we explore the other side? Jiang Zhiyan suggested, pointing towards a direction he believed would have many trinkets that young ladies would adore. Chen Shirlu glanced between Cui Fuiying and Jiang Zhiyan, a playful smile forming on her lips. That sounds splendid. We've already seen enough of this side. What do you think, Fuiying?
Cui Fuiying, naturally compliant,
agreed to follow her lead. The street Jiang Zhiyan indicated was lined with numerous restaurants and taverns, bustling with activity, especially lively today. Vendors and performers filled the area, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 92. I like everything. Chen Shirlu's enthusiasm was palpable as she pulled Cui Fuiying from stall to stall, purchasing an array of items that ultimately ended up in Jiang Zhiyan's hands. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned to him apologetically. I'm sorry for troubling you today, young Master Jiang. It's no trouble at all, Jiang Zhiyan replied gracefully, unfazed by her purchases. He then turned to Cui Fuiying. Is there anything you desire, Lady Cui? Whatever you fancy, I would be happy to gift it to you. Cui Fuiying shook her head. I don't particularly want anything. The dynamic between the two felt different from what she had imagined. Chen Shirlu cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Zhiyan, recognizing now that he was indeed harboring feelings for Cui Fueying. Seizing the moment while Cui Fueying was distracted, she leaned closer to Jiang Zhiyan and whispered, "Young Master Jiang, do you have feelings for my sister Fueying?" Between clever minds, there is no need for overt declarations. Jiang Zhiyan smiled at her. Is it that obvious? Though she had already suspected it, his candidness left Chen Shirlu momentarily speechless. Then, does she know of your affections? Perhaps, Jiang Zhiyan replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. But I don't believe I have explicitly stated it.
How can that be?
Chen Shirlu urged, her tone a touch anxious. Such matters should be made clear. Must you leave her to guess? Jiang Zhiyan appeared contemplative, as if weighing her words. You make a valid point, he finally conceded, nodding. Though he intended to express gratitude, he momentarily forgot the weight of the items in his hands, feeling slightly awkward. I appreciate your guidance. Today is a rare opportunity, Chen Shirlu reminded him in a low voice. Jiang Zhiyan's expression turned serious as he nodded, I understand. Chen Shirlu beamed at him, her expression encouraging. What are you two discussing? Cui Fueying, walking ahead, finally noticed Chen Shirlu's prolonged silence and turned to look at them. Oh, nothing, Chen Shirlu chirped, bounding forward to link arms with Cui Fueying. Look, they're SA stall selling masks. Let us go check it out. Masks? Cui Fueying paused momentarily as Chen Shirlu eagerly pulled her along. Chen Shirlu cast a glance back at Jiang Zhiyan, winking at him playfully. He quickly followed. At the stall, a variety of intricately crafted masks were on display. I've never seen such styles before, Chen Shirlu exclaimed, lifting one to her face. Fueying, how about this one? It's beautiful, Cui Fueying replied honestly, her gaze finally peaked. For much of the evening, she had appeared disinterested, but now, something had captured her attention. Sensing this, Jiang Zhiyan stepped closer and gently asked, which one do you like? I'll get it for you. Seeing this, Chen Shirlu quickly handed over the money for the mask she held to the vendor. I'll go check out the lantern riddles over there, she declared, dashing off with a sense of urgency, as if avoiding pursuit. Cui Fueying understood Chen Shirlu's intentions and couldn't help but feel amused and slightly exasperated. Yet, with her friend temporarily gone, she found an opportunity to speak with Jiang Zhiyan. Lady Chen's personality is quite amusing, Jiang Zhiyan remarked, watching Chen Shirlu disappear into the crowd. Indeed, she is a wonderful person, Cui Fueying replied softly, donning one of the masks from the stall. The mask she chose was a full face covering, revealing only her eyes, while the rest was completely obscured. It was neither the most beautiful nor the most exquisite among the options available. What do you think? Cui Fueying gazed at Jiang Zhiyan and inquired. If I'd on this mask, would anyone unfamiliar with me still recognize my identity? Jiang Zhiyan, somewhat perplexed by her question, shook his head, remarking that only her eyes were visible, making it quite difficult to discern who she was. Satisfied with his response, Cui Fueying nodded and addressed the vendor. I shall take this mask. As she spoke, she bent down to retrieve some silver coins. Allow me, Jiang Zhiyan quickly offered, but burdened as he was with various items, his movements were somewhat slow. By the time he reached for the coins, Cui Fueying had already produced the necessary payment and handed it to the vendor. It is merely a mask. I can manage on my own. After pondering for a moment, she added, you have gifted me many things. Why not choose a mask for yourself as a token of gratitude? Although this one pales in comparison to your previous gifts, it is of no consequence. Jiang Zhiyan immediately interjected, I cherish everything you have given me. Cui Fueying paused, lowering her gaze to select a mask. Unsure of Jiang Zhiyan's preferences, she found it difficult to make a decision. How about you choose one for yourself? She turned to him. I am uncertain which one you would favor. Jiang Zhiyan's gaze fell upon the array of masks, hesitating. What about this one? The vendor, noticing their indecision, eagerly promoted a particular mask. I see a perfect match here. This mask complements the lady's face splendidly, making it ideal for this gentleman. Upon hearing this, Cui Fueying realized the vendor had misunderstood their relationship. Yet, Jiang Zhiyan nodded affirmatively, saying, then this shall do. Cui Fueying's explanation was caught in her throat, and she swallowed it back. As she handed over the coins and received the mask from the vendor, she intended to pass it to Jiang Zhiyan, but with his hands full.
He could not accept it.
Would you help me put it on? Jiang Zhiyan said softly, a smile dancing in his eyes. Cui Fueying bit her lip and nodded. She reached out to place the mask on his face, but Jiang Zhiyan towered over her, standing straight. With the bustling crowd around them, She found it challenging to maintain her balance, and as she stood on tiptoe, a thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead. Cui Fuiying glanced down to see Jiang Zhuyan suppressing a smile, and she quickly realized his intention. It seems Mr. Jiang does not wish to wear this mask after all. She sighed, retracting her hand and stepping back, half-jokingly saying, "Perhaps I should give it to someone else." Chapter 93. The burning Madame Cui's intentions for reciprocity are rather insincere. Jiang Zhuyan remarked innocently, "Are you merely speaking without the intent to return the favor? Mr. Jiang, you truly are the first to cast blame." Cui Fuiying shot him a glance, fully aware that he had intentionally stood on tiptoe to avoid her assistance. Jiang Zhuyan chuckled softly, "I was merely teasing you. Why take it so seriously?" "I too was just jesting." Cui Fuiying lifted the mask. "If I put this on you, you wouldn't dare tease me again, would you?" "I would not dream of it," Jiang Zhuyan replied with a smile, bending slightly. "I must trouble you, Miss Fuiying." He leaned closer, allowing her to adjust the mask, his charming eyes sparkling with mirth. As he leaned in, she felt a sudden unease. Clearing her throat, Cui Fuiying lifted the mask to place it on Jiang Zhuyan's face. This time, she did not need to stand on her toes. However, the strings fastening the mask to his hair tangled slightly, and she inadvertently tugged at his locks. "Ouch!" Jiang Zhuyan exclaimed, his tone laced with amusement. "Miss Fuiying, are you seeking revenge?" "I am not so petty," she muttered, leaning in closer to see behind the mask. The scene of flirtation and intimacy was not lost on another observer. Xie Zhao, seated at a window table on the second floor of a nearby tavern, gazed intensely at the two below. To him, they appeared as a pair of lovebirds, perfectly matched. His grip tightened around the wine cup, his knuckles turning white as some wine spilled over unnoticed. An unexplained fire ignited within him, burning hotter and fiercer than before, his blood boiling as if it might burst forth from his veins. He desperately needed something to quench this flame. Reason dictated that he should look away, that he ought to return to the matters awaiting his attention. His prolonged rest had left many affairs for the Xie family unattended. Yet the more he tried to shift his focus, the harder it became to tear his gaze from the pair below. His once proud self-control seemed utterly frail at this moment, and even the simple act of looking away felt insurmountable. Finally, Cui Fuiying managed to secure the mask on Jiang Zhuyan's face and step back. Xie Zhao felt as if he had found a breath of fresh air after suffocating. He reluctantly diverted his gaze, filling his cup once more and downing the contents in one swift motion. The icy, invigorating liquid coursed down his throat, only serving to intensify the fire within him. "Young master, you've consumed quite a bit already. Further drinking could harm your health," Qing Shan hesitantly advised. Xie Zhao coldly fixed his gaze on the cup in his hand, his grip tightening. Suddenly, the silence of the elegant room shattered with a sharp crack. He had crushed the cup in his hand. Qing Shan gasped, his eyes widening in shock as porcelain shards scattered across the table, crimson blood seeping from Xie Zhao's palm and staining the white fragments. "Young master, you are bleeding," Qing Shan exclaimed, hastily retrieving powder to tend to the wound. "It is of no consequence," Xie Zhao replied with an unnaturally calm expression, despite the pain and the blood flowing freely. An eerie sense of tranquility washed over him. Physical pain dulled the ache in his heart. He meticulously removed a handkerchief, wiping the blood from his palm until it was stained crimson, then carelessly tossed it aside. As Qing Shan applied the powder, the bleeding finally subsided. Xie Zhao glanced out the window once more. But the spot where the pair had stood was now occupied by others, their figures nowhere to be seen. "Compensate the establishment for the damage," he commanded coldly. Retracting his gaze, "I have lingered long enough. It is time to return home." Cui Fuiying was searching for Chen Shirlu. She had clearly been headed in this direction earlier. How had she suddenly vanished? Could she have found something intriguing and wandered off? Jiang Zhuyan offered comfortingly as he noticed her distress. "With so many people tonight, it is possible she merely got separated. If we search slowly, we will surely find her." No. Cui Fuiying felt an unsettling anxiety. Chen Shirlu is not the type to wander off without telling us. Her sudden disappearance must mean something has occurred. Just then, two children dashed past her, one wearing a mask and the other playfully chasing behind. Cui Fuiying's gaze flicked to the pair, then suddenly halted. She rushed forward and grabbed the child in front. "Little one, where did you get that mask?" she asked urgently, recognizing the familiar design that Chen Shirlu had just purchased. "Who are you?" the captured child protested, struggling. In that brief moment, the child behind caught up, grabbing the first one gleefully and exclaiming, "I caught you." "That doesn't count," protested the masked child, pointing at Cui Fueying anxiously. "She clearly caught me,"
No cheating.
retorted the other. "I did not,"
Cui Flying endured.
forcing a smile as she produced a piece of broken silver. "If you tell me where you found this mask, I'll buy you some candy, all right?" The masked child, hearing the mention of candy, immediately forgot his displeasure and pointed to a nearby alley, saying, "I picked it up over there. Did you see who dropped it?"
No.
The child gazed longingly at the silver in her hand and softly asked, "Can I have this?" Cui Fueying handed him the silver, rising to her feet in a daze. Aloof must have been captured. She looked up at Jiang Zhuoyan. There were so many people today. Perhaps the mask was simply knocked off in the crowd. Jiang Zhuoyan reassured her, "You need not worry too much. I will send someone to search for her. It is unlikely to be a grave matter."
No.
She has definitely been taken. Cui Fueying felt an inexplicable certainty in her heart. Originally, the plot today did not involve Qin Shilu. In the original text, Cui Fueying had no personal ties with Qin Shilu, having only seen her a few times by chance. She had always found it strange how the plot intertwined with Qin Shilu, and now, seeing her standing there, it was clear that Qin Shilu had been taken in her stead. Xie Zhao was a stubborn and dark-hearted individual. Qin Shilu was supposed to be his fiancée. Yet, she publicly declared her affection for Xie Zhao, leaving Xie Zhao humiliated. His disposition had always been dark, and after becoming physically disabled, his psyche had surely twisted further. She had underestimated him, thinking that without legs, he posed no threat. But even a decapitated centipede does not die easily, despite his disability. Xie Zhao remained the eldest son of the Xie family, likely surrounded by capable subordinates. Qin Shilu had undoubtedly been seized by him. Chapter 94. Seeking help comes at a cost. The thought filled her with dread. She must have been taken. She looked at Jiang Zhuoyan, emphasizing once more, "With so many people here, how could anyone dare to capture someone in public?" Jiang Zhuoyan patiently reassured her, "I understand your concern for her. But Chen Yangzi is not foolish. If someone truly attempted to abduct her in public, she would certainly cry out, and those nearby would hear. What if someone knocked her unconscious from behind?" Cui Fueying insisted, "She is in imminent danger. I must rescue her." She turned to leave, but Jiang Zhuoyan grasped her arm. "All right, even if she has indeed been taken, how do you know where she is now? Moreover, it is getting late. Where do you intend to go alone to rescue her? If, as you say, you encounter danger, what then?" Cui Fueying's mind was a tumult of confusion. She had to save her, but the issue was that she had suddenly claimed that Qin Shilu had been taken by Xie Zhao. Who would believe her? If she rashly escalated the situation, the Xie family would surely hold her accountable, and she would be expelled from the Xie household. Being cast out was trivial. The real terror lay in directly defying the narrative and facing obliteration. She needed to remain calm and devise a strategy. Qin Shilu had only just been taken. She still had time. "Fueying?" Jiang Zhuoyan observed her silence, thinking she had taken his words to heart. "If you truly are worried, I will immediately send someone to look for Chen Yangzi. You should return to the Xie residence, and I will inform you at the earliest opportunity if there's news." "What if I cannot wait?" But Aloof cannot wait either. Cui Fueying raised her head to meet his gaze, her expression unusually earnest. "If I tell you that she was taken by the eldest son of the Xie family, Xie Zhao, would you believe me?" "Xie Zhao?" Jiang Zhuoyan's expression shifted, and he glanced around before pulling her to a secluded corner, speaking in a hushed tone. "Why do you say that? Have you discovered something?" Cui Fueying shook her head. "No, but I am quite certain he is the one who took her." Jiang Zhuoyan's expression darkened. "Can you help me?" Cui Fueying looked at him with a glimmer of hope. Jiang Zhuoyan's face transformed slightly. "This matter is serious. Without evidence, the Xie family will not permit us to recklessly demand her return." She was aware of this. Although the Jiang family wielded considerable power, the Xie family held immense influence. Even if Xie Zhao committed a grave error, he would still be the eldest son of the Xie family. Accusing him of abduction without proof would be tantamount to slapping the Xie family in the face, something even the Jiang family would weigh carefully. "It doesn't matter. I understand your predicament."
Cui Flying nodded.
"It has yet to be determined whether Chen Yangzi has merely gotten lost or has been abducted. Hear us what we will do. I will send someone to search immediately, and if there is still no news by tomorrow, I will think of a way to investigate Xie Zhao's residence." Jiang Zhuoyan proposed a solution he deemed more prudent. Cui Fueying nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mingyi." Let us proceed as you suggested. With such events unfolding, her interest in leisure had vanished, and she decided to return to the Xie residence. Very well. Jiang Zhuiyan nodded. I shall escort you. Cui Fuiying did not refuse. She climbed into Jiang Zhuiyan's carriage, remaining silent throughout the journey. She understood the complexities he faced. After all, he was not a member of the Xie family, and his actions were constrained by numerous factors. That he could propose seeking a way to investigate Xie Xingyan's residence the following day was already commendable. She could not ask for more. However, if they truly waited until tomorrow, she could endure the wait, but Chen Shilu was in danger now and could not afford to wait even a moment longer. Looking around, it seemed that only Xie Zhao could assist her now. The carriage came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Xie residence. As the coachman opened the door, Cui Fuiying eagerly disembarked and hurried towards the gate. Fuiying, Jiang Zhuiyan called after her, hesitating before adding, I have already sent someone to search and have also inquired at the Chen residence. Do not worry too much.
Cui Fuiying gratefully nodded in acknowledgement.
After bidding farewell to Jiang Zhuiyan, she made her way directly to Xie Zhao's Tingzhu courtyard. The night was dim, and 2 lanterns flickered at the entrance of the Tingzhu courtyard. A servant spotted her from a distance, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Miss, is young master in the courtyard? Cui Fuiying, breathless from her run, implored, please inform him at once. I have urgent matters to discuss. Fortunately, Xie Zhao was indeed in the courtyard at that moment. Following the servant, she felt his pace was frustratingly slow and could not help but urge, I have an urgent matter. Could you please move a bit faster? The servant appeared troubled. Miss, running and jumping is strictly prohibited in the Tingzhu courtyard. I will do my best to walk faster. In another's courtyard, one must adhere to their rules. She did not wish to offend before even meeting Xie Zhao. So she suppressed her impatience and followed the servant to the door. Young master is inside. Please enter, Mississippi. The servant lowered his head and said, without further thought. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was lit by only 2 candles, casting a dim glow. Upon entering, Cui Fuiying did not see Xie Zhao and could not help but call out, Cousin, are you there? At that moment, a voice drifted from behind her. What brings my dear cousin here at this hour? Startled, Cui Fuiying turned around. Xie Zhao, clad only in his inner garments, appeared to have just bathed. His hair still damp and loosely cascading over his shoulders. Holding a candlestick, he walked slowly to ignite another candle, finally illuminating the room. Xie Zhao then turned to face her, a hint of fatigue in his expression. Why so silent, cousin? Cui Fuiying took a deep breath. Please, cousin, save Chen Yangzi. Chen Yangzi? Xie Zhao moved to sit down, propping his head with one hand, his eyes half closed. What happened to her? She has been taken.
Cui Fuiying exclaimed anxiously.
I suspect the one who abducted her is the eldest son. At this, Xie Zhao finally displayed some reaction, lazily lifting his eyelids to look at her. Xie Xingyan abducted Chen Shilu?
Yes.
Do you have evidence? Cui Fuiying hesitated before responding. I do not have evidence, but the situation is dire. I implore you, cousin.
Help me.
Xie Zhao remained silent for a moment before asking in a deep voice, Are you asking me for help?
She paused, then nodded.
Yes. I am asking you for help. My dear cousin, seeking assistance comes at a price. Xie Zhao said lightly, What can you offer me? Today's events are also related to the Xie residence. Xie Zhao's half-hidden face in the shadows bore a somewhat frigid tone. No one can prove the veracity of your claims. What does your cousin desire? Cui Fuiying clenched her fists. Let's leave it as is for now. He closed his eyes briefly. I shall assist you in this matter. Chapter 95. A special visit. Upon hearing Xie Zhao's words, Cui Fuiying felt a weight lift from her heart. Thank you, cousin. I am immensely grateful. With Xie Zhao's assistance, the situation became considerably easier, and her mind was at ease. I will wait outside for you to change, cousin, she said, displaying her understanding. Xie Zhao glanced at her attire. Since returning to the residence, Cui Fuiying had hastily rushed to Tingzhu courtyard without even returning to her own quarters. Still clutching the mask she had just purchased from a stall, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed Xie Zhao's eyes. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. Without evidence, I cannot boldly intrude upon Xie Xingyan's quarters. I can only feign a visit and devise a way to locate Madame Chen. Your attire won't suffice. I shall have someone fetch a set of servant's clothing for you to change into. Servant? Cui Fuiying hesitated, concerned that it might appear too conspicuous. I have never had a maid by my side. If you don the attire of a maid, Xie Zhao will take greater notice of you. I shall change immediately. Xie Zhao sent someone to find her a clean outfit. Although it still appeared somewhat large on her, she tightened her belt and managed to make it work. She casually placed the mask on the table beside her and stepped outside. Xie Zhao had already changed into a different ensemble, his hair bound up with a jade crown, waiting for her outside. Upon her emergence, he spoke softly. Let us proceed.
Kuifai hurriedly followed.
The moonlight danced, and a gentle breeze wafted by. Trailing behind Xie Zhao, she caught a faint whiff of wine in the air. Had Xie Zhao been drinking tonight? She recalled his weary demeanor earlier in his quarters. It seemed he must have been resting before rising again upon hearing her approach. Given Xie Zhao's nature, this was indeed a rare occurrence. Why do you assert that it was Xie Zhao who abducted her? Xie Zhao suddenly inquired. Cui Fuiying snapped back to reality, unsure how to respond. To claim it was merely speculation would seem absurd. Xie Zhao and Chen Shirlu appeared to have no grievances against each other. Her unwavering conviction that Xie Zhao was responsible would likely be met with skepticism. Cui Fuiying sighed softly, her footsteps echoing on the cobblestones beneath her. I am uncertain how to explain to you. If I say it is simply my intuition, you might think I am jesting. I know you would not speak frivolously on such matters. Xie Zhao glanced back at her. You are certain that Xie Zhao is responsible for her abduction. There must be a reason for your conviction. I am merely curious about what that reason may be. She hesitated, lowering her gaze. I do have my reasons, but I cannot divulge them to you. Xie Zhao seemed to chuckle softly. My dear cousin always possesses myriad reasons. His tone, however, bore no hint of amusement. Cui Fuiying found his demeanor perplexing. What could have displeased him? Regardless, you should simply remember what you owe me today. Xie Zhao halted and looked back at her. Cui Fuiying had no choice but to stop as well, gazing up at him. I will certainly remember. Please let us proceed quickly. We have arrived. Xie Zhao suddenly said. After a moment, walk behind me and try not to speak. Having only visited Xie Zhao's courtyard once before, she found the surroundings dim and was momentarily lost. Even before entering, her heart instinctively quickened. Cui Fuiying nodded, her expression grave. Understood. Xie Zhao then stepped toward the courtyard door. Since the incident, Xie Zhao had become nearly invisible within the Xie household. Now, the place was desolate, with the guards at the entrance lacking diligence, lazily leaning against the wall. Cui Fuiying followed closely behind Xie Zhao, and as they reached the entrance, the guards lazily regarded them, but upon recognizing Xie Zhao, they immediately perked up. Second young master. One of them promptly bowed and said, What brings you here? I came to see my elder brother. Xie Zhao cast a glance at them. He should be in the courtyard, correct? Xie Zhao, now virtually under house arrest and with crippled legs, could hardly go anywhere. Of course, I will notify him at once. No need, Xie Zhao interrupted. My elder brother is in a foul mood. If you inform him, he will undoubtedly refuse to see me. I shall go in directly to see him. Is that a problem? Xie Zhao inquired gently. The guard, meeting his gaze, quickly lowered his head. Certainly not. But if the eldest brother should take offense, if he does, I shall bear the consequences for you. Xie Zhao was no longer the blind man he once was. Offending him would likely lead to difficult days ahead for anyone in the Xie household. Please proceed, second young master. He stepped aside. Seeking Xie Zhao's assistance proved to be the right choice. Cui Fuiying breathed a sigh of relief as she successfully followed Xie Zhao into the courtyard. Since Xie Zhao's disability, his temperament had transformed drastically, becoming exceedingly violent, devoid of the gentle demeanor he once possessed. The servants in his courtyard had been reduced significantly, leaving only a few who trembled in fear, wary of provoking his ire. At that moment, the courtyard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any human presence. Shadows of trees loomed, and the wind howled, creating an unusually chilling atmosphere. Cui Fuiying couldn't help but rub her arms. With no one in sight, it was evident that Xie Zhao had sent everyone away in anticipation of illicit activities. Her conviction that Chen Shirlu had been abducted by him grew stronger. In the expansive courtyard, only one room was illuminated, and the two made their way directly toward it. Upon reaching the door, Cui Fuiying glanced at Xie Zhao, pressing her ear against the door to listen for sounds, but there was not a single noise within. She shook her head at Xie Zhao. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door. Elder brother, I have come to see you. Are you inside? After a few seconds of silence, Xie Zhao spoke again. I am coming in. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was finally movement from within. After a series of inexplicable scraping sounds, the door finally creaked open. Cui Fuiying quickly lowered her head behind Xie Zhao. Second brother. Xie Xingyan sat in a specially crafted wheelchair, casting a sinister glance at Xie Zhao. What wind has blown you here? His tone was unusually dark. It had been merely half a month since their last meeting, and he had lost so much weight that Xie Zhao could hardly recognize him. His cheeks were hollow, and dark circles hung beneath his eyes, presenting a disheveled appearance that bore no resemblance to his former self. Today is the Lantern Festival, and I feared you would be lonely in the courtyard. So, I specifically came to see you. Xie Zhao's tone remained calm. Specifically to see me? Xie Xingyan's voice dripped with mockery, and his gaze toward Xie Zhao was filled with intense hatred. Have I not become this way thanks to you, second brother? There is no need for you to say such things. Your current state is not my doing, but rather your own folly. Xie Zhao's expression remained unchanged. Chapter 96. Overstepping boundaries. This perpetually unperturbed demeanor only fueled Xie Xingyan's resentment. He could not comprehend why Xie Zhao always maintained such a calm and indifferent facade. Even when exposing him in front of others, he bore that detestable expression. The position of head of the Xie family was rightfully his. He was the eldest son, possessed remarkable talent, and prior to Xie Zhao's emergence, he was already the family's unspoken leader. Yet once Xie Zhao arrived, everything changed. How could he not harbor hatred? It was clear that Xie Zhao had seized everything from him. The most tragic part was that, being no fool, he was painfully aware of the disparity between himself and Xie Zhao. Even when he wished to resent the injustice of others, he found himself lacking justification. Why did those few individuals not simply eliminate you back then? Had you perished, matters would not have spiraled into such complexity, and I could have fulfilled the desires of others, acting as a gentle and magnanimous elder brother, mourning your untimely demise. Having already severed ties with Xie Zhao, he need no longer feign a facade of kindness, revealing his true nature. Xie Xingyan spoke with palpable hatred. Upon hearing these words, Xie Zhao remained unperturbed. He had triumphed. The words of the vanquished held no weight in the eyes of the victor. Disappointing my elder brother, I not only survived but have also regained my sight. Xie Zhao's tone was exceedingly calm, devoid of any hint of arrogance, yet to Xie Xingyan's ears, it resonated altogether differently. Xie Xingyan's expression twisted momentarily, declaring, "You are unwelcome here. Leave at once. After all, we are brothers. I recall how, in our youth, you secretly brought me delightful treats while hiding them from our father. How could we have descended to such a state?" Cui Fuiying seized the opportunity during their exchange to glance furtively into the room. Unfortunately, Xie Xingyan blocked the doorway, obscuring most of the interior from view, necessitating her entry to investigate. She was small in stature, hiding behind Xie Zhao and remaining inconspicuous.
Cui Fuiying discreetly taped Xie Zhao.
Hoping he would comprehend her unspoken hint, Xie Zhao spoke of events long past. At that time, he was still a child, possessing an innate charm that had initially endeared him to Xie Xingyan, who found it advantageous to showcase his brotherly affection. Some things, as they unfolded, became habitual. Reflecting on the past, he could not suppress a scoff. What significance do such recollections hold now? I have already stated that you are unwelcome. Depart. Xie Zhao, far from intending to leave, stepped closer, positioning himself behind Xie Xingyan and grasping the handles of his wheelchair. Xie Xingyan stiffened, his indignation boiling over. Xie Zhao, what do you intend to do? The wind outside is fierce. Let us speak within. Xie Zhao turned the wheelchair, directing him towards the interior, while simultaneously casting a glance at Cui Fuiying, who understood and hastily entered, shutting the door behind her. Xie Zhao, you have gone too far. All of Xie Xingyan's focus was on Xie Zhao, entirely oblivious to the young attendant following closely behind. Sitting in his wheelchair, he grasped the armrests tightly, his veins bulging. His voice tinged with panic. What do you intend to do? Even in my current state, you have no right to humiliate me so. Xie Zhao pushed him into the room, swiftly scanning the exterior, finding no trace of others. Cui Fuiying approached his side, tugging at his sleeve and signaling towards the inner chamber. With no one outside, it was certain that someone awaited within. Xie Zhao too glanced toward the inner room. Xie Xingyan continued his tirade. He had entirely lost the composure befitting a scion of a noble family, resembling nothing short of a madman. Xie Zhao sighed, his tone gentle. Why must you act in such a manner, elder brother? Since this incident, apart from me, who else has visited you? I have never wished you harm. It was you who sought to corrupt my subordinates, aiming to obliterate me entirely. I merely acted in self-defense. Hearing these words, Xie Zhao could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. You are the illustrious second son of the Xie family, flawless, and above such sordid deeds. His voice dripped with mockery, infused with venomous hatred. Xie Zhao, why must you adopt such a haughty demeanor? Are there truly innocent souls among noble families? My actions were solely for self-preservation. Were you in my position, who could say whether your methods would be tenfold more ruthless? Indeed. Xie Zhao nodded. But if one must act, elder brother, why not do so with greater decisiveness? Your error lies in your lack of thoroughness, having allowed me to uncover your schemes. Do not blame anyone else for your predicament. Even Cui Fuiying, preoccupied with Qin Shilu, could not help but cast a fleeting glance at him, her heart filled with complexity. Xie Zhao felt as though he had been struck fiercely, his face alternating between crimson and pallid. He recognized the truth in Xie Zhao's words. Yet hearing such logic from him felt like an immense irony. After concluding his statement, Xie Zhao slowly approached Xie Zhao, lowering his gaze upon him. It seems that the servants are increasingly negligent. How is it that you are clothed so lightly? What if you were to fall ill? Xie Zhao stared at him in disbelief. Xie Zhao, have you come today solely to mock me? Is breaking my legs not enough that you must now come to witness my humiliation? Xie Zhao appeared to disregard his words. Directing his attention to Cui Fuiying behind Xie Zhao, softly commanding, fetch a coat from the inner room for the elder master. Cui Fuiying felt a surge of joy. Lowering her head and responding gruffly, understood. She lifted her leg, intending to stride toward the inner chamber, but Xie Zhao suddenly bellowed, Xie Zhao, you are crossing the line. His eyes bulged with fury, filled with animosity as he glared at Xie Zhao. Let us see who dares enter today. This roar nearly shattered her eardrums. Ignoring Xie Zhao's wrath, Cui Fuiying hurriedly made her way into the inner room, yet Xie Zhao abruptly seized her wrist. She froze, instantly averting her face, refusing to allow him to glimpse her true appearance. The physical differences between men and women were stark. The moment Xie Zhao grasped Cui Fuiying's wrist, he quickly realized the absurdity of the situation. Xie Zhao had brought a woman disguised as a servant into his quarters under the cover of night. Had he uncovered something? Or was he pursuing some other agenda? Xie Zhao gritted his teeth, preparing to pull her back with force, but his hand was suddenly grasped by another. He raised his eyes to find Xie Zhao looking down at him, his brow furrowed, his voice icy. Release her. Release her? Xie Zhao, consumed with rage, laughed bitterly. Xie Zhao, I wondered why you suddenly appeared in my courtyard today. His grip on Cui Fuiying's wrist tightened. You dare bring a woman disguised as a servant here? What are your true intentions? Xie Zhao's forceful grip caused her wrist to throb with pain, and Cui Fuiying could only grit her teeth in silence, enduring the discomfort. Though she had not spent much time with Xie Zhao, he would surely recognize her voice. Xie Zhao cast a glance at her before turning back to Xie Zhao, his expression darkening as he intensified his tone. I command you to release her. And if I do not, what can you do to me? Xie Zhao retorted venomously. My legs are already ruined. Do you intend to break my arms as well? Xie Zhao's arms remained intact. Yet Cui Fuiying felt as though her wrist was on the verge of being fractured. Xie Zhao's expression darkened further. He ceased to waste words and directly reached for Xie Zhao's hand. Cui Fuiying found herself in a precarious situation. Why should their brotherly conflict involve her? Seeing Xie Zhao resolute in his refusal to relent, Xie Zhao let out a cold laugh, producing a dagger from his sleeve. He unsheathed it. The sharp blade pressed against Xie Zhao's arm, sinking slightly and drawing a line of blood. Xie Zhao, I warn you for the last time, release her. I remain the eldest son of the Xie family. I do not believe you would dare. Xie Zhao's words caught in his throat. The dagger pressed deeper, and blood began to flow, trickling down his arm. Elder brother, you may wish to test my resolve. Let us see if I am indeed capable. Xie Zhao's gaze bore into him, his tone chillingly sharp. Even if I were to wound you, in your current predicament, what would it matter? Xie Zhao sensed the gravity in his words. Xie Zhao was entirely serious. This thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to instinctively loosen his grip. Cui Fuiying hastily retracted her hand. In such a brief span of time, several distinct red marks had already appeared where Xie Zhao had grasped her. Hurry and fetch a garment for the young master, Xie Zhao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her. Cui Fuiying hurriedly made her way to the inner chamber. What exactly do you intend to do? Xie Xingyan coldly scrutinized Xie Zhao, nursing his injured arm. To have a woman masquerade as a servant and insist on entering the inner chamber. What is your motive? Xie Zhao sheathed the dagger and spoke with an impassive demeanor. I am unaware of what you are insinuating. Xie Xingyan was taken aback. I came today out of goodwill, seeing you unwell and unable to move, and merely entered the inner chamber to fetch you a coat. What makes you think I would employ a woman to impersonate a servant? He glared at Xie Zhao, anger boiling within him to the point that he almost coughed up blood. Xie Zhao, do you truly believe such a base lie will be believed? Do you think my guards are blind? Xie Zhao slowly shook his head, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Perhaps, in the eyes of my guards, a future head of the family is more deserving of their favor than a fallen young master. Cui Fuiying dashed into the inner chamber, quickly surveying her surroundings, but found no sign of anyone hiding. Perhaps Xie Xingyan had concealed them elsewhere. She immediately approached a nearby cabinet, inspecting each one thoroughly, even crouching beneath the bed in her search. Yet she found nothing. How could this be? Had Xie Xingyan hidden them in another room? She racked her brain, recalling where Xie Xingyan had concealed the original owner after abducting her. The only certainty was that it must be within Xie Xingyan's residence, for after the abduction, the original owner had heard the servants paying respects to Xie Zhao. In that moment, she cursed herself for skimming over details in her readings. How had the original text described it? In the dimly lit room, not even a window was present to glimpse the sky, only a candle flickering beside her, illuminating a small patch of darkness. Cui Fuiying's eyes widened suddenly. It must be akin to a secret chamber. She glanced around, feeling perplexed. She had no way of knowing if Xie Xingyan had constructed a secret chamber here. All she could do was explore every possibility. Cui Fuiying meticulously examined all potential hiding spots, yet found no evidence of a secret chamber. Could it be that she was overthinking and Chen Shirlu was truly not here? Although Xie Zhao was covering for her outside, how could she explain her findings to him if she found nothing? What if the person was hidden in another room? Xie Xingyan's estate was vast, it was entirely plausible. Yet, if she managed to capture someone, she would undoubtedly want to see them immediately. The emptiness of Xie Xingyan's residence, with only this room illuminated, made it the most likely location. Cui Fuiying felt a wave of panic wash over her. Supporting her forehead, she found herself at a loss for what to do. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her head, resolve hardening within her. It was futile to linger here. She must seek elsewhere. Just as she was about to step outside, she suddenly heard two faint knocks. Cui Fuiying halted abruptly and turned to look behind her. Shirlu, is that you? She whispered. The knocking echoed again, and following the sound, she discerned it emanating from the wall beside her. She approached the wall, ran her hand over its surface, and gently tapped it. The distinct echo confirmed that it was hollow, indicating something lay behind it. But where was the mechanism for the secret chamber? Xie Zhao, what do your people intend to do, lingering there so long? Xie Xingyan gritted his teeth, suppressing his agitation. Regardless of your purpose today, or why you have deliberately allowed that woman into my inner chamber, I assure you, you shall not succeed. Are you afraid, brother? Xie Zhao retorted. Xie Xingyan let out a cold laugh. Do you doubt it? Then what has she found after all this time? As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous crash resonated from within the inner chamber. Xie Xingyan's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze towards the inner chamber, then sharply back to Xie Zhao. What are you all doing? He warned. Xie Zhao, heed my words. Even if you are not yet the head of the family, you cannot act with such impunity. Another loud crash echoed from within. Xie Xingyan could no longer remain seated. He pushed his wheelchair forward, eager to investigate himself, but Xie Zhao blocked his path. Under these circumstances, brother, perhaps it is better to wait a moment longer. Xie Zhao frowned, firmly pressing down on his hand to prevent him from moving. Xie Xingyan's face contorted momentarily. He closed his eyes, concealing the tempestuous emotions swirling within him. Xie Zhao's uninvited appearance today, coupled with the deliberate delay of his people in his chamber, suggested that something had gone awry in his plans. The secret was on the verge of being revealed. Another deafening crash erupted, and he suddenly opened his eyes, determination etched upon his face. Xie Zhao, he spoke in a husky voice, tinged with warning. This concerns the reputation of the Xie family. As a scion of the Xie clan, do you wish to witness the family's dignity tarnished? Xie Zhao paused slightly, lowering his gaze to meet him. Cui Fuiying, armed with a chair she had moved from the side, struck the wall forcefully. Indeed, the wall was hollow. With just a few strikes, she created a hole. Seeing this, she discarded the chair and used her skirts to kick the broken wall open wider. Enough to allow a person to pass through, then bent down to peek inside. It was pitch dark within. She retrieved a candlestick, holding it aloft as she stepped inside. "Aloof?" Cui Fuiying called softly. "Are you here?" Cui Fuiying wriggled through, stood upright, and immediately pointed the candlestick towards the side. Chen Shirlu lay on a bed, her mouth stuffed with cloth, her hands and feet bound. Cui Fuiying rushed over, removing the cloth from her mouth. "Fuiying!" Chen Shirlu gasped for breath, her eyes reddened. "Xie Xingyan, I know everything," Cui Fuiying reassured her while untying the ropes binding her. "I am here to rescue you. Let us leave at once." Chen Shirlu bore distinct red marks on her wrists and ankles, a testament to her prolonged struggle against the bindings, which had been tied too tightly for her to escape. "That beast Xie Xingyan," Chen Shirlu cursed. "I once thought him a refined gentleman, yet he is truly this kind of person." She rubbed her wrists and ankles, and with Cui Fuiying's assistance, managed to get off the bed. "Thank goodness your crash against the wall made a sound. Otherwise, I would never have found you." Chen Shirlu was still shaken. "I only wanted to test." Suddenly, she reacted sharply. "How did you get in? Where is Xie Xingyan?" "It's a long story. It was the second young master who brought me in," Cui Fuiying hurriedly explained. "But we must leave now." Chen Shirlu had been tied up for so long that her body felt numb. Leaning on Cui Fuiying's arm, she reached the hole that had been created, bending down to crawl through. Once she was out, Cui Fuiying followed closely behind. As she bent down to step out, she suddenly noticed a white garment in her line of sight. Chen Shirlu had not worn white tonight. The only person in white here could be one. She hurriedly squeezed through the hole and looked up, momentarily stunned to find Xie Xingyan had entered as well. Chen Shirlu glared fiercely at him, rubbing her wrist. Had it not been for Xie Zhao standing beside Xie Xingyan, she would have lunged at him to vent her frustrations. "Second young master?" Cui Fuiying questioned Xie Zhao with a puzzled look, her gaze conveying her confusion. "How unexpected that it is you." Xie Xingyan, seated in his wheelchair, raised his eyes to meet Cui Fuiying's, his expression decidedly peculiar. "Xie Xingyan, I bear you no grudge. Why have you brought me here?" Chen Shirlu demanded through gritted teeth. She could scarcely fathom the depths of despair she would have faced had it not been for Fu Ying's timely intervention. "I merely sought to cultivate a closer rapport with Lady Chen." Yet, Xie Xingyan, devoid of remorse, merely smiled and remarked, "If I have frightened Lady Chen, I must first extend my apologies."
Closer rapport.
"How can you speak so absurdly?" Chen Shirlu erupted in anger. "We share no such relationship. Your words are utterly ridiculous. We were on the verge of an engagement." Xie Xingyan replied with an air of indifference, "I have long since rejected you." His expression darkened further. "I extend my gratitude to the second young master for his assistance today, but the Xie family must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter." Chen Shirlu's chest heaved with rage. "Second brother, did you hear that?" Xie Xingyan's voice turned ominous. "If we allow her to leave this place, the Xie family's century-long reputation will be irrevocably tarnished." Hearing this, Cui Fuiying's complexion shifted, instinctively glancing toward Xie Zhao. "What does this mean?" "Dear cousin, you are still too naive," Xie Xingyan laughed harshly. "While I cannot comprehend your certainty that Chen Shirlu was abducted by me, the fact that you enlisted Xie Zhao's aid is quite amusing." His tone dripped with mockery, his face alight with unrestrained arrogance. "This is the Xie family. Even if you locate her, what does it matter? The Xie family will always protect its own. If you perish, who will remember you?" Chen Shirlu clenched her fists, instinctively stepping back, her gaze wary as it fell upon Xie Zhao. "Cousin, do not be foolish," she warned. "I am a member of the Chen family. If I vanish, my father will turn the entire Nanyang upside down." "Brother does speak some truth," Xie Zhao sighed, rubbing his temples, appearing somewhat weary. "If the eldest son of the Xie family abducts a lady from the Qin family, the consequences will be disastrous for our family's reputation." The significance of a noble family's honor was well understood by Chen Shirlu. Her expression grew colder. "Are you truly complicit in this tyranny?" Chapter 99, Resolution. Cui Fuiying exclaimed in anger, "Is reputation truly worth more than a life?" Xie Xingyan could not contain his laughter. "Sister Fuiying, you are adorably naive." He pointed at her, declaring, The reputation of a noble family far outweighs that of a woman of lower birth. She glared at Xie Zhao. Do you feel the same, cousin? Xie Zhao withdrew a dagger from his sleeve, unsheathing it with a swift motion, discarding the sheath aside. The sound echoed like a hammer striking her heart. Cui Fuiying instinctively retreated, her back pressed against the wall, leaving her no further escape. What do you intend to do? Chen Shirlu interjected, positioning herself protectively behind Cui Fuiying, gritting her teeth. If you allow me and Fuiying to leave, I swear I will never speak of today's events. Lady Chen, do you truly believe such words would be taken seriously? Xie Xingyan's smile morphed into a sinister grin. I had no intention of killing you, but for her. He pointed at Cui Fuiying. If it weren't for her meddling, you would not face death. Now, both of you shall perish. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he urged his brother, hasten, kill them. The Xie family's century-long reputation rests in your hands. Eliminate them, and no one shall dare challenge the Xie family's authority. To her horror, Xie Zhao indeed approached them with the dagger. Cui Fuiying's complexion drained of color. She had believed Xie Zhao to be a man of principles, yet he revealed himself to be as deranged as Xie Xingyan. Xie Zhao, you despicable coward. I misjudged you. She trembled, glaring at the dagger in his hand. I should have known better than to have ever admired you. As she railed, she grasped the chair she had previously discarded, directing it towards Xie Zhao. Aloof, he is but one man. We two can surely prevail against him. Xie Zhao's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He stepped closer to Chen Shirlu, raising the dagger before her eyes. Cui Fuiying lifted the chair, ready to strike, but Xie Zhao's other hand swiftly blocked her attempt, his voice rising in fury. Am I truly perceived as such a morally ambiguous individual in your eyes? Dear cousin? Taken aback, Cui Fuiying hesitated, her resolve wavering as she looked at Xie Zhao. This dagger is yours, Xie Zhao declared to Chen Shirlu. Xie Xingyan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features as he shouted, Xie Zhao, what are you doing? Are you betraying the Xie family? I am merely seeking a solution that satisfies all parties involved. Chen Shirlu met Xie Zhao's serious gaze and accepted the dagger, puzzled. What does this mean, cousin? Xie Xingyan is here, incapacitated. He cannot resist you. As long as you spare his life, you may act as you see fit. I have but one request. Please do not disclose today's events. Xie Xingyan, as if hearing the most ludicrous jest, pointed at Xie Zhao, furious. Xie Zhao, we are both scions of the Xie family. You would sacrifice me for an outsider to maintain peace? How can you claim to be the head of the Xie family? When my brother committed such acts, did he consider the potential consequences were this matter to be exposed? Xie Zhao calmly replied, casting a steady gaze at him. Once an action is taken, one must face the repercussions. With a cold laugh, he added, his eyes glinting with a hint of frost. I have shown my brother mercy by sparing his life out of fraternal affection. Otherwise, with your treachery against me, do you truly believe you could sit here unharmed? Poison? This revelation struck Chen Shirlu as a monumental secret. Holding this knowledge, should she speak, it could unleash turmoil within the Xie family. She quickly grasped that this was likely a deliberate disclosure from Xie Zhao intended for her ears. As the situation took a turn, Cui Fuiying let out a breath of relief, setting the chair down and moving closer to Chen Shirlu, whispering, what do you think? Chen Shirlu gazed thoughtfully at the dagger in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. Since my cousin has demonstrated such sincerity and saved me once more today, I will grant him this favor, she stated, pointing at Xie Xingyan. However, I will not show mercy. Similarly, you must assure me that today's events will never repeat and that no one will learn of my presence at the Sierra State. That is understood, Xie Zhao nodded. Words alone are not enough. I never go back on my word, but if Lady Chen is apprehensive, I can draft a written agreement. Xie Zhao approached a nearby writing desk, elegantly inscribing something on a sheet of paper. Throughout this, Xie Xingyan continued to loudly berate Xie Zhao as a coward. Seeing Xie Zhao remain unfazed by his tirades, he shifted his ire towards Cui Fuiying. How did I not perceive earlier the extent of your cunning, dear cousin? I had no idea what methods you employed to ensnare my unsuspecting brother, making him your pawn. His gaze lingered on her, and suddenly, a cold laugh escaped his lips as he taunted, such a pity for my sister's exquisite feat. Xie Zhao is hardly a man of appreciation. Or, do you have something else to offer? Cui Fuiying's mind buzzed, her blood rushing as her actions outpaced her thoughts. She stepped forward and, in a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Xie Xingyan's face. The sound echoed loudly, and she exerted all her strength, leaving not only Xie Xingyan's cheek swollen but also her palm stinging with pain. Xie Zhao hesitated, his fury somewhat quelled by the impact of her slap. Xie Xingyan, touching his throbbing cheek, glared at Cui Fueying with reddened eyes, incredulous and seething with indignation. Who do you think you are to strike me? I struck you. And what of it? Cui Fueying retorted through gritted teeth. I only regret that I did not hit you harder, scoundrel. The Xie family is a prestigious lineage, and they engage only the most eminent scholars as educators. How then did they raise a creature such as yourself? You assert that your cousin is unworthy of being the head of the Xie family, yet the most unworthy among us is indeed you. She knows precisely where Xie Xingyan's vulnerabilities lie and how to speak in a manner that would utterly dismantle his defenses. Once your cousin's eyesight is restored, you will have no choice but to relinquish the position of family head. No, dear eldest son, you have never truly held that position, have you? You believe yourself to be assured of victory, but in the eyes of others, you are merely a laughable clown, never once perceived as capable of surpassing your cousin. You will forever remain beneath his heel. Chapter 100. A personal return. Her words succeeded in inciting Xie Xingyan into a furious frenzy, as he struggled to lunge forward from his wheelchair in an attempt to grasp her. Everyone adores your cousin. No one harbors any affection for you, for you cannot even compare. From head to toe, both inside and out, in appearance, knowledge, capability, and character, you fall woefully short. Silence. Xie Xingyan finally lost the last shred of his sanity, his voice rising in a furious shout as he reached out, intending to seize Cui Fueying. The veins in his forehead throbbed, his eyes filled with a terrifying crimson hue, his visage twisted in a malevolent grimace. Cui Fueying met his gaze suddenly, paralyzed momentarily by the searing hatred reflected in Xie Xingyan's eyes. Just then, her hand was grasped, pulling her behind. A fleeting white figure appeared before her. Be careful. Xie Zhao released her hand, examining her presence before turning his attention to Xie Xingyan. The latter crashed heavily onto the ground, yet even in this state, he pushed himself up, attempting to crawl towards Cui Fueying. I will kill you, you wretched woman, he snarled, his words dripping with murderous intent. Chen Shilu finally regained her composure, stepping forward to firmly press down on Xie Xingyan's hand, crushing it brutally. The Xie family is a paragon of nobility. How can it produce a scion such as you? She remarked, her brow furrowed, her tone revealing her disdain. Xie Xingyan glared at her with malice, for he had never before experienced such a gaze directed at him, being trampled upon like a stray dog. Chen Shilu glanced at the dagger in her hand, then at Xie Zhao, confirming, we need only spare his life, correct? Xie Xingyan abruptly looked at Xie Zhao, warning him, if you dare to do this, the clan elders will not forgive you. Chen Shilu squatted before Xie Xingyan. What do you intend to do? He glared at her. If you dare, he began, but was interrupted by his own anguished cries, blood seeping between his fingers as he clutched his eyes. Chen Shilu frowned, tossing the dagger aside, rising to observe the wailing Xie Xingyan. Consider this your price for keeping the Xie family's secrets. I shall remain tight-lipped, and I trust that the second young master will remember his words, ensuring this matter does not implicate me in any way. Xie Zhao presented the written agreement he had just drafted. Chen Shilu accepted it, glancing quickly before carefully folding it away into her sleeve. Xie Xingyan rolled on the ground, clutching his eyes in agony. Chen Shilu, may you meet a wretched end. I will surely kill you. Chen Shilu frowned once more, asking, what does the second cousin plan to do with him? I will arrange everything myself. Xie Zhao rubbed his temples, weary from the night's turmoil. I will escort you out of the Xie residence and send someone to take you home. Please, Lady Chen, prepare your words for your father. Of course. Xie Zhao sent someone to escort Chen Shilu home. Under the night sky, Cui Fueying stood pale as paper, recalling the earlier scene, feeling her stomach churn with nausea. You may return now. Xie Zhao turned to glance at her. Do not speak of tonight's events to anyone. What does my cousin intend to do? She inquired softly. I will handle everything, Xie Zhao replied wearily. By dawn, all will return to normal. Since Xie Zhao has said so, he must possess a plan. Cui Fueying fell silent for a moment, nodding. Thank you for today, cousin. As she turned to leave, Xie Zhao suddenly called out to her.
Wait.
Before she could respond, a cloak was draped over her shoulders. The night air is chilly, cousin, you should wear this. Xie Zhao coughed lightly, his voice somewhat hoarse. She wrapped the cloak around herself and turned back, her gaze falling upon Xie Zhao's face. She noticed he appeared somewhat pale, his lips remarkably red, his dark eyes fixed upon her, resembling a specter. Xie Zhao seemed to need the cloak even more than she did. Instinctively, she considered removing it, but he pressed down on her hand. His touch was almost scorching in the night breeze, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand. Xie Zhao recalled how close they had been when she had donned a mask for Jiang Jian earlier that night. She had not exhibited such a reaction then. He coughed again, a hint of mockery coloring his tone. "My dear cousin, you now seem to avoid me like the plague." As he spoke, he stepped closer to her. Xie Zhao was significantly taller, casting her entirely into a shadow. Cui Fuiying found herself compelled to look up at him, but his face remained obscured in darkness, rendering his expression unreadable. The temperature around them seemed to drop, his breath and his query arriving almost simultaneously. "You once claimed to have feelings for me. Do those sentiments still hold true?" Cui Fuiying widened her eyes, striving to discern Xie Zhao's expression. He bent closer, his dark gaze magnifying in her vision. And for a fleeting moment, she wondered if she had glimpsed a hint of fear within. The tendrils of his hair fell over his shoulder, a gust of night wind lifting them, brushing past her eyes. She instinctively shut them. It felt as if warm breath was fanning across her face, causing Cui Fuiying to panic, abruptly opening her eyes and holding her breath. Xie Zhao was too close. So close that she felt a mere shift could bring them into contact. Or, "Dear cousin, you have yet to answer my question." Xie Zhao watched her intently, his voice barely audible, dissipating in the wind. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, "Young master." "Young master." Cui Fuiying jolted back to reality, retreating several steps, clutching the cloak as she knelt hurriedly. "It is getting late. I must take my leave." "Please wait, dear cousin." Xie Zhao appeared not to hear the anxious calls, calmly standing before her, extending his hand. Cui Fuiying instinctively wanted to retreat, but he held her shoulder firmly. "Do not move," he said, his tone steady. "What does my cousin intend to do?" Xie Zhao released her shoulder, adjusted the cloak around her, and tied it securely. Xie Zhao was acting exceedingly strangely tonight. This time, "Dear cousin, you will not send a maid to return the cloak, will you?" He regarded her, as if casually inquiring. "Xie Zhao, you are remarkably vengeful." Her expression stiffened. "Your intentions are clear, and I shall personally return it." Chapter 101. The masked Cui Fuiying hurried back to the Jianjia pavilion. The hour was late. An Xia was in a tizzy within the pavilion, fretting until she saw Cui Fuiying return, draped in a cloak that did not belong to her, prompting an immediate complaint. "Though today is the Lantern Festival, your return is excessively late. You should have sent someone to notify us. Both Listening Snow and I were terribly worried." Cui Fuiying removed the cloak, rubbing her temples. "There was a slight mishap. Prepare some hot water for me. I wish to bathe." "What occurred?" Listening Snow's face shifted, noticing her mistress's pallor. "It is nothing. It has been resolved." Cui Fuiying reassured her with a shake of her head. When Xia went to fetch water, and Listening Snow poured a cup of warm tea, handing it to her. "Warm yourself, my lady. Though summer approaches, the nights remain chill." Cui Fuiying accepted the teacup, taking a sip, the warmth and fragrance calming her tumultuous thoughts. "Were you not out with young Master Jiang and Lady Chen today?" Ting Shui cautiously inquired. "Has something unfortunate occurred?" Cui Fuiying felt a headache as she recalled the events of the evening. Fortunately, Chen Shirlu had come to no harm. Otherwise, her heart would have been deeply troubled. "Madam?" Cui Fuiying lifted her gaze towards Ting Shui, her mind still in disarray, failing to grasp what had just been said. "What did you just say?" "It's nothing. I shall prepare water for you, madam. After your bath, you should retire early," Ting Shui replied.
Cui Fuiying nodded in acknowledgement.
The hot water was soon ready, and after dismissing Ting Shui, she stepped into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped her, and in that moment, all her weariness seemed to dissipate. She lowered herself slightly, submerging in the water until, just as she felt on the brink of suffocation, she abruptly emerged, water splashing around her as she gasped for air. She was astonished by Xie Zhao's ability to act so decisively against his kin. It was indeed beyond her expectations. Chen Shirlu had emerged unscathed, and Xie Xingyan received his due punishment, marking what she believed was the best resolution to the matter. Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart remained unsettled. The ghastly, fearsome gaze of Xie Xingyan haunted her thoughts like a malevolent specter. She needed to ensure he had no means left to retaliate against them before she could truly find peace. The next step lay in how Xie Zhao planned to deal with Xie Zhao. The following day, Cui Fuiying awoke early, or rather, she was startled awake. She dreamt of Xie Zhao, tears of blood streaming down his face as he crawled towards her. She wished to flee, but her body felt inexplicably bound, leaving her helpless as he drew ever closer, ultimately reaching out to grasp her throat. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes, staring at the familiar canopy above, blinking as her heart raced in her chest. Slowly, she sat up, rubbing her temples and calling for assistance. "Madam, why does your complexion appear so pale? Did you not sleep well?" When Xia exclaimed in alarm at her appearance, she shook her head, recalling that she ought to inform Jiang Zhiyan of the events. To her surprise, before she could seek him out, a letter from Jiang Zhiyan was delivered to her. Upon unfolding the note, she read that Chen Shirlu had returned to the residence the previous evening and advised her not to worry. Seated before her vanity, she propped her head in her hands, unable to resist glancing at her reflection. No wonder when Xia was so startled upon seeing her, it was more than just a lack of sleep. She looked as though vitality had been drained from her, devoid of any spirit. "Madam, perhaps you should rest a little longer," when Xia suggested, concern evident in her tone. "You truly do not look well." A weight pressed upon her heart, causing her restlessness. "Is there something amiss in the estate?"
Cui Fuiying asked softly.
"What do you mean, madam?" When Xia replied, puzzled as she combed her hair. It seemed nothing was amiss. The incident involving Xie Zhao's blindness was certainly no trivial matter, and she wondered how Xie Zhao had ultimately handled it. After all, Xie Zhao was the eldest son of the Xie family. If word of this spread, the consequences would be dire. "Quickly prepare me," she instructed. "I must go out." As she made her way to Tingzhu courtyard, Cui Fuiying found herself observing everyone she passed. Logically, such a significant event should have thrown the Xie family into chaos, yet the atmosphere remained remarkably unchanged. The servants continued their duties with meticulous order. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tingzhu courtyard, the attendants immediately ushered her inside. A young servant led her, but she sensed the route was somewhat off. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Aren't we usually heading to the study?" "Why are we?" "The young master is unwell," the servant replied quietly. "He is resting in his chamber and has not yet risen." "Is my cousin ill?"
Cui Fuiying paused,
recalling that Xie Zhao had coughed a few times the previous night and appeared unwell. "Is it serious?" "The physician has already examined him. It's nothing grave," the servant assured her. "Since he is resting, I shall refrain from disturbing him." After a moment of thought, she added, "I will wait for him in the front hall." The young master instructed that if you arrived, you should be brought directly to his chamber. The servant insisted, making it difficult for her to refuse. Moreover, she felt a twinge of impatience. The young servant led her to Xie Zhao's chamber and bowed his head, saying, "Miss, you may enter." Cui Fuiying stood at the door, knocked lightly and called softly, "Cousin, are you awake? May I come in?" Xie Zhao's voice sounded deeper than usual as he replied, "Come in." Only then did she push the door open and step inside. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs filled the room. As she navigated around the screen, she spotted Xie Zhao reclining against a headboard, a bowl of steaming soup beside him. He wore a loose outer garment and had not tied his hair back, appearing languidly propped up in bed. Upon noticing her entrance, he lifted his eyelids to glance at her. "Cousin, I heard you were ill," Cui Fuiying said, approaching the bedside with concern. "Do you feel any better now?" She had never seen Xie Zhao unwell, aside from the time they were being pursued. Xie Zhao covered his mouth and coughed lightly. "It's merely a minor ailment. Had you not lent me your cloak, I might have been the one unwell," he mused with a sigh. Xie Zhao looked at her calmly, his tone even. "In that case, how do you plan to thank me, cousin?" Cui Fuiying was taken aback by his unexpected response. After a moment of hesitation, she replied stiffly, "What kind of reward does my cousin desire? I shall not be stingy with what I can offer." Whatever she could provide, Xie Zhao could have in abundance. She assumed he would not genuinely request anything from her. Yet this time, she was mistaken. Xie Zhao regarded her for a moment before suddenly stating, "Then, how about you gift me a mask?" "A mask?" Cui Fuiying was utterly unprepared for such a request from Xie Zhao. She instinctively lifted her gaze and met his eyes. His unwavering stare pinned her down as if a web were being woven around her, tightening its grip, and the air seemed to thin, making it difficult for her to breathe. "What does my cousin want with the mask?" she managed to ask, her voice faltering as she averted her gaze, feeling somewhat flustered. "It's merely a mask. It should be simple for you, cousin, Xie Zhao replied lightly. She clenched her garments, feeling perplexed, yet she nodded. I understand now. What kind of mask does my cousin prefer? What kind do I like? Xie Zhao repeated her question, his gaze growing more intense and dark. Even with her head lowered, she could feel the palpable weight of his stare, as if a famished beast were fixating on her. I desire the mask from the stall on the east side of Dongjie Lake, she said, a shiver coursing through her. She instinctively looked up at Xie Zhao, who leaned against the bed, his complexion still pale but a hint of excitement tinged his eyes, and his web-like gaze ensnared her, seemingly awaiting her response. In that moment, it dawned on Cui Fuiying that Xie Zhao must have seen the mask she had given Jiang Zhiyan the previous night. He likely witnessed the intimacy shared between them as she adorned him with the mask. To Cui Fuiying, it was merely a commonplace gesture between modern individuals. However, in Xie Zhao's eyes, that action was far too intimate. Thus, was he now feeling envious? She pondered uncertainly. As Xie Zhao appeared to be someone who would not easily succumb to jealousy, his demeanor was perpetually cold and detached, reminiscent of an emotionless block of ice. Despite her efforts to draw near to him, she felt an insurmountable distance between them, as if he had erected an invisible wall that barred anyone from entering. Yet now, this wall seemed to be trembling on the brink of collapse. This realization ignited a warmth within her, causing her blood to surge as if it were boiling. Her heart raced with a peculiar sensation that she could not discern whether it was joy, surprise, or a blend of both. In any case, it felt as though half of her heart had suddenly malfunctioned, beating at an utterly abnormal pace within her chest. Had her prolonged efforts finally yielded results? She felt somewhat dazed. What was her cousin thinking, and why was she silent? Observing the changes in her expression, Xie Zhao mistakenly assumed she was feeling guilty and could not help but chuckle lightly, his tone tinged with palpable dissatisfaction. How should she respond? Cui Fuiying regained her composure, her mind racing. Since the incident yesterday, she had come to realize that Xie Zhao remained an indispensable ally she could not afford to lose. It seemed that only in his presence could she repeatedly alter the course of events. Xie Zhao's current reaction undeniably indicated that her endeavors had borne fruit. She was no longer the inconsequential figure she once was in his eyes. He was jealous, and the overt nature of his jealousy stirred an indescribable thrill within her. Previously, she had found Xie Zhao to be rather dull and uninteresting, but his current demeanor resonated deeply with her sensibilities. Cui Fuiying steadied herself and smiled gently at him. Having been influenced by him for so long, she could at least emulate his demeanor to a significant extent. With an air of calm innocence, she remarked, "What is my cousin saying? I cannot comprehend. If you fancy the mask from that stall, I shall procure it for you later." Xie Zhao's expression grew even more peculiar. An almost uncontrollable urge to destroy surged from the depths of his being, a base and terrifying desire that he knew was unhealthy. Yet he had managed to restrain it until now. Apart from that time in childhood, when Xie Zhiwei's kite fell into his room, he had rarely allowed such emotions to dominate him. However, at this moment, those feelings surged more violently than ever, like boiling water coursing through his veins, scorching every fiber of his being. Even his heart felt constricted. Deceiver, he thought coldly. Cui Fuiying is a complete fraud. Her professed affection is merely a ruse aimed at him. Now that she has a more appealing target, she could effortlessly cast him aside. He exerted every ounce of willpower to maintain his composure. "Well then, thank you, cousin," he said softly, wrapping himself in an impenetrable facade once more. Cui Fuiying felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing his response. Had she misjudged the situation? Did Xie Zhao truly not care, merely desiring that mask from the stall? She refused to believe in such coincidences. Surely he had noticed. Catching a glimpse of the steaming medicinal bowl beside her, she stood up, retrieved it, and settled beside Xie Zhao's bed, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "This medicine is cooling. Allow me to feed you, cousin." Xie Zhao regarded her with an icy stare, even colder than before, exuding a disquieting chill that washed away her earlier certainty. Cui Fuiying cradled the bowl, questioning whether all of this was simply her own misguided sentiment. Hesitating, she contemplated setting the bowl down, only to hear Xie Zhao speak calmly, "Then I thank you, cousin." Uncertain of his thoughts, she proceeded to scoop a spoonful of the medicine, gently blowing on it before bringing it to his lips. Xie Zhao's gaze involuntarily fell upon her mouth, colored like blooming begonia flowers. As she cooled the medicine, he could almost envision the breath emanating from her lips, creating gentle ripples upon the surface of the liquid. infusing it with her essence. His body stiffened, an inexplicable mix of embarrassment and irritation flooding him, prompting him to avert his gaze. Yet he could not help but glance back. "Cousin?" Cui Fuiying observed, puzzled by his reaction. His cheeks suddenly flushed with an unusual warmth, the color creeping down to his ears and neck, where a prominent vein throbbed. "What is the matter?" she inquired, leaning in closer in confusion.